Caught my girlfriend cheating. I'm not angry at all, in fact, I'm quite happy. All because I accidentally activated the godly instant kill system. All it takes is spending $1 in the system to instantly purchase any item, be it a luxury car, villa, or even a listed company, all for just $1. Excitedly, I gaze at the virtual interface in front of me. A gilded card appears before me, Taihu Plaza, price, $1. As I look at the card, I can't help but pinch my thigh hard. This is actually the $30 billion Taihu Plaza. Yet, now I can own it for just $1. As I say purchase, the system chimes. The host now possesses all the property rights of Taihu Plaza. Relevant documents have been placed in the shopping package. The host can extract them at will with a thought. With every thought, the thick property transfer documents materialize in my hand, causing me to stagger forward momentarily. These are indeed all the property transfer documents for Taihu Plaza. Goodness, to think I too would have a day holding $30 billion, it's simply unimaginable. But then my phone suddenly rings. I answer it. On the other end, it's Mr. Gao Jianli, the general manager of Taihu Plaza's property management company, asking me to come over at my convenience to handle the handover procedures. I tell him I'll be there shortly, then hang up and hurry to Taihu Plaza. After about 10 minutes, I arrived at the entrance of Grand Tudor Square, looked up at the towering office building that pierced the clouds, and sighed once again. Just as I was about to enter, a voice behind me rang out, "Lu Feng, what are you doing here?" As I turned around, my entire mood soured. The one calling out to me was none other than my ex-girlfriend, Green Tea, whom I had just broken up with. At that moment, she was walking towards me hand in hand with a man in a suit. The man in the suit stepped forward and said, "You must be Lu Feng. I've heard about you. Thank you for taking care of Xianxian before, but from now on, I'll be taking over." Ignoring the man in the suit, I looked at my ex-girlfriend whom I had been with for the past few years. She broke up with me for him. Yes, he drives a Ferrari, lives in a villa, and his company is located in Grand Lake Square, right at the heart of it all. Look at this bag I have. It costs $28,000. He didn't even bat an eye before buying it. And you? You have 2 dishes and a soup every day, living in an old-fashioned 1-bedroom apartment. It would take you half a year's salary just to buy a bag. He has things you couldn't earn in several lifetimes. So let's end it here. Even if you chase after me, I won't continue with you. On the side, Ruan Mingliang looked on with a smirk, seeming to enjoy the scene. After hearing all this, I wasn't angered. Instead, I grew calmer, joking that I was here on business. Who followed you here? Upon hearing this, the man in the suit, Ruan Mingliang, sneered and said, "You're here for business? Don't be ridiculous." At this moment, a voice filled with enthusiasm suddenly came, "Mr. Lu, you're here. Welcome, welcome." I turned my head and saw that it was Gao Jianli who had arrived. As the general manager who oversaw the acquisition of Taihu Plaza, he had naturally seen the photos and the documents, so he recognized me at a glance and hurried to greet me. At this moment, Ruan Mingliang, seeing Gao Jianli, became a bit excited and momentarily mistook Mr. Lu for himself. He immediately went up with a smile on his face, shook hands with Gao Jianli, and said in front of him, "How could I dare to bear such a title? Mr. Gao, you really embarrass me." But at this moment, he felt quite pleased with himself, even giving a disdainful glance back. Seeing Mr. Gao personally welcoming him, Fang Zishuan received a smug look from his colleague. Fang Zishuan was also exceptionally excited, feeling reassured that he had chosen the right man. Seeing Mr. Gao personally coming out to receive them, it was such an honor, they were just short of taking a photo with him. But this scene left Gao Jianli baffled. Who was this person? Why did he suddenly come and shake his hand out of the blue? "Geez, do you have a problem?" Gao Jianli furrowed his brows and asked, pushing away the hand that was held, "Who are you?" Ignoring Ruan Mingliang's response, he bypassed him and walked briskly towards me, saying, "Mr. Lu, everything is prepared. Let's go to the office." After saying that, he grabbed my hand and headed towards the office, paying no attention to Ruan Mingliang still standing in place. This scene left Ruan Mingliang and Fang Zishuan dumbfounded on the side. What was going on? Ruan Mingliang's face turned red and then green, restraining an explosive temper as he asked, "Xian, didn't you say your ex-boyfriend was a real estate salesperson? How did he suddenly become Mr. Lu?" Fang Zishuan was also momentarily puzzled. Indeed, he was a salesperson. Could Mr. Gao have mistaken him for someone else? If this Landwind guy is really some big shot, how could he not know himself? Would he abandon the selfless Landwind who had been dedicated to him and instead seek out this playboy? Seeing no clear answer forthcoming, Ruan Mingliang looked towards Director Lin standing nearby, wondering what was going on. Director Lin was also a bit bewildered at this moment. It was his first time seeing Mr. Gao show such enthusiasm towards someone. I'm not very sure, but this person must be quite important. Hearing Lin Zhengming's words, Wan Mingliang furrowed his brows. Inside the office, Gao Jianli respectfully offered a freshly brewed cup of tea, exchanged pleasantries, then got straight to the point. This quarter, Mr. Lu, we've collected all the property payments for Taifu Square. After deducting necessary staff wages, the net income is precisely 1.5 billion. As I took a sip of Dahongpo tea, I nearly spat it out in shock, but managed to swallow it down with forced composure. In my mind, a million exclamations erupted. Unsure whether to speak or not. Making 15 billion in just one quarter, isn't that like earning 60 billion a year with ease? Seeing my silence, Gao Jianli seemed lost in thought, appearing uneasy. Could this new boss really shake things up so drastically? Do you want to assert your authority? For him, earning 15 billion every quarter is already at the peak, considering the limited resources at hand. Boss, if you have any opinions or instructions, please make them clear. At this moment, Gao Jianli, who was known as a prominent figure in the business world, felt a bit anxious by the silence and couldn't help but speak up. I have no objections. You've done well. I've reviewed the accounts, and everything looks fine. Just keep it up. Gao Zong, you'll be in charge of things here in the future. Hearing me say this, Gao Jianli felt relieved, and his attitude became even more enthusiastic. The boss's words meant that his position was secure. Since you're satisfied with the accounts, boss, shall I transfer the funds to you now? Please provide your card number. In the future, I'll deposit the money directly into this account every quarter. In less than 2 minutes, my phone vibrated, indicating that the transfer had been received. Seeing all those zeros, I felt like I was floating. This is even more exciting than winning the jackpot in the lottery. Just as the two were about to exchange pleasantries again, suddenly, the office door swung open. Gao Jianli's eyebrows furrowed in surprise. Gao Zong, this kid is just a grassroots salesperson at the sales office. He's not some Mr. Lu. Are you mistaking him for someone else? That's right, Gao Zong. This guy's name is Lu Feng. He's my ex-boyfriend. He's never been an entrepreneur. How could he be the person you mentioned? Don't be fooled. Feng Zishuan chimed in. Gao Jianli, who was about to erupt, looked at me instantly upon hearing Feng Zishuan say that I was her ex-boyfriend. But seeing me sitting there, frowning with a hint of disgust on my face, naturally everything became clear. It seems the boss didn't reveal his financial status to his ex-girlfriend, during which she found a rich second generation. He suddenly understood in his heart, naturally wanting to show off. Don't you know how to knock before entering? Get out. Mr. Gao, you must not be fooled. This kid Wan Mingliang is still not giving up. At this moment, Gao Jianli loudly commanded to shut up. Who is this Lin Zhengming? Quickly take him out. I'm sorry, Mr. Gao. This person is a potential tenant who wanted to rent from us. We had agreed to sign the contract today at 4 p.m. It was my fault for not stopping them and disturbing you. I'll take them out now. As he spoke, he glanced outside the door, hearing the commotion as 2 security guards rushed over to escort them out. At this moment, I suddenly interjected, wait a minute, Mr. Gao, I think the merchants at Taifu Square need to be carefully screened. It seems like they are not suitable for residency. Upon hearing Lu Feng's words, Feng Zishuan was the first to mock. Do you really think you're a Mr. Lu? Someone who earns a few thousand a month participating in the decision-making of Taifu Square's merchants. Just now, I already made Wan Mingliang lose face. If he doesn't perform now, he will definitely face consequences later. This is his long-term meal ticket. Before the words could settle, Gao Jianli directly issued orders. Mr. Lu is right. Lin Zhengming, you also heard. Cancel the contract with them and blacklist them. Taifu Square will not welcome such people in the future. What? This time Wan Mingliang couldn't sit still. I spent a lot of money and effort to secure this spot through connections, and now it's gone. What's worse, I've been blacklisted and can't even come to Taifu Square anymore. Why did you two understand correctly? The person you call Lu Feng has just fully purchased Taifu Square today and is now the new owner. Lu Feng buying Taifu Square? How is that possible? This outcome feels like a nightmare, instantly crushing Feng Zishuan. If anyone else said this, he would never believe it, but coming from Gao Jianli's mouth at this moment, a big shot like this doesn't need to cooperate with Lu Feng in spreading such lies. Even if it's a lie, what kind of person with what status can make Gao Jianli cooperate? Regardless of the situation, the current Lu Feng is completely different. After spending more than 4 years together day and night, there is no sign of his capability or background. Could it be that he was just testing me for these 4 years? Did I really lose something valuable by doubting him? Thinking this, regret surged in his heart instantly. They can't think too much. Gao Jianli once again shouted at Lin Zhengming to quickly kick these two out and not interrupt my meeting with the boss. Lin Zhengming also didn't hesitate to directly instruct the security to kick out Ruan Mingliang and the other person. Ruan Mingliang, unwilling to give up, shouted at General Gao, "You can't do this. Business should be conducted with integrity. You promised the lease before." However, they were met with indifference and the shoving of two security guards, and in the blink of an eye, they were kicked out. After a few were sent away, Gao immediately put on a flattering smile and asked, "Boss, are you satisfied now?" I generously complimented him. I'm always confident in Manager Gao's ability to handle things, which greatly eased my frustration. After this matter, I also stood up to take my leave. Downstairs, Ruan Mingliang and Fang Zixuan were thrown out, and at that moment, Ruan Mingliang shifted all the blame onto Fang Zixuan. It's important to understand that staying at Taifu Square was very crucial for him. "You can't blame me, young Master Ruan, he never showed it," Fang Zixuan said, nearly crying under Ruan Mingliang's accusations. "If I had known, I wouldn't have approached you. Look at Taifu Square, snapping up acquisitions. Here we are, having to grovel just to lease a place," he thought bitterly. The comparison left him utterly heartbroken, lamenting, "What bad karma did I create to deserve abandoning my focus on Huan Laowu for this mess? I don't care how, but when you see him come down, beg him. Use whatever means necessary to get me a place here. If you succeed, you'll be rewarded, if not, humph." Fang Zixuan didn't dare defy the fuming Ruan Mingliang, nodding in agreement, and felt even more regret remembering my past kindness towards him. At that moment, I stepped out from the cloud seat, and his eyes lit up. He hurriedly ran over. "Lu Feng, I'm sorry. I know I was wrong. Everyone makes mistakes sometimes. Considering our over 4 years of relationship, please forgive me." Seeing Fang Zixuan come up and holding his hand, offering apologies, I felt nauseous for no reason. "Don't be like this, it's all in tempting me with sweet words and gifts, sending makeup and bags. I couldn't resist, but I swear, nothing has happened between us, I'm still clean." After being pushed away, Fang Zixuan suddenly hugged my thigh, knelt on the ground, then got up. "Do you think I'll believe that? Didn't you say before that I'm incomparable to him?" "It's my mistake, he's incomparable to you, he's not even worthy of your toe." "I know I was wrong." I was stunned when I heard this, shook my head involuntarily. It's the first time I've heard Fang Zixuan say such things. While Ruan Mingliang stood by, his face darkened so much it seemed like water could drip from it. "Enough, don't disgust me anymore. You're not worthy of being my woman." After speaking, I lifted my leg and left, leaving behind Pu Di and the crying Fang Zixuan. "You're capable, I'm not even comparable to Lu Feng's toe. So go back to him." "No, didn't you tell me to use any means to keep him? Since Lu Feng can't be kept, we can't run away anymore. You can't leave this time, you have to take responsibility for me." Seeing Ruan Mingliang turning to leave, he quickly got up from the ground and rushed over, hugging Ruan Mingliang. Ruan Mingliang pushed Fang Zixuan away and left immediately. After leaving Taifu Square, I checked my watch, it was only a little after 4 in the afternoon. I was thinking about where to go next, when suddenly, a system notification sounded. "Host reversal detected successfully, rewarded with 1 instant kill opportunity, product is now available. The host can decide whether to make a purchase." The sudden notification sound startled me. Isn't there only 1 flash sale opportunity per day? I opened the system shop, and whoa, just one look left me dazed, and I couldn't help but let out a curse. The entire building of Hongyang Haofu No. 1 is selling for $1. Seeing this, I was truly shocked. You should know that Hongyang Haofu is luxury housing, with prices around 50,000 per square meter. Inside the houses, each unit has been professionally designed, with a grand style. They come fully furnished with top-of-the-line appliances and furniture, ready for immediate move-in. And now, I can actually get the entire building of Hongyang Haofu for just $1. How many units is that? With a thought, the phone vibrated and $1 was deducted. At the same time, the system notified of a successful purchase. I only saw a small box in the virtual space, filled with a stack of property deeds and corresponding keys. After counting carefully, there are a total of 36 units. Oh my, roughly estimating, this building is worth over 300 million. Excitedly, I hailed a taxi and headed straight to Hongyang Haofu. Arriving at the property management office front desk, I immediately expressed my intention to rent out the houses. "What are the current prices?" After the receptionist patiently explained, they asked me to provide the property deeds for registration. I casually placed the box containing the property deeds on the table and said, "There are a total of 33 units. Please register them." "What?" Upon hearing 33 units, the receptionist was left dumbfounded. Incredulously flipping through a few real estate documents in the box, all bearing the name Lu Feng, the whole person suddenly shivered. Please wait a moment, your business needs to be handled by our manager. Saying this, he ran in with haste, and halfway through, his voice could be heard, making one feel like the legendary tycoon has arrived. With this shout, all the employees of the property management company rushed out of their respective offices, creating a commotion and attracting a crowd. So this is the tycoon who buys entire buildings. My goodness, he is surprisingly young and handsome. Suddenly, there was a lot of noise inside the property office, with some female employees even throwing flirtatious glances. At this moment, a figure hurriedly ran out and dispersed the chattering group, as he was the chief's subordinate. He knows exactly what these people are up to, he can't let them cause trouble. Hello, Mr. Lu, I am the manager here, Sun Defu. I have long heard of your name, and seeing you today, you are indeed outstanding at a young age. I find it amusing, I just acquired this property, how come my name was heard so early? Anyway, I would like to lease this property, so please help me with the process. No problem, I will register you now, and everything will be processed quickly and efficiently. Manager Sun, can you contact the movers? I have some things to move from the neighboring Hongyang community. After some thought, I might as well stay here tonight, since I can just carry my bags and stay. No problem, I'll personally take someone to assist you right now. So, I took Sun Defu and others and arrived at the neighboring Hongyang community. But as soon as we reached the door of my rented house, we found the gate was open, and there were sounds of arguing coming from inside. You're really my good friend. I asked you to help me deliver the keys, but you ended up cooking instead. Are you trying to take advantage of the situation? Fang Zixuan called out to her friend Yao Anqi inside the house. I couldn't help but feel furious at the tattoo. It seems I need to teach you a lesson in manners. You are really my good girlfriend. I asked you to help me pass on the keys, but you ended up cooking a meal? Are you trying to take advantage of the situation? Fang Zixuan glared angrily at Yao Anqi inside the house. Since being abandoned by Lu Feng and Ruan Mingliang at Taifu Square over half an hour ago, she had been in pain for half a day and had not given up hope. She felt that the over 4 years of relationship might still have a chance to be salvaged. So she tidied up her appearance, rushed to the market to buy a bunch of vegetables that Lu Feng usually liked, and prepared to return to the rental house to prepare a rich dinner for him. She even bought a set of particularly sexy transparent lingerie, planning to use all her charms to seduce Lu Feng that night. But when she arrived at the rental house, she found that Anqi had already prepared dinner and cleaned the house. Especially seeing the dishes on the table were all Lu Feng's favorites, she was furious, thinking that Anqi had long wanted to steal her man. I didn't. I just wanted to advise you not to break up, but you wouldn't listen. So, I bought some of Lu Feng's favorite foods to comfort him. After all, you've been together for so long, he would be upset if you did this. Anqi, like a guilty young wife, shrank back and meekly responded in a low voice. What does his being upset have to do with you? Don't think I don't know what you're up to. You've been secretly in love with him before, even paid for his mother's medical expenses, and Lu Feng mistakenly thought it was me. Later, did he get together with me? At first, I was also puzzled why Lu Feng suddenly treated me so well, but afterwards I found out and asked you. You didn't mean to reveal this matter, but encouraged us to be together. Oh, I see. Was it because Lu Feng was poor before, so you handed him over to me, let me suffer with him, and now that he's successful and has a different status, you're eager to please him, and also want to expose the past to discredit me, elevate yourself, make Lu Feng grateful to you and accept you? You're really something. Fang Zixuan added her own imagination to Anqi's words. I didn't, how could you say that about me? Anqi was confused, but she was already overwhelmed by grievances and just cried, not thinking deeply about the information that Lu Feng had become successful and had a different status. She was just afraid that Lu Feng would be upset after the breakup, so she prepared a table of his favorite dishes to comfort and console him. Humph! Truly guarding against fire, theft, and girlfriends. Get out, you're not welcome here, stay away from Lu Feng in the future. The always domineering Fang Zixuan shouted at Anqi and pushed her towards the door. The one who should leave is you. Suddenly, a loud shout rang out, the door was pushed open, and an angry Lu Feng appeared at the doorway. Lu Feng, you're back? Get out. Lu Feng pushed Fang Zixuan aside, pulled Anqi over to protect her, and looked at her with concern. If he hadn't heard their conversation at the door just now, Lu Feng wouldn't have known that Anqi had paid for his mother's medical expenses before. No wonder during the over 4 years he was with Fang Zixuan, some of Anqi and Fang Zixuan's behaviors seemed a bit strange. Now thinking back, everything made sense. Are you okay? I'm fine. Anqi was at a loss for words by the sudden turn of events. Feeling Lu Feng's concern in his eyes, her face inexplicably blushed. Especially being protected by Lu Feng's hands in front of her, the two were very close, feeling each other's breath, making her heart beat faster. Anchi, you shameless woman, flirting with Lu Feng in front of me. Seeing the atmosphere between the two, Fang Zishuan couldn't sit still and rushed up, shouting. Smack! A slap was thrown, and Fang Zishuan fell to the ground, a bright red palm print on her face. Lu Feng, how dare you hit me? Fang Zishuan looked at Lu Feng in disbelief, her eyes red. Since the two of them had been together, Lu Feng had always been very accommodating to her, not to mention hitting her. He couldn't even bear to scold her. But now, he actually hit himself for Anchi. So, her gaze towards Anchi was filled with malice. If looks could kill, Anchi would probably have been riddled with holes by now. Hit you? Today, I will teach you how to behave. Manager's son, you just saw it. This woman trespassed into my residence, not only insulted my girlfriend, but also attempted to use violence. Please help me report to the police. This kind of evil behavior must be severely punished. Ignoring Fang Zishuan's malicious gaze and threatening expression, Lu Feng looked towards Sun Difu. That's right, Mr. Lu, not only me, my colleagues can all testify. I will report to the police right away. Saying that, he picked up the phone and dialed the enforcement department's number. Who could become a manager at the Hongyang mansion without being shrewd? A glance was enough to understand what was going on. You're talking nonsense. I am Lu Feng's girlfriend. She is a fox spirit. I have been living in this house before. The property staff can testify. You are slandering us. Hearing them say this, Fang Zishuan shouted hoarsely. Are you mistaken? We have already broken up, and she is my current girlfriend. Since we have no relationship, you entered my house without my consent, which is trespassing. That's right, I am the property manager. We all witnessed everything just now. We can prove that this is the truth. Hearing Lu Feng's words, Sun Difu immediately agreed. You guys. At this time, the enforcement officers arrived. After understanding the situation, they directly took Fang Zishuan away. No matter how she argued, the people present all had the same testimony. Originally, the enforcement officers said this could be considered a civil case and could be privately mediated, but Lu Feng insisted on pursuing it. Mediation was ineffective, so they had to go through the judicial process, and finally Fang Zishuan was taken away, directly detained for trespassing and intending to harm. Sun Difu handled the aftermath and helped move all the things Lu Feng wanted to move. Only Lu Feng and Anchi were left in the room. From just now until now, Anchi had been in a daze. Just because Lu Feng said earlier that she was his girlfriend. Anchi, you are really silly. Why didn't you tell me about these things before? If Fang Zishuan hadn't confessed today, were you planning to hide it from me forever? Looking at this silly and lovely woman in front of him, Lu Feng hugged her. Caught off guard, Anchi first tensed up in his arms, feeling the strong embrace and the man's exclusive scent. Her body slowly softened, her mind went blank. After embracing for a while, Lu Feng lifted Anchi's fair chin, looked at her indulgently, and said softly, don't be so silly in the future. Anchi obediently nodded, softly murmured, her cheeks blushing. It was the first time she had been held by a man, especially the man she had secretly admired, so she was extremely shy. Suddenly, her eyes widened, a warm feeling pressed against her lips. After a long time, their lips parted. Lu Feng looked at the charming girl in his arms, who was still like a startled deer, and smiled. This was the first time in many years that he had carefully observed this silly girl up close. In terms of looks, she was definitely much higher than Fang Zishuan, and her figure was even more outstanding. However, due to their respective identities in the past, they were just good friends. But over the years, Anchi had indeed helped him a lot. Since the truth was now revealed, he had always admired Anchi, so he decided to go with the flow. You're so bad. Anchi blushed, her delicate fist lightly hitting Lu Feng's chest, almost burying her head in the ground. But her heart was filled with sweetness. The two of them cuddled for a while, then happily sat down to eat the dinner that Anchi had prepared in advance. Although it was just 3 dishes and a soup, very ordinary home-cooked dishes, they were all dishes that Lu Feng liked. With laughter and conversation, they ended up spending nearly 2 hours over a meal. They talked about everything and their hearts grew closer. When Anchi heard that Lu Feng had acquired Taifu Plaza and the neighboring Hongyang mansion, she was shocked. But she didn't question how Lu Feng achieved all this. As long as he was happy, she was happy. After dinner, Lu Feng took Anchi to see his new mansion. The moment they entered, Anchi was amazed by the intelligent starry sky ceiling and the panoramic balcony. Tonight, why don't you stay? Lu Feng whispered to Anchi as they gazed at the view from the balcony. Feeling her body tense, Anchi nodded lightly. Lu Feng smiled, scooped her up in his arms, and headed back inside. The gentle summer breeze, the swaying figures, painted a mesmerizing picture. In the early morning, Lu Feng woke up to find the person beside him already asleep and couldn't help but smile. He checked the system and saw a listing, Zirwei Mansion No. 1, price, 1 yuan. Knowing the value of Zirwei Mansion, Lufeng was astonished. The cheapest villa in Hongyang Mansion cost over 300 million, while the least expensive villa in Zirwei Mansion was over 3 billion. The best villa in Zirwei Mansion was priced at 10 billion. One villa was so exclusive that someone once offered 3 billion for it but failed. The alarm rang again. Congratulations, host, on getting a first blood reward, 10 draws. Lufeng decided to try his luck and won several boxes of liquor, a Pagani IS, 1 billion in cash, and various other items. Each item was priced at 1 yuan. This car is actually worth over 40 million, known as one of the 3 mythical beasts of Xia country, and the key is that it is the only limited edition in the world. Driving it will definitely turn heads, not to mention the attention it will attract. But what's the deal with this 1 billion sound waves? It can't be cashed out. Could it be that it knows it usually brushes off some sound? Let yourself develop in the live broadcast? And what about the skill to instantly master the card? It sounds awesome. But what is this great strength muscle pill? Thinking that Lufeng exchanged all of them and clicked on the introduction of the great strength muscle pill. Great strength muscle pill, after taking it, it will have the effect of strengthening the body, enhancing all-round abilities tenfold. So powerful? A tenfold increase in all aspects, isn't that stronger than those top special forces? And with a specialized skill, even those top special forces will only be particularly strong in a few aspects, not truly all-round. But this great strength muscle pill truly allows you to increase all-round abilities tenfold. Lufeng quietly came to the bathroom, locked the door, and carefully observed the pill. The great strength muscle pill is more like an elixir than a pill, about the size of a man's thumbnail, all fiery red. There are white cloud-like patterns on it, emitting an indescribable fragrance. Produced by the system, it must be a fine product. Holding on to this idea, Lufeng didn't hesitate and swallowed it in one gulp. This strengthening process was not as painful as described in novels and TV shows, but rather very comfortable. After the great strength muscle pill entered his stomach, it turned into countless warm streams spreading throughout his body, and black fine beads emerged on his skin, accompanied by a pungent smell. His bones and muscles began to move strangely during this process. He knew his body was evolving. After about 10 minutes, the heat dissipated, and the evolution stopped. Lufeng immediately rinsed off and returned to the mirror. His height seemed to have increased significantly, reaching at least 185 centimeters from his original 178 centimeters. His face, besides being handsome, now had a more three-dimensional and resolute look. His muscles seemed to have been meticulously sculpted, displaying explosive strength. Lufeng even felt that he could punch through a wall with a single blow. This change made Lufeng very happy, especially after looking down. He was even more satisfied. So, he returned to the bedroom. Angie, did you exercise early? The next morning, the two woke up leisurely. Lufeng was energetic, while Angie seemed a bit wobbly, making Lufeng laugh. You're laughing. It's all your fault. Okay, my bad. Let me take you out for a meal now, and then I'll show you a surprise in the afternoon. Ding-ling-ling. At this moment, Angie's phone rang. Hello, Mom? Oh, I was out late last night, so I stayed at my best friend's place overnight. Okay, I'll be back soon. After hanging up, Angie shrugged helplessly. You heard it too, my mother is calling. I have to go back. I might have to go on a business trip for a week or so in the next few days, so the surprise will have to wait until I come back from the trip. Going away for a week? Alright, I'll take care of some things during this week, so I'll send you back. No need, I can go back by myself. You should rest. And I have to prepare my mom mentally. She has no idea we're together. If she finds out, she might be shocked. Okay, then go back and do a good job of preparing my future mother-in-law. The two laughed and joked for a while before Angie left. Lufeng rummaged through his clothes and finally found a set of casual sportswear he had bought cheaply at a foreign trade store, which was relatively loose. He ate so much that he had to buy new clothes, so he decided to go shopping at Taifu Plaza. Before leaving yesterday, Gao Jianli even gave him a Supreme Black card for Taifu Plaza. Only 3 of these cards were issued in the entire Jiangdu city, indicating the significance of this card. With this card, he could enjoy a 50% discount on all purchases at Taifu Plaza. Being a high-end property, all 280 units here come with a private enclosed garage, with each garage able to accommodate 2 cars. This made it convenient for Lufeng to release his car from the spatial wrapping later. If he were to release the car directly outside, wouldn't it be alarming if someone saw it on the surveillance cameras? With a single thought, a cool purple carbon fiber supercar with gull-wing doors unfolded before him. Cool. It was a globally limited edition supercar. Even the car key was exquisite, resembling a miniature version of a Pagani supercar model. What pleased Lufeng even more was that the system was produced by Zhou Dao, with all the necessary items such as driving car insurance and license plates fully equipped. The license plate was Jiang A88888, a plate that not only was expensive but also not easily obtainable by ordinary people, giving off a prestigious image. As Lufling started the Pagani, a thrilling roar filled the air, like a dormant beast awakening with each rev. With a light touch on the accelerator, the car moved like the wind, instantly accelerating, showcasing its powerful performance. What car just passed by? Its design is so stylish. I couldn't see clearly, but its streamlined design is impressive, and the purple color makes it look even more luxurious, definitely not cheap. Indeed, it looks more stylish than a Bugatti Veyron, probably costing at least tens of millions. It costs over tens of millions. This car is called Pagani Yazzie, named after the three mythical beasts of our Xia country, the other two being Baxia and Chiwan, all limited editions globally, and this one costs over 40 million. It is equipped with a twin-turbocharged V12 engine, producing 730 horsepower, capable of reaching a top speed of 400 km per hour. I never thought I would see this legendary car in person. It's truly a street-blasting beast. A car enthusiast admired the departing taillights, envious and impressed. Wow, even though I don't understand the technical details you mentioned, the price of over 40 million is astonishing. Xia, where this community is located, is home to white-collar workers and business owners, and hardly anyone would buy a car costing over 40 million, with many not even hearing about it. Outside the development zone, the Mitsui No. 7 overpass has become a gathering place for street racing enthusiasts. This is the only approved street racing section in Jiangdu City, where there are no speed limits. A group of punk-dressed young men and women divided into two groups confronted each other here. Little sister, with your looks and figure, why are you into street racing? Follow my brother Wang, and you'll live a life of luxury. One man with dyed yellow hair teased with a lewd smile. You with your yellow hair, not even grown out properly, and you dare to tease me, little sister? Stop the nonsense, let's bet 100,000 yuan. Whoever finishes the deadly 13 bends of this No. 7 overpass and reaches the finish line first wins. The woman known as Little Sister declared assertively. Alright, but let's add a condition. If I win, you have to spend a night with me. Get lost, thinking you can sleep with me from Jiangdu to Modu. Who do you think you are? Let's bet. If you can't, then get lost. I don't have time to waste with you. Little Sister was not one to back down easily. After a few exchanges, the man with yellow hair and Little Sister each got into their cars at the starting line. Come on, place your bets. Yellow hair at 1-0. 7, Little Sister at 1-0. 9, a tie at 1-2. At the same time, a young man brought by Little Sister started shouting and selling odds. I bet on Little Sister to win, 30,000 yuan. Are you crazy? Yellow hair has modified his Jifeng several times, and his skills are slightly better than Little Sister's. Look at the odds, the probability of yellow hair winning is higher. The performance of Xiao Guijia's Hurt 7Z is not inferior to Huang Mao's. Maybe Huang Mao's skills are slightly better. But since this kid became famous and started living extravagantly, who knows if his skills have regressed? Exactly, I bet on Xiao Guijia to win, 20,000. It's a bet after all, naturally aiming for the higher odds. Then why don't you bet on a draw, 1-2 odds? The two looked at this person as if he were an idiot, and after a while, one of them said, at the exit of the 13 deadly curves, only one car can pass, how could there be a draw? Get ready at this moment. The referee's red flag suddenly dropped, and two racing cars shot out at the same time, carrying billowing dust and a roaring sound as they raced out in the blink of an eye. The Mitsui No. 7 overpass was completely built by a group of racing enthusiasts, designed based on classic elements from devilish racetracks around the world, making it extremely challenging. Even a skilled driver would break into a sweat driving this road slowly, let alone racing here. Huang Mao's skills were indeed exceptional, as he quickly took the lead. But Xiao Guijia was not to be underestimated, constantly pressing forward and attempting to overtake, keeping Huang Mao on his toes. The two sides are deadlocked. Jifu S is temporarily in the lead. It seems they will truly test each other at the 13 deadly curves. Naturally, there were track announcers along the route to report on the race progress. Suddenly, a cry of alarm rang out. Attention, a supercar has sped up at entrance B. It's so fast, I couldn't see what car it was. Damn, it's a purple Pagani, must be going over 400 meters per second, right? Before everyone could react, the person at monitoring point No. 2 had already shouted. This startled everyone, as the distance between entrance B and monitoring point No. 2 was over a kilometer, or 1,000 meters. The time difference reported by these 2 points was only 6 seconds. What did that mean? It meant that the car covered nearly 200 meters in just 1 second, with a speed well over 400 meters per second. And that wasn't even the most crucial part. Remember, this overpass racetrack was full of curves. It's already difficult to sprint 200 meters in a straight line in 1 second, let alone on curves. Don't you need to brake? A few minutes ago, Lan Win was driving the Pagani with excitement, but since he hadn't bought a car after getting his driver's license, he didn't dare to speed, missing out on the thrill of the car. Having a luxury car without the skills to handle a Ferrari, what's the point? So, Lan Win directly used the instant mastery card skill and chose to master car control. Ding, successful use of instant mastery card skill, host's car skills are improving. Ding, congratulations to the host for mastering C-level racing driver skills. Ding, congratulations to the host for mastering B-level racing driver skills. Ding, congratulations to the host for mastering SSS level racing driver skills. A series of system notifications sounded. With each one, Lan Win felt like something new was added to his mind. When he finally mastered the SSS level racing driver skills and controlled them, he looked at every part of the car differently. In an instant, he felt as if he and the car were one, adjusting his body to better match the Pagani's speed. Vroom vroom vroom, stepping on the gas, the Pagani shot out like an arrow released from a bow. And so, driving and enjoying the ride, Lan Win raced up the Mitsuino 7 overpass. Everyone knew this was a speedster's paradise with no speed limits, and now that he possessed SSS-level racing skills, he naturally wanted to have some fun. The car glided smoothly through the entrance of the overpass, not slowing down but gaining speed. It seems like someone is racing here? Coming from the entrance, you could see a broadcaster with a walkie-talkie at intervals. It didn't take long to see 2 racing cars ahead, realizing that you were joining someone else's race. I heard that many professional race car drivers come here. Since I've encountered them, I'll test the gap between my SSS level skills and theirs. Seizing the rare opportunity, Lan Win smirked and floored the gas pedal. Roar! A special rhythmic roar sounded as the Pagani, like a purple male lion, aggressively surged forward. At this moment, Xiao Guijie and Huang Mao had already heard the broadcaster's announcement through their earphones, knowing that a car was approaching. However, they didn't pay much attention, thinking that even if a car entered from entrance B, they wouldn't necessarily catch up. But soon, they saw a black dot in the rearview mirror. This black dot quickly enlarged, turning into a purple phantom that directly closed in. Damn, what's this, so fast? Both of them were surprised. Oomph, trying to overtake me? No way. Xiao Guijie saw the purple phantom attempting to pass on her left side, so she swiftly turned the steering wheel to take the left lane. However, the phantom just feinted, made an S-shaped maneuver, and instantly passed by the right side of the Hertz 7Z without any unnecessary movements. What the heck? Xiao Guijie, who was overtaken in an instant, was completely stunned. The timing of the overtake and the control of the gap were simply incredible. Seeing Xiao Guijie being overtaken in the blink of an eye, Huang Mao's head was also shaken, knowing that a tough opponent had arrived. Perhaps it was this tension that unexpectedly brought out Huang Mao's extraordinary skills. After all, he had participated in international races before, and his cornering ability was not just talk. For a moment, Lan Win's car couldn't overtake. As they approached the entrance to the treacherous 13 turns, Huang Mao became even more confident. Once they entered this section, the track would narrow further, making overtaking even more impossible. So, Huang Mao believed he had won by guarding the entrance. Whoosh! Just as Huang Mao was about to brake and enter the turn, the purple phantom suddenly sprinted forward. Damn, are you out of your mind? This scene made Huang Mao shout out in shock and step on the brakes. Remember, the entrance to the 13 turns was a sharp bend, and at Lan Win's speed, it would definitely lead to a crash and casualties. He didn't want to follow and end up in a rollover explosion. Then, a sharp sound of tires grinding against the ground, like a procession of ghosts, raised 2 red taillights. With a swish, the purple Pagani executed a beautiful drift, perfectly navigating the turn. Damn! Is this for real? Can you take turns this fast? Not only Huang Mao, but even the broadcasters stationed at the entrance were dumbfounded. It took them a while to exclaim, damn, is this person even human? As Xiao Guijie rushed up from behind, she was also speechless with astonishment. There's actually someone this amazing? I must find you sooner or later. Her eyes were filled with excitement. Since childhood, she had admired the strong, so she naturally wanted to get to know someone with such extraordinary skills. Xiao Guijie, what do you say about this round? Despite the shock, the outcome of the bet had to be determined. What now? Call it a draw? Xiao Guijie shrugged. A draw? If it weren't for this person causing trouble, you would have been eating my dust. Unexpected situations in races are unpredictable. If you participate in a race and it ends due to such circumstances, do you think they will still give you a trophy? Unless you continue and finish this track. Huang Mao looked at Xiao Guijie's current position. If they were to continue, he would end up trailing behind. Well, let's just call it a draw. another wasted day. Huang Mao could only sigh helplessly and drive away. Xiao Yangzi, you heard Huang Mao admit to a draw, right? Seeing Huang Mao leave, Xiao Guijie took out the walkie-talkie and started talking. Got it, sis. Then let's close it as a draw. Got it. After Xiao Yangzi replied, he looked at the people around who had placed bets. Everyone heard it, this round is a draw, no one bet on a draw, so it's a clean sweep. Thank you all for your support, see you next time. After speaking, Xiao Yangzi closed his stall and left to meet up with Xiao Gui, his face beaming with a smile. This wave was a big win, all kinds of bets were made, but those who didn't bet on a draw made a few million in one go, happy. Damn it, it's all because of that bastard who came halfway through, making me lose 30,000. Who isn't? Bad luck. The group of people couldn't help but curse, but they just vented a bit. Those who come here to play will abide by the rules, willing to accept the outcome of gambling, and in the face of uncontrollable circumstances, they can only accept their misfortune. Lu Feng didn't know what happened behind him, drifting 13 times in a row made him ecstatic. Even when he went off the track, he still felt a bit unsatisfied. But looking at the time, he decided to quickly go buy some clothes first, and then go pick up his mansion. He was really looking forward to this legendary No. 1 villa. Villa No. 3 of the Purple Rue Mansion. Ling Jia, we made a total of 3.27 million in this round today, hee hee. Look at you, getting excited over just 3 million, last month you made over 80 million in one deal and you weren't this happy. It's different, this is exciting. The two speaking were none other than Xiao Guijie and Xiao Yangzi who were racing before. However, at this moment, the two's attire and makeup were completely different from their previous images. Xiao Guijie, whose real name is Su Fuling, is the daughter of one of the top 10 families in the Magic City, the Su family group, and is also the current CEO of the Su family group. Not only naturally beautiful, she is also a business genius. Many business tycoons have suffered losses at her hands. Coupled with her somewhat rebellious and domineering personality, not many dare to provoke her. This Xiao Yangzi is called Qi Yang, a retired member of a well-known special forces unit, and is Su Fuling's assistant and personal bodyguard. Because Su Fuling likes to relieve stress through racing, he has also developed extraordinary racing skills over time. So, after discussing a big deal this time, he brought Qi Yang over to relax, casually looking for childhood friends to get together. You finally answered the phone, where are you? What? You're about to go on a business trip? Can't you not go? I rarely come, and you're going on a business trip, that's not nice. Okay, I know you're responsible for work, I'll play a few more days and wait for you to come back. Hanging up the phone, Su Fuling stretched lazily, her exquisite curves on full display. Anyone who saw her would be full of praise. Apart from her beauty, she exudes a deadly charm from the inside out. Who would have thought she was the same little girl from before? Ling Jie, did you get in touch with Angel Jie? Yes, but she's in a hurry to go on a business trip. Never mind, these days I'll try to find the owner of that Pagani car. I really want to see who this amazing person is. Also, since we're in Jiangdu, contact Pang Dalong. This old fox has always been playing tricks, holding on to his sources tightly. The project over there has already started, we can't delay too long. This time I'll personally meet with him. Okay, I'll go do that now. Okay, where's old man Qin? Why isn't he at home? Oh, he's out boxing, that's his hobby. Alright, when you come back after finishing your work, bring the 2 bottles of Maodai I stored in the company for me. Old man Qin loves this besides boxing. We'll be staying here for a while, we have to satisfy his cravings. Got it. After Qi Yang finished speaking, he went out to handle things, while Su Fuling wandered around bored for a while before going back to sleep. Coming early in the morning from the Magic City, racing with someone, she was so tired. When I wake up, I'll go check out your Lu Feng's background. The reason she came this time, besides what was mentioned before, was mainly to help her best friend see the man she had secretly admired for years, Lu Feng. Yao Anqi and Su Fuling are truly best friends who share everything. So, she knows all the details between Anqi and Lu Feng. When she heard that her best friend finally got together with the man she liked, she was naturally happy. However, besides being happy, she still wanted to personally check out this man and find out more about him. Anqi only told her yesterday that she was with Lu Feng, but she didn't mention that Lu Feng had already acquired Taifu Plaza, because she didn't think it was important. So, in Su Fuling's impression, Lu Feng is still a salesperson at Hongfeng Real Estate. Her Su's group also has a real estate company in Jiangdu. If Lu Feng is a good person, she doesn't mind helping him out, as she doesn't want her best friend to suffer with someone else. But if he's not a good person, then as sisters, she naturally has to find a way to stop it. On the other side, Taifu Plaza. Lu Feng parked his car and went straight to the 3rd floor of the mall, where there were all kinds of men's clothing brands from low to high-end. This is one of the reasons why Taifu Plaza is so popular, as anyone can find a suitable category here. Lu Feng didn't head directly to the high-end brand area, but first went to a brand he had always liked, Fail. The clothing from this brand belongs to the sportswear series, with quality slightly higher than Nike and Adidas, and the styles are more fashionable. However, because the prices were not cheap for him before, with a short-sleeved shirt costing 400 to 500, and jackets starting at almost 1,000 yuan. So, he had only bought 2 pieces before, but now he didn't have to worry about these prices anymore and could buy freely. Anything he liked, he just took it, making the salesperson beside him smile as he ended up with dozens of bags in no time. Sir, you have spent a total of 68,000 yuan, would you like to pay by card or scan code? By card. Lu Feng first handed over the Supreme card given to him by Gao Jianli last time, and then handed over a bank card. When the clerk saw the Supreme card, his eyes were full of shock, and he couldn't help but look at Lu Feng a few more times. Originally thinking this man was handsome and wealthy, he didn't expect him to have such an identity. Amazing. So, he respectfully processed the discount, card payment, and invoice, finally settling at 34,000 yuan. Lu Feng was quite satisfied. He put on a set of clothes he had chosen, and let the store send the rest to his home later. When they saw the address he left, everyone was surprised again. Zirwei Haofu, Villa No. 1. My goodness, the villa that hasn't been taken down even with 3 billion? It would be great to marry him. You keep dreaming, the chance of him being interested in us is negative, get back to work. Watching Lu Feng leave, a group of female store clerks chattered and fantasized. Lu Feng continued to shop, buying Fail purely because he liked the brand. Now that he had a system, his wealth would definitely increase in the future, so he naturally had to prepare some high-end luxury brands, just in case he needed to attend any important occasions later on. As for daily wear, he thought Fail was quite good. Walking on the street, not everyone would first look at what brand you were wearing. That would be ridiculous, right? So, he shuttled between brands like Versace and Armani. It's true that clothes make the man, and expensive clothes have their reasons. When he put on the clothes from Versace and Armani, his whole demeanor changed drastically. Being handsome himself, coupled with the muscle enhancement from the system, he was indeed a great clothes hanger. Once he put on these designer brands, he was even more charming than a noble son. Just by looking at the infatuated eyes of those salespeople, you could tell how powerful this outfit was. Going around, Lu Feng went on a shopping spree at Taifu Plaza, buying clothes, pants, belts, ties, hats, leather shoes, sneakers, even slippers, pajamas, etc. From inside out, from top to bottom, he bought everything that could be worn on his body. Just like that, with the discount from the Supreme card, the total expenditure was over 3 million. So spending money is such a fun thing. Just as Lu Feng was immersed in the joy of shopping, a surprising voice suddenly sounded. Lu Feng? Is it really you? Lu Chang? Seeing the person, Lu Feng was also somewhat surprised. This Lu Chang was his childhood friend, and they only separated after the college entrance examination when he came to Jiangdu. Ha! I felt like it was you from afar, but looking at your appearance, I wasn't sure. It seems like you're doing well, kid. The two embraced, and Lu Chang laughed and said, it's just SOSO. How about you? How come you're in Jiangdu and didn't give me a call? I just arrived too. Our company is opening a branch in Jiangdu, and we finally chose Taifu Plaza. Here, his expression suddenly dimmed. Let's not talk about this. I have something to do. If you're free tonight, how about we have a meal together? Sure, just give me a call later. You go ahead and get busy. Seeing that Lu Chang seemed to have something on his mind, Lu Feng didn't ask further. After parting ways, Lu Feng shopped for a while and felt like he had bought enough. He instructed the shop to deliver the items to his villa and then headed towards the parking lot, preparing to go to Zirwei Haofu, Huding Yashuan, a pure villa community in Jiangdu. Grandpa, I'm sorry, I didn't handle things well. At this moment, Ruan Mingliang stood on the side with a dejected look, bowing his head. In the main seat, an old man with white hair sat there. This person was Ruan Mingliang's grandfather, Ruan Huaying, the helm of the Ruan Group. Just one look was enough to tell that this person had weathered many storms and carried a commanding presence. Humph, someone was boasting and making promises. Little brother, it's not that I'm scolding you, but do only what you are capable of. Be practical. Enough. There's no use in saying more. Tell me how you plan to solve the problem. Seeing Ruan Mingliang's elder brother, Ruan Minghui, digressing on the side, the old man interrupted directly. Grandpa, I've already arranged for someone to handle this matter. I believe we'll have a response soon. Minghui, you should know that this move to Taifu Plaza is very important for our Ruan family. Ring at this moment, Ruan Minghui's phone rang. Grandpa, I'll take this call. With a nod from the old man, Ruan Minghui quickly answered the call. Hello, Minghui, that Lu Chang is being difficult. Useless, What are you guys eating for? Just let him spend some time in the hospital, bypass him and find the person in charge below. Do I have to teach you this? Hurry up and get it done. Alright, Minghui, I'll take care of it right away. Hanging up the phone, seeing the old man looking at him, Ruan Minghui smiled awkwardly and explained his actions. After listening, the old man frowned. Don't cause trouble. Handle it properly, or if Gao Jianli finds out, it won't be good. Grandpa, I know. Their company is a three-way partnership, and they were lucky to get the opportunity to move in this time. I've settled the transfer details with the other two, but this Lu Chang is stubborn. If not, it would have been done by now. Now, I can only let him stay in the hospital for a while. As for Gao Jianli, he won't care about such matters. It's not like they're relatives. Subletting is not unheard of, it's a mutual agreement. But still, handle it with care. Don't stir up trouble, as it won't be good in the end. I understand, Grandpa. Mingliang, you don't have to be like this. Learn from your mistakes. Be more thorough next time, learn from your elder brother. Yes, Grandpa. Watching his smug elder brother beside him, Ruan Mingliang felt a deep hatred, and his resentment towards Lufeng grew even stronger. Tomorrow, go directly to the Golden Harvest Real Estate Engineering Department and report as a department manager first. Don't say I didn't give you a chance. In a few days, we must secure that piece of land in Fengyang district. Think about it carefully and cooperate with your brother to make it happen. Hongfeng Real Estate is also keeping a close eye on this piece of land. This time, the area has been divided into 5 plots of land. The others don't matter, but we must secure plot 1. Yes. Underground parking lot. Just as Lufeng was about to leave, he saw a group of people crouching in a corner, seeming to be ambushing someone. And at this moment, a familiar figure appeared before his eyes, Lu Chang. Ha! Are these people planning to ambush Lu Chang? With this thought in mind, Lufeng cautiously moved closer to that side. Boss Lu. Suddenly, a sharp-faced man with 9 others surrounded Lu Chang. Manager He? What are you doing? Nothing, just want Boss Lu to reconsider. The sublease fee offered by Hui is quite substantial, and we hope you can accommodate it. After all, it's always good to have more friends outside. And we also said that as long as you agree, we can add another 10% to the transfer fee. Manager He, I've made it clear to you. Although our company is not big, the opportunity to settle in Taifu this time is of great significance to me. The price offered by Hui is good and well above the market price, but I have my own plans. It's not about the money. Boss Lu, are you really not going to reconsider? Then I'm afraid you'll have to spend some time in the hospital. Seeing that Lu Chang was unlikely to agree, Manager He glanced at the people behind him. What are you guys going to do? Seeing the approaching group of people, Lu Chang was shocked and angry, not expecting them to resort to force when negotiations failed. Bang! Just as the group was about to attack Lu Chang, a dull sound followed by a scream came from behind them. Everyone turned around to see Manager He being kicked and falling to the ground, while a handsome man in Armani stood in his original place. Lu Fan? Seeing the newcomer, Lu Chang was very surprised. We'll talk later, let's deal with these people first. The thugs hesitated for a moment, but then rushed towards Lufeng. Lufeng effortlessly moved between them, each strike resulting in a bone-breaking sound. After a few rounds, these tough-looking thugs all fell to the ground, writhing in pain and fear in their eyes as they looked at Lufeng. These were all skilled fighters, each capable of taking down 3 or 4 people. But now, 10 of them were defeated by one young man. And the attacks were ruthless, breaking bones with each strike, endangering lives. Even Lu Chang, who was prepared to fight alongside them, was stunned. Wow, Lufeng, it's been a few years, and you've become so powerful? Tell me, what's going on? Who is this Hui? Seeing Lufeng staring at him, Lu Chang smiled awkwardly and explained the situation. Oh, it's the Ruan family again? So, he walked over to Manager He, who was still lying on the ground, and squatted down. Go back and tell that Hui person, I'm Lufeng, and Taifu Plaza will never welcome the Ruan family to settle in. Manager He thought to himself, who are you to say that? But seeing how cleanly Lufeng had dealt with all the people he brought, he naturally didn't want to suffer a loss, so he nodded frantically. Get lost. Manager He and his men ran away in a hurry. Lufeng, I'm really sorry, I didn't expect you to get involved in this matter. We're brothers, there's no need to be so formal. No, you don't know, the Ruan group is not easy to deal with. Well, I've worked hard to build up this company in my hometown, and now that I've finally achieved some success, I want to make a mark in the big city. This time, I was lucky to get the opportunity to settle in Taifu Plaza, and I've made a lot of plans for the future because of this. I didn't expect the people from the Ruan family to find my 2 partners, bribe them, and try to get me to transfer this leasing right. I did not agree, so they kept persuading me and causing trouble everywhere. I might have given in for the money, but I also have my dreams. Brother, do you understand what I mean? Lu Chang said, his eyes filled with tears, showing that these years of hard work have not been easy. Lu Feng also sighed, realizing that life is not easy in today's society. If it weren't for activating the system, he might not have fared better than Lu Chang. I understand. Alright, I believe that Mr. Ruan won't have any ideas about you in the future. Why? Hearing Lu Feng say this, Lu Chang was taken aback. For him, people from the Ruan family were like chewing gum. Even though they were driven away by Lu Feng today, they would not give up, because his brother knows who I am. As long as I say that he is not welcome here, even if he gets your leasing rights, he won't be able to enter. Ha! The more you say, the more confused I get, brother. Ha! Now the Taifu Plaza is mine. Oh, what? Taifu Plaza is yours? Lu Chang was dumbfounded when he heard Lu Feng's words. It's not that he didn't believe it, their relationship was there, and Lu Feng had no reason to deceive him. It's just that the news was too explosive for him to accept at once. Of course, Lu Feng proved all this with practical actions, taking him to see Gao Jianli. When Lu Chang signed the contract before, he only met director Lin Zhengmin. At that time, he had to flatter the director. Who would have thought that this time, not only director Lin but even his boss, the legendary Gao Jianli, was extremely flattering to him. Before leaving, Gao Jianli even waived his 2-year rent and personally provided all the decoration for his company, making Lu Chang feel flattered and as if he were dreaming. He didn't even know how he walked out of the office building later. Wow, brother, you're really amazing. Just so, keep it low-key. Lu Feng laughed. By the way, do you remember Gao Xiongfeng, the study committee member from high school? Yes, many of our high school classmates are working and starting businesses in Jiangdu. This time he organized a dinner and invited Li Xuetong. Li Xuetong is also in Jiangdu? Lu Feng was a bit surprised to hear this name. Li Xuetong was the monitor during their high school days, not only good at studying but also the school's beauty. At that time, many people secretly admired her, but later heard that she went abroad. Yes, she said she returned to the country and is now in a senior management position at a large company in the Magic City. But recently, she is working in the branch office here, so she happened to be in Jiangdu, and Gao Xiongfeng invited her. Originally, Gao Xiongfeng asked me to inform you to go, but I thought, you also know Gao Xiongfeng's character. I was afraid you would be disgusted if you went. But now, I think you should go and give that idiot a good beating. I've long been fed up with this kid. When Lu Chang said this, Lu Feng understood his intention. In school, Gao Xiongfeng had always disliked him, as he was better looking and better at studying. Relying on his family's wealth, he became the so-called study committee member. The key was that this kid had always liked Li Xuetong, but every time he tried to please her, he was rejected. Li Xuetong used to like to be around Lu Feng, which made Gao Xiongfeng jealous. Therefore, whenever he had the chance, he would pick on Lu Feng, and the two had clashed several times. From Lu Chang's words, Lu Feng learned that Gao Xiongfeng seemed to have had good luck in the past 2 years. His family's business had expanded to Jiangdu, and he had made some money. So, knowing that Li Xuetong was in Jiangdu, he became active again, hoping to pursue her and also to see that Lu Feng was in real estate sales, planning to have him step in as well. As a brother, Lu Chang originally didn't want to inform Lu Feng about this matter, but seeing Lu Feng's capabilities today, he encouraged him to go. Okay, I'll accompany you to go there the day after tomorrow. Unable to resist Lu Chang's persistence, thinking that it had been a long time since he had seen that old follower, he agreed to go and take a look. So it's settled then, 6 p.m. The day after tomorrow at Fuhai Restaurant. Lu Chang was happy that Lu Feng agreed, looking forward to the dinner gathering. After chatting for a while, they parted ways, and Lu Feng drove directly to Zirwei Haofu. What did you say? The plan failed? Inside the Huting Yashuan Ruan's villa, Ruan Minghui looked at the furious manager who had returned. Hui, it was supposed to work out, but who knew this guy named Lu Feng suddenly appeared. He's really good at fighting, and we failed. His voice grew quieter as he spoke, lowering his head. What? All 10 of you couldn't handle this Lu Feng? Are you all useless? That guy is really good at fighting. All my brothers are in the hospital with broken bones. I was spared because he wanted me to deliver a message. Deliver a message? What message? He said his name is Lu Feng, and the Ruan family is never welcome to settle in Taifu Square. Such arrogance. Who is this person? Upon hearing this, not only Ruan Minghui, but even the old man who had been sitting silently in the back frowned, his anger rising as he shouted. Grandfather, this person really has this authority. At this moment, Ruan Mingliang, who had been watching coldly, spoke up. Grandfather, have you forgotten? I didn't get the settlement rights this time because of this Lu Feng, and he is now the new owner of Taifu Square. So, if he says we can't settle in, we really can't. It was only then that the old man remembered what his grandson had said before. So it's this Lu Feng again. The plan to settle in Taifu Square is temporarily shelved. While it would be good to settle there, it's just icing on the cake. We won't force it. Now, the two of you focus on taking down the land in Fengyang district. This is the top priority. Whether our Yuan family can rise to a higher level in the future depends on this. After a moment of silence, the old man spoke again. Yes, grandfather. On the other side, Lu Feng had arrived at Zirwei Haofu, and he was already impressed by the grandeur of the place as soon as he arrived at the entrance. It is said that the entrance of a residential area represents its image, and the doorframe of Zirwei Haofu was all handcrafted with the finest ivory stone, pure white like jade. Every curve and joint had been meticulously carved, fitting together perfectly. The gate seemed to be naturally formed, very imposing. The security guards at the entrance were all over 1.8 meters tall, each of them sturdy and decent looking. Some of them were even more handsome than some popular young idols. It's easy to imagine the price it takes to have them as security guards here. After registering at the gate, the security guard let him in and arranged for another security guard to lead the way in a community electric car. After all, the villa area was very large, surrounded by mountains and water. Although there were signs guiding the way, in such luxury residential properties, isn't service the main selling point? This was truly the most high-end villa area, with every landscape perfectly presented, planted with greenery according to the themes of the four seasons, creating a picturesque scene at every step. All the villas here were large standalone buildings, each with over 1,000 square meters of indoor space and at least 10 acres of private garden. The further in you went, the more expensive the villas became, especially starting from Villa No. 5, it could be described as an estate. Finally, guided by the security guard, Lu Feng arrived at the front door of Villa No. 1, where the general manager of Zirwei Haofu Property Company and a large group of employees were already waiting. Hello, Mr. Lu Feng, I am Wang Qiming, the general manager of the property company. Welcome to officially move into Zirwei Haofu. Lu Feng was also visiting such a place for the first time and was somewhat shocked by the grandeur. With a quick glance, he suspected that the general manager had called all the idle staff of the property company to welcome him. Nearly 100 people were lined up at the entrance to greet him. Was it necessary to be so grand? This was actually underestimating the significance of Villa No. 1. As soon as Lu Feng arrived at the entrance and completed the registration, the news was already reported to Wang Qiming. So he put down all his work and quickly brought all available staff to the villa entrance to wait in line. Villa No. 1 was the core of Zirwei Haofu, a symbol of the highest status in the entire Jiangdu city. However, when everyone saw the homeowner, they were all inexplicably shocked. Speculating in various ways, everyone would think that the homeowner was a person of high status and respect, at least a successful middle-aged person if not elderly. Never did they expect to see a young and handsome guy like Lu Feng. As key figures in the management of such luxury residences, they usually paid attention to news about the prestigious families in Jiangdu City and even in surrounding cities. Who knew if someone from those families would come to buy a villa here? However, the appearance of Lu Feng, a stranger to them, was truly surprising. Could he be a young master from the families in the Magic City or the capital city? Wang Qiming speculated, thinking that since he was not from a local prestigious family, only young masters from those two places would have the ability to acquire Villa No. 1. Especially when they saw Lu Feng's Pagani eyes, it made everyone's eyes light up. Those working here were very sensitive to luxury brands and cars. At a glance, they could tell that this supercar was extraordinary, especially when they saw the dragon pattern on the car body. A series of numbers came to mind, 40 million. Clearly, the owner of Villa No. 1, even the car he drove was worth over 40 million. And this unique Pagani Ias was not something you could buy just with money, just like this Villa No. 1. It made everyone even more curious about Lu Feng's identity and background. Accompanied by the general manager, Lu Feng began to tour this legendary villa. The entrance door was designed to the highest standard, with intelligent locks using fingerprint authentication, keys, and password locks. But here, in addition to these, there were also facial recognition, iris verification, voice authentication, and all kinds of functions you could or couldn't imagine. Especially since this system was fully integrated throughout the house and equipped with a powerful alarm system. If the homeowner encountered any problems or dangers, with just a thought, the security room and property company would be notified immediately, and based on the system's assessment of the danger level, it would automatically decide whether to sound the alarm. So the whole house was filled with a sense of technology. The entire villa covered 3,600 square meters, divided into 3 above-ground floors, 2 underground floors, and also had a surrounding outdoor garden covering 15 acres. Villa No. One had 3 swimming pools, one outdoors with a waterslide design, one on the rooftop as an infinity pool, and the third one on the underground floors as an indoor pool, all temperature controlled. This way, whether in spring, summer, autumn, winter, rainy or snowy days, you could enjoy swimming at any time. The villa had 15 bedrooms, each designed as a suite with its own walk-in closet and bathroom. Seriously, with 15 bathrooms, you wouldn't have to worry about a shortage even with a large family. There were also 4 study rooms, one each of Chinese and Western kitchens, 3 living rooms, 2 dining rooms, 2 wet bars, and 2 laundry rooms. All the furniture and appliances in the house were the newest and most luxurious models available on the market. In short, one word, expensive. Mr. Lufeng, let me report to you, after the residents move in, we will arrange for a housekeeper to come for an interview. The salary will be decided by you after the interview. Do you have any requirements for the housekeeper? Lufeng was a bit puzzled by this question. When did he ever use a housekeeper? Isn't this like a maiden entering a sedan chair for the first time? I don't have any specific requirements, female, single, around my age, strong execution will do. Let's set the monthly salary at 100,000, you handle it. So, he said calmly. Thinking to himself, fortunately, he had heard colleagues discussing the monthly salary of housekeepers here when he was in real estate before, ranging from 20,000 to 100,000. This is Villa No. 1, so it should be 100,000 per month, right? However, when he made this offer, all the accompanying staff's eyes turned green. Even Wang Qiming thought to himself that he was indeed a young master from a big family. His actions were different. It is a great honor to be Mr. Lu's housekeeper. I will definitely choose carefully for you. I believe the candidates who come will satisfy you at this price. What do you mean? Looking at the strange expressions of everyone, Lufeng couldn't help but feel puzzled. Later, he learned that the usual monthly salary for housekeepers here was only 20,000, even the housekeeper of Villa No. 2 would only get a maximum of 50,000 per month. You see, Wang Qiming, as the general manager, also only had a monthly salary of 50,000 here. Naturally, everyone's eyes turned green at the mention of 100,000, who wouldn't want such a job? There are specialized cleaners for hygiene, all included in the property fee. The housekeeper is just managing these people, providing some assistance services to the homeowner, and handling other trivial matters. Besides, Lufeng is handsome, young, wealthy, and seemingly single. Who wouldn't love that? So, these female staff who came along were all moved. As long as they were single, they were ready to go back later to submit their information, to see if they could be selected. They even fantasized that if they were chosen, maybe something could happen with Lufeng in the future. Now, they were looking at Lufeng with even more eager eyes, and some bold ones even started to flirt, making Lufeng shudder. Oh my, why do they look so scary? Monsters, demons, retreat, retreat, retreat. After sending off Wang Qiming and the others, Lufeng finally could stay in the house alone for a while. This house is really big. Living alone, it's a bit lonely. I should bring my parents over later, but before that, I need to prepare them mentally, otherwise, living in such a house all of a sudden might scare them. Thinking of this, he directly transferred 200,000 to his mother Gao Xiaolan's account. Not long after, his mother called. Chen, why did you transfer so much money to me? Did you win the lottery? Mom, it's not that. The real estate market was good recently, sold a few more houses, made some money, and also did some business with friends, made a profit. Oh, you should keep it for yourself. Your dad and I don't need much money at home. Living in a big city is expensive. You have to spend money everywhere. What kind of business are you doing? Is it reliable? You have to be careful. Nowadays, capitalists are ruthless. Our neighbor, Old Yang, was doing well in business a few years ago, but recently said he was cheated and lost all his money. You have to be cautious. Listening to his mother's nagging, Lufeng not only didn't find it annoying but felt very warm. Don't I understand these principles myself? It's not that I don't understand, it's just parents' hearts. In the eyes of parents, their children will always be children who never grow up, always afraid that they will suffer outside. That's why they keep reminding. Mom, I got it. I will be careful. And, your son's business is probably going to get bigger and bigger. I will definitely buy a huge house in the future, and call you and Dad to come and live with me. Wow, that relationship is great, but now that you have money, don't think about buying a house for us to live in. It's better to buy a wedding house first and get married to Xian soon. Have a chubby little boy for us, and I'll be happy. Mom, I forgot to tell you, I broke up with Feng Zixuan. What? Broke up? What happened? You've been together for 4 years. So, under Mom's questioning, Lufeng truthfully explained the situation, but he didn't mention Anqi for the time being. Otherwise, Lufeng was also worried that the sudden change of girlfriends might be too stimulating for them. But who would have thought that his mother would directly say domineeringly, "Humph, good breakup, this kind of woman is no good, can only share wealth but not hardship, trouble will come sooner or later. Son, I support you. Thank you, Mom." After chatting with his mother for a while, he hung up the phone and lay on the sofa. When his gaze fell on the nearby wine cabinet, he suddenly remembered that he had taken out 6 boxes of wine before. Since the wine cabinet was empty, he decided to take them out and display them. After all, they were all famous brands like Moutai and Wolyangya. So, he directly used his mind to take out the 6 boxes of wine. Moutai from 1960? Chateau Lafite Rothschild from 1953? Gu Jinggong wine from 1979? Looking at the labels, Lu Feng's head was in a whirl. It was because Lu Feng didn't understand wine. He would usually drink baijiu at work gatherings, but it was usually Erguotu or Jiangxiabai. He had also drunk Moutai and Wolyangye at celebratory banquets. But to be honest, he had never paid attention to the vintages or brands. However, he didn't care, he just dismissed the idea of putting these wines in the wine cabinet. It was because the appearance was really not that great. Take this Gu Jinggong wine, it looked just like the Huadio wine bought outside, with a chubby bottle. As for the Chateau Lafite Rothschild Moutai, the deep reddish color on the outside, and the bottle neck wrapped in something similar to oilcloth, looked rustic. As for the Wolyangye, the bottle was just like the earliest young Hadaku. When these wines were placed together, it just felt like they didn't match the interior decoration of the house. Especially the Moutai, he was worried if the wine inside could still be drunk. So he directly opened a bottle, brought his nose close to it and took a sniff. Surprisingly, it smelled really good. Just as he was thinking about how to deal with these wines, the doorbell rang. "Sir, who are you?" Opening the door, he saw an old man with a youthful appearance standing at the door. The first thing this old man did was not to answer him, but to close his eyes, tilt his nose slightly forward, and sniff hard. Then, with a face of ecstasy, he suddenly opened his eyes, and it was easy to see the intense heat in his eyes. "Young man, hello, I live in the villa next to yours, no. 3, consider me a neighbor. You can call me Old Chin. I wonder if you welcome this old man to visit you? Of course, neighbors should naturally get along well, but I just moved in today, haven't even bought tea leaves, only have plain water, hope you don't mind, sir." After sizing up this uninvited old man, who seemed kind-hearted, he smiled and welcomed him in. Considering the strict security here, it was impossible for non-residents to enter this community without the homeowner's approval. "Ha, alright, this old man also brought a little gift to congratulate you on your housewarming." Old Sheen was a bit surprised to see Lu Feng so young and so welcoming. He had thought that someone who could live in the know, one villa at this age would probably be arrogant, even looking down on others. "Old Sheen, you are too kind. We are meeting for the first time, how dare I accept?" Originally being polite, but before he could finish his sentence, Lu Feng was dumbfounded. "Is this the small gift you mentioned to congratulate me on my housewarming? 2 roast ducks? A bag of peanuts? And a plate of, is that pig head meat? Oh my, the key is that I didn't see this old man bring in so many things before. How come in the blink of an eye, he laid out a table full of them? And what is he doing?" At this moment, Old Chin unexpectedly ran to the kitchen to fetch 2 sets of bowls, chopsticks, and wine cups, because these items were all included as complimentary gifts when buying the villa. Seeing this posture, was this old man planning to have a drink with him? Did the relationship with the neighbor escalate so quickly? Wasn't it too hasty? "Young friend, we hit it off at first sight. You have wine, I have dishes, why not have a chat about life over a drink?" Looking at Old Chin's expectant expression, Lu Feng was speechless. Chat about life? Wasn't this old man just here to drink? The props and dishes were all prepared, this was too obvious. How much of a drinker was he? But thinking about it, he hadn't eaten lunch rushing over here, and he was actually hungry. Besides, the wine was already opened, it wouldn't be as fun drinking alone as with someone else, and he could also learn about the situation in this neighborhood from this old man. Especially since they were neighbors, they would see each other often, so building a good relationship wouldn't be a bad idea. "Since Old Chin is in the mood, shall we have a couple of drinks?" Before Lu Feng could finish speaking, Old Chin eagerly grabbed the opened bottle of Moutai and started pouring wine into 2 cups. "Young friend, congratulations on your new home, let's have a drink." With a sip, 1 cup was emptied, and the look of intoxication on the old man's face became even more pronounced, his eyes shining brighter. Good wine, he said as he filled the 2nd cup. "This 2nd cup is to celebrate us becoming neighbors, forever and ever." After saying that, another cup was emptied. Forever and ever? This old fox. This 3rd cup. "Wait, old man, let's take it slow. Let's have some food first, don't rush, I still have more wine, if it's not enough, I'll open another bottle later." Seeing the old man drinking 1 cup after another, Lu Feng couldn't bear it anymore. Oh, there's more? Old Sheen's eyes had been fixed on the open Maotai bottle since he entered the room, and only now did he notice the 6 boxes of wine stacked on the other side. Especially when he saw the Gujing tribute liquor, it seemed like he had discovered a treasure. His eyes couldn't look away. I'll be damned. Lu Feng miraculously noticed that the old man, who had been sitting on the side sipping wine continuously a moment ago, blinked and appeared next to the Gujing tribute liquor, moving as smoothly as a shadow. This speed was not something an old man should have. 1, 2, 3, 10, 11, 12. You actually have 12 bottles? Old Sheen completely didn't see Lu Feng's shocked expression at that moment, but showed an even more exaggerated look of shock than Lu Feng. Yeah, they were gifts from friends. I don't drink when I'm alone, so I saved them. Do you like it, Old Sheen? If you do, I'll give you a bottle. What? You want to give this old man a bottle of wine? Yeah, so what? It's just a bottle of wine. Old Sheen fell silent this time, staring seriously into Lu Feng's eyes for a long time. Couldn't help but think, does this kid know my identity? Or does he have some other purpose? But when he saw the clear eyes of Lu Feng with a hint of doubt, he understood. Ha, young friend, do you know what kind of wine this is? Gujing tribute liquor. Lu Feng rolled his eyes. Wasn't it written on the box? And he wasn't drunk. Do you know how much this wine is worth? How much? Over 1,000? Over 1,000 is correct, but it's 13.57 million. Oh, 13.57, what? There's a million? Hearing the old man's words, Lu Feng's heart skipped a beat. What kind of wine was this? One bottle for 13.57 million? It seems that you really don't know much about wine. This bottle is the 1979 Gujing tribute liquor, with an auction price of indeed 13.57 million, also known as the Wine King of Xiagua. As for the bottle of Maotai we just drank, it's from 1953, worth 1.5 million per bottle. As for this 1960s Wuliangye, it's probably around 980,000 per bottle. Old Sheen, with a little interest, began to educate Lu Feng. But Lu Feng had 1,000 MMP in his heart, wondering why he didn't search for information on Baidu before. He just opened a bottle of 1.5 million Maotai to drink. No wonder this old man keeps drinking cup after cup. He must have had tens of thousands of drinks. So, does the young man still want to give this bottle of Gujinggong wine to the old man? Xin Lao smiled and looked at Lu Chen, ready to see how he would respond. A gentleman's word is hard to chase after. Since I've said I'll give it to Xin Lao, naturally I will. Besides, such good wine should be enjoyed by someone who understands it. It would be a waste for me to drink it. The words were well said, but Lu Feng felt bitter in his heart, a spendthrift, giving away over 10 million in one go. However, after some thought, he now had a system, and his wealth would only increase in the future. It was time to elevate his own status and knowledge. Thinking of this, Lu Feng's mindset unconsciously changed, and his perspective expanded. Ding, detected that the host's perspective and mindset have improved, rewarded with one instant kill opportunity. Ding, new products have been launched, please decide whether to purchase. Product, Hongfeng Real Estate. Price, 1 yuan, damn. Seeing this product, Lu Feng suddenly felt it was worth it. Although Hongfeng Real Estate was not a leader in the real estate industry in Jiangdu City, it was not inferior to Jinmao Real Estate under the Ruan Group with a market value of over 100 billion. And, wasn't he going to handle his resignation procedures tomorrow? It was a good opportunity to meet Lu Daong. Since he had grievances to settle, not doing so would be ungentlemanly, as the ancients said, so he naturally had to take care of this fat man. At this moment, when Lu Feng decided to still give him a bottle of Gujinggong wine, Xin Lao couldn't help but be even more curious about Lu Feng. However, someone who could be so generous must come from a big family, but no matter how he looked at it, he felt unfamiliar. Those families didn't seem to have such a child. Surname Lu? Could it be someone? Impossible. Lu Feng was self-absorbed, while Xin Lao was speculating to himself. But Xin Lao confirmed again, are you really giving it to me? Must give. Lu Feng, in a great mood, had long forgotten about the 13.57 million bottle. As someone who could easily acquire billions, did he need to care about such things? Old man, shall we continue with a few more drinks? To be honest, I haven't had lunch, I'm really hungry. Oh, sure, let's continue drinking. Shi Lao seemed to be very happy for a long time, and he and Lu Feng began to indulge in eating and drinking. Perhaps because he had taken a strong muscle-building pill, Lu Feng found that his alcohol tolerance had increased, and without realizing it, they opened 2 more bottles of Maotai and 2 bottles of Wuliangye. After finishing 5 bottles, he was still fine. However, he also noticed that Xin Lao was truly formidable. While he felt a bit tipsy, the old man remained steady, just with a slightly flushed face. His alcohol tolerance was truly impressive. At this moment, Lu Cheng called, asking about dinner plans for the evening. But seeing that Qin Lao seemed to be in high spirits, he decided to have Lu Chang come over to his place for dinner. When Lu Chang learned that Lu Feng lived in Zirwei Haofu, the legendary No. 1 villa, he was once again shocked. Even after entering the house, he was still in a daze, pinching himself from time to time, feeling like he wasn't awake. Lu Feng had Wang Qiming prepare some appetizers in the hotel in the community, all delivered to the villa, ready for dinner later. However, when Wang Qiming saw that Qin Lao was also there, chatting and laughing with Lu Feng as equals, he clearly showed a shocked expression. It was as if he had seen one of the top 10 wonders of the world, which made Lu Feng feel that Qin Lao's identity was not simple. Surprisingly, after drinking, Qin Lao told him many things he didn't know, which he found very interesting. For example, some private auctions often featured magical items, and some stories of how big shots made their fortunes. Qin Lao knew them all. As for their authenticity, they were probably true, right? Lu Chang was also straightforward, gradually opening up. From 2 people drinking to 3 people drinking together, it was quite lively. When all 12 bottles of Wolianye were finished and Mao Tai was left with only 7 bottles, Lu Cheng collapsed on the ground first. Next was Qin Lao. This time he was really drunk, and at the end, he even wanted to marry Lu Feng. If that really happened, it would probably cause chaos outside. Luckily, the doorbell rang, and Lu Feng narrowly escaped. Opening the door, they saw a woman with a beauty score of at least 96. "Who are you looking for?" "Hello, is Grandpa Qin inside? I am his granddaughter." The visitor was Su Fuling. At noon, Qin Lao went back for a while, but when it was time for lunch, he suddenly said he wanted to go out for drinks, took the roast duck and pig head meat from the table, and ran off, telling them not to wait for him. Qin Lao sometimes acted like this, and Su Fuling was used to it. However, this time, it was almost noon, and Qin Lao had not returned, which had never happened before. So, Su Fuling asked the property management. She was planning to check the surveillance to find him, but was told that Qin Lao was at Villa 1, drinking with the owner, and was probably getting drunk. This shocked Su Fuling because although Qin Lao liked to drink, it had to be top-quality liquor, and he would only have a few drinks if it suited his taste. So, hearing this news made her very curious, and she came over to knock on the door, also wanting to see what the owner of Villa 1, the legend, looked like. When the door opened and she spoke, she finally saw Lu Feng clearly. "Oh, it's you are Lu Feng? You know me?" Hearing Su Fuling call out her name, Lu Feng looked puzzled. After looking for a while, besides confirming that she was indeed a beauty, he couldn't figure out who she was. Although they had a chance encounter at the Sanjing overpass before, they were in their cars at the time and didn't see each other. Even if they had seen each other, with Su Fuling's current appearance, Lu Feng would never have thought she was the same girl from the street racing incident. Well, the property manager, Wang Qiming, told me that my grandpa is here drinking with you, and I found out your name is Lu Feng. Su Fuling cursed inwardly, almost exposing herself in excitement. She had seen Lu Feng's photo from Angie before, but Lu Feng didn't know she was Angie's best friend. She was here to observe Lu Feng secretly, and if she raised any suspicion, how could she continue observing him? So, when Lu Feng asked her, she immediately made up an excuse. "Oh, okay, nice to meet you. I am Lu Feng." "Su Fuling, come in, it seems Grandpa is drunk, and I can help you take him back." In the living room, seeing Qin Lao holding onto the chair back and mumbling to himself, Su Fuling was even more surprised. He was really drunk, not pretending. At that moment, she couldn't help but take a deep look at Lu Feng. Not simple at all, Qin Lao was very picky, especially when it came to drinking companions. And if Qin Lao was this drunk, while Lu Feng seemed very sober, how good was his alcohol tolerance? Moreover, this Lu Feng, mentioned by Angie, seemed to have a bright future. Wasn't he just a salesperson under Hongfeng Real Estate? How did he suddenly become the owner of Villa 1 in Zirwei Haofu? If Qin Lao wanted to acquire this villa, it would be quite a process. Su Fuling's curiosity about Lu Feng grew stronger, thinking she should visit Hongfeng Real Estate tomorrow to find out more. She didn't want her best friend to be with someone whose background was unclear. With that in mind, she casually took out her phone and started taking pictures of Qin Lao. Such opportunities are rare, and who knows when the next chance will come to take such a photo. Normally, this old man is always bossing others around, but now with this embarrassing photo of drunk Qin Lao, let's see if he will still act so arrogantly. Seeing Su Fuling laughing so wickedly while taking photos, Lu Feng couldn't help but smile wryly. Both the old and the young are troublesome people, eccentric in their own ways. Just as Su Fuling was helping Qin Lao back, she suddenly caught sight of the Pagani outside and raised an eyebrow. "Mr. Lu, is this your car?" "Yes, why? Did you drive this car to the Sanjing No. 7 overpass this morning?" "Ha, how did you know?" Lu Feng looked puzzled. Upon receiving a confirmation, Su Fuling's eyes lit up. It turned out that the skilled driver she was looking for was Lu Feng. However, this made Su Fuling even more puzzled. All signs indicated that Lu Feng was outstanding, but was he really the same university scholar that Angel described as poor, abandoned by his ex-girlfriend? Based on what she had seen so far, wouldn't most women try to get close to him? Mr. Lu, you're so young and already own Villa No. 1. Your business must be doing well, right? Well, I was lucky with some investments and property purchases, just collecting rent. Real estate industry? That's indeed good. The real estate market has been doing well recently. Ah, it's okay. Miss Su, I'll stop here and not go in. Lu Feng chuckled, handed Qin Lao to Su Fuling, quickly greeted them, and turned back. He hadn't figured out how to explain his current income because it all happened so suddenly. But he wasn't wrong, he was indeed collecting rent, from Tai Fu Plaza and the entire Hongyang mansion. Real estate was just under Hongfeng Real Estate. Watching Lu Feng's unnatural expression and hurried departure, Su Fuling narrowed her eyes. Interesting, it seems he has many secrets. Angel, wait for me to uncover layer by layer to see if this man is worthy of your trust for a lifetime. Returning home, Lu Chang, who was drunk, was helped to the guest room. Ignoring the messy dining table, he left it there for the cleaner to deal with tomorrow. Checking the time, it was almost time for the system mall to update, so he decided to take a shower first. Ding, the mall items have been updated, please check them yourself. Just as he finished showering, the system notification sounded, and Lu Feng opened the message. Item, Fuhai Restaurant, price, 1 yuan, well, this is the restaurant that Lu Chang mentioned for the class reunion, right? This should be fun. Lu Feng smiled and chose to purchase, obtaining the acquisition agreement for Fuhai Restaurant in the system space. Gao Xiongfeng had a habit of showing off since high school, always against him, quite annoying. This time, inviting him for dinner was clearly not out of goodwill, he must be planning to criticize him. Let's see if this guy knows his place, otherwise, he will have to learn a lesson. The next day, Lu Feng was awakened by a phone call from Zhou Zhaogang, the former chairman of Hongfeng Real Estate, inquiring about the handover schedule. After thinking for a moment, Lu Feng agreed to go directly to the spring and autumn moon sales office for the handover. Although Zhou Zhaogang was puzzled about why he had to go there, he still agreed. After getting ready, he found a note left by Lu Chang, reminding him not to forget the dinner the next night. Pressing the button for cleaning service, Lu Feng drove his Pagani Ias directly to the spring and autumn moon. Not long after he left, a Hertz 7Z quietly followed behind. At the entrance of the spring and autumn moon sales office, brother-in-law, why did the chairman suddenly want to come here? Lu Daong asked a man next to him, flattering. His name is Yuan Jinxiang, the site manager of the Chuanqiu Ingyue sales office, and also the brother-in-law of Lu Daong. I'm not sure about the specifics, but they said they were going to receive an important person. Make sure to keep your eyes sharp and don't make any mistakes. No problem, you can trust me. At this moment, several Mercedes-Benz cars stopped at the entrance of the sales office, and Yuan Jinxiang immediately ran up and opened the car door. Chairman, welcome to Chuanqiu Ingyue for on-site guidance. Let's go upstairs and talk. Zhou Zhaogang nodded and walked directly into the sales office, followed by several others. Why are even the legal, HR, and finance departments from the head office here? Seeing the people behind Zhou Zhaogang, Yuan Jinxiang was somewhat surprised, but he didn't ask further and obediently followed them upstairs. He exchanged a glance with Lu Daong and followed the chairman to the second-floor office. Chairman, do you have any instructions for coming this time? In the office, Yuan Jinxiang asked respectfully. Xiao Yuan, from now on, just call me Manager Zhou. The chairman title needs to be changed. Ah? The sudden statement made Yuan Jinxiang think he misheard, and it took him a while to react. Is Hongfeng being acquired? Seeing Zhou Zhaogang nod, he was both shocked and puzzled. Why did the chairman come to Chuanqiu Ingyue to tell him this news? Although he was the top manager at this site, he was not an indispensable executive at Hongfeng Real Estate, nor was he Zhou Zhaogang's confidant. After all, in Hongfeng Real Estate, there were many similar properties, and there were several site managers. Sensing Yuan Jinxiang's confusion, Zhou Zhaogang smiled and said, I'm here because the new chairman said to come here for the handover. Oh, Manager Zhou seems to be in a good mood. Amidst his realization, Yuan Jinxiang voiced his doubts again. Shouldn't Zhou Zhaogang be upset about the change in his chairman position? Why does he seem to be in a better mood instead? Of course, I'm happy. I was worried about the peripheral properties in Fengyang district. With the new chairman here, he can figure it out, right? Although there was a recent boom in the real estate market, it was a turning point for Hongfeng Real Estate. The land on the outskirts of Fengyang district that was recently acquired had soil conditions that deviated from the original plan. Building high-rises according to the original plan would struggle to meet the required seismic standards. This would necessitate changes in property characteristics and replanning. However, the foundation work had already started, and any delay would incur daily costs, risking a financial breakdown. With the imminent auction of the Fengyang district land, insufficient funds would jeopardize the chances of acquiring the prime land. Their old rival, Jinmao Real Estate, was determined to win the bid, and losing it would undoubtedly shrink Hongfeng's market share in the future. These were things outsiders were unaware of, but he understood them clearly. Just when he was worried about how to handle the situation, someone acquired Hongfeng Real Estate, which turned out to be a good thing for him. If the acquirer was financially strong, they could secure the prime land and he could benefit from it. If they didn't win the bid, it didn't matter because when Hongfeng was acquired, he received his share of the money, ensuring he had no worries. Therefore, for Zhou Zhaogang, naturally, he was in a good mood. Lu Fan? Why are you here? Lu Daon, waiting in the lobby of the sales office for instructions from above, saw Lu Feng swagger out of the finance office and went to greet him. Resigning. Waving the documents in his hand, Lu Feng ignored him and headed towards the second floor. Lu Feng had entered the sales office directly through a side door, which was closer to the finance and human resources departments. He completed the resignation procedures first before preparing to go to the second floor to hand over to Zhou Zhaogang. Well, since you've resigned, just leave quickly. Is the second floor a place you can go to? When Lu Feng walked towards the second floor, Lu Daong directly stopped him. Last time, after being messed around by Lu Feng, Mr. Zhang's villa did not end up being sold. So, Lu Daong was still holding a grudge about it. Move aside. Oh, last time's matter hasn't been settled with you yet, you. Smack. A loud slap echoed in the sales office, causing the entire place to fall silent. Lu Daong was stunned on the spot by this slap. He got hit? Damn, Lu Feng actually hit Lu Daong. Although it looks satisfying, but now it's troublesome. This guy seeks revenge for the smallest grievance. He's still too young. Lu Feng's former colleagues started whispering. Some were just bystanders, some were gloating, and some were worried about Lu Feng. How dare you hit me? Security! Get him out of here. For Lu Daong, he had always been proud in this sales office. No one dared to resist him. He was the supervisor himself, and the biggest leader on the site was his elder cousin, who would dare to go against him. Encountering Lu Feng, not only did he lose some profit from being opposed last time, but now he even laid hands on him, instantly making him furious. Lu Daong, if you had behaved yourself today, maybe I wouldn't have treated you this way. Since you are so eager to court death, let me tell you now, you are fired. What? You're firing me? Just based on you? Security? Are they all dead? Hurry up and throw this person out. Hearing Lu Feng's words, Lu Daong was extremely angry and laughed. This guy was simply out of this world, a fired salesperson now saying he wants to fire him. Could it be any more laughable? Why did Lu Feng say that? Fire Lu Daong? Yeah, it's a bit strange, isn't it? Is Lu Feng traumatized by being fired? The onlookers were also puzzled, and under Lu Daong's roar, the security guards of the site rushed over. Although these security guards knew about Lu Daong's character, they had to obey orders because he was the leader, and they had to do so to earn a living. When in Rome, do as the Romans do. They looked at Lu Feng with a hint of apology and questioning in their eyes. It was as if they were saying, why did you provoke this troublemaker? Now it's difficult for us to handle. Stop. Just as the security guards were reluctantly about to take action, a stern shout rang out. Then, Zhou Zhaogang was seen rushing down first. His somewhat bulky figure surprisingly sprinted 100 meters, taking 3 steps at a time, and ran directly to Lu Feng's side from upstairs. Are you okay? After greeting Lu Feng, and seeing that he didn't respond, Zhou Zhaogang turned to Lu Daong. You, tell me, what's going on? Seeing that Zhou Zhaogang was alarmed, Lu Daong was startled, thinking about how to respond, completely unaware of Zhou Zhaogang's attitude and expression towards Lu Feng just now. Sorry, Chairman, it's my fault. I encountered a fired employee causing trouble, disturbing you. I will handle this. After speaking, he turned around and shouted at the security guards again. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and throw Lu Feng out. Smack. Another slap resounded on Lu Daong's face, but this time everyone was shocked, because the one who struck was Zhou Zhaogang. Bastard, who are you throwing out? Mr. Lu has already acquired Hongfeng Real Estate, and now he is the chairman of Hongfeng Real Estate. What? Zhou Zhaogang's words were like thunder, directly staring Lu Daong to the ground. The many employees around were also dumbfounded, looking incredulous. This colleague they had been with for over a year had suddenly become the chairman of Hongfeng Real Estate? Oh my, this is too dramatic, isn't it? My goodness, after being together day and night for over a year, he turns out to be a hidden billionaire. Since the first day Lu Feng came, I knew he was extraordinary. I was right. Get lost, and you've been ordering him to make copies for you all this time? This is not a great responsibility bestowed upon someone by the heavens, it must first. It's not must anything, you big talker. At this moment, Yuan Jinxiang, who came down from upstairs, also felt a thud in his heart. He had heard about the grudges between Lu Daong and Lu Feng before, but because he was just a small employee, he ignored it and didn't take it seriously. Now this small employee has become his immediate boss. This is really bad. How is this possible? How could it be Lu Feng? At this moment, Lu Daong kept muttering to himself, with Lu Feng's previous words echoing in his mind, "You're fired." No! With a cry, Lu Daong crawled and knelt in front of Lu Feng, hugging his legs. "Lu Feng, Director Lu, I know I was wrong. It was all my fault before, I was blind and shameless, I shouldn't have abused my power to steal your deals. I won't dare to do it again, please forgive me." This big guy Lu Daong, lying on the ground with snot and tears, cried miserably. "If I had known this day would come, why did I do it in the first place?" Lu Feng said expressionlessly. Meanwhile, Zhou Zhaogang on the side had already figured out the whole story, his face filled with anger. "Nonsense, as a leader, you didn't set a good example, and actually did such despicable things. You're fired, now get out. Uncle, please help me, don't let them fire me." Hearing Zhou Zhaogang's words, Lu Daong directly collapsed and sought help from his uncle. Yuan Jinxiang was furious at this scoundrel. When this scoundrel kept quiet, everyone's attention turned to him when he spoke. "Isn't he trying to drag me down with him? You scoundrel, security, throw this guy out for me, he's a troublemaker." Speaking, he kicked Lu Daong who was rushing towards him, shouting angrily. "Director Lu, General Manager Zhou, rest assured, when it comes to official matters, I will uphold justice even if it means going against my own family." Yuan Jinxiang was sweating profusely now, trying to distance himself from Lu Daong. "Humph, without your support, could this fat Lu cause any trouble? You're fired too." Upon hearing Lu Feng's words, like a judgment from hell, Yuan Jinxiang sat down on the ground. After many years of hard work, he had finally climbed to his current position. But now, because of one wrong step, he was ruining his own future. "It's all because of you, I'll fight you to the end." Yuan Jinxiang, full of shame and anger, directly rushed over and started fighting with the one who had caused him trouble, Lu Daong. "Security, throw both of them out." "Yes." Seeing Zhou Zhaogang giving orders, a group of security guards surrounded them, and in no time, they threw the two out, not holding back on the force. "Serves them right, evil begets evil." Exactly, these two scoundrels have harmed many of our colleagues. It's good that they're finally getting what they deserve. The days ahead will be better. Who would have thought Lu Feng would become our chairman? Yes, the chairman is already taking action against the villains, he's really remarkable. The crowd felt relieved and vented their long-suppressed anger, praising Lu Feng in turn. Lu Feng, however, paid no attention to this, just made some perfunctory responses and went upstairs with Zhou Zhaogang to handle the handover. For him, there were endless emotions in his heart. These colleagues, in a good way, made people have to lower their heads under the eaves. Bluntly speaking, they were cowardly and selfish, not daring to face evil forces bravely, only thinking about preserving themselves. But with his current status, even if he were to speak out, they might listen, but it would only be out of respect for his position. He was not a saint, there was no need for him to correct others' values one by one through words and deeds. Everyone has their own destiny, you can never wake up someone pretending to be asleep. Moreover, in the future, he would no longer have any dealings with these people, so what good would it do to say more? Just as he was thinking, the system's prompt sounded. Ding, the host has eliminated the troublemakers, gaining a chance for instant kill. Ding, the product has been listed, please decide whether to buy it yourself. Lu Feng was stunned. He found that every time he slapped his face or completed certain specific events, the system would reward him with a chance to kill in 1 second. It's like finding hidden tasks in a game, quite exciting. It seems that in the future, he needs to develop in many aspects to trigger more of these rewards. Thinking about it, he opened the panel. Product, 35% stake in Pangshur Group, price, 1 yuan, it's actually Pangshur Group. Seeing this, Lu Feng couldn't help but be surprised again. Pangshur is one of the strongest enterprises in Jiangdu City, and also the largest building materials supplier in the province, with its own 5 docks and the largest local shipping company. Its market value is more than twice that of Taifu Square, nearly 70 billion. With 35% of the shares, wouldn't he become the largest shareholder? I remember reading in the news that the chairman of Pangshur Group, Pang Dalong, seems to only own 32% of the shares. Not to mention who controls the power, just the dividends from this 35% of shares each year, it's estimated to be close to 20 billion? If you add the income from Taifu Square and Hanyang Haofu, it's already over 20 billion a year. Upstairs, office. After Zhou Zhaogang completed all the handovers, he detailed to Lu Feng what Hongfeng Real Estate is currently facing. So you mean it's best to secure the core land in Fengyang district? Yes, that piece of land will be divided into 5 plots for bidding, starting tomorrow. Because now everyone is economically better off, they are starting to pay attention to health and vacation elements. And this plot is right by the sea. If high-end housing is built there, many people will definitely rush to buy. Especially the core No. 1 plot, the best and largest location, but also the most expensive. I estimate that it's very likely that the other 4 plots combined won't even match the price of this No. 1 plot. Oh, I see. At this time, Lu Feng's phone rang. Hello, Mom? Why are you calling now? Is everything okay? Qinshen, I just wanted to let you know, the grave where your grandfather was buried has been neglected for years. Your grandmother has always wanted to move it, but hasn't found a good place yet. This time, coincidentally, a new cemetery was built in the neighboring town, so I used the 200,000 you gave me to buy a joint grave, and I'm planning to move your grandfather's grave there first. Oh, is that so? You handle it yourself. If you don't have enough money, let me know. It's enough, I told you about it. You're busy outside, but remember to eat on time and take care of your health. Got it, Mom, I'll transfer some more to you later. No need, keep it for yourself. I'm still making money, aren't I? If I keep too much on me, I'm afraid I won't be able to spend it all. You keep it for emergencies, or consider it as helping me save. I'm in a meeting. I'll talk to you later. Well, okay, Mom will keep it for you. After hanging up, Lu Feng smiled and transferred another 500,000 to his mother's account. With money, you naturally have to show filial piety to your parents first, mainly to avoid scaring them by transferring too much. Even so, seeing the 500,000 credited to her account, Gao Xiaolan was still taken aback. If her son hadn't just said he was in a meeting, she might have called again to ask more questions. But she was still happy, her son was making a name for himself and earning big money. Child's father, add more dishes tonight. After finishing work and agreeing to go bid together tomorrow with Zhou Zhaogang, Lu Feng left the sales office and went home. Just as he left, a figure appeared at the entrance of Chuanqiuing Yue's sales office. It was Su Fuling who had followed Lu Feng. When she saw Zhou Zhaogang personally seeing him off and being very respectful, she was also very impressed. For the CEO who has been in charge of the Su Group for 2 years, although Hongfeng Real Estate is not as good as the Su Group, it is also a considerable real estate group. Su Group itself is also involved in this industry, especially in recent years when the real estate market has been good, so naturally there have been contacts with these people at some bidding meetings and real estate industry gatherings. What exactly is Lu Feng's identity? Why do I find it increasingly incomprehensible? Ding-ling at this moment, the phone rang. Hello? Xiao Yangzi? Pang Daolong refuses to meet? Okay, I got it. I'll go over later. Hanging up the phone, Su Fuling glanced in the direction Lu Feng had left, shook her head, got in the car, and left. Pangshur Group, Chairman's office. Are you all just eating for nothing? You didn't even know that someone quietly acquired 35% of the shares? Pang Daolong was furious at this moment, and the senior executives of the company stood there not daring to breathe. The more they remained silent, the angrier Pang Daolong became. A bunch of useless people, usually each one can talk big, blowing more than the sky, now all of you are mute? Damn it, Labor only holds 32% of the shares, now others are pressing down on us, why aren't you thinking of a solution? If Labor is finished, you will all be finished too. Boss, I've never heard of this Lu Feng before, I don't know where he came from. One executive spoke up. If someone wants to acquire your company, do they have to hand over their personal information to you, telling you that they want to acquire your company? Get lost. I think you guys have had it too easy. Boss, calm down, we are already thinking of ways to buy back the shares of those scattered shareholders. In addition, I think we should make a phone call to inquire about his intentions in acquiring our shares. At this time, General Manager Wang Xiaoqiang spoke up. Lu Feng had just returned to his villa when the phone rang. Hello, Mr. Lu Feng? Yes, it's me, who are you? I am Pang Daolong from the Pangshur Group. I learned today that Mr. Lu Feng has acquired 35% of the shares of our Pangshur Group and has become the largest shareholder of Pangshur. So I would like to ask Mr. Lu for any instructions on the future business operations and personnel structure of the management team of Pangshur. At this moment, Pang Daolong's attitude was very low. There was no way, after all, he was now the largest shareholder. Oh, I have no instructions, the personnel structure does not need to be changed, it can remain as it was before, I will just take a share of the dividends, as long as it does not affect my income, you can handle everything else, I will not participate in your decision making. Okay, thank you for your trust, I will definitely work hard to ensure you get the maximum return. Hearing that Lu Feng was only interested in dividends, Pang Daolong was in a great mood. As long as he didn't lose power, whether the 35% was held by several people or one person, it was still a dividend, there was no difference. However, he became even more respectful of Lu Feng's identity. Pangshur Group was not small. If it were someone else who controlled 35% of the shares, they would definitely convene a shareholder meeting to seize power. But this Lu Feng seemed indifferent. It was clear that his vision was high, similar to those who would spare money to invest in various projects. For Pang Dalong, this was a good thing. With such a person investing, Pangshur would only become stronger. After hanging up the phone, Lu Feng couldn't help but feel a little emotional. Once upon a time, those big shots who used to dominate Jiangdu now spoke to him cautiously. People have vanity, and at this moment, Lu Feng's vanity was greatly satisfied. Today, with nothing else to do, he remembered that the system had rewarded him with 1 billion sound waves before, so he lay on the sofa and started browsing through the long-lost funny videos. In his list of followed accounts, he found a small streamer he used to watch often. Little Match was live streaming, so he clicked in. Welcome to, like the wind blowing 8,000 miles. Oh, it's a Piao, it's been a long time since we've seen each other. Why do you have time to come and play today? Sister Chai, hello, I've been busy lately. The two of them have known each other for a long time. In the past, whenever he had free time, he liked to watch some talented singers on live broadcasts, listening to music. Due to limited income, the most he could do for those he liked was to join their fan group, give likes, occasionally send flowers and beer, and rarely send a hot air balloon worth 52. Because of this, the big broadcasters completely looked down on him and didn't pay much attention. Even most of the medium and small broadcasters were indifferent. The live broadcasting industry is very realistic. The more gifts you send, the more you flatter, to the point where you start to doubt life. But if you don't send gifts, who will know who you are? Only this little matchstick, even if she doesn't send any gifts herself, always treats everyone equally and doesn't discriminate. So later on, Lan Wind would often come here to hang out and listen to music. However, because this girl is quite indifferent, although she has many devoted fans, there aren't many powerful big brothers around her. Some big brothers send various big gifts with a purpose, otherwise who would send gifts to you? If we talk about appearance, this little matchstick definitely scores over 95 points. With her flavorful singing and artistic talent in drawing, she has gained a group of loyal fans. So there are quite a few big brothers who have ulterior motives towards her, but she has rejected all their excessive demands. This has led those people to feel unable to achieve their goals and go find other broadcasters, and some psychologically abnormal players even often switch to the other side to attack her during voice chats. In the voice chat, losing a PK means being punished. Although many fans disapprove, they have crowdfunded for PK battles, but unfortunately, some big brothers are indeed too powerful to defeat. Lan Wind first renewed the lightboard because it had been dark for a long time since he last visited. He casually lit up a few small exhibition halls, and every Monday in the voice chat, the exhibition hall gifts would be reset, left for players to give the broadcaster named gifts. Thanks to Apiao's lightboard, welcome back home. Thanks again to Apiao for the named beer. Apiao, did you get paid today? Seeing Lan Wind light up 4 or 5 exhibition halls all at once, although they were small gifts, it was close to 100. As a broadcaster, Little Matchstick naturally had to thank them. Yes, just got paid. Lan Wind chuckled. Usually, he would give her a little something on Mondays when he got paid. Then save some. You said before you were saving money to buy a bag for your girlfriend, or else she would fight you. Little Matchstick teased. Oh, no need to buy the bag. Why? We broke up. She didn't like this poor guy. Really? Forget about her, it's good to break up. Saves money. After Lan Wind finished speaking, he gave her 10 sunglasses, directly naming the sunglasses exhibition hall. Wow. Thanks to Apiao for naming the sunglasses, are you starting to let go? Of course, being single is great. Ha, brother is right, there are beautiful women everywhere, don't need materialistic women. Exactly, we are both wanderers in this world, brother, I've been there too. Hearing Lan Wind's words, some old fans in the room recognized him and spoke up. Just then, a voice chat request came in. Seeing the nickname on the other side, the whole public screen fell silent. After a brief silence, everyone burst out. Damn, how did we randomly connect to this guy? It's a small world, meeting a ghost early in the morning. The nickname of the broadcaster on the other side is Weiyu, a complete green tea bitch. According to some players who knew the inside story, this broadcaster often engages in illegal activities and is not a good person. However, when a woman is willing to turn bad, money naturally comes, especially on this network full of LSP. So naturally, Weiyu has a few LSP players with good strength, including a player named War God, who had previously set his sights on Little Matchstick. Since being rejected, he has often attacked her from the other side. And this player seems to have some strength, as several times when Little Matchstick's site crowdfunded for a counterattack, he single-handedly crushed them. After knowing about it, Wei Yu naturally tried every means to create opportunities to connect with Xiao Wokai, even creating alternate accounts to watch Xiao Wokai in order to win gifts from this big brother. Whenever Xiao Wokai randomly initiated a PK, Wei Yu would also click the match button, increasing the chances of being matched. Once connected, she would naturally call on the war god to come and challenge Xiao Wokai, seizing the opportunity to receive a batch of gifts. Oh, isn't this Xiao Wokai? What a coincidence, we're matched again. Our war god brother has been wanting to connect with you for a long time. A sarcastic voice came through, causing a wave of angry comments from players in Xiao Wokai's live stream room. Xiao Wokai, how should we play this round? Let's set a punishment. How about the loser sings a song? Xiao Wokai thought for a moment and said directly, sing a song? That's so boring. There are plenty of certified singers on Douyin. If Big Brother wants to listen to songs, he can go listen to them, right? Then what do you suggest as a punishment? Irritated by Wei Yu's sarcastic remarks, Xiao Wokai also became a bit annoyed. Well, War God Brother said, loser has to run in the process, and if you lose, you have to draw a big turtle on your face and write unwanted on your neck. As soon as these words were spoken, the live stream room exploded. Kick her out, she's going too far, this is simply insulting. She's always like this, so shameless. She's just trying to attract Big Brother's attention with these antics, otherwise how else would she make money? Seemingly aware of what the players on the other side would say, Wei Yu spoke again. What's wrong? Are you afraid to accept? Well, a bunch of poor losers, just looking for a free show. When it comes to real PK, you don't even have the guts to participate, all you can do is trash talk. After speaking, she even made a thumbs down gesture, full of provocation. Damn, she's asking for it. Let's fight, brothers, let's all recharge. With so many people, I don't believe we can't beat them. That's right, I just checked the other side, even though that War God is there are only 5 people, the highest level among the others is only 20, we should be able to beat them. Good, I'll sponsor 300, I'll recharge now. I have limited ability, but I'll also recharge 300, even if I have to eat instant noodles for the next few days. Stirred up by Wei Yu's words, everyone was boiling with excitement, this was exactly what she wanted to see. If Xiao Wokai's side had too few votes, then her side's votes for Big Brother would naturally not increase. As for herself, she would definitely not lose. She knew through private messages that this player called War God had 2 factories at home. How could she possibly lose to the ragtag group at Xiao Wokai's home? The PK began, with a 5-minute countdown. Right from the start, War God on Wei Yu's side scored 3,000 points, equivalent to 300 yuan, with a ratio of 110 for gifts. Xiao Wokai's side was not far behind, with several players teaming up and reaching 3,500 points directly. Hurry up and start running. Exactly, don't stop running if you lose. Because the score exceeded the opponents, Wei Yu was actually there coquettishly asking for votes, and did not start running in place promptly. The players on Xiao Wokai's side started clamoring, some even rushed to the opponent's live stream room and shouted for the streamer to leave. But just as they shouted a few times, the War God on the other side scored again, sending a rocket directly, bringing the total score to 13,000. What's the rush? Didn't you see War God sending a rocket? A bunch of country bumpkins, Xiao Wokai, start running. Seeing their score suddenly surpassed, Wei Yu was ecstatic and extremely proud. Xiao Wokai didn't say anything, just stood up and started running. Brothers, let's catch up, we have more people, we can make up this small difference in points. The brother who shouted directly brought out a running car worth 120. This was followed by several others brushing out running cars. Seeing the score about to surpass the opponent, the War God disdainfully smiled and once again clicked on the gift list. Refresh. The opponent's score instantly increased by 10,000 points. Thanks to War God Brother for another rocket, War God Brother V587, I love you to death. The light rain was also coquettish, making everyone happy. Damn, I'm out of luck. A player directly summoned 300 planes, clearing the backpack inventory. I'm joining too. At this moment, the players on the side of Little Match ignited a wave of cohesion. Everyone started to act, one with a sports car, another with a plane, catching up in points. With only 1 minute left in the PK time, the War God in the live broadcast room quickly sent gifts. Swiftly, he sent 5 rockets, instantly reaching a score of 73,000, overwhelming the health bar. Everyone's heart sank. The previous 23,000 points were a collective effort, about to be surpassed, but now an additional 50,000 points, how to catch up? After all, the players in Little Match's team were mainly working class and students. Their available funds were limited, they couldn't afford to play like that. It's over, Chai Jia, I did my best. I'm sorry, match sister, my abilities are limited, this is as far as I can go. The atmosphere in the live broadcast room became heavy, everyone felt regretful and helpless, as they didn't have much money. It's okay, everyone, I'm very grateful for your support. Losing is losing, I'll take the punishment, no need to be like this. Little Match comforted the players while running in place. What's wrong? Can't you handle it? Is this all the strength you have? Weren't you boasting just now? Little Match, you're running too casually, put more effort into it. At this moment, the taunting voice of Light Rain resounded again. What are you so proud of? You haven't won? Exactly, look at that face, it's disgusting. Everyone started to curse. TCH, you guys are just sour grapes, all talk and no action, can you score? Compared to our war god brother, you're nothing but a bunch of poor losers watching live streams. Light Rain's words were harsh, but in the world of live streaming, points were everything. If you didn't have points, you had no say. The war god was actually satisfied with Light Rain's sarcasm. Seeing that there seemed to be no counterattack capability left on the other side, the war god was ready to watch Little Match suffer from her own arrogance. But, in the last second, 20 rockets suddenly soared in the live broadcast room. The score instantly surpassed, ending at 223-215 to 73-000. The word victory flashed, and both live broadcast rooms fell into a sudden silence. The next moment, Little Match's live broadcast room exploded. Damn, am I seeing this right? 20 carats? I can't believe it. I didn't expect a Piao to be so generous, you used to be so low-key. This round showed the dominance of my match army, so powerful. Yes, a Piao, you're amazing. Everyone was shocked and cheered. The previously suppressed atmosphere vanished, and all the players in the room were mentioning Lu Feng. Thank you very much for a Piao's rocket rain. Little Match was stunned, covering her mouth in excitement. It was the first time she had seen so many rockets since she started live streaming, and the rocket effects were still playing on the screen. And this was also her first victory over Light Rain. Even though she was laid back, after being oppressed and bullied by Light Rain, she wanted to win. Chai Jie, don't be so formal. Lu Feng said a word. Exactly, Chai Jie, a Piao is one of us, no need to be so formal. That's right, but Chai Jie, it's time to let the other side perform the turtle technique. Yes, quickly let her start the punishment. At this moment, everyone was looking forward to the punishment on the other side. After being oppressed for so long, they finally felt relieved. Some even went directly to the other side's live broadcast room, demanding punishment. Too scared to fight openly, resorting to sneaky tactics, shameless, Wei Yu complained. Stop making excuses, there's no rule against tower diving in PK, once you pass 10 votes, it's fair game to dive, you didn't defend the tower yourself, so why blame others? Exactly, useless on your own, losing and wanting to run away? Who's running away? I just don't accept it, if you have the guts, fight openly, tower diving isn't a skill, show your skills in another match. Ignoring the players from the match that just ended, Wei Yu continued to boast. The war god was also furious about the tower dive earlier, he had checked it out with a low-level account before, although there were over 30 people inside, most were between levels 2 and 5, referred to as peasant accounts, basically freeloaders. There were only 3 at level 20, 2 at level 25, and 1 at the highest level of 27. In the game, reaching level 30 only cost around 6,000 yuan, so most accounts below level 30 could be ignored in terms of combat power. So he didn't expect to have a 50,000 point difference and still get tower dived. At this point, the war god spoke up. Wei Yu, let him play another match. Seeing the war god's decision, Wei Yu's eyes lit up. It seemed the war god was going to get serious, which meant she could profit again. Alright, war god brother. Little matchstick, let's play another match. If you lose this time, it's the same punishment as before, but if I lose, in addition to the previous punishment, I'll do 500 squats. Little Matchstick didn't respond. In her understanding, Lanwind used to mainly be AFK, hardly ever engaging in PK. At most once he sent a level 52 hot air balloon. Today, suddenly sending 20 rockets was already a big surprise. Maybe seeing her being bullied, he acted impulsively in the heat of the moment. After all, in their previous chats, from Landwind's words, she felt his conditions were average. She had a rough idea of her family's financial situation. After all, they had been together for over a year. She had supported almost all the previous rounds, but if they played another round, what would she use to play? What? Scared now? Only capable of sneaking around? Don't make me look down on you. What about that tower diver from earlier? Still playing or not? With Wei Yu's taunts, everyone's attention turned to Apiao. How about we don't play? Friends, winning one round is enough, let's continue singing? Worried that Landwind might feel uncomfortable due to everyone's pressure, Little Matchstick spoke up first. Chai Jie, play with her. At this moment, Lan Win typed a few words on the public screen, instantly igniting the entire live broadcast room. Well done, Ah Pow, you're my big brother from now on. That's a real man, not afraid to fight. Let's go, get him. Are we really playing? Little Matchstick asked again, feeling a bit anxious. Play. Lan Win typed another word on the public screen, confirming. Okay, let's play another round. Taking a deep breath, Little Matchstick sent a PK request. Let's see how you win this time. This time, the war god immediately sent 30 rockets, directly overwhelming with 300,000 points. Wow, thanks to the war god's 30 rockets, I love you. The opponent, you better. Wei Yu's annoying voice suddenly turned sweet, but before she could assign a punishment to Little Matchstick, she was shocked by the opponent's score, because she got eliminated instantly. Damn, how many points is that? 5 million points, 150,000, that's 50 points? My god. They say it's a rain of points, I've only heard about it before, today I actually saw it, so amazing. Didn't expect Ah Piao to be a hidden whale. Anyone who can create a rain of points is definitely wealthy. The first round, you could say it was a heat-of-the-moment decision, but to eliminate instantly in the second round, that's not something you can do in the heat of the moment, that's real skill. Exactly, Ah Piao, so cool. Ah Piao, do you need a pendant? My looks are not worse than Chai Jie's, and I'm still a virgin. The power of Huaziyu is unquestionable. Not only did the live broadcast room on the side of Xiao Wokai explode, but the side of Wei Yu was also caught off guard. Originally thought to be a group of poor losers trying to save face, but now even the second-hand goods have come out, obviously a tough opponent. War God, what should we do? What to do? Punish and continue. I underestimated him just now, not prepared, but I really don't believe he can continue to win. Hearing the war god say he wants to continue, Wei Yu also braced herself. For the money, let's just do the punishment. So, she drew a big turtle on her face and wrote no one wants on the side. But she didn't do 500 squats. Let's play another round, and then we'll do squats together. Don't worry, I won't back out. Still playing? Xiao Wokai frowned, isn't this endless? You want to play, we can play, but do the punishment first. Exactly, she's been dragging the punishment, don't bother playing, just hang her. Roll, the anchor is useless, don't play with her, just want to stimulate GDP, a scumbag. Seeing the different opinions, Wei Yu gritted her teeth and started doing squats. After a while, she finally finished 500 squats, panting, and said, is this enough? Let's go again. With that, regardless of whether Xiao Wokai agreed or not, she directly challenged and sent a PK. Ah Piao, are we still playing? Xiao Wokai weakly asked once. Today, these 2 rounds have already received more than 170,000 gifts. After deducting the platform's share, she can still get half of it, which is already a considerable income for her. Play. Lufeng only replied with one word to affirm. It's not that he's idle or wants to spend recklessly with 1 billion sound waves. It's because he found out that after teasing this sound consumption, the system's prompt informed him that after consuming these 1 billion sound waves, there would be a tenfold return. What does this mean? After spending the 1 billion sound waves, he will receive 10 billion xia coins. With such a good deal, he naturally wouldn't miss it. Ah Piao is awesome, he has truly demonstrated the essence of not backing down. I admire Ah Piao without reservation, he is my idol. Another round of compliments revolved around Lufeng. At the same time, the PK started again. This time, the war god directly sent 50 rockets, but it still resulted in an instant kill. What's going on? Does this guy really not care about money? I don't believe it, let's go again. Being instantly killed again, the war god was now angry and went all out. 1 round, 2 rounds, 3 rounds, 12 rounds, until the 14th round, the war god realized that his balance was insufficient, and he was shocked. Damn, how much did this guy top up? At this point, Lufeng's teasing account also jumped from level 17 to level 52. Ding, this time accumulated consumption of 24.8 million sound waves, receiving tenfold return. Ding. The host currently receives a tenfold return on sound waves, accumulating 24.8 million yuan. Making money like this is comfortable, but the opponent is a bit weak. Lufeng thought with lingering excitement, the feeling of winning every round was truly satisfying. However, after half a day passed, the war god on the other side no longer boasted, it seems that's all the strength he had. Oh my, Ah Piao is already at level 52. Didn't he just spend over 2.4 million in one go? Wow, my heart. This is enough to buy a house. Exactly, now Chai Jie is going to get rich overnight, so envious. The atmosphere in the live broadcast room was very lively, and they were all proud of their consecutive victories. Meanwhile, on the other side, Wei Yu was already trembling all over, her face with a big turtle drawn on it had lost its color. 500 squats in one round, followed by 15 rounds, that's 7,500 squats. Although these 15 were also earned a lot, they were still scared and fainted directly. Damn, the lady on the opposite side fainted. I think she's faking it. 7,500 squats, even I would fake it. Damn, usually so arrogant, but now look at her, our brother Piao hasn't even exerted his strength yet, and she fainted, what a loser. Let's see if she dares to be arrogant in the future, can't kill her. That so-called god of war on the opposite side, your lady lost and faked fainting, really embarrassing for you. Don't mock him, he's also pitiful, after fighting for so long, she earned money and faked fainting, leaving him hanging, poor guy. Ha ha ha. Seeing Wei Yu faint, more than 30 people in the live broadcast room began to verbally attack. Some even started to criticize this god of war, who had deliberately come several times before to pick on Little Match, making her suffer punishment. If it weren't for Lu Feng's intervention today, Little Match would have been in trouble again. Humph. Flew 8,000 miles, I'll remember you. After saying this, the god of war directly left the live broadcast room. Oh, talking tough even when you can't win, despicable. Despicable plus 1 despicable plus 10,086 Piao is awesome. Piao is awesome. Seeing the god of war also leaving, the live broadcast room began to flood with comments, continuously shouting Piao is awesome. Brother Piao, thank you, really thank you, I don't know what to say, I offer you a song stars in the sky can't compare to you. Excited Little Match, with tears in her eyes, started singing. At this moment, her heart was in turmoil, a seed of unknown origin sprouting within her heart. In the Liangting courtyard of the Magic Sea, in a villa, bang, a glass was smashed on the ground. Chow, where did this Piao come from? Who, don't get worked up. What happened? Humph, I wanted to find that little anchor who rejected me last time to vent my anger, but suddenly someone from her family appeared. We didn't have a showdown, and I was half dead with anger. Ding ling ling. Just then, the phone rang, and surprisingly, it was Wei Yu. You still remember to call? You really did a great job just now, faking fainting and teasing me? Oh, I really fainted from fear. 7,500 squats, how could I do it? Don't be angry. As soon as I woke up, I came to apologize, right? Is an apology enough? Do you still need to JC? Don't be angry, then how can I make you forgive me? I'll do as you say. Oh, then come to my place now, we'll meet, and I'll think about how to punish you. Okay, I'll come right now. But you have to help me get back today's scene. Humph, do you even need to say that? When my brother comes back in a couple of days, he'll definitely help you get it back. Alright, I'll come over now, wait for me. Hanging up the phone, whose mouth curled up, Shaoli, bring me the medicine I brought back from Banana Country, I need to vent tonight. Yes, The next day, Lu Feng got up early, as he had agreed with Zhou Zhaogang to participate in the bidding for the land in Fengyang district. Ding, today's items have been listed, please check if you want to buy. Item, 20% equity of Pangshur Group, price, 1 yuan. Seeing this, Lu Feng was stunned. Did he just provoke Pangshur? And they gave him another 20% of the shares. With this, he now owned 55% of Pangshur Group's shares, not just the largest shareholder, but an absolute controlling stake. He didn't mind, and was about to go out when Pang Dalong called. Mr. Lu, did you just acquire another 20% of Pangshur Group's shares? Yeah, I couldn't find anything suitable to invest in for the time being, and I also have confidence in Pangshur, so I decided to invest a bit more. Oh, I thought you were dissatisfied with our work. Why would I be? I still have a good impression of Manager Pang. I have heard a lot about your rags to riches story, so I naturally want to get closer to you and learn more. Upon hearing this, Pang Dalong shuddered. When he started from scratch, he played dirty, and he didn't shy away from some shady dealings. Was this Lu Feng's way of warning him? Asking him not to be too scheming? It must be, otherwise why would Lu Feng want to acquire another 20% of the company's shares? Initially, they had already arranged for people to continuously buy back shares from retail investors to regain control as soon as possible. After finally acquiring 4%, adding to the 32% already in hand, they had surpassed Lu Feng's 35% stake. But before they could even celebrate, they received news that Lu Feng had once again acquired 20% of the group's shares. With this move, Lu Feng became the absolute controlling party, and Pang Dalong's aspirations to take control were now out of reach. The more Pang Dalong thought about it, the more frightened he became. Lu Feng was not simple at all. Despite being just a young man on paper, it seemed like he was always one step ahead. Little did he know, Lu Feng's words were just casual remarks. Oh, no, it's me who should learn a lot from Mr. Lu. You have achieved so much at such a young age. Compared to you, I might as well be a dog at my age. Manager Pang is being modest. As I said before, you handle the affairs of the group. As long as it doesn't harm my interests, I won't get involved in management. I have other matters to attend to, so let's not chat further. Alright, Mr. Lu, goodbye. Please let me treat you to a meal when you're free. The call ended, and Pang Dalong slumped back in his chair, his back drenched in sweat. Xiao Wang, send Lu Feng's photos to all departments and inform them that he is the new chairman of our Pang group. I am now the acting director, and we must make sure everyone keeps an eye out for him. This person must not be offended. Manager Pang? Are we just giving up like this? What else can we do if we don't give up? This person is not simple. How could an ordinary person quietly take away 55% of our group's shares? Especially that additional 20% stake. I had you work tirelessly and use all your connections to acquire that 4% over these days. And what about him? He got 20% in no time. Isn't that terrifying? But one thing is certain now, if we continue to operate as usual to protect our interests, he won't interfere with any opinions. But once his interests are touched, we might all be done for. So, make sure everyone below remembers Lu Feng's face. Treat him with respect when you see him, don't cause any trouble. Yes, Manager Pang. Lu Feng had no idea that Pang Dalong was imagining him as mysterious and frightening. By now, he had arrived at the entrance of the bidding hall, waiting for Zhou Zhaogang to come out and greet him. Oh, isn't this Lu Feng? Turning around, he saw Ruan Mingliang. Mr. Lu, why aren't you at your Taifu Plaza? Why did you come here? What's it to you? Seeing him, Lu Feng just glanced and turned away. You are Lu Feng, the boss of Taifu Plaza? At this moment, Ruan Minghui walked out from behind. Mr. Lu, we are all businessmen, why create such a divide over a woman? Nonsense. You. Unexpectedly, Lu Feng showed no mercy, leaving Ruan Minghui embarrassed. Boss. At this moment, Zhou Zhaogang walked over. Boss? Is Hongfeng Real Estate yours? Upon hearing Zhou Zhaogang's words, Ruan Minghui and Ruan Mingliang showed surprise, then their faces turned cold. No wonder, I thought you were here for that lousy woman, turns out it's like this. Hongfeng and their Jinmao had always been competitors, so it was no wonder Lu Feng acted this way. Ruan Minghui and Ruan Mingliang started to make their own assumptions. Humph. Since that's the case, there's nothing more to say. Let's see the truth later. Don't think you can dominate everything at Taifu Plaza, you're not qualified here. With that, Ruan Minghui said and led Ruan Mingliang inside. What's wrong with them? Hearing Ruan Minghui's inexplicable words, Lu Feng felt like he had encountered some lunatics. Boss, the Jinmao real estate that we have always been at odds with is the core enterprise under the Ruan Group. This time, they are also our biggest competitor, Zhou Zhaogang explained as he noticed Lu Feng's confusion. However, he was also shocked at this moment. He didn't expect Lu Feng to be the owner of Taifu Plaza. What kind of background did he have behind him? Oh, so that's how it is. Now, Lu Feng understood why Ruan Minghui said that, but he just sneered. Boss, it's time for bidding. Let's go in first. Lu Feng nodded and, led by Zhou Zhaogang, they walked in together. Everyone, what is being auctioned now is the land parcels 1 to 5 in Fengyang district. I believe everyone has already received the relevant information. Let's not waste time and start the auction directly. The first to be auctioned is the No. 5 land parcel, with a starting price of 300 million, and each bid must not be less than 10 million. Bidding starts. As soon as the voice fell, the various parties started bidding. 3,100,000,000, 3,500,000,000, 3,700,000,000. The price kept rising and quickly reached 4 billion, 5 billion. At this point, Lu Feng directly bid. He wasn't bidding randomly. After multiple calculations by the Hongfeng team, this price was already close to the limit for this land parcel. If it went any higher, the profit margin would be too thin. Who is that person? Jumping straight to 5 billion, is he crazy? Never seen him before, a stranger, but he's holding the Hongfeng real estate sign. These people naturally didn't know Lu Feng, so they were puzzled to see him, especially when he directly quoted a price close to the limit. They started discussing it. 5,300,000,000. Seeing that everyone else backed off, Ruan Minghui suddenly spoke up, with a playful smile. Ruan Minghui directly quoted the true limit price. Any higher and it would almost be a loss. 6 billion. I'll bid this much. If Mr. Ruan continues to raise the price, I'll give it to you. Lu Feng didn't hesitate and quoted a number that no one expected, looking provocatively at Ruan Minghui. Mr. Lu is joking. I don't have that much money to compete with you. Seeing Lu Feng quote 6 billion, he chose to give up directly, even though he was being provoked. Still too naive. A battle of egos. Spending 6 billion to buy the No. 5 land parcel, it's already a loss before development. I thought the person who could acquire Taifu Plaza and control Hongfeng real estate would be a formidable player, but it seems not. Ruan Minghui sneered. 6 billion for the first time. 6 billion for the second time. 6 billion for the third time. Sold. Congratulations to Hongfeng Real Estate for acquiring the No. 5 land parcel. Now we move on to auctioning the No. 4 land parcel, with a starting price of 300 million, and each bid must not be less than 10 million. Let's start the auction now. 6 billion. Only then did Lu Feng directly quote 6 billion, causing the entire venue to fall silent. Oh my, is this person crazy? The No. 5 land parcel was sold for 6 billion, and this No. 4 land parcel is actually slightly smaller. Why is he bidding 6 billion again? All the people were completely puzzled by Lu Feng's actions. The purpose of bidding for land is to make money, but to incur losses before development is unheard of. Even Zhou Zhaogang frowned. Wasn't the focus supposed to be on the No. 1 land parcel? Why was Lu Feng wasting money on these subsidiary land parcels? Every time he wanted to speak up, Lu Feng signaled him to stop, so he had to endure it. At the same time, Lu Feng looked at Ruan Minghui again and said with a smile, Mr. Ruan, do you want to compete? As long as you exceed 6 billion, I'll give it to you. He, Mr. Lu is generous. As long as you're happy. But in his heart, he thought, why would I compete when I know it's a loss? Idiot. However, he frowned. There must be something unusual about this. It didn't make sense to lose money in grabland twice in a row just out of spite. As expected, Lu Feng smoothly won the No. 4 land parcel again. The following third and second plots, Lu Feng also directly bid 6 billion and won them. It's not that others didn't want them, but taking them at this price would definitely be a loss. What's the deal with this person, having so much money to spend? Knowing it's a loss, why take it? I just heard from the Ruan family that this person is Lu Feng, the new chairman of Hongfeng Real Estate, and also acquired Taifu Plaza, must have a big background. Oh, acquired Taifu Plaza, which is worth at least 30 billion, seems like he really has a lot of money. Having a lot of money doesn't mean spending it like this. I think he's just a second-generation rich kid, a spendthrift. At this point, Zhou Zhaogang couldn't sit still anymore. This time, in order to compete for the core first plot, a total of 30 billion was prepared. According to calculations, the maximum value of this first plot is only 28 billion, so there is a good chance to compete for it. But now Lu Feng, spending a total of 24 billion on plots 2 to 5, does he not want this last first plot? Boss, this. Trust me. Before Zhou Zhaogang could finish, Lu Feng interrupted directly. Seeing this, Zhou Zhaogang gritted his teeth and sat back down. Next, the highlight of this auction, Fengyang District's first plot, is the core of this entire plot. The total area is the sum of the other 4 plots. As for the other values, they are all in the information page. Without further ado, the starting price for plot 1 is 15 billion, each bid must not be less than 300 million, the auction starts now. 15 billion, 17 billion, 20 billion. With this, all the companies participating in the auction were excited, bids were coming one after another. In just a short time, the price had already gone from 15 billion to 20 billion. At this point, Ruan Minghui stood up directly, 25 billion. When this price came out, many companies sat down in despair. Before bidding, Ruan Minghui had already figured out the budgets that each company participating in the auction could offer for this first plot, so he directly bid 25 billion, a price far beyond the budgets of other companies, except for his old rival Hongfeng Real Estate. However, because Lu Feng had previously spent 24 billion on plots 2 to 5, and according to the information he received, Hongfeng had prepared a total of 30 billion, now only 6 billion was left. Of course, knowing that Lu Feng had acquired Taifu Plaza, he did not rule out that he had other preparations. But he was not worried, if in the end Lu Feng still took the first plot at an obvious loss. Although their Ruan family would suffer some losses, it wouldn't be a big deal. But Lu Feng would definitely suffer a big loss this time. But he never expected that Lu Feng had a system. Ding! Completion of winning all plots 2 to 5 in Fengyang District, reward 1 yuan exchange fund of 30 billion. Hearing this prompt, Lu Feng smiled. Even though he knew he would lose money, he still wanted to take plots 2 to 5 because when he entered, the system gave him a task. As long as he acquired these 4 plots, he could receive a reward of 1 yuan exchanged for 30 billion. Exchanging 24 billion for 300 billion, only a fool wouldn't do it. A tenfold return in the blink of an eye, wouldn't that shock people? 27 billion. Lu Feng, who had redeemed the reward, directly bid 27 billion. This guy really has money. He already spent 24 billion before, now he's bidding 27 billion? It seems Hongfeng came prepared. Why are we still competing? Let's watch. This time, who knows who will win? When Ruan Minghui heard Lu Feng's bid, he frowned as well. Indeed, this guy had additional preparations. 28 billion. However, he still called out the maximum price, thinking that if Lu Feng exceeded this price, he wouldn't add more. After all, he could just lose a project, no actual loss. But for Hongfeng, overall it would be a loss. 28 billion once, 28 billion twice, 28 billion 3 times, sold. Ha! No additional bids? Ruan Minghui looked at Lu Feng with some confusion. He found Lu Feng looking at him with a strange smile, but he couldn't pinpoint what was wrong. However, with 2.8 billion securing the no. 1 land parcel within budget, his group could still make a big profit. It seems that Director Lu's preparations are still insufficient. He underestimated us, ha ha ha. Lu Feng shrugged without saying anything, but Zhou Zhaogang beside him looked utterly dejected. Having spent 2.4 billion previously to secure the 2nd to 5th land parcels at a loss, if they could secure the no. 1 land parcel, even if they incurred some losses, developing all 5 plots together could potentially turn the losses into profits. But now, without securing the core no. 1 land parcel, what use were the surrounding 4 plots? Were they just meant to be decorative? Director Lu, what exactly are you thinking? After Ruan Minghui and the others left, Zhou Zhaogang couldn't hold back any longer and approached Lu Feng to ask. You should now change the land use, not just for the 2nd to 5th land parcels, but also for the peripheral land parcels we previously acquired in Fengyang district. Change the land use? Yes, convert all of them into cemeteries. What? Cemeteries? Zhou Zhaogang was dumbfounded at the suggestion. Were they not joking? Convert all these plots into cemeteries? That's right. Everywhere is being developed into real estate properties now, and although the market seems good, many properties remain unoccupied after purchase, leading to many becoming haunted buildings, and some cities are even referred to as ghost towns. There are plenty of places for the living to reside, but the land available for the dead to rest is becoming increasingly scarce, with some places even facing a shortage of burial plots. Furthermore, take a look at this. With that, he had someone bring out the blueprints and started explaining. Looking at the plans, it was quite a coincidence that the prominently located no. 1 land parcel was surrounded by plots they had acquired. However, Zhou Zhaogang still didn't understand the significance. What do you think Jinmao will do with this land parcel? They will definitely develop it into luxury seaside villas or a tourist destination, as it has a beautiful seaside view. Then let me ask you, if I were to convert all the surrounding plots into cemeteries, would there still be buyers for their luxury seaside villas or tourist destination? Hearing this, Zhou Zhaogang's eyes lit up, and he listened as Lu Feng continued, if I secure the no. 1 land parcel, at most Jinmao will abandon this project, which won't affect them fundamentally. But once they acquire it, they will surely mortgage it to the bank, invest a large sum of money to start development immediately, and heavily advertise to attract visitors. Won't potential buyers have to pass through our land to reach their sales office? Isn't that like us getting free advertising? At that point, as we swiftly sell cemetery plots at affordable prices, who doesn't have elderly relatives? Think about the outcome. Wow, brilliant. If that's the case, not only can we quickly recoup our investment, but we can also gain a certain reputation. With Jinmao's foolish free advertising, and once we start operations here, it will also benefit our other projects. On the other hand, Jinmao will invest a significant amount of manpower, resources, and finances, accumulating a large debt with the bank. The final result is obvious. No one will buy houses in a cemetery complex. In this scenario, Jinmao will be the one at a loss. They are done for, ha ha. Understanding everything, Zhou Zhaogang burst into laughter. He couldn't help but admire Lu Feng, his longtime rival who was now on the brink of defeat. Without hesitation, Zhou Zhaogang immediately called a few key executives to arrange a secret meeting and work plan. Jinmao seemed to be cooperating well with Lu Feng's plan, as they hastily held a press conference that afternoon, announcing that Jinmao Real Estate would invest 20 billion to develop the no. 1 land parcel into the most luxurious seaside resort in the entire Jiangdu, immediately attracting a lot of attention. Hutting Yashuan. Minghui, you did a great job this time. Not only did you secure plot 1, but you also made Hongfeng take plots 2 to 5 at a loss. Tit for tat, they must be in a headache now. Ha ha ha. Ruan Huaying was in a very good mood at this moment, laughing and praising Ruan Minghui. Grandpa, this is also because Lu Feng couldn't hold his temper and actually went against us at this critical moment. He deserves his bad luck. Well, not bad. But you also need to seize this opportunity, implement the project as soon as possible. It's best to start construction immediately. Those who get ahead can enjoy the benefits. I understand, Grandpa. I have already arranged everything. All the materials have been ordered. We will start the foundation work tomorrow, and I have also finalized the contract with the advertising company. We will continuously promote our seaside resort in the next month. Good, it has to be fast. This time we borrowed so much from Gangshang Bank. Whether we can take it to the next level depends on this deal. Don't worry, Grandpa, once the property goes on sale, it will definitely be a big hit. By then, we will also be eligible to enter areas like Modu and Jingdu. The two of them were fantasizing about a bright future, unaware that a great disaster was looming ahead. At 6 o'clock in the evening, at the entrance of Fuhai Restaurant. Lu Feng, where are you? Lu Cheng, I'm at the entrance. Okay, I'll come down to pick you up. Just as the call ended, a beautiful figure caught his eye. Lu Feng, long time no see. Li Xuetong? Seeing the person, Lu Feng was somewhat amazed. After a few years, this girl had grown even more beautiful. What, don't you recognize me? I recognized you at a glance. Isn't this our class monitor who has changed a lot, becoming so beautiful that I almost didn't recognize you? Tisk, you're such a smooth talker. After speaking, the two smiled at each other. Hey, isn't this our school flower? At this time, Lu Cheng also arrived at the entrance, and the three of them chatted for a while before entering the restaurant. Lu Feng looked around Fuhai Restaurant as they walked. After all, this restaurant was now his property. It was a highly respected hotel in Jiangdu City. Needless to say about the decoration, it was definitely high-end. The waiters inside, all men were over 1.8 meters tall, and the women were all over 1.7 meters tall. Each one of them was handsome or beautiful, not exaggerating, many of them had better looks than young models and celebrities. And wherever they passed by, these waiters would greet you proactively with a warm smile, giving people a sense of warmth. Third floor, Peony Hall. Feng Ge, you are a big boss now, don't forget to help out your old classmates. What big boss, just got lucky and took on a project. Oh, Xuetong, you're here. Just as he was speaking, Gao Shengfeng saw Li Xuetong coming in and went up to greet her directly. Li Xuetong politely smiled in response, but also subtly avoided Gao Shengfeng's pulling, and went to sit behind Lu Feng. Oh, isn't this Lu Feng, the top student Lu? You're here too. I've been standing here for a while, it's just that you only see our class monitor. Lu Feng wouldn't indulge this guy. If you're being sarcastic, then I won't be polite either. Why don't you all sit down? We've been waiting for you. Monitor, Feng Ge has saved you a seat, Li Hao said directly when he saw the atmosphere getting a bit cold. Gao Shengfeng gave an appreciative look in response. This little brother was reliable. No need, today Gao Shengfeng is treating. It wouldn't be right for me to take the main seat. I'll sit here. However, Li Xuetong looked at that seat, shook her head, and randomly pulled Lu Feng to sit in another empty seat. This scene made Gao Shengfeng frown, his expression not looking too good. However, he quickly covered it up and sat down directly. Seeing this, Li Hao spoke again. Feng Ge, you didn't finish what you were saying earlier. What project did you take on this time? Everyone is curious. Oh, it's nothing much, just discussed a collaboration with the Ponzi Group and got a contract. What? The Ponzi Group? Oh my, collaborating with the Ponzi Group is really something. Is it the Ponzi Group, the largest material supplier in Jiangdu? Exactly. Wow, Feng, you're really something, I'll toast to you. When classmates heard about the Ponzi Group, they were all a bit shocked, as the Ponzi Group wouldn't pay attention to you without some real strength. It's nothing much, just signed a small project worth 30 million. Seemingly enjoying the compliments from classmates, Gao Shengfeng once again threw out a price he thought could impress. 30 million is still a small project? Feng, you're really showing off a bit too much. Feng, you should drink a penalty. With this project, won't you earn a few million? And you call it small. Exactly, I wouldn't even save a few million in my whole working life. Alright, my bad, I'll penalize myself with a drink. Saying that, Gao Shengfeng downed a glass, then looked at Li Xuetong. Li Xuetong seemed completely uninterested in their conversation, currently whispering with Lu Feng, occasionally laughing together. Seeing this, Gao Shengfeng frowned, feeling that Lu Feng was even more annoying. Lu Feng, didn't I hear that you had a girlfriend in college? Are you getting married? Oh, we broke up. Broke up? Why? She had high standards, thought I didn't have enough money. Hearing Gao Shengfeng's question, Lu Feng casually replied. I see. No worries, later I'll introduce you to some good ones. But, nowadays, you still need some financial strength. Love without bread doesn't last long. Lu Feng just smiled at the comment. But when Li Xuetong heard that Lu Feng had broken up, a strange light flashed in her eyes. Lu Feng, where are you working now? Me? Just quit, staying at home. Oh, it's not easy to find a job now. Since we're classmates, if you're interested, there's a security guard position available in my company, with benefits and a monthly salary of 5,000. Are you interested? Wow, Feng, your company's security guard position has such good benefits? I'm struggling to make just over 3,000 a month here, maybe you can consider me? Yeah, Feng, such a good opportunity, you can also consider me. Lu Feng hadn't responded yet, but a few other classmates had already spoken up. I think Lu Wei and Zhao Liang need this opportunity more. As for me, I'm too lazy, thinking of slacking off for a while. Hearing this, Gao Xiongfeng's eyes showed a hint of disdain, and he casually dropped his car key from his pocket to the ground. Feng, you dropped your key? Wow, did you buy a Porsche 718? Seeing the key on the ground, Li Hao exclaimed. Ah, thanks. It's nothing special, just using it for now. After finishing this contract, I'm planning to get a 911. Wow, so envious. The classmates were all ordinary office workers. For them, even the ABB series was considered good, let alone a Porsche 718 and 911. Feng, you have a company, a luxury car, and I heard your family bought a villa in Jiangdu City. In our class, you're the one who's reached the peak of life. Yes, even booking a table at Fuhai Hotel is very difficult. Our company's boss couldn't even get a reservation last time. Eating here is a symbol of status. Exactly, we all rely on Feng's blessings. At that moment, the door of the private room opened, and two waiters walked in. Hello, dear guests, our manager has sent you some red wine to enjoy, wishing you a pleasant meal. After saying that, they opened 3 bottles of red wine and poured them into decanters, placing them on the table. Then, they bowed deeply to the guests, smiled, and left. Wow, it's an 85 Lafite, worth thousands per bottle, and they gave us 3 at once. Brother Feng, you are really something. Even the manager of Fuhai restaurant personally delivered wine to you. Yes, I heard that even when some group bosses come, manager Sun Hai of Fuhai restaurant may not meet them. I didn't expect them to send us wine, quite impressive. Everyone suddenly got excited and started complimenting Gao Xiongfeng again. Gao Xiongfeng, who was confused, didn't understand why the wine was sent to him. The reason they were able to make a reservation here this time was because they had dinner here with a manager from Pangshur Group before. Pangshur was a regular customer here. This time, in order to show off, he had to flatter them for a long time to finally make the reservation. Although he was puzzled, he calmly accepted the compliments from his classmates. Ha, it's nothing, we just had a casual chat. I guess they sent the wine because they saw me cooperating with their big client from Pangshur last time. He didn't claim that the wine was sent because of him, showing some self-awareness. Just then, the private room door opened again. Mr. Lu, hello, I am Sun Hai from Fuhai restaurant. Why didn't you inform me before coming here? It's really disrespectful. A majestic man entered the room, scanned around, and came straight to Lu Feng, warmly saying, Oh, it's nothing, I'm just attending a class reunion. Hearing Sun Hai introduce himself, Lu Feng understood. It was his first time here, so he naturally didn't know Sun Hai. However, after acquiring the restaurant, Sun Hai had called him a few times. Sun Hai had managed to expand Fuhai restaurant to its current scale, so he was meticulous in his work. After Lu Feng acquired the restaurant, Sun Hai had carefully studied his information and made sure all the staff recognized him, to prevent any trouble. So, even though Lu Feng didn't inform him this time, as soon as he entered Fuhai restaurant, the staff recognized him and reported to Sun Hai. Sun Hai, who was entertaining clients at the club, immediately excused himself and rushed back, instructing his subordinates to bring 3 bottles of Lafite in advance. Mr. Lu, is this wine to your liking? I was entertaining a client earlier and didn't know you were coming. Do you want to switch to the VIP room? No need, this place is fine. The conversation as if no one else was present left everyone stunned. What's going on? Is this Sun Hai, the manager of Fuhai restaurant? Isn't this wine for Brother Feng? Is it for Lu Feng? Sun Hai is so respectful to Lu Feng, even calling him Mr. Lu. What is Lu Feng's identity? People kept speculating, while Gao Xiongfeng's expression was extremely dramatic at this moment. He had just claimed to know Sun Hai and even assumed the wine was for him. This statement was still fresh when he was contradicted the next second. Sun Hai had arrived and clearly stated that the wine was intended for Lu Feng, even offering to switch to the VIP room. This VIP room was exclusive and not easily accessible, reserved for individuals of a certain status. Realizing this, everyone was shocked, including Li Shuatong beside them, who was also surprised. Just as Gao Xiongfeng was at a loss, another group of people entered the room. Seeing the leader, Gao Xiongfeng felt like he had found a lifesaver and stood up with joy, welcoming him. Manager Wang, why are you here? Welcome, welcome. We are having a class reunion here, and this person behind you is. The person was Wang Jinghai, the purchasing manager of Pangshur Group, with whom he had discussed cooperation last time. This is our Pangshur Group's president Pang Dalong. Wang Jinghai saw Gao Xiongfeng looking somewhat surprised but still smiled and made an introduction. Pang Dalong? Upon hearing this name, everyone was shocked. This was a big shot in Jiangdu City, the head of the Pangshur group. Gao Xiongfeng even felt like he was almost knocked out by happiness, as the mighty Pang Daolong had come to see him. "Oh, it's President Pang's visit, what an honor," he said excitedly, wanting to shake his hand, but the next moment, Pang Daolong pushed him away with one hand and walked towards Lu Feng. "Boss, how come you didn't call little Pang when you came here to eat? That's not polite." With these words, everyone was once again puzzled. Boss? Little Pang? What was going on? Pang Daolong, this giant figure, could make the whole Jiangdu city tremble with just a stomp of his foot, and now he was calling Lu Feng the boss? And even calling himself Little Pang? They all doubted if they had misheard, especially since everyone had thought they were here to see Gao Xiongfeng, but in the blink of an eye, everything changed. Now, everyone's gaze towards Lu Feng was different. "Boss? President Pang, what's going on?" "Oh, it's manager's son, haha, let me introduce you. This is Lu Feng, who I told you about last time, the one who acquired our Pangshur group and is now the absolute controlling shareholder of Pangshur. In the future, when our chairman comes here to eat, you must take good care of him." "Ha? You're the one who acquired Pangshur, boss?" Xiao, who was used to grand scenes, couldn't help but exclaim. "What should we call you, chairman?" "Yes, Lu is also the boss of our Fuhai restaurant." This time, even Pang Daolong was almost shocked, and the classmates on the side had long fallen silent, each with wide eyes, trying to digest the information on the scene. But often, when the storm comes, it only gets fiercer. "Boss, it's really you, I guess that the car downstairs was yours. I love that car more and more. When will you let me enjoy your Pagani too?" "Ha ha ha. Lao Zhou, what a coincidence, are you here for dinner too?" "Yes, just finished the work you arranged, huh, Pang Daolong? Sun Hai, you're here too?" Walking in was Zhou Zhaogang, the general manager of Hongfeng Real Estate, making the atmosphere even more bizarre. "What did you call him?" Pang Daolong and Sun Hai asked at the same time. "Boss, what's wrong? Lu acquired my Hongfeng Real Estate, now I'm working for him." Zhou Zhaogang shrugged and smiled. "Damn!" both of them exclaimed, showing surprise in their eyes. "Ha, boss, you're here for dinner too?" But another boss shattered everyone's weak hearts. "Gao Jianli? Damn!" Pang Daolong even cursed. "Oh, Pang Daolong, why are you cursing? And why are you surrounding my boss?" Gao Jianli walked in with a frown. Equally influential, he was not afraid of Pang Daolong, especially seeing this posture. He even suspected that the usually overbearing and unreasonable Pang Daolong had a grudge against his boss. "Surrounding your boss? This is my boss," Pang Daolong said speechlessly. "What?" Now Gao Jianli was stunned, and Zhou Zhaogang was too. "He's my boss too." Sun Hai also smiled bitterly at this moment. This time, the four big shots looked at each other, and from each other's eyes, they saw shock. Such a young man, the boss of Fuhai Restaurant, Hongfeng Real Estate, Taifu Plaza, and Pangshur Group at the same time. What kind of power was this? As for the classmates at the table, they had long been shocked and were starting to doubt their lives. Especially Gao Xiongfeng, he felt utterly embarrassed. All these big shots, who he couldn't even reach, turned out to be Lu Feng's subordinates. Then what was he? A clown. Thinking about his behavior just now, he felt utterly humiliated. After exchanging pleasantries for a while, all the big shots were sent away by Lu Feng. "Eat up. Why are you standing there? Don't waste the good intentions of our study committee member." Putting a chopstick of food into Li Shuatong's plate, he then ate by himself. "Yes, eat." Lu Chang had been holding back his laughter since he came in, and now he naturally ate happily. The other classmates also smiled awkwardly, and then began to flatter Lu Feng shamelessly. The whole private room was in a dilemma, with Gao Xiongfeng sitting there like a wax figure, drinking and eating silently with his head down. Ding! Just then, the system notification sound rang out. Ding! Face slapping successful, reward of 1 yuan for a chance to buy a discounted item. Ding! Item has been listed, host can decide whether to purchase. Item, Star Entertainment, price, 1 yuan, is this asking me to enter the entertainment industry? Seeing the item, Lu Feng couldn't help but sigh. Star Entertainment is a large film and entertainment company in Moda worth 5 billion, with branches in various places and numerous artists under its name, spanning multiple international markets. In Jiangdu City, there is a branch of Star Entertainment. A dinner ended amidst the flattery of classmates and the desolation of Gao Xiongfeng. "Lu Feng, can you give me a ride?" Li Shuatong walked over proactively and asked. Then I'll leave first, not to disturb your reunion. Lu Feng, contact me later." Seeing this, Lu Chang blinked and tactfully left first. "I just had some alcohol, can't drive. If it's about a designated driver, my car only has 2 seats, not enough." "Then let's walk, it's been many years since we last met, we can catch up." "Alright." Li Shuatong was the school's beauty queen back then, and their relationship was good, but because they were both innocent at the time, they never developed into a romantic relationship. Now, with a beautiful woman inviting him, Lu Feng naturally agreed since he had nothing else to do. By the way, Li Beauty, didn't you go abroad for further studies? It seems like it's not time yet. Why did you return early? Do you remember I mentioned before that I have a dream of becoming a star? Hearing this, Lu Feng recalled, it seemed like there was such a thing, so he nodded. Since childhood, Li Shuatong was not only beautiful but also talented in singing and dancing, especially her singing talent was extremely outstanding, and she was also interested in performing arts. So, she always wanted to work in the entertainment industry. However, her parents were traditional and believed that being a star was not the right path, always showing off, so they strongly opposed it. Later, in order to crush her dream of becoming a star, they sent her abroad for further studies. I stayed abroad for a year, but in the end, I made up my mind, I want to pursue my dream. So, I came back, and with my talent, I joined Star Entertainment. Hearing this, Lu Feng was stunned. Star Entertainment? What a coincidence. Isn't this the company he just won in a flash sale? But maybe my parents were right, the entertainment industry is too complicated. Saying this, her eyes dimmed slightly, tears even welled up in her eyes. Taking a deep breath, Li Shuatong suddenly looked at Lu Feng. Lu Feng, can you help me? Saying this, she couldn't hold back the tears in her eyes, and burst into tears, leaving Lu Feng at a loss. Then, Li Shuatong recounted an experience that made Lu Feng feel chilled. It turned out that Li Shuatong returned to Modu with her dream, and smoothly entered Star Entertainment with her talent. But the unspoken rules of the entertainment industry also came to her. The operations director of Star Entertainment headquarters, Li Hangli, took a liking to her. He harassed her every day, constantly threatening and tempting her, leaving Li Shuatong physically and mentally exhausted each time. If it weren't for her agent, Sister Li, helping her, she would have been tricked several times. As a result, Sister Li offended Li Hangli and was fired. She had reported it to higher authorities, but the result was that she was silenced. Because Li Hangli was the younger brother of Star Entertainment's deputy general manager Wang Shoufa, the report was directly blocked, and she was directly sent to Jiangdu City to work as an office clerk. She also thought about leaving, but the 3-year contract period was not over, and the clauses inside tightly bound her. Once she resigned, she would need to pay a considerable amount of liquidated damages. For her, this number was beyond her control. She originally thought that enduring a bit longer would make things pass, but yesterday she received news that Li Hangli would be temporarily stationed in Jiangdu City and would arrive tomorrow. Originally, she attended the class reunion to change her mood. She had no intention of telling Lu Feng or anyone else about these matters because she felt that her classmates did not have the power to help her. However, at the dinner just now, she saw the big shots around Lu Feng and felt a glimmer of hope for herself. Okay, I'll help you. After listening to Li Shuatong's account, Lu Feng was also filled with anger. The unspoken rules of the entertainment industry were often mentioned in gossip outside. But as an outsider, it was just something to listen to. You might feel sorry for the unfortunate people in the incident, but most people just treated it as entertainment, and some even said that those minor celebrities willingly degraded themselves to climb up. However, today, such a thing happened around her, especially in her own company, so she naturally couldn't ignore it. Really? At this moment, Li Shuatong's eyes lit up as if she had found a glimmer of light in the darkness. Yes. Seeing Lu Feng's affirmative reply, Li Shuatong couldn't help it anymore and threw herself into Lu Feng's arms. The helplessness that had been suppressed for a long time burst out in this moment, and Li Shuatong burst into tears. Lu Feng let her vent freely, gently stroking her hair. Don't worry, I've got everything under control. When Lu Feng returned home, it was almost midnight. After comforting Li Shuatong and sending her back, he took a taxi back to the residential area. As for his car, he informed Wang Qiming to arrange for someone to bring the keys and drive it back for him. Unexpectedly, when he made a call, Wang Qiming himself came and personally drove the car back for him. He also handed him a pile of information, all of which were candidates who had recently applied to be butlers, and the best ones had been selected. However, when Lu Feng saw that there were still nearly 200 resumes after the selection, he couldn't help but smile bitterly. The price was set too high, and there were indeed many competitors. Ding, the items in the mall have been updated, please check them in time. Item, Weilong Security Company, price, 1 yuan, wow, this is good. Weilong Security Company mainly provided bodyguards for wealthy individuals, politicians, and on-site security for large events. Weilong Security Company was currently the most famous security company in Jiangdu City, and also had the highest service fees because all the employees were former special forces who could take on 10 opponents alone and each had their own special abilities. Lu Feng directly made a call and had the general manager of Weilong, Hong Tianlong, arrange for 2 bodyguards to protect Li Shuetong. According to her, this man was insidious and ruthless. Who knew if he would come early and harass Li Shuetong at her residence? In addition, he also asked Hong Tianlong to arrange for 4 bodyguards to report to him tomorrow. After informing Li Shuetong, he opened the voice chat. As soon as he opened it, he saw that his private messages were flooded. Most of them were from those anchors who came to flirt because of the incident with Waziyu last time. Lu Feng ignored these messages, as they were just money-minded green tea girls. After clearing them up, he clicked into Xiao Wokai's live broadcast room again. But at this moment, there seemed to be a strong smell of gunpowder inside. Looking up, he unexpectedly connected to Weiyu again. What? Big brother not around today, so you dare not fight? Weiyu provocatively taunted with a sneer. Hasn't she learned her lesson? Didn't she squat enough last time? Exactly, she's been given face, Chai Jie, take her down. He only dares to act tough when Ah Piao is not around, shameless. The players in the live broadcast room started to curse angrily. What? You don't dare to fight when he's not here? Who does he think he is? Do my brothers have to wait for him to show up before we can fight? I'll fight you today, dare to accept it? Seeing the words of these players in Xiao Wokai's home, Weiyu disdainfully sneered and arrogantly said, Ah Piao is here. Suddenly, a sharp-eyed player saw Landwind entering the live broadcast. Welcome, Ah Piao. Xiao Wokai was also very excited to see Landwind coming in. During the random selection just now, she was matched with Weiyu, who had been taunting her. As a streamer, she couldn't refuse a challenge, as it would lower her influence on the platform. But if she didn't refuse, it was clear that she couldn't match the conditions at home, and punishment was inevitable. For other streamers' punishments, she didn't mind losing and accepting the consequences. But Weiyu's punishments were always very insulting. Upon hearing that Ah Piao had arrived, the war god on the other side immediately spoke up. Ah Piao, I've been waiting for you, care to have a few rounds? Last time, the war god suffered a loss and was very unhappy. So today, he brought along a few brothers to reclaim his reputation. How do you want to fight? Landwind also spoke up directly. 1 round determines the winner, no upper limit on stakes. If I lose, Xiao Wokai has to accompany me for 3 days. The war god spoke directly. What? How shameless of this jerk to say that. This LSP has been eyeing Chai Jie for a long time, shameless. Daring to disrespect our goddess, let's teach him a lesson. Chai Jie, don't bother with this kind of PK, they came prepared. I saw several accounts over level 50 on the other side, and even 2 level 60 accounts. What? There are 2 level 60 accounts? In the game, reaching level 60 meant spending at least 20 million, symbolizing strength. If they came prepared, this match would definitely be tough. Especially since they said there was no upper limit on stakes, there wouldn't be a quick victory, and surpassing 150,000 wouldn't be the end. Seeing so many high-level accounts on the other side, despite witnessing Landwind's courage last time, they still felt uncertain. For level 60 players, winning a few million in 1 round wasn't difficult. What if you lose? Just as Xiao Wokai was about to refuse, Landwind spoke up. Lose? How could we lose? The war god arrogantly said, as he came prepared this time, with several friends who were worth billions. Although last time Ah Piao did show some strength and won over 2 million, that was because they weren't prepared. Today, he alone could win 2 to 3 million, not to mention these good friends. Winning 10 million in this round wouldn't be a problem. In the game, there were many players worth over 1 billion, but very few could win millions in 1 round. After all, being worth over 1 billion didn't mean they had liquid assets of over 1 billion. If you lose, all of you must do 1,000 squats, and all the earnings from this round must be given to Xiao Wokai, including the previous ones. And all of you must apologize and say, Grandma Xiao Wokai, we won't dare next time. Say it 10 times. Landwind spoke directly, not wanting to fight for so long only to let the other side benefit. Upon hearing this, Weiyu immediately shouted, how can that be? Why should we hand over the earnings? Weren't they setting up this game to make money? Although they lost last time and did many squats, exhausted, at least they gained something. Now they were asked to give it up. How could that be possible? Shut up! The war god directly rebuked, very dissatisfied with Weiyu's words. If they still lost with this lineup today, he might as well livestream himself eating shit. This won't do, since you want to play, I'll have to change the requirements. If you lose, Xiao Wokai will have to accompany me for a week, obeying my orders without any resistance. Next, the god of war stated his request. Can you guarantee that if you lose, Weiyu will spit out the money? Landwind said leisurely. Of course, but can you be the master of Little Match? At this moment, Landwind saw Little Match hesitate and directly typed a sentence on the public screen. Do you believe me? Originally, Little Match would never agree to such a bet. However, for some reason, after seeing Landwin's words, she nodded involuntarily. I believe you. The god of war, seeing Little Match agree, smiled broadly. His gaze towards Little Match became even more intense, as if she was already his possession. He was already thinking about how to enjoy this beauty after winning. The PK began, this time set for 10 minutes, giving them enough time to compete. At the beginning, the opponent clearly wanted to show off, directly betting 100 Huazi, and the score immediately reached 3 million points. Landwin smiled and followed with 200 Huazi, directly surpassing the score. Brother Piao is awesome. Brother Piao is indeed amazing. Betting 200 Huazi is like adding 200 hearts, without even blinking. All the players were very excited, praising with 666. Wei Yu saw the score being surpassed in an instant, her heart racing. I can't lose, I can't lose. She prayed in her heart, knowing that if she lost, not only would she be in vain, but she would also have to do 1,000 squats, enough to kill a person. The god of war sneered and said, brothers, let the crushing begin. As he spoke, Huazi rained down in Wei Yu's live broadcast room. 100, 200, 300, 1,500. The score soared to 48 million at that moment, and Wei Yu jumped up excitedly. Thanks to my brother god of war, thanks to Big Tianwei Long, thanks to brother Jin Dan, thanks to Big Yuan. Wei Yu kept thanking everyone who sent gifts, her voice trembling. This time, she made 8 million directly, earning 4 million in an instant. What's wrong? Are you, brother Piao, scared? With your skills, you still dare to challenge my brother god of war? You really have no idea. Seeing that the opponent's score didn't move, Wei Yu became even more arrogant and confronted him directly. However, when she saw the opponent suddenly score 8 million, Little Match's live broadcast room fell silent. He's really a level 60 boss, too strong. What should we do? Is there still hope? Although they all thought Landwind was very strong, seeing so many points, they still lacked confidence. Last time, although Landwind won, he only scored around 4 million in total. But now, the opponent directly scored 8 million, doubling the score. Especially, seeing that Landwind had been silent after the opponent scored, Little Match nervously bit her lip. Brother Piao, the opponent is too strong. You don't have to force yourself. If you can't do it, just admit defeat. We still need to consume rationally. Although she was unwilling in her heart, she didn't want to make it difficult for Landwind. This was her own choice, no one else's fault. Is that all? I thought you were so powerful, turns out you're just a paper tiger. Seeing that the opponent still didn't score, with only 1 minute left, the god of war laughed wantonly, his gaze towards Little Match becoming even more intense. This beauty was about to be his. Wei Yu's face blossomed with a smile, making a fortune in this round. But just then, Landwind made a move. Sorry, just got a call. As he spoke, he sent a gift directly. The next moment, all the players in the live broadcast room were excited to the point of bursting. The health bar on Little Match's side crushed in an instant, and the opponent's 48 million points at that moment were like a small boat in a storm, directly reduced to a black spot. Oh my god, am I dreaming? What is this? 9,999 Hua coins? Heavens, is this person trying to make life difficult for others? The players in the live broadcast room were all going crazy, never seen such a magical scene before. Little Match was trembling all over, tears of excitement streaming down. Compared to the madness here, the war god side was completely dumbfounded. 99 Hua coins? Nearly 30 million. Even though they came prepared this time, they had only prepared a total of just over 10 million. For them, they already thought they were overestimating Lu Feng. But now, they realized they were wrong. This person seemed to not care about money at all. A sum of 30 million, even those worth over 100 billion wouldn't dare to play like this. It's not that they can't afford it, most of those with such net worth are very rational. What's wrong with having 30 million? Rewarding female anchors? With this amount, you could play with so many young models and celebrities. Moreover, those big brothers who vigorously showered Hua coins in the big anchor's live broadcast room, how many of them are real? Most of them are just giving backflow tickets, actor lists, and e-commerce tickets. The first two are to drive the scattered viewers in the live broadcast room to send gifts, and the latter e-commerce tickets are to support these popular anchors, in order to bring benefits to their own products in the future. Otherwise, how could they invest so much in them? But now, someone can directly splash out over 30 million on this small anchor, which can only mean one thing. If this person is not crazy, then he must either be very rich or extremely wealthy. Obviously, this person is the latter. Hu Xiao, I can't help you with this. Sorry, the strength on the other side is too strong. Several brothers called by the war god, all smiled bitterly, greeted, and left the live broadcast room. A group of people came to provoke with great momentum, but they were crushed by one person, and they had no face to stay. And because of this 99.99 Hua coin reign, Little Match's live broadcast room popularity instantly reached number 1 on the entire platform. In an instant, the number of people in the live broadcast room increased from over 30 at the beginning to over 50,000, and people kept joining. Every player who entered was shocked by the scores in front of them. Damn, is this data fake? Over 300 million points? Where did this rich person come from? Eye-opening. Where is the tycoon? Let me hug your thigh quickly. You can sing, dance, and warm the heart, don't miss out. After inquiring with each other, they roughly understood the ins and outs of the matter, and everyone was excited. They still had to see the deep squats and apologies from the other side later. At this moment, Wei Yu was sitting limp in the chair, pale, with a blank mind. It's over. When the countdown to the final second of the PK ended, the word victory floated up. The entire live broadcast room of Little Match once again erupted in cheers. Come on, start your performance. Sister Chai, send your account to the opposite anchor for real-time transfer. Lu Feng calmly spoke, but this voice sounded like a death knell in Wei Yu's ears. Brother War God, do you really want to give it? Yes. With so many people watching, how dare he act unfairly, then he would have no place to stay. Wei Yu, with a mournful face, had to transfer the money, trembling all over, his heart bleeding. It's your turn. After asking Little Match and confirming that the message had been received, Lu Feng spoke again, looking at the war god. Piao, we lost this time, I admit defeat, I can apologize. As for calling grandma, I think it's better not to. I will compensate Little Match with 1 million. What do you think? No, as a man, you should do what you say. Lu Feng directly refused. Do you have to be so aggressive? When you were aggressive, did you ever think about Little Match's feelings? Seeing Lu Feng say this, the players in the live broadcast room also echoed. Exactly, usually so arrogant, forcing Sister Chai to punish this and that. Now it's your turn, don't act unfairly. That's right, don't be a hypocrite, don't let us look down on you. Hurry up and apologize to grandma. I'm using data traffic, and data traffic is expensive. There was a chance to see those who usually act high and mighty being put in their place, which excited these players even more. Some players who resented the wealthy started recording directly, preparing to post a video later to criticize them properly. Little Match grandma, I'm sorry, we won't dare to do it again next time. Is that okay? The war god gritted his teeth and quickly said, 10 times, 9 more times. Land Wind insisted relentlessly, believing that such people needed to be disciplined. After shouting 10 times in front of so many people, there would be no face left to mess with Little Match's mind in the future. Little Match grandma. At this point, he clenched his fists tightly, his fingernails digging into his flesh, his eyes seemingly capable of killing, making Landwind look like a sieve. Suppressing his anger and frustration, the war god still shouted 10 times, then logged off directly, feeling too embarrassed to stay any longer. It's your turn. Landwind looked at Wei Yu at this moment. Ah, Brother Piao, I was wrong. Look, I've given all the profits to Little Match. Can you forgive me? It's not easy for me either. How about we change the punishment, or I can do something for you in private. Wei Yu started to act coquettish and pitiful, constantly throwing flirtatious glances at Landwind. Damn, I've seen shameless people, but never someone with such thick skin. Truly rare to see, there are monsters everywhere with such a tone. Such a character, I wonder how the big brother can stand her. The big brother has good tolerance, so don't envy him. To be fair, her figure is still good even with the lights off. This time, the players in the live broadcast room all started to criticize. They usually despised Wei Yu's attitude, but her family background was strong, making it hard to confront her. With everyone pushing, why not add a few more criticisms? Stop talking nonsense, get on with it. Landwind had no good feelings towards such a woman and didn't feel any pity. Under the pressure of everyone, Wei Yu had to start a long journey of deep squats. Watch her finish, I have something to do and need to leave early. Landwind didn't have time to watch the punishment all the way through. After greeting, he was about to leave. Thank you, Brother Piao, let's become friends on V? Oh, sure. Hearing Little Match's words, Landwind was surprised but didn't refuse. Oh, Match sister, you, who never adds friends, broke your rule for Brother Piao. The evil money, so envious. Brother Piao is amazing, he opened Match sister's heart. These players were making a fuss over the small matter of adding each other on V, being both sour and supportive. Landwind didn't bother and went offline after adding on V. However, Little Match's profile picture on V started flashing. Brother Piao, thank you so much. I don't know how to repay you. You probably don't lack money, but can you give me your address? I'll send you some local specialties later, hope you won't dislike them. Oh, sure. Land Wind accepted little Match's gesture straightforwardly. Having watched her for over a year, although the gift giving was for cashback rewards, he knew she was content and grateful, and her family background didn't seem great. So he helped her out in these situations. Not only could he support her, but he could also get substantial cashback rewards. Why not? Tonight, he cashed back over 300 million from this round alone, feeling delighted. After sending his address to Little Match, they chatted for a while before Landwind went to freshen up. He planned to collect the system rewards at midnight and then go to bed, as he needed to help his old squad leader solve some trouble the next day. Just after midnight, the system notification sound arrived as expected. Ding! Ding! The product has been updated, please check if you want to purchase. Product, Mysterious Dragon Needle Technique, price, 1 yuan, what is this? Seeing the product this time, Landwind was momentarily taken aback. Mysterious Dragon Needle Technique, a miraculous needle technique that encompasses various needle techniques from ancient times to the present, capable of reviving the dead, curing all diseases. Damn, this is going against the heavens. Looking at such an introduction, Lufeng decisively made the purchase. Purchase successful. Do you want to start learning now? Learn! Shua, a faint golden light radiated from Lufeng's whole body, a warm stream spreading to every part of his body, finally converging in his brain. Bo in an instant, it felt like a bubble bursting in his brain, making a slight sound. At the same time, Lufeng felt that his senses had suddenly become several times sharper than before, with his brain filled with inexplicable information. After digesting the information in his brain for a while, Lufeng opened his eyes, revealing an excited look in his eyes. Incredible, this set of acupuncture techniques is amazing. With this set of acupuncture techniques, some diseases that modern medicine cannot cure can be easily solved. It seems like I need to go back and take care of my parents' old leg problems and rheumatism. Thinking of how his parents worked hard in the fields and even did some construction work to put him through college, leaving them with some health issues, now they can be treated. The next day, Lufeng woke up to a morning greeting from Xiao Wokai. After chatting for a while, they discovered that Xiao Wokai's name was Wu Ying, a native of the Magic City. They agreed that if they ever went to the Magic City, she would treat him to a meal, and Lufeng happily agreed. Next, the 4 bodyguards sent by the Weilong Security Company arrived. Upon inquiry, the employees of this security company had all signed contracts similar to mercenaries, with their personal information kept confidential. Therefore, they were all referred to by numerical code. The 4 who came this time were the company's top 4, numbered 1 to 4. Lufeng didn't say much, so he could remember them better this way. These 4 were not the tall and mighty type as one might imagine, but rather looked lean and even ordinary. However, with the enhancement of the muscle-building pills and his own heightened senses, Lufeng was 10 times stronger than an average person. With the support of the Xianlong acupuncture technique, he could receive more feedback on the human body's bones, meridians, flesh, and even the energy contained within. Therefore, with just one glance, he could see that these seemingly ordinary 4 individuals possessed explosive power far beyond that of ordinary people. He was very satisfied with this. At 10 o'clock, after arranging their work, he took them to the Jiangdu branch of Xingyou Entertainment. Before they even entered, they saw a woman in her 30s being pushed out by 7 or 8 people. Li Xuetong followed, instantly shielding the woman in front of her. Li Hangli, what are you doing? What am I doing? Li Xiaomei has already been fired by the company, who allowed her to be here. The man in charge spoke, and with just one look, one could tell that he usually indulged in debauchery, giving off a sense of emptiness. She came to see me, do you have the right to drive her away? Although Sister Li had been fired, Li Xuetong had kept in touch with her. Later, Li Xuetong was exiled to the Jiangdu branch, where Sister Li happened to be from, so they often met. Today, Li Xuetong had called Sister Li to boost her confidence, as she had an inexplicable fear of Li Hangli. Unexpectedly, as soon as Li Hangli saw Sister Li, he flew into a rage and had her driven out. It was all because Sister Li had ruined his chances back then. Otherwise, Li Xuetong would have been in his hands long ago. Not expecting to see Sister Li this time, he directly ordered the security to take action, leading to the current scene. As the operations director here, is the company open to anyone? Li Xuetong, you've been exiled here, yet you still don't strive for improvement, always hanging out with some riffraff. When will you wise up? Is the company owned by your family? Suddenly, a cold voice rang out. Lu Feng. Seeing Lufeng, Li Xuetong seemed to have found her backbone, her voice filled with excitement as she ran to Lufeng's side with Sister Li. Lu Feng smiled at her, affectionately reached out to touch her head. Don't worry, I've got everything under control. Li Xuetong blushed at the touch, obediently nodded. Seeing this scene, Li Hangli narrowed his eyes. May I ask, who are you? Seeing that Lu Feng was dressed in Armani and followed by 4 people, Li Hangli didn't explode on the spot. Li Xuetong is my classmate. Hearing this, Li Xuetong inexplicably felt a hint of loss in her heart. Just a classmate? Classmate? Then I advise you not to meddle, this is an internal matter of our company. Li Hangli's face turned cold upon hearing that the person was just Li Xuetong's classmate. Especially seeing how close the two had been just now, he felt even more uncomfortable. In his mind, Li Xuetong was someone he wouldn't let go of, already considered his forbidden fruit, not to be touched by other men. Her business is my business, and I will intervene, how about that? Oh, meddling in other people's business, security, get rid of them. Seeing that Lu Feng was ignorant, Li Hangli couldn't be bothered to say more and directly ordered the security guards to take action. Just as the 8 security guards rushed over, a figure flashed out from behind Lu Feng. Then, there were several muffled sounds followed by the screams of the security guards, and all 8 of them were kicked out. Seeing this sudden turn of events, Li Hangli was stunned on the spot. The security guards here were all very strong and had exceptional combat power. After all, the amusement park often encountered unexpected incidents, so the security guards hired were definitely skilled. But now, someone effortlessly dealt with these security guards, sending them all flying in an instant. Looking at the security guards lying on the ground unconscious, Li Hangli shuddered. What do you want to do? This is a society under the rule of law. Seeing Lu Feng approaching him, Li Hangli felt inexplicable fear, even his legs went weak, and he sat on the ground. Li Xuetong, do you still want to continue? Quickly tell your classmate to stop, or you will face consequences in the future. Helpless, he even resorted to threatening Li Xuetong. After all, in his impression, under his tyranny, Li Xuetong had always been a weak person who only knew how to evade. Lu Feng came in front of him and raised his right hand. Don't! This is a society under the rule of law. Li Hangli shouted in fear. As his right hand came down, Li Hangli screamed, but to his surprise, Lu Feng just patted him a few times and then withdrew his hand without hitting him. That's right, this is a society under the rule of law, I won't do anything to you. Humph, you are quite sensible. I won't pursue today's matter, you all leave now. Li Xuetong, go back to work. Hearing Lu Feng's words, Li Hangli quickly got up from the ground, directly shouted at Li Xuetong, and tried to leave first. These people looked terrifying, just a glance and the 8 security guards were defeated. It's you who should leave, Li Hangli, you are fired. At this moment, a middle-aged man walked out of the company, the general manager of the Star Entertainment Division, Zhaowen. Before Lu Feng arrived, he had already contacted the headquarters and Zhaowen. Me? What right do you have to fire me? Seeing the newcomer, Li Hangli disdainfully retorted. He was here on behalf of the headquarters, and this Zhaowen had no authority over him. In terms of hierarchy, as the director of operations at the headquarters, his authority was greater than that of the division general manager. I don't have the authority, but the chairman does. Chairman? In Li Hangli's confusion, Zhaowen walked up to Lu Feng. This is Lu Feng, the chairman who just acquired our Star Entertainment. What? 2 exclamations rang out simultaneously, from Li Hangli and Li Xuetong. Li Xuetong thought that Lu Feng might help her get through the difficulties through the social influence of Pang Dalong, Gao Jianli, and others, but she never expected that Lu Feng turned out to be the chairman of Star Entertainment. Li Hangli felt that a great disaster was imminent. Even though he was the younger brother-in-law of the vice president of the head office, Wang Shoufa, in front of the chairman, he was nothing. Bang! Thinking of this, Li Hangli knelt down directly. Chairman, I was blind and ignorant. I was wrong. I shouldn't have treated Li Xuetong like that. I dare not do it again in the future. Please spare me for the sake of my brother-in-law, Wang Shoufa. I almost forgot if you didn't mention it. You are so bold and presumptuous. Your brother-in-law must have helped a lot too. Zhaowen informed the headquarters directly to dismiss Wang Shoufa as well, and also, at this point, he glanced at Li Jie, who was still in a state of shock, and spoke again. Let Li Jie take the position of operations director. After Li Xuetong described how Li Jie helped her last time, he also indirectly understood this person. Li Jie is kind-hearted, experienced in managing artists, and has strong operational capabilities. However, she is straightforward and has a strong sense of justice. She has offended her superiors many times in order to protect the innocence and welfare of her artists, so she has been unable to get promoted. Therefore, Lu Feng decided to let her be the operations director. In the entertainment industry full of hidden rules, having such a clear stream can make employees work more at ease. Okay, Chairman. Lu Dong, I. At this moment, Li Jie came to Lu Feng excitedly, about to say something. You don't need to say anything. I trust you and hope you will uphold your consistent style and keep a close eye on things for me. Also, Xuetong will be under your care. Lu Feng didn't let her continue and made a final decision. Chairman, please spare me. I won't make the same mistake again. You can leave. Throw him out. As Lu Feng's words fell, number one behind him stepped forward, lifted Li Hangli, and threw him out. Ouch! Li Hangli, who fell like a dog eating shit, screamed in pain. Lu Feng didn't even look back, and under the crowd's gaze, he entered the company. Lu Dong, during Li Hangli's tenure, he harmed many artists. Is it too easy for him to end up like this? Shouldn't we report his malicious actions to the entire industry? After being expelled, he and his brother-in-law have their own circle in the entertainment industry. Finding a new job won't be difficult for him. With his character, if he goes to another entertainment company, many artists may suffer again. At this moment, Li Jia expressed her concern because she had fought against Li Hangli and his group many times and was very familiar with them. Don't worry, he won't do any harm again. Outside the door, Li Hangli stood up cursing. Damn it, let's wait and see. Do you think I can't survive without Star Entertainment? Feeling upset, he naturally needed a place to vent, so he directly contacted a lover and booked a hotel room. Darling, why did you finish work so early today? Don't say much, I'm in a bad mood today. Hurry up and help me relieve the stress. Oh, look at how impatient you are, take it slow. When he saw his lover coming, Li Hangli quickly prepared to engage in intimate activities. But after a while, what's wrong with you? You haven't responded for half a day. I don't know either. I completely lost sensation. This made Li Hangli anxious, and he had no mood to continue. He quickly put on his clothes and rushed to the hospital. After a series of examinations, the doctor gave him a despairing answer: corporal cavernosum fracture, untreatable. This news was like a bolt from the blue, instantly crushing Li Hangli and leaving him in despair. Now, he became the last eunuch in Xia country. No! A miserable howl echoed in the hospital corridor, attracting the attention of many people. Star Entertainment Branch, General Manager's Office. At this time, Zhaoan and others left, leaving space for Lu Feng and Li Xuetong. I didn't expect you to be so cunning. After listening to Lu Feng's explanation, Li Xuetong's face turned red. It turned out that before, Lu Feng had not randomly hit Li Hangli a few times, but had used the techniques from the Xianlong needle method to directly damage Li Hangli's corpus cavernosum, causing him to be impotent for life. Just because it's the Xianlong needle method doesn't mean that silver needles are needed for everything. Similar to these small tricks, as long as certain meridians and acupoints on the human body are struck with special techniques, the desired effect can be achieved. Moreover, this technique leaves no trace at all. The most crucial point is that such a miraculous technique, even if you talk about it, no one would believe it. It can be seen from this how mysterious the Xianlong needle method is. Lu Feng, why didn't you tell me that you are the chairman of Starlight Entertainment? I have always been paying attention to the entertainment industry and felt that it's quite profitable. I happened to have the opportunity to acquire Starlight Entertainment, just a coincidence. Lu Feng chuckled. He couldn't say that the system just happened to give it to him, right? But in Li Xuetong's ears, she thought, did Lu Feng acquire Starlight Entertainment because he listened to her complaints? Otherwise, why didn't he acquire so many other entertainment companies outside, but just happened to acquire Starlight Entertainment? Was it after she asked Lu Feng for help? Lu Feng, thank you, Li Xuetong said earnestly, then went straight up, kissed Lu Feng on the lips, and quickly ran out blushing. This girl. Feeling the warmth on his lips, Lu Feng couldn't help but smile. Zirwei Mansion, Villa No. 3. At this moment, the house was crowded with people, a group of white coats coming in and out, their foreheads covered in sweat, showing their anxiety. Su Fuling was rubbing her hands, pacing anxiously outside Qin Lao's bedroom. The bedroom door opened, and one could vaguely see various medical equipment inside, with a middle-aged man in a white coat walking out. Upon closer inspection, it was revealed that there was military uniform inside the white coat. Dr. Lin, how is Qin Lao? He's stable for now, but we'll have to see tonight. It's all my lack of medical skills. Lin Tiansheng, a major general in the Southern Army of Xia Country, was also a master in Xia Country, with superb medical skills, but he actually said that his medical skills were lacking, indicating how bad Qin Lao's condition was. And a major general, as well as a master, personally coming to see Qin Lao, showed how terrifying Qin Lao's identity was. Qin Lao, I'm here to drink with you today. At this moment, Lu Feng's voice rang outside the door. Su Fuling opened the door, her tired and worried expression clearly visible on her pretty face. Qin Lao is sick, come back another day. Sick? Seeing the busy white coats through the crack of the door, Lu Feng frowned. With his keen senses, he naturally also saw the military uniforms inside these white coats. It seemed that Qin Lao's identity was extraordinary. Do you need my help? Lu Feng then asked. It wasn't that he liked to meddle, but the last drink with Qin Lao had brought out some emotions, and Qin Lao's carefree style always gave him the feeling of a hermit master from a novel. What help can you offer? Don't cause trouble. Su Fuling was visibly impatient at this moment, waving her hand to send him away. However, Lu Feng pushed her aside and walked in directly. Hey, what are you doing? Caught off guard, Su Fuling was somewhat angry and directly scolded him. Young man, Qin Lao is not feeling well, it's not appropriate to disturb him now. At this moment, Lin Tiansheng, who heard the sound, also turned to look at Lu Feng, but Lu Feng paid no attention and walked straight into the room. As soon as he entered, he felt the oppression in the room and the anxiety of the people. Obviously, Qin Lao was seriously ill, and after inheriting the Shenlong needle method, Lu Feng sometimes saw things differently. Just now, he even felt a sense of death in the bedroom. Seeing Lu Feng like this, everyone frowned, thinking that he was being too rude. Lu Feng, you've gone too far. Watching Lu Feng break through the crowd's obstruction and walk into the bedroom, Su Fuling, who had changed her dignified appearance, shouted directly. Even more people followed, trying to pull him out. Don't make a scene. With a casual gesture from Lu Feng, the next second, everyone was dumbfounded. Because Su Fuling seemed frozen in place, maintaining the posture of wanting to drag him forward, mouth slightly open, stiff in place. What's going on? Everyone was stunned and ran to check. This scene was too bizarre. But no matter how they looked, Su Fuling was completely immobilized now, unable to even make a sound. With a hiss, Lin Tiansheng and others who were originally going to stop him all stopped in their tracks, gasping in shock, looking at Lu Feng. Too bizarre. Su Fuling was even more shocked, wondering what had happened to herself. She touched Lu Feng and couldn't move? What had this bastard done to her? By now, Lu Feng had arrived at Qin Lao's bedside, pulled back the curtain, carefully observed his eyeballs, then pinched his right wrist pulse, closed his eyes. After a few seconds, he opened his eyes and looked at Lin Tiansheng. Old man Qin has suffered a serious injury to his lungs in the past, and the left meridian has been blocked for over 20 years, right? It's almost necrotic. And the long-term blockage has led to the heart meridian being obstructed, almost necrotic as well. There's a faint energy in his body nurturing the meridians, interesting. But this energy is too weak, nurturing too slowly compared to the meridians dying off. Hearing Lu Feng's words, Lin Tiansheng's eyes widened in shock. Without sufficient knowledge, he wouldn't be able to diagnose old man Qin's problem in such a short time. And he could even sense the energy nurturing the meridians in old man Qin's body, which was a bit terrifying. I am Lin Tiansheng, may I ask for your name, sir? Lu Feng. Mr. Lu Feng, what you said is correct. Old man Qin's condition is a result of past issues, and we can't revive the necrotic meridians, only slow down the process. But as you can see, after over 20 years, it seems to be reaching its end. At this point, Lin Tiansheng's eyes dimmed slightly. Although he was deeply impressed by Lu Feng's methods, he knew that even though the problem could be identified, with today's medical capabilities, there was no solution. Well, it's true that modern medicine can't reverse this, but I think I can give it a try. What? You mean you can reverse the necrosis of the meridians? Lu Feng's words were like a thunderbolt, causing Lin Tiansheng to jump up. This was completely against science. If necrotic meridians could be reversed, what kind of miraculous method was that? But now, looking at the seemingly young Lu Feng in front of him, he actually said he could try? In shock, he couldn't help but look at Su Fuling. Lu Feng glanced at her and seemed to have made a decision that Su Fuling needed to make, so he walked up to her. I can now lift your restriction, but you need to speak properly and not cause trouble. Blink if you agree. Hearing Lu Feng's words, Su Fuling cursed in her heart. What did he mean by speaking properly and not causing trouble? Who was causing trouble here? What a bastard. But being fixed in place like this, not knowing what method this was, she felt inexplicably anxious. Regardless, she needed to be able to move first. Immediately, she blinked her heavily made-up eyes vigorously. You don't have to keep blinking, I'm not blind. With that, he casually touched Su Fuling, who slumped to the ground, panting heavily. Lu Feng, you bastard, how dare you treat me like this? Ready to vent, she saw Lu Feng smile and raise his right index finger, silencing her immediately. Well, that's better. I'm going to treat old man Qin now, do you have any objections? Su Fuling glared at him, then looked at Lin Tiansheng for advice. Miss Su, with my abilities, I cannot cure Mr. Qin, only delay. If he has another attack, it may be beyond help. But as for Mr. Lu Feng, it's up to you. Seeing that Lin Tiansheng did not object to letting Lu Feng treat him, it meant that the previous moves had Lin Tiansheng's approval. However, the fact that this condition could be cured was unheard of. So Lin Tiansheng also dared not say that handing it over to Lu Feng would cure him. Su Fuling, who had been the CEO of the Su Group for many years, naturally understood the situation immediately. Since there was no cure, only delay, it was just a matter of time before it was a death sentence. It was better to try something, even if it was a long shot. Thinking that Mr. Qin was a straightforward person who enjoyed avenging grievances, she didn't want to live like this either. So, she gritted her teeth and looked at Lu Feng. Can you really cure him? I should be able to. How confident are you? 50%. Good. Su Fuling, not one to procrastinate, made the decision. Mr. Lin, can you lend me a set of silver needles? No problem. Lin Tiancheng quickly brought a set of silver needles and handed them over. Is there anything else you need? No, irrelevant people can leave. Do not disturb me during the treatment process, otherwise if something happens to Mr. Qin, it's not my responsibility. Mr. Lu Feng, can I observe and learn on the side? Yes. After thinking for a moment, Lu Feng nodded in agreement. I'll stay too. Su Fuling hurriedly exclaimed. Okay, everyone else can leave. Thinking about the relationship between Su Fuling and Mr. Qin, Lu Feng did not object either. So, except for Lin Tiancheng and Su Fuling, everyone else was asked to leave, and the door was closed. Lu Feng disinfected the silver needles, and the following scene once again astonished Su Fuling and Lin Tiancheng. The silver needles in Lu Feng's hand suddenly emitted a faint fluorescence, and the next moment, they began to move with Lu Feng's fingers. Lu Feng remained calm and focused, continuously visualizing the treatment route in his mind. After all, this was the first time he had truly used the mysterious dragon needle technique. Take the left Susanli, left Xiangu, right Diji, right Gongsun, right Weiguan through Naguan. Among them, Zusanli and Xiangu are tonified, Diji and Gongsun are purged, Weiguan through Naguan is balanced tonification and purging. Leave the needles for 20 minutes, if the patient's lower back heats up proceed with Filong Tongdu. Without hesitation, Lu Feng swiftly inserted the needles, swiftly moving them around Mr. Qin's body. It was visible to the naked eye that heat was rising from Mr. Qin's body, and his skin gradually turned red starting from his feet. Slowly, a healthy flush spread throughout his body. Swish! Lu Feng stopped at this moment, observed Mr. Qin's condition, and nodded. Currently, Mr. Qin's physical response matched what was described in the mysterious dragon needle technique, indicating that he had not deviated. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, Lu Feng began to disinfect the second silver needle. Lin Tiancheng beside him was so awestruck that he didn't dare to make a sound. What he had just witnessed seemed like a dream. Could a needle be used in such a way? Is that it? Lin Tiancheng could hold back, but Su Fuling couldn't. How is that possible? This is just the first step. This method is called the 5-Qi rejuvenation. Mr. Qin's physical condition is quite poor, so I first activated his body's potential to restore vitality. Next, I have to nourish his essence and solidify his foundation, as his body has been deficient for too long. Oh, Su Fuling nodded in confusion. Although she didn't understand, she felt that it was quite impressive. Looking at Lu Feng, her eyes sparkled with admiration. The needle technique she had just witnessed seemed like something out of a fantasy movie. 20 minutes later, Lu Feng checked Mr. Qin's condition again and removed the needles. Then, the second needle was used. The fantastical scene played out once again, leaving Lin Tiancheng in a trance, almost drooling. For a master like Lu Feng, what could be more fascinating than this miraculous needle technique? He stared intently with his slightly widened eyes, watching Lu Feng perform without blinking. A few minutes later, Lu Feng withdrew the needle again. Next, I will help Mr. Qin recover his health. Both of you, do not make any noise to disturb. The final step is crucial, Lu Feng warned in a serious tone. Lin Shensheng and Su Fuling, at this moment, were like obedient students, nodding quietly and squatting on the side. Swish, the third needle started. This time, Mr. Qin's body began to shake violently, and a painful expression appeared on his face. Veins on his limbs and forehead suddenly bulged, changing from the initial dark purple to a light blue color. Wow! Suddenly, Mr. Qin sat up and forcefully spat out several mouthfuls of black blood. This sudden scene would have scared Su Fuling into screaming if Lin Shensheng hadn't covered her mouth first, fearing she would jump up in shock. Lu Feng acted swiftly, raising the needle as soon as Mr. Qin sat up, and pressed it down forcefully several times. Wow! Another mouthful of blood was spat out, and this time, the color had changed from dark black to normal red. Few seeing this, Lu Feng immediately withdrew the needle, helped Mr. Qi lie down, and let out a sigh of relief. It's done! Wiping the sweat off his forehead, Lu Feng smiled. However, he had overexerted himself physically and mentally, feeling a bit unsteady on his feet. Seeing his current condition, he couldn't help but smile wryly. If it weren't for the spiritual power and some magical abilities that the system had instilled during the inheritance of the Shenlong needle technique, he would have found it difficult to complete this treatment. It seemed that recovering from such a major illness would take a long time. He could feel the loss of vitality from this treatment, which would take at least a week to recover. Is it really cured? Su Fuling stared in astonishment at Lu Feng, feeling like she was in a dream. In less than an hour, had they really cured Mr. Qin's fatal illness that had troubled him for decades? Lin Shensheng walked to the bedside in 3 steps and gave Mr. Qin a thorough examination. After checking everything, he was shocked. There were no blockages in Mr. Qin's meridians, and they seemed rejuvenated, even better than those of a typical young person. It could be described as limitless vitality. Moreover, he noticed that all of Mr. Qin's previous minor ailments seemed to have been cured during this treatment. Especially the scar on Mr. Qin's back from his youth had disappeared, leaving his skin flawless. Did this treatment also include a beauty treatment? Lin Shensheng was overwhelmed with emotions, unable to express the miraculous outcome. With a bang, Lin Shensheng knelt in front of Lu Feng. Mr. Lu Feng, I have been passionate about medicine all my life, but witnessing your extraordinary skills today, I am truly amazed. Please accept me as your disciple. Seeing Lin Shensheng like this, Su Fuling was dumbfounded. Lin Shensheng appeared gentle in character, but in the field of medicine, not only in Xia country but globally, he was an absolute authority. He had never respected anyone in this field before, and now he was kneeling before Lu Feng, asking to be his student. Moreover, Lin Shensheng was a major general. If this news got out, it would surely shock many people. This is not necessary. If Mr. Lin is interested, you are welcome to visit me sometime for discussions. There is no need to be so formal. The capable should take the lead. Please accept him. Seeing Lin Shensheng's determination, Lu Feng was at a loss. Lu Feng, Mr. Lin is straightforward in nature, and military personnel are decisive. If he respects you, he respects you. As a grown man, do you really need to hesitate? You have a major general and a national athlete kneeling before you. Do you feel comfortable? Su Fuling was always outspoken, which was why, despite her status, she would casually go street racing as if she were a young girl. Major general? National athlete? Hearing Su Fuling's words, Lu Feng was stunned for a moment. It seems quite impressive for a major general and national athlete to want to be my disciple, right? In my heart, I couldn't help but fantasize for a moment, and finally agreed to Lin Tianxing's request. This made Lin Lao excited, and he gratefully glanced at Su Fuling. Master above, please accept this bow from your disciple. After saying that, he respectfully bowed to Lu Feng. Although it felt good, Lu Feng still felt a bit awkward. Leaving aside other things, Lin Tiancheng was quite old, and bowing to himself felt a bit strange. Meanwhile, Su Fuling was thinking whimsically, if this old Lin bows to Lu Feng as his master, then if I win Lu Feng over, wouldn't he have to call me master's wife? Hee, seems quite interesting. But then her face turned red. Damn, what am I thinking? He's my best friend's man. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but frown. The more she learned about Lu Feng in these days, the more mysterious he seemed, completely different from what Angie described. With the little information she had gathered, she was already shocked. How many more secrets does he have? At this moment, Qin Lao slowly opened his eyes and woke up. Grandpa Qin, you're finally awake. Qin Lao nodded, about to sit up, but suddenly saw Lin Tianqing kneeling on the ground, and was dumbfounded. What the hell, Lin Lao, what are you doing? Is your old leg acting up? Upon closer look, Lu Feng was also there, and it seemed like Lin Tianqing was kneeling to him. What? Did I miss something? Qin Lao, you're the one acting up. I'm paying respects to my master, you get it. Paying respects? Upon hearing Lin Tianqing's words, Qin Lao was momentarily puzzled. What master is this brat paying respects to? Did he take the wrong medicine? Or am I still not fully awake from my illness? Is this an illusion? Yes, it must be an illusion. Qin Lao thought to himself and gave himself a slap. Damn, that hurts. The others naturally didn't know what Qin Lao was thinking, they just saw him slapping himself. Master, will your treatment make him lose his mind? This Qin Lao sometimes acts unreliable, but he wouldn't slap himself. Lin Tianqing couldn't help but ask quietly. Are you the one losing your mind? What the hell is going on? Qin Lao felt like he might have entered the wrong time and space. Why couldn't he understand anything? Seeing this, Su Fuling stepped forward and explained the situation in detail. After listening, Qin Lao jumped out of bed and performed a set of military punches. Then he looked at Lu Feng in shock, then at himself, and back at Lu Feng. Is it you, kid, who cured me? Pointing at himself, Qin Lao asked. Lu Feng smiled and nodded. Wow, you kid, you're amazing. I've had this problem for over 20 years, the more I treated it, the the worse it got, but you cured it. Oh, it seems like my prostate is better too. I feel like I can now have a few kids with a few women, ha. Xin Lao laughed heartily. Xin Lao, I'm still here. Su Fuling blushed and ran out. This old man was too vulgar. Lin Tianqing on the side also covered his face and closed his eyes. This old guy was shameless as always. With a new lease on life, the fatal illness that had plagued him for decades was cured. Xin Lao was extremely happy and pulled Lu Feng to go drink. Today, the two of us will have a good drink to thank you for saving my life. But today we'll drink my hidden liquor, although it's not as expensive as your bottles, the taste is not inferior, and most importantly, it's strong. Alright, then Lin. Lu Feng didn't know what to call Lin Tianqing for a moment. Calling him disciple felt a bit strange, and he couldn't bring himself to say it. Master, you can call me Tiansheng. Lin Tiansheng seemed to understand Lu Feng's dilemma and said directly. Tiansheng, bring out my hidden liquor later, the three of us will drink together, you know where it's kept, right? Before Lu Feng could say anything, Xin Lao started shouting. Hey, kid, since you've taken Lin Lao Gui as your apprentice, what should he call me? Get lost, everyone minds their own business, don't think you can take advantage of me. Upon hearing Xin Lao's words, Lin Tiansheng immediately started cursing. Amidst the banter between the two old men, the room became lively. After a few glasses of strong liquor, Lu Feng also learned about Xin Lao's identity. Xin Lao Tu, whose name is Qin Tianlong, is the war god of Xia country, with the nickname, Dragon God. He holds an extremely prestigious status in Xia country, ranking even higher than a general and commanding more respect than the founding fathers. In his youth, he repeatedly thwarted enemy attacks, and the high-ranking officials he annihilated were too numerous to count. He is also known as the top master in Xia country. However, in an operation over 20 years ago, he was ambushed and gradually withdrew from the scene. Over the decades, although countries have been in open and secret struggles, the kind of battles like before have become rare. Most conflicts are now settled through financial power, alliances, and strategies. In today's society, who would resort to using fists when money can get things done? After this incident, Qin Tianlong insisted on becoming sworn brothers with Lu Feng, and if Lu Feng refused, he would stubbornly cling to him. This old man's stubbornness and tantrums were truly remarkable, leaving Lu Feng with no choice but to agree. After it was settled, Xin Lao Tu immediately teased Lin Tiansheng, calling him his nephew. This angered Lin Tiansheng, and the two ended up playing around for a while, both getting drunk to the point of passing out. Even in their dreams, they continued bickering, astonishing Lu Feng. At midnight, Lu Feng returned to his villa, and the system's notification sound rang out. Ding, new products have been added for sale, please decide whether to purchase. Product, R-Type Ultimate Wisdom Elixir, price, 1 yuan. R-Type Ultimate Wisdom Elixir, when consumed, it enhances memory retention and analytical skills, significantly boosting brain function and mental strength. What a great item! The recent use of the Shenlong needle technique made him realize his mental strength was lacking, causing his head to swell afterwards. He had asked the system about it, and it explained that his brain's capacity was insufficient, resulting in limited mental energy storage. Once overused, symptoms like dizziness and fatigue would occur. Unexpectedly, the wisdom elixir arrived today, making him feel the system was very considerate. With a thought, the R-Type Ultimate Wisdom Elixir appeared in his hand. It was a bottle of deep blue liquid potion. After opening the bottle and sniffing it, which had no scent, he drank it all at once. Instantly, a cool sensation pierced his mind, making him feel invigorated. After a few minutes, the cool feeling subsided, and Lu Feng felt his eyes were brighter and his vision seemed sharper. His hearing and sense of smell also appeared to have significantly improved. He picked up a magazine, quickly flipped through it, and closed it. Surprisingly, the contents played back in his mind like a movie, every word and sentence vividly displayed. Lu Feng thought to himself, if he had this during his school days, he would have been a super scholar. Tired from the day, Lu Feng decided to skip watching live broadcasts, freshened up, and went straight to bed. Villa No. 3. Zhao Yangzi, what time is the appointment for tomorrow? Lingjie, Pang Dalong said to meet at Tongqing Building at 11 a.m. tomorrow to discuss the contract. Tongqing Building? Alright, prepare the documents, see you at 11 a.m. tomorrow. Okay. Hanging up the phone, Su Fuling frowned. This time in Jiangdu, she had an important matter to settle with the Pang Group, as the project in Modu was about to commence. Due to specific requirements from the client, there were several scarce materials needed, and despite searching many places, only Pang Group had them. However, Pang Dalong, the old fox, upon knowing Su Fuling urgently needed these materials, raised the prices, wanting to take advantage of her. In several negotiations, this guy kept playing tricks, taking advantage of the situation and not giving an inch. but I don't have much time left, so I made an appointment with Pang Dalong to finalize the contract tomorrow. I wonder if this old fox will compromise tomorrow, sighed with worry in her heart. Su Fuling slowly fell asleep. The next day at noon, in room 515 of Tongqing building. Boss Pang, how did you consider what I told you last time? Manager Su, I'm not deliberately raising the price. Look, my old friend has come to me several times for this batch of materials. There's only this batch of goods. If I give him the quantity you want, I won't be able to meet it. Business is business. Indeed, the quantity you need is larger, and because of this, I'm prioritizing you. Otherwise, my old friend's price is even higher than what I'm offering you now. Su Fuling frowned at his words. This old fox is using the same tactics again. Who knows what price his old friend offered, or if this old friend even exists. She doesn't believe it anyway. But not believing it, with the goods in his hands, she has no way to deal with it. The key is that the client is also very persistent. She negotiated with them whether they could replace the materials with others, but the reply was no, which made her very frustrated. At this moment, the door of the room was opened, and a middle-aged man with a big belly walked in. Brother Pang, you're not being fair. I told you I offered a high price for this batch of materials. Why are you negotiating with someone else again? If Shaoli hadn't slipped up, I wouldn't have known you were here to sign a contract with someone else. As soon as he entered, this person started complaining, then turned to look at a young man who followed him in. This person is the Shaoli he mentioned, a department manager under Pang Dalong. Pang Dalong glared at Shaoli, showing his dissatisfaction, then put on a smile and said, Brother Zhang, you also need to understand my difficulties. The quantity you want is not small. This batch of goods is all we have for now. We can't restock in the near future. So if you take a part, I won't be able to handle the rest. Su Fuling wants just the right amount. That's why we're here to discuss. You can't just give it to her because she wants more. There has to be a first come, first served basis. I can offer you a higher price. I'll raise it by another 10% from the price we discussed last time. How about that? This Mr. Zhang hurriedly said. Mr. Zhang, if you keep raising the price, it will turn into cutthroat competition. Besides, the first contact was with General Pang. Su Fuling immediately interjected upon hearing this. Seeing this person rushing in, she listened for a while, wondering if someone really wanted to buy this batch of materials from Pang Dalong. Although she still found the situation suspicious, she couldn't afford to take the risk. If the materials were taken by this person, her project would be ruined. So she had to fight for it. Upon hearing this, Mr. Zhang looked at Pang Dalong. Brother Zhang, it was indeed General Su who contacted me first. Pang Dalong said truthfully. She contacted first? Has Miss Su signed the contract? Not yet. Well, that's it then. If she hasn't signed, it means the deal isn't finalized. Since I'm in a hurry, if she doesn't sign, I will. I've even brought the deposit. With that, Mr. Zhang directly placed a briefcase on the table and opened it, revealing a box full of money. Who said I won't sign? I will. General Pang, let's sign the contract now. Seeing this, Su Fuling became anxious. She decisively took the contract prepared by Pang Dalong and signed and stamped it. Although Pang Dalong's price was much higher, squeezing her profit margin significantly, at least she could still make some profit by obtaining this batch of materials. The key was to successfully complete this project, leading to more cooperation in the future and establishing her company's reputation in Hong Kong. Hong Kong was the next market that their Su Group aimed to conquer, so it was crucial to secure this project as a stepping stone. However, she didn't notice that when she wasn't paying attention, Pang Dalong and Mr. Zhang exchanged a glance. Zhang, my friend, you see, everyone else has already signed. I'm really sorry, but in business, we must prioritize integrity. First come, first served. Pang Dalong saw that Su Fuling had finished signing and stamping, and apologized to Lao Zhang. What a pity. Pang, can you please help me check if there is any way to get the goods again? I will also look elsewhere. I really need it. Lao Zhang said regretfully. Alright, I will keep an eye out for you. Then, Lao Zhang left. Su, pleasant cooperation. Pleasant cooperation. Su Fuling said reluctantly. This time, she was taken advantage of by this old fox, naturally feeling uncomfortable. How about having a meal together? No, I have a friend coming here for a meeting. Next time, please deliver the goods early, Pang. Don't worry, I will take care of it as soon as I go back. Su Fuling seemed to be hinting at him to leave, but Pang Dalong didn't mind. Having made a good profit, Pang Dalong was in a good mood and agreed with a smile. As Pang Dalong walked into the lobby downstairs, he met someone coming towards him. Boss, why are you here? Lao Pang? You are here too? My friend asked me to come here for a meal and discuss something. Your friend? Yes, he said it's in room 515. Which floor is 515 on? May I ask, boss, is Miss Su Fuling the one inviting you for dinner? Yes, how did you know? Pang Dalong shivered all over upon hearing this. Boss, I suddenly have a stomachache, I need to go to the restroom, sorry. Saying that, he turned around and ran upstairs without even taking the elevator. Ha, don't you need the restroom? There is one downstairs, isn't there? Lu Feng looked at the WC sign hanging in the lobby, looking puzzled. The door of room 515 was suddenly opened, startling Su Fuling. Turning around, she saw that Pang Dalong had returned, and he immediately locked the door behind him. What are you doing? Why are you back? Miss Su, I just received a call from the purchasing department, saying that there was an error in the previous price list for these materials. After recalculating, we can further reduce the price by 10 points as you mentioned earlier. So I rushed over to have you sign a new contract. Ha, is this for real? Upon hearing Pang Dalong's words, Su Fuling suddenly felt her brain was not enough to process everything. Take a look at this contract, the price has been adjusted. Pang Dalong directly took out 2 blank contracts, filled in the latest prices, and handed them to Su Fuling anxiously. Su Fuling checked the prices and indeed, they were reduced by 10 points from her original quote. Is this price for real? Yes, in business, honesty is the foundation. Whatever the price is, it is. Are you satisfied with this price? If you are, let's sign it now. I have something urgent to attend to. Although she had many doubts, the price on this contract was definitely advantageous to her. So Su Fuling didn't care what Pang Dalong was up to, she directly signed and stamped the contract, fearing that Pang Dalong might change his mind. Little did she know that Pang Dalong was afraid that Su Fuling wouldn't sign, and if Lu Feng found out that he had cheated his friend, he would be in trouble. Both parties signed and stamped the contract, and tore up the old contract. Pang, pleasant cooperation. This time, Su Fuling was genuinely happy, with a smile on her face. Pleasant, as long as Miss Su is satisfied with this cooperation. Then I'll take my leave. After saying that, he ran off, especially when opening the door, he sneakily looked around outside. Su Fuling was at a loss with the series of actions, but she didn't dwell on it too much, as the outcome was good. So, she happily hummed a tune. Oh. What made Miss Su so happy? At this moment, Lu Feng just pushed the door and walked in, complaining as he entered, the private rooms in this hotel are like a maze, it's so hard to find. Lu Feng, you're here? Su Fuling greeted Lu Feng with a big smile. Do you have some good news? Not really, just signed a contract with Pangshur Group earlier and made a profit. Oh, Pangshur? Yes, Pangshur, don't you know? They are the largest material supplier in Jiangdu City, much stronger than your Hongfeng real estate. How do you know about my Hongfeng real estate? Su Fuling avoided Lu Feng's gaze and accidentally revealed, well, I happened to see you at Chuanshou Inghua last time. Oh, I see. Lu Feng nodded, not minding being discovered, there was nothing to hide. But there was something strange about signing the contract today. Oh, what do you mean? Earlier, this Pang Dalong raised the price very high, I had no choice but to sign, but shortly after he left, he came back and said he had made a mistake with the previous price, and gave me a new contract to sign. The new price was so favorable that I felt it was unreal. I ended up making 10% more profit than expected. Although I don't know what happened, at least the signing went smoothly. Hearing this, Lu Feng finally understood why Pang Dalong suddenly became flustered after knowing he was dining in private room 515. This old fox. Lu Feng thought to himself and couldn't help but smile. With this cunning old man around, business was not at risk, and he was quite straightforward. It was also good that they had a sense of fear towards him, otherwise, who knows what they might do behind his back. Of course, Lu Feng also knew that this series of changes was due to their encounter at Fuhai restaurant last time. It made them realize that his industry was not limited to just them, hence their behavior. So, what did you call me for today? It's not just for a meal, right? Well, I do need your help. Seeing Su Fuling hesitating, Lu Feng couldn't help but chuckle. So, President Su also has moments of hesitation? Just tell me what's the matter. Tisk, I'm also a woman. Teased by Lu Feng, she relaxed. Well, there's this annoying person who has been bothering me. I came here not only to discuss cooperation with Pangshur but also to avoid this person. Unfortunately, he followed me here. So, stop, don't tell me, you want me to be your shield? Why not just refuse directly? Lu Feng interrupted her, isn't this an old TV drama plot? Do you think I don't want to? He is the prince of the NI group in Modu. And we also have some business cooperation with their group, so there are things I can't do. Besides, my family has always wanted to bring us together, a so-called business marriage, you know? Lu Feng rolled his eyes, it was indeed a cliché. Ignoring his eye rolling, Su Fuling continued, if I randomly pick someone, they won't believe it, and the news will definitely reach my parents, who won't agree. So, if you bring me, they will believe it? Your parents will agree? At least you are handsome, and you have your own industry, being able to own the know. One villa in Zirwei Haofu at such a young age, definitely more than just Hongfeng real estate, right? Plus, with your amazing skills yesterday, that's the capital. And Xin Lao appreciates you a lot, even treating you like a son, not to mention having a disciple like Lin Tiancheng. With your status, my parents will definitely have no objections. At this moment, Su Fuling's analytical ability was demonstrated. She was right in saying that a normal person with only one Hongfeng real estate could never afford Villa No. 1 at Zirwei Haofu. If they could afford it, they would have already bought it themselves. Why wait for Lan Wind? The way you put it, I feel pretty good about myself, Lan Wind chuckled. Look at you being so vain, so will you agree or not? Why would I do something so thankless? Besides, if you keep praising me like this, what if your parents really take a liking to me later on? What then? If they like you, so what? Am I not good enough for you? Besides, you're my best friend's man, are you afraid I'll steal you? Seeing Lan Wind seeming to still be picky, Su Fuling was a bit annoyed. Am I not good looking? There are plenty of people in the Magic City who want to pursue me, and this guy is still being picky? Your best friend? Yao Anqi is your best friend? Upon hearing Su Fuling's words, Lan Wind was stunned, then asked. Oh, yes, Yao Anqi is my best friend whom I grew up with since childhood, so rest assured, if something really happens, she's also in the know. Irritated by Lan Wind's reaction, she let slip again, and Su Fuling regretted it as soon as the words came out. What did she just say? But Lan Wind was surprised and opened his mouth wide. Damn, what does this girl mean? Is she willing to be the third wheel? Sisterhood? Sounds good too. Men, they always have their fantasies, especially with a beauty like Su Fuling. But thinking is one thing, doing is another. Although he thought about it, he eventually nodded in agreement. The main thing was that this girl made a phone call in front of him to Anqi, explaining everything. Anqi not only did not object, but also hoped that Lan Wind could help her best friend as much as possible without causing trouble. This made Lan Wind a bit speechless, marveling at how close the two were, that even a boyfriend was willing to lend. After a few interactions, their relationship was not bad, and now with Anqi's approval, he decided to help out. Later, Anqi apologized to Lan Wind on the phone, saying that her business trip might be extended this time, as the project there was stuck at a bottleneck and needed to be resolved before she could return, which might take more than a week. She had planned to call Lan Wind today, but Su Fuling called first, so she told him directly. After expressing their longing for each other for a while, Su Fuling hung up the phone amidst continuous eye-rolling. Then, they got down to business, eating and coordinating their stories. Finally, under Lan Wind's continuous complaints, they came up with a plan that Su Fuling was satisfied with. At this moment, Lan Wind's phone rang. Boss, this is Zhou Zhaogang. All the funds from Jinrui Real Estate have been invested, and the foundation has already started. Okay, proceed according to the original plan, it's time to close the net. Okay, boss. Hanging up the phone, Lan Wind narrowed his eyes, it's time for them to pay back what they owe me. Fengyang District Flower Expo Pavilion. Hurry up, the press conference is about to start. Ruan Minghui directed his subordinates busily at the venue. In order to develop the No. 1 plot in Fengyang District, they directly rented the Flower Expo Pavilion here to hold the press conference. Before long, everyone had arrived. Ruan Minghui adjusted his suit and hairstyle, walked into the venue with his head held high, and sat at the presidium. Because of his significant contribution this time, the old man handed over the leadership to him. This made him feel like he was at the peak of his life. After the completion of this development project, the Ruan Group would rise to a new level, comparable to the major groups in the Magic City and Kyoto. Welcome, everyone, to the press conference of the Ruan Group's development project for the No. 1 plot in Fengyang District. We, Ruan Group, are preparing to turn this plot into the most luxurious seaside resort in Jiangdu City and even the whole country. Here, Ruan Minghui talked eloquently and answered the reporters' continuous questions. It can be seen that everyone is very interested in this project. This also makes Ruan Minghui feel optimistic about the future. Just as Ruan Mingliang was halfway through his introduction, suddenly the phones of the journalists started ringing one after another. Hello? I'm here at Ruan's press conference. What? Is what you're saying true? I'll be right there. What did you say? Is this true? Big news, save me a spot. I'll be there in 5 minutes. The journalists hung up the phone directly, said a few words to the photographers, and quickly left with their equipment. At this moment, it seemed like the journalists present were infected, one by one turning and leaving. Hey, don't leave. I haven't finished yet. Seeing the media leaving one by one, Ruan Minghui was at a loss. What's going on? He couldn't care about his image anymore, directly stepped down and grabbed a journalist to ask. Hey, don't pull me, I'm rushing to the neighboring Hongfeng real estate for an interview. The journalist who was grabbed frowned and scolded, thinking that being delayed by him would affect his interview. Not only was he already late with the news, but if he went any later, he wouldn't even get a chance to drink soup. Wouldn't that be cutting off his own source of income? So, regardless of who Ruan Minghui was, he pushed him away and ran out quickly. What's going on? Can someone tell me? Watching the venue empty in an instant, Ruan Minghui collapsed. Ruan Dashao, something bad happened. Hongfeng Real Estate is holding a press conference, they said. At this moment, a subordinate ran in panting. What did they say? Spit it out. Seeing that he couldn't explain clearly, Ruan Minghui grabbed him and sternly asked. They said they want to turn plots 2 to 5 here, as well as the previously acquired Fengyang district peripheral plots, into cemeteries. And based on market absorption capacity, they will be divided into 3 categories to meet the needs of all economic levels. What? Upon hearing this news, Ruan Minghui slumped to the ground. Just a little thought and he understood the severity of the situation. This time, the Ruan group was finished. They had started leveling and excavating the land the day after acquiring it, using 4 times the normal amount of labor to save time and occupy the market earlier. Their advertising investment was paid in full to secure the best resources, and now it was impossible to withdraw. Furthermore, in order to speed up, they had already paid Pangshur Group in full for materials and had also taken advantage of Pangshur Group's large dragon. Since Pangshur Group was the largest material supplier, no other small supplier could meet such a demand. Lastly, a large part of this money was borrowed. Now, with Hongfeng's move, even if they built this place to be luxurious and high-end, who would want to live in a place surrounded by cemeteries? Would you be watching the sea or ghosts in your Seaview house? Isn't that scary? Grandpa, we're done. A disheartened Ruan Minghui called his grandfather. Brother, come to the people's hospital quickly. Grandpa had a stroke after seeing the news from Hongfeng. He's being treated now. However, Ruan Minglian's urgent voice came through the phone. Brother? Say something. I'll tell you, damn it, it's all because of you, you lustful fool. Why pick a fight with Lu Feng? Now the Ruan family is finished. After a moment of silence, Ruan Minghui erupted. By now, he naturally understood why Lu Feng, during the bidding, would willingly take a loss to acquire all the surrounding plots but not compete for plot number 1. This was a trap to bury the Ruan group. Lu Feng, you're ruthless. At this moment, Lu Feng was at home watching the news broadcast of Jiangdu. The broadcast was showing Hongfeng Real Estate's press conference, with Zhou Zhaogang giving an impassioned speech, and the scene was very lively. Their planning this time had gained the support of the masses. Meanwhile, he also received a video from his subordinates, which was the scene of the Ruanshur Group's press conference. The scene was desolate and bleak. Closing the TV, Lu Feng stretched lazily, looked out at the garden, where a ray of sunlight fell, creating a charming view. Hongfeng Real Estate became famous overnight. Following Lu Feng's advice, Hongfeng's team planned the best 3 price ranges and construction styles, satisfying various market segments. To Zhou Zhaogang's surprise, the sales of the cemetery not only did not lose money but made over 10 billion. This made Zhou Zhaogang ecstatic. Lu Feng generously rewarded all the employees of this project, leading to cheers and admiration from the staff. On the other hand, the Ruanshur Group fell into debt. The old man who was barely saved in the hospital found out that Pangshur Group was actually owned by Lu Feng. Using the money earned from Ruanshur Group, Pangshur Group directly acquired Ruanshur Group at a low price. The Ruanshur family's 2 young masters were left destitute overnight by creditors. A few days later, according to the agreement, Lu Feng brought Su Fuling to the Hongyuan Grand Hotel to attend a party. When did you buy this McLaren? I saw you bought many Bentleys and Ferraris these days. What's going on? Are you starting a luxury car club or a car rental company? Su Fuling asked in confusion. Men love cars, so I bought several to drive around, Lu Feng replied. As they were talking, a slightly gloomy voice interrupted them. Su Fuling's expression turned cold upon seeing Ni Tianhao, whom she despised. Lu Feng, my boyfriend, Su Fuling introduced coldly, then turned to Lu Feng, linking her arm with his, and smiled. Chen, this is Ni Tianhao from the Ni Group in Modu, a very unpleasant person. Oh, if I can make you hate me, at least it shows you have me in your heart, Ni Tianhao said without changing his expression, ignoring Su Fuling's affectionate gesture. You have thick skin. Make way for others, Su Fuling said bluntly. Although the Ni Group had cooperation with her family and their parents intended to arrange a marriage between them, she had made it clear that she did not like Ni Tianhao and would not agree to the marriage. Fuling, it's fine to play with a gigolo for fun, but this party today is not for ordinary people, Ni Tianhao said, moving forward and trying to grab Su Fuling's wrist, completely ignoring Lu Feng. Lu Feng frowned. He usually didn't bother others unless provoked. He didn't mind being ignored, but he didn't like what he heard. This guy was acting like a gigolo, lacking any masculinity. Now he was shamelessly trying to touch Su Fuling. Smack! Lu Feng slapped away Ni Tianhao's hand. My woman said, make way for others. Are you deaf or just pretending to be deaf? The hand was slapped off, and Ni Tianhao finally faced Lu Feng for the first time. What are you? How dare you? Before he could finish his sentence, Lu Feng walked past with Su Fuling, bumping into him and almost making him fall. Linger, in the future, be more discerning when making friends. Don't hang out with those ambiguous people, speaking in a strange manner. In ancient times, they would be eunuchs. Don't you find them annoying? Yes, I understand. Ignoring Ni Tianhao, the two walked ahead. However, they were stopped by 4 bodyguards behind Ni Tianhao after a few steps. Kid, you seem tired of living, let me beat you. Ni Tianhao, born with a silver spoon in his mouth, had never been treated like this before. Enraged, he no longer maintained his previous demeanor and was about to let the bodyguards take action. But suddenly, as if something was stuck in his throat, he swallowed the words. It was because his 4 bodyguards were already lying on the ground. On the other hand, Lu Feng's clothes were not even wrinkled. The scene not only shocked Ni Tianhao but also suppressed Su Fuling. It was her first time seeing Lu Feng take action, and she couldn't help but think, not only is he skilled in racing and medicine, but he's also so formidable in fights? Su Fuling often followed Old Man Qin and had visited the military many times, especially some top elite forces. She admired strong individuals since childhood and had a bit of a martial arts dream and hero complex, which is why she had developed a domineering side. Now, seeing Lu Feng in action, all she felt was admiration. Wow, you're amazing. Just so. What technique did you use just now? Oh, that's called the dog palm technique. Lu Feng even demonstrated it. Isn't it supposed to be the dog beating stick technique? That's from novels. Do beggars outside use it? What about the 18 dragons subduing palms? You've read too many novels. I don't know that, but I can do the divine dragon grabbing breast hand. Ugh. Completely ignoring the astonished Ni Tianhao behind them, the two continued chatting and laughing as they walked into the Hongyiwanda Hotel. Ni Tianhao coldly watched their backs and did not stop them. He was arrogant but not foolish. The 4 bodyguards he brought were carefully selected and could easily handle 10 opponents outside. Even if they encountered experts from elite forces, they could last for dozens of rounds. However, just now, before he could react, he was instantly defeated by Lu Feng. If he were to provoke further now, he would be the one at a disadvantage. Humph. If martial arts don't work, then let's use words. Just you wait. You useless bunch, how long are you going to lie on the ground? Get up and stop embarrassing yourselves. With that, he walked towards the Hongyiwanda Hotel without looking back. Inside the banquet hall were business celebrities from Jiandu City. Periodically, the business association organized such events to facilitate networking among these business giants. These tycoons enjoyed attending such gatherings because it not only represented their status but also facilitated business deals. Additionally, many gold diggers, models, and peripheral celebrities sought wealthy partners and opportunities to get rich. Therefore, whenever such events occurred, everyone tried various means to participate. Little did they know that while they were looking for targets, they were also targets themselves. Some business magnates enjoyed the company of such women to indulge themselves. It was a mutual exchange of interests. Lu Feng headed straight to the buffet table. He didn't like such occasions, finding them too hypocritical, preferring to satisfy his appetite. So, the buffet table was his target. Su Fuling had no choice. As the acting CEO of the Su Group, she had to attend such social events. And this time the reception was attended only because his parents insisted. Because towards the end of the reception, there was also a charity auction, which was a time for major corporate groups to show off. As part of the Su Group, they naturally had to participate. Sometimes throwing in a few $100 million or a few million. Do you really think they were interested in the auction items? Not really, it's just for the reputation. You stay here and eat first, I'll go around? Sure, you're busy, don't worry about me. Lu Feng put 2 thick slices of salmon in his mouth and nodded. The ingredients at the Hongyuan Hotel were indeed fresh, after all, it was a 5-star hotel. While eating, a group of people walked towards them, and among the 2 leaders, one of them was Ni Tianhao. Manager Tong, this person doesn't have an invitation, I think you should check if he is qualified to attend this reception. Sir, this is a private reception of the business association, please show your invitation. The person called Manager Tong said to Lu Feng. I don't have an invitation. Hearing Lu Feng's words, Ni Tianhao sneered repeatedly, and Manager Tong frowned. The security here was good. How could they let someone in without an invitation? Then may I ask who brought the gentleman in? Su Fuling. Oh, it's fine if it's brought in by Su Group's daughter. Hearing that it was brought in by Su Fuling, Manager Tong suddenly realized. Wait, just because he said Su Fuling brought him in, it means she brought him in? Where's the evidence? Ni Tianhao insisted. He was brought in by me, what's the problem? Do you have any objections? The commotion here had already attracted the attention of others, and Su Fuling naturally saw it too, so she immediately walked over. This is not a place where anyone can be brought in casually, who are you to him? Ni Tianhao asked knowingly, a hint of mockery in his eyes. He is my boyfriend, Ni Tianhao, what do you want? Su Fuling looked at him impatiently. Your boyfriend? Then I wonder which company this brother works for. Being able to be Miss Su's boyfriend, he must be a successful person. Forgive my ignorance, could you please inform me? Hearing this, Su Fuling and Lu Feng understood the intention of this guy. Yes, Ni Tianhao didn't bring Manager Tong to drive people away, but to make Lu Feng look bad in front of everyone, and then make Su Fuling embarrassed. In this way, Su Fuling would naturally resent him and Lu Feng. But he didn't care, she never liked him anyway. As long as he got rid of this annoying warrior, he had ways to deal with it slowly. Who are you, why should I tell you? Lu Feng said impatiently. Miss Su is a celebrity, she is also the goddess of many of us. Now that you have become her boyfriend, naturally we, the pursuers, should also have some right to know. If we talk about shamelessness, this Ni Tianhao is definitely up there. Can this also be considered a reason? Or, are you just an ordinary worker, or a gigolo? Lingling, you have to look carefully, although this gigolo is very handsome, but you have to know, they rely on their looks to eat, you shouldn't. Smack, a loud slap rang out, leaving Lu Feng, who was also ready to act, stunned. This slap was not from him, but from Su Fuling. Ni Tianhao, you're going too far, calling him a gigolo left and right, what are you? Neither man nor woman, can't catch up with me, just being sour. Listen to me, my boyfriend is the chairman of Hongfeng Real Estate, qualified to be here, right? At this moment, Su Fuling regained her dominance and rebuked directly. Hongfeng Real Estate? Is it the most popular real estate developer recently? Yes, brother, are you from out of town? Hongfeng is now the leader in the real estate industry in Jiangdu, even acquiring and merging Jinmao Real Estate, much stronger than me, Lao Sun. Oh, then he must be qualified to come here, otherwise, if he is not qualified, what are we? Who said he isn't? But that person is the prince of the Ni family in Modu. It is said that he has been pursuing Su Fuling of the Su group but has not been well received. Today, it seems to be true. Well, it seems like he deliberately wants to embarrass them. Sure, let's just watch the show. The Ni family and the Su family are both giants with a market value of nearly 100 billion, not someone we can afford to offend. The people on the scene were all whispering, mostly just watching the excitement. The anger in Ni Tianhao's eyes seemed to burst out like substance, but he forcibly suppressed it. You say it is? Where is the evidence? Ni Tianhao simply did not believe that Lu Feng had his own business, as he had observed for a while in the corner before. If he really was doing business, he wouldn't be fighting at the buffet table at this reception. He would definitely seize the opportunity to socialize here and expand his business network. So, he thought of using Manager Tong to bring out the current situation. You want evidence, right? I am Zhou Zhaogang, the general manager of Hongfeng Real Estate. I can prove that Miss Su is telling the truth. Mr. Lu Feng is my boss and the real decision-maker of Hongfeng Real Estate. At this moment, Zhou Zhaogang walked out from the other side and stood by Lu Feng's side, smiling and saying, Boss, why didn't you tell me you were coming to the reception? I would have come to pick you up. I just came to accompany Su. Accompany Linger. Lu Feng was surprised that Zhou Zhaogang was also here, almost calling Miss Su. Oh, so you are the boss of Hongfeng Real Estate. It's quite an achievement to have such a small company, but it's still acceptable. Although Ni Tianhao was somewhat surprised, he still said disdainfully, Hongfeng Real Estate has been very popular recently. He had heard of it, but its market value is less than 100 billion, completely incomparable to the Ni family's behemoth. You. Upon hearing Ni Tianhao's words, Zhou Zhaogang was about to step forward. Oh, young Master Ni has the blessings of his ancestors, naturally looking down on our small family property. At this moment, another person walked out, speaking with sarcasm, causing everyone to smirk involuntarily. But what this person said was true. The Ni group indeed had strong financial strength, but all of that was created by the previous generation, with no relation to Ni Tianhao. Boss, you are also here, ha? Speaking, he also stood by Lu Feng's side. Isn't this Sun Hai from Fuhai Restaurant? He actually calls Lu Feng the boss? Incredible, at such a young age, he has taken over Hongfeng Real Estate and Fuhai Restaurant, quite capable. Indeed, although Fuhai Restaurant's market value is not high, his network is very developed. The crowd discussed again, their eyes towards Lu Feng changing once more. The boss of a broken restaurant also dares to mock our NI family. You really are not qualified. Hearing that it was just a popular local restaurant, NI Tianhao was even more disdainful. No matter how impressive it was in Jiangdu, it was completely inadequate in Modu. He simply looked down on the connections here, and if it weren't for Su Fuling, he wouldn't even bother coming to such a reception. When you look down on others, take a look at yourself first. Just living off your parents, you have no right to say such things. At this moment, another voice sounded. Wow, isn't this Gao Jianli, the general manager of Taifu Plaza? He actually speaks up for Lu Feng? Everyone present naturally knew Gao Jianli. Taifu Plaza was a commercial core, with a market value exceeding 30 billion. Even the bosses of billion-dollar companies would show him some respect when they came here. But the next moment, everyone saw Gao Jianli also walking to Lu Feng's side, calling him boss. This really shocked everyone. The fact that the first two, a Fuhai restaurant and a Hongfeng real estate, both belonged to this Lu Feng, had already amazed everyone. However, this Taifu Plaza belongs to the top level of Jiangdu City's giants, completely in a different league. He's actually the mysterious boss who acquired Taifu Plaza? My god, I didn't expect that. Heroes emerge from the young. At this moment, NI Tianhao's face turned red and green alternately. The change in the situation was somewhat unexpected to him. He never thought that this Lu Feng would have such great power. Although the combined value of these industries still couldn't compare to the NI family, the difference was not that far off. And they also pointed out his weakness. Indeed, he was just a second generation, incomparable to self-made entrepreneurs like Lu Feng. But sometimes, even if you are rational, you will still pretend to be something you are not. Whatever. Oh, you are really shameless. I wonder what will happen if I join in. At this moment, another person walked out, causing a commotion in the whole room. Pang Dalong walked in slowly from the door, with his intimidating presence that commands respect. Everyone made way for him, looking at him in shock as he walked up to Lu Feng. Boss, La Pang is late. At this moment, almost 90% of the guests at the party had their mouths wide open, speechless. The shock in their hearts was like a huge wave, unstoppable. Damn! Is it true that even Pang Dalong has been won over? Oh my, this might be the biggest news of the year. Oh my god, how much power does Lu Feng have to quietly recruit these big shots? Is this a play? It doesn't feel real. A play? Then why would you invite so many big shots? Maybe you haven't woken up yet. Now this guy from the NI family is in trouble. These few together are much more terrifying than the NI family. Who says no? It's going to be a good show. The Su family's girl has a really good eye. The whole room was in an uproar. The business giants who were originally polite and elegant couldn't help but curse, blaming the overwhelming presence in front of them. And NI Tianhao became the focus of everyone. His arrogance and arrogance were well known to everyone. Even some of the bosses present had been suppressed by him. But the NI group was powerful, with nearly 1 trillion in assets, so they could only swallow their pride. But now, this sudden appearance of Lu Feng, showing assets that easily exceeded 1 trillion, directly overshadowed the NI group. The key point was that NI Tianhao was just a second generation, while Lu Feng was a true power player, making any comparison meaningless. On the other hand, Su Fuling was also shocked beyond words. She had guessed that Lu Feng could take down Zirwei No, one with more than just Hongfeng real estate, but when everything was laid out in front of her, she was stunned. This guy, with what he had shown in front of her, had easily surpassed both the Su and NI families. She also knew that Lu Feng was like brothers with the former war god, and had even taken in Lin Tianshang, a national treasure-level martial artist. If these two were to be revealed, wouldn't everyone present be scared to death? She had originally planned to rely on the reputation of Qin Lao and Lin Lao to dispel the pressure from the NI family and her parents for a forced marriage, but now it seemed that the two elders didn't need to intervene at all. With the power that Lu Feng was showing now, except for those truly top financial families, he had already easily surpassed his peers. The more she spent time with Lu Feng, the more she felt his extraordinary nature, and she began to wonder, was what was in front of her really all there was to him? At this moment, she had more expectations for Lu Feng. What other secrets do you have? Kid, I suggest you leave here. It's obvious that you are not welcome here. Pang Dalong spoke without restraint, provoking his own boss. Can I make you suffer? Even if the NI group is powerful, it's still in the Magic City, and even before, he didn't back down. As the saying goes, a strong dragon does not crush a snake's head. Now that he's in his own territory, who knows who will come out on top? Moreover, now, the things that his boss is showing, he finds them terrifying. Others don't know, but he has been involved in both legal and illegal activities as well as various industries. He once sponsored a small celebrity and unexpectedly learned from her that Starlight Entertainment had been acquired. Upon further inquiry, he found out that the new owner's name is Lu Feng. Afraid that it might be a coincidence, he investigated and discovered that this Lu Feng is indeed his boss. This made him even more admiring of Lu Feng. Starlight Entertainment may not have as many assets as the Ponzi Group, but they are light on assets with numerous artists under their belt, and the wealth generated from this is astronomical. Especially for those A-list artists, starring in a film or endorsing an advertisement could easily earn them tens of millions or even hundreds of millions. Lu Feng, I admit that you are better than me in business, but that is not my goal. I have no interest in business, my expertise lies in the racing world. If you have the skills, let's have a race, and I will respect you. At this point, with his face already lost, he had nothing to lose and had to find a way to regain some dignity. If Lu Feng refused, at least he could say that they excelled in different fields and save some face for himself. Humph, why don't you compare lifting cement with my workers at home? Ha ha ha, Pang Dalong sneered, drawing laughter from the crowd. Weren't you looking down on us small businesses just now? Now that you can't compete, you want to challenge our boss with a race car? Zhou Zhaogang from Hongfeng Real Estate also sneered. Just now, this guy mocked the small size of his founded Hongfeng Real Estate. He remembered this grudge and wanted to take the opportunity to mock him a few more times. You see, you agree with my point. Lu Feng is strong in business, and I am strong in racing. Since he dares not race with me, what's the point of bringing this up? Seeing Pang Dalong and the others responding as he expected, Ni Tianhao smiled. This was the effect he wanted. Ah, my brain, you really know how to twist things around. I, Lao Pang, can talk nonsense, but compared to you, I'm nothing. I admire you. Seeing Ni Tianhao shameless like this, Pang Dalong couldn't help but laugh. You want to race? It's not impossible, but what if you lose? But some people didn't follow his script. It was at this moment that Lu Feng spoke up. Will I lose to you? Do you know that I am the number one in the International F1 Formula Racing Championship? And? Alright, stop babbling. Just say what you will do if you lose. Lu Feng didn't have time to listen to his boasting and interrupted directly. If I lose, it's up to you. Good, if you lose, don't harass Su Fuling anymore, and don't show up in front of her again. If you happen to run into her, take a detour. This was the purpose of his visit, and Lu Feng brought it up directly. Su Fuling was still lost in her own fantasies, but upon hearing this, she trembled and gratefully glanced at Lu Feng. Okay, what if you lose? It's up to you too. Boss, don't be impulsive. Upon hearing Lu Feng's words, Pang Dalong and the others wanted to stop him. However, Lu Feng waved his hand to stop them. Alright, straightforward. If you lose, leave Su Fuling and write me a letter of apology. Ni Tianhao regained his confidence at this moment. In the field of racing, he had never been afraid of anyone. If they were to compete, he was sure he would win. Okay, I hope you keep your word. Otherwise, you'll bear the consequences. You too. So, where will the race be? After finalizing the bet, Lu Feng spoke up. I heard there is an S-Class racing track in Jiangdu City, outside the Mitsuino 7 viaduct in the development zone. Let's go there. Ni Tianhao's eyes flashed with a hint of seriousness. This track was said to be S-Class, but in reality, it was beyond S-Class, with 13 deadly turns that not just anyone could handle. Moreover, if there were any accidents midway, it wouldn't be easy to explain. Even professional drivers had experienced accidents there, let alone Lu Feng. But when Lu Feng and Su Fuling heard about the track Ni Tianhao chose, they both showed extremely strange expressions, as if they were looking at a fool. Others don't know, but does Su Fuling not know? The first collision with Lu Feng, wasn't it there? That amazing driving skill, unheard of, belongs to Ni Tianhao? Even if he is the number one in the Xiaoguo Formula Racing, Su Fuling is confident that Lu Feng will win. Then, several people directly shifted the battlefield, driving to the Mitsuino 7 overpass, preparing for the race. This commotion made these business tycoons lose interest in the party. Parties happen every year, but such a big show may not happen a few times in a lifetime. So, everyone drove up in a frenzy. The host of the party was at a loss, and the charity auction that followed was obviously ruined. Outside the Jiangdu City Development Zone, Mitsuino 7 overpass. At this time, a group of supercars and luxury cars arrived, surprising everyone. Usually, those who come here are street racers dressed in punk or motorcycle gear. But now, a group of middle-aged men with big bellies and round bodies arrived, adding a different scenery here. Let's start from the A entrance. Whoever finishes this section of the overpass first wins. Ni Tianhao said. No problem, Lu Feng replied. Although you are driving a McLaren, without modifications, you can't beat my Ferrari. Ni Tianhao arrogantly said, although his car's price is not as high as the McLaren, he spent a lot of money on modifications, making it more expensive overall. In order to save face, he directly used another car driven by his subordinate, the GTR. "I'll use this car to compete with you." Ni Tianhao was very confident in his racing skills. After all, being the number one in the international formula racing Xiagua was no easy feat. Initially, Su Fuling kept rejecting Ni Tianhao's advances. He once said, "As long as you beat me in a race, I won't appear in front of you again." It was because of this that Su Fuling practiced racing hard. Although her skills were still far from Ni Tianhao's, she was considered a rare talent in the racing scene. However, watching the scene in front of her, Su Fuling felt a bit emotional. She didn't expect that with similar stakes, this time Lu Feng would compete on her behalf. "Then I'll use this car." Seeing that Ni Tianhao clearly looked down on her driving skills, Lu Feng decided to crush him and not give him a chance to show off. "If you choose the GTR, then I'll choose the 86. To defeat him in what he considers his strongest area, and make him realize his insignificance and powerlessness. When Lu Feng chose the 86, everyone was amazed. Really? Using the 86 to compete against the GTR, what is he thinking? The power can't even keep up. Exactly, he's already lost at the start, and that Ni Tianhao is a professional racer. This Lu Feng has such high business achievements, how could he make such a basic mistake? Although it's unreliable, have you noticed that this scene seems familiar? Now that you mention it, it really is. Isn't this a racing scene from Initial D? It is. Wow, it's terrifying to think about. Same cars, same track. Exactly, this No. 7 overpass track is said to be designed and built by a Initial D fan, just that the original Akina 3 consecutive hairpins were changed to the deadly 13 hairpins. Not only that, these deadly 13 hairpins are narrower than the original hairpins. Even if Takumi Fujiwara possessed someone, it wouldn't be easy to handle. That's why this place is called the Super S track. The onlookers who rushed to the scene were excitedly discussing. Pang Dalong, the owner of the 86, was inexplicably excited. Yes, this car belongs to Pang Dalong, which surprised many people. Such a big boss actually drives this car. In fact, he is also a fan of Initial D, obsessed with Takumi Fujiwara's Tofu Shop's 86. "So I got a car like this back for modification. Both the interior and exterior are made to look exactly like the 86 in the anime. But he doesn't have the car skills like Takumi Fujiwara, just driving his own car every day to get his fix. Now, there is actually a chance to recreate the classic 86 vs GTR. However, while excited, there is also a lot of worry. Although this boss of mine has a very mysterious background and strength, I really have no idea how this race will turn out, and I'm truly uncertain. What if I crash my beloved 86? Where would I cry then?" Seeing this, Ni Tianhao couldn't help but sneer repeatedly. Choosing a car by lowering his status, that's some real skill. But this Lanwind, actually choosing an 86 with much less power than the GTR, trying to show off? Some people, if they end up not being able to show off and become idiots, that would be tragic. Mocking, Ni Tianhao got into the car directly. "If you're looking for trouble, I won't stop you." Lanwind didn't say anything, just patted the worried and pained Pang Dahai on the shoulder and started the car. The two drove the car to the starting point to prepare, waiting for all the designated racetrack monitors to be in place before the race began. With a command, the two cars rushed out directly. Indeed, in terms of initial power, the 86 was far behind the GTR, falling behind by a lot from the start. However, Lanwind wasn't worried, as this track could be said to be the king of corners, with only a small section for straight-line driving. It seemed to evoke the childhood memories of these middle-aged men and women, all excitedly cheering. It was impossible to tell that these people in front of them were actually business giants from various industries. Watching the 86 getting further and further away in the rearview mirror, Ni Tianhao's mouth curled up, showing disdain on his face. "With your skills, you still dare to compete with me? Go eat dust." As if the suppression and frustration from the previous party were all vented at this moment, he stepped on the gas pedal hard, and the GTR drew a beautiful arc through the first corner in an instant. The corners in this track became sharper towards the end, so in the first few corners, relying on Ni Tianhao's skills, he could easily take them at full speed. Indeed, this 86 car is no match for the GTR. This Lanwind acted impulsively, competing with professional drivers, and actually chose a weaker car, a miscalculation. Listening to the discussions of the crowd and seeing the 86 falling far behind on the big screen, Pang Dahai and others were extremely anxious. As the race went on, Lanwind leisurely hung back without any anxiety. Squeak! Suddenly, he heard the sound of tires gripping the ground in the distance, and his mouth curled up. It seems that this guy has reached the fifth corner. It's my turn. With that said, he instantly stepped on the gas. The car's speed soared, shortening the distance between the two continuously. After two more corners, the previously relaxed Ni Tianhao noticed something was wrong. The sound of the airwave behind him was getting closer, and a black dot in his rearview mirror was getting bigger. Oh, he's catching up? This startled Ni Tianhao. Although he had relaxed after pulling a considerable distance, he hadn't stepped on the gas enough. But in his mind, he had already won this race. He didn't expect that when he turned into the 7th corner, Landwind actually caught up driving the 86. How could this be? If the 86 catches up to the GTR, where would I put my face? So, he stepped on the gas hard again, the speed soared once more, and in an instant, he pulled away from the 86. However, the nightmare began. Every time he passed a corner, the 86 would catch up again, no matter how much he tried to shake it off. What made Ni Tianhao even more terrified was that when they were about to pass the 10th corner, the 86 almost overtook him, which made him break out in a cold sweat. As a racer, he had naturally seen Initial D, and these scenes made him feel like the two of them were in that classic showdown. Ni Tianhao didn't want this. In the original work, the GTR lost. Things don't always go as planned. Sometimes, the more you fear a certain outcome, the more likely it is to happen. Sure enough, as they were about to enter the treacherous 13 turns, the AE-86 surged forward. Even during the sharp turns, Ni Tianhao couldn't perfectly control the car to block Lufeng. With a swift maneuver, the AE-86 passed by. Ni Tianhao couldn't believe he was overtaken by Lufeng. Determined to reclaim the lead, Ni Tianhao skillfully maneuvered the GTR, overtaking Lufeng and entering the 13 turns first. The spectators were shocked by the sudden turn of events. Lufeng's unexpected drift allowed him to overtake once again, leaving Ni Tianhao in disbelief. Despite the narrow and challenging track, Lufeng's skillful drift put him in the lead. Ni Tianhao attempted to catch up but failed, ultimately losing control and crashing out of the race. The spectators were left in awe of Lufeng's impressive driving skills. Who knew that Lufeng's driving skills were so extraordinary that he managed to dodge the collision in an instant, while Ni Tianhao suffered the consequences of his own actions? Serves him right. This idiot is simply digging his own grave. No one felt pity or regret for Ni Tianhao's death. On the contrary, they felt that he deserved it, indicating his usual behavior. Ding, Su Fuling's favorability towards the host has increased to 100%, rewarding the host with one chance to purchase items at a discount. Ding, items have been listed, please decide whether to purchase. Ha, 100% favorability? What does that mean? Lufeng was surprised to hear this notification, wondering if this girl had developed feelings for him. Having 100% favorability means the host can do as they please with her. Unexpectedly, the system interjected, causing Lufeng to roll his eyes in response. System, you're a pain. With a thought, the listed item appeared. Item, Jiqian Law Firm, price, 1 yuan, Jiqian Law Firm? Lufeng searched online and was shocked by what he found. This Jiqian Law Firm was not only the top law firm in the country but also ranked in the top 10 globally, having never lost a case. Their services were exorbitantly priced, ranging from hundreds of millions to billions, yet they were highly sought after worldwide. With this law firm, Lufeng believed he could avoid many troubles in the future, especially as his business empire continued to grow. However, he realized that the legal affairs within his industries were mostly neglected and decided to seek proper management from a reputable law firm. Lufeng, this might cause trouble. Ni Tianhao's accident won't be easily forgiven by his father. Returning to Su Fuling, she anxiously warned him. What's there to fear? It's his own fault. What does it have to do with us? Let's go, we'll deal with it later. After briefing Pang Dalong and others on arranging new legal affairs for the company, Lufeng left with Su Fuling. At the headquarters of the NI Group in the Magic City, Xiaotian, you must avenge our son. Ni Tianhao's mother, Su Huiying, cried uncontrollably, urging her husband, Ni Xiaotian, to seek revenge for their beloved son. Despite their deep sorrow over their son's tragic death, Ni Xiaotian knew that vengeance could not be immediate. They had doted on Ni Tianhao, their late-born child, and the sudden loss had left them devastated. However, upon learning the circumstances of the accident, he realized that his son had brought it upon himself by attempting to harm the other party, who managed to evade him, leading to his own demise. Ni Xiaotian understood that there was no one to blame but themselves, and that the sudden emergence of Lufeng, a young individual with vast control over various industries, posed a formidable challenge to their NI group. Seeking revenge against such a powerful adversary required careful planning and alliances with influential figures like Mr. Lu from Hong Kong. The Lu family of Hong Kong was a long-standing dynasty with assets worth billions, far surpassing the NI group. Their extensive network of connections and resources made them formidable allies in seeking retribution. Not now? Then when? You don't understand. I wish to tear Lufeng apart this instant, but he is no ordinary opponent. I need to establish a connection with Mr. Lu from Hong Kong and seek his assistance. Let him prance around for a few days, we'll see how it goes. As days passed without any action from the NI group, Su Fuling grew increasingly anxious. She spent her days at Lu Feng's house, restless and worried. Mr. Ni Xiaotian and his wife had a son in their old age, and they doted on Ni Tianhao very much, which is why he was so arrogant and domineering, looking down on others. Now that Ni Tianhao is dead, they haven't made any moves at all, which is very unusual. Maybe they're afraid of me? I'm quite powerful, you know. Lu Feng joked dismissively. Don't flatter yourself. If they're afraid of anyone, it's probably Mr. Qin and Mr. Lin. But wait, the outside world doesn't know about your relationship with them. He shouldn't know either. Anyway, I feel like it's the calm before the storm. You need to be extra careful during this time. Alright, got it. You can talk, but can you not block my view of the TV? Look at you, what's so interesting about this woman? You've been watching this channel a lot these days. Are you interested in her? These days, Lu Feng would watch a variety show on this channel at this time every day. Upon closer inspection, there was a woman with outstanding looks and excellent singing and dancing skills, who happened to be Lu Feng's high school classmate, Li Shuling. After helping Li Shuling deal with the matter of Li Hangli, the company also found out about Li Shuling's relationship with Lu Feng and naturally promoted her vigorously. Combined with Li Shuling's excellent abilities, she became popular in no time. Now, because of her bird-like singing voice, she has captured a large number of fans and frequently appears on this channel's variety shows. She's my high school classmate. Hey, do you really think you're my girlfriend? Trying to control everything? Lu Feng rolled his eyes and said, ever since the incident at the party a few days ago, this girl's attitude towards him had completely changed. Originally domineering, she now acted spoiled and dependent on him. And she always wore a tank top and shorts, coming over to his side. Was she trusting him too much, or not seeing him as a man? After all, he was at the age of youth, and this girl was both beautiful and tempting, wearing revealing clothes and flaunting her long legs in front of him every day. Wasn't she afraid he wouldn't be able to control himself one day? Also, whenever he glanced at other women, she seemed immediately jealous. And now she was picking a fight with Li Shuling on TV. You made such a scene at the party, now my parents urge me every day to take you back to meet them. Can't you take responsibility? Are you trying to trap me? What? There are plenty of people trying to pursue Miss here. If someone sees Miss serving you every day, staying by your side, they'll be envious. Yet you're still complaining? You serving me? I think it's the other way around. You come here every day to eat and drink for free. Bro, I'm here for a free meal, haha. What delicious dish did you make today? At this moment, Qin Lao shouted from outside the door, hey, another freeloader is here. Lu Feng looked at the old and young duo speechlessly. A few days ago, the System Mall released a product called Chinese Young Master. Lu Feng was interested and prepared a table of dishes for Qin Lao and Su Fuling to taste. The result was amazing. So, as long as Lu Feng was at home, they would pester him to cook. At mealtime, these two would show up. But thinking about it, how could a product from the system be bad? It was all Lu Feng's fault for letting them taste the food in the first place. It was midnight. Qin Lao has gone home. Why haven't you left yet? I'll leave after finishing this episode. Why rush me? Su Fuling sat there eating potato chips and watching TV. Lu Feng glanced at the TV and rolled his eyes. How could she be so engrossed in watching cartoons? Hey, why don't we go out tomorrow? Where do you think is a good place to go? Su Fuling asked while eating potato chips and watching anime. Suddenly, the system's notification sound rang out, ding, the product has been refreshed, please check if you want to buy it. Product, Dragon Club, price, 1 yuan. Dragon Club? Lu Feng muttered. What? Dragon Club? Sure, it's been a long time since I played tennis, let's go there. Because the two were sitting very close, Su Fuling mistook Lu Feng's whisper as asking for her opinion, and she readily agreed, causing Lu Feng to roll his eyes. But thinking about it, it's been a while since she exercised, so playing tennis is not a bad idea. Back in college, she used to play for a while and felt nostalgic. It's also a good opportunity to visit her own Tianlong club. Okay, let's play tennis tomorrow. The next afternoon, Lu Feng brought Su Fuling to the Tianlong Club. This place is currently the most comprehensive and luxurious sports club in Jiangdu City, with facilities for football, basketball, tennis, badminton, table tennis, volleyball, golf, swimming, and all other sports. The two directly booked a VIP room and started a tennis battle. I didn't expect you to play tennis so well. Kidding, I used to be on the school team, you know how good I am, watch the game. Surprisingly, this girl played tennis really well, and Lu Feng couldn't beat her. Of course, it was because of his controlled physical abilities, thanks to the muscle-enhancing pills and R-type smart drugs. Seriously, as long as Lu Feng wanted, winning an Olympic all-around champion would be a breeze. But playing with this girl, he just needed to control himself to a normal level. Outside the VIP tennis area where Lu Feng and Su Fuling were. Manager Zhao, why is someone using our usual VIP room? Sister Zhang, I didn't know you were coming today, so I rented out this private room. Manager Zhao said with a smile, but he was muttering in his mind. This VIP room is not bought or rented long-term by you, so if someone comes to consume, the empty room will naturally be given to them. Isn't it bad for business? It was a coincidence that although there were not many VIP rooms in the VIP area, they were all rented out today for some reason. Sister Zhang didn't make a reservation in advance and arrived late, so all the VIP tennis courts were taken. Then think of a solution, we need to use it today. How about you wait in the lounge for a while? Someone's time should be up soon, and I'll arrange it for you then? How can that work? We don't have much time to wait. We came today to do some research for our new movie, get familiar with the venue. You know, it's all thanks to us that the film crew can use your venue. Yes, thank you for your help, Brother Dayuan. That's enough, hurry up and figure it out. You don't need me to call the deputy general manager for such a small matter, do you? Sister Zhang said with a frown. Brother Dayuan mentioned by Sister Zhang is the cute man beside her wearing a baseball cap and large sunglasses, 173 centimeters tall. Tong Dayuan. With a cute face resembling an anime character, he quickly gained over 30 million fans. As a result, a director under Starlight noticed him due to his huge popularity and planned to have him play the live-action version of The Prince of Tennis. The project was about to start shooting, so he came to familiarize himself with the venue first. Sister Zhang, please wait a moment, I'll go communicate with the guests inside. Hurry up. Sister Zhang was a bit impatient. Sir, hello, I'm Zhao Tianda, the manager of Tianlong Club. Can I discuss something with you? What's the matter? Seeing Zhao Tianda suddenly approaching, Lu Feng asked. Well, the court you are currently using is a regular room for one of our VIP clients. She happened to come today and wants to ask if you could give up this room for her. I will arrange another room for you, although it may not be a VIP room, and of course, the fee will be fully refunded to you. Today will be free of charge. Zhao Tianda rubbed his hands awkwardly and asked, we are almost done, let her wait a bit. Seeing this, Su Fuling spoke first. They had been playing for quite a while, and playing a few more rounds would be enough. Wait? Our time is very precious. How about this, I will pay for your fees today, and I will give you an extra 500. Please return the court to us immediately. At some point, Zhang Jia walked in with Tong Dayuan, looking impatient. Without hesitation, she took out 500 and threw it on the table next to Su Fuling. Is having some money really that impressive? Su Fuling couldn't help but laugh at Zhang Jia's bold move of throwing money at her. Yes, having money does make you impressive, Zhang Jia said arrogantly. Before coming, she had checked the records at the front desk and knew that these two had only booked the court for an hour. People who come to play as VIPs usually book for half a day or a full day. Those who only book for an hour are usually trying to show off their status without much money, hence the rude and arrogant behavior. It seems like you have a lot of money? At this moment, Lu Feng, with narrowed eyes, walked over. Originally just a bystander, he couldn't stand seeing the woman's arrogance. Zhang Jia, stop causing a scene. Tong Dayuan stepped in to stop her and then looked at Lu Feng. Here, I'll give you another 500, and you can change to a different court. After placing another 500 on the table, he smiled at Su Fuling, thinking he looked quite handsome, but Su Fuling found it cringeworthy. I'm sorry, please take this money and leave. Don't disturb us playing. Lu Feng didn't even spare a glance at Tong Dayuan and coldly told them to leave. Sir, sometimes it's best to know when to stop, or you might end up embarrassing yourself. Tong Dayuan, with over 3 million followers and enjoying various privileges, had developed a sense of superiority. Being ignored by the man in front of him made him extremely upset. Get lost. You. Fine, you're good. Don't blame me then. Zhang Jia, call Vice President's son and have him come deal with this. Surprised by Lu Feng's insult, Tong Dayuan's face turned red with anger. Mr. Son, it's Zhang Jia. Are you free to come to the VIP tennis court area now? There are two rude jerks occupying our usual VIP court and being disrespectful to us. You're coming right away? Okay, we'll be waiting here. After a few words, Zhang Jia hung up the phone. You two can still leave now, but if you wait any longer, can't understand human language? Let me teach you how to leave. Without giving Zhang Jia a chance to speak, Lu Feng grabbed them and threw them out of the VIP court. So noisy. Looking as if he had touched something dirty, Lu Feng wiped his hands in disgust. Asshole. Just you wait. You rude person, jerk. The two thrown out still looked angry, but seeing how Lu Feng effortlessly threw them out, they knew they couldn't fight back. They decided to curse at the door since they couldn't go back in. But just as they were about to speak, Lu Feng glanced at them. It was as if their words were stuck in their throats. Idiots. Lu Feng didn't have time for these two fools and continued playing tennis with Su Fuling. Not long after, a middle-aged man with a big belly rushed over. Oh, Mr. Sun, you're here. They've been bullying us. You have to help us out. When Vice President Sun arrived, Zhang immediately went up to greet him, speaking in a coquettish manner. She even flirtatiously rubbed against Vice President Sun's arm, making him feel itchy. You little slut, I'll deal with you later. Then, he whispered something in Zhang's ear and pinched her. Zhang responded with a seductive smile. Ahem. After clearing his throat, Vice President Sun adjusted his attire and walked in. You two, stop. The time for using this place is up, you can leave now. Without saying much, Vice President Sun began to usher them out. What do you mean time's up? There are still 25 minutes left. Su Fulan said angrily. Seeing Zhang and another person following behind, she knew that the chubby man in front of her was their accomplice. When I say it's time, it's time. Please leave, Vice President Sun said firmly. Is this how the Heavenly Dragon Club treats its guests? Lu Feng said coldly. Who do you think you are? How dare you interfere with us? Vice President Sun arrogantly replied. Exactly, who do you think you are? Vice President Sun's word is law here, so get lost. Zhang added, still holding a grudge against the man who had thrown her out earlier. Since Tong Dayuan became famous, she had also gained some prestige in high society. But today, she was treated rudely by a loser, which made her furious. Vice President Sun? Ha, your authority means nothing here. Now, you're fired, Lu Feng said with a sneer. Fired me? Ha ha ha, kid, are you still half asleep? What right do you have to fire me? Not wanting to argue with these fools, Lu Feng made a phone call. Lu Zhenming, you have 5 minutes to come to VIP room 1 in the tennis area. After hanging up, he looked coldly at the group in front of him. Oh, quite the actor, even knowing Lu's name. Seems like you're a repeat offender, putting in a lot of effort. Zhang mocked. However, Vice President Sun frowned, feeling that something was amiss. He called Manager Zhao and quietly asked about the situation. After understanding the situation, he realized that the matter was quite serious. As he was contemplating, the door opened again, and a man rushed in. Mr. Lu. Seeing him, Zhang and the others were surprised that Lu had actually come. Vice President Sun felt a sense of unease as he saw Lu rushing towards Lu Feng in a panic. Oh no! Vice President Sun realized the possibility that Lu Feng might be the new owner of the club. Without hesitation, he turned around and slapped Zhang. The red handprint on her face left her stunned. You despicable woman, it was your fault. You slandered this gentleman on the phone. Sun Dexing, have you gone mad? You. Before Zhang could finish, she was slapped again. Stop talking nonsense, get out. Speaking, he ran to Lu Feng with a flattering face. Sir, it was my mistake earlier. I only listened to the words of this despicable person, which led to your displeasure. I apologize to you here. They are our VIP customers, and we usually try to meet their requests as much as possible. I'm really sorry. Lu Feng didn't say anything. He glanced at Lu Zhenming beside him. Anyone who could reach this position was not a simple person. After observing the atmosphere on the scene and listening to Sun Dexing's words, he instantly understood the situation. Humph. Sun Dexing, you dare to act recklessly even in front of the chairman? Lu Zhenming directly scolded, then looked at Zhang Jia. You two can leave. You are not welcome here anymore. When he learned that Lu Feng was the owner of the Tianlong Club, he was shocked for a long time. Lu Feng's name might not be well known among the lower class, but in the top circles of Jiangdu City's business community, everyone knew him. The incident at the party was no secret in this circle. How could these insignificant people offend a young tycoon who once controlled assets worth billions? Mr. Lu, this is not a good decision. If we leave, how will you explain to Star Entertainment? You have signed a contract with us. If you drive us away, we will take the business of Star Entertainment with us. And because of you, you will have to compensate for the losses incurred by Star Entertainment due to the cancellation of the contract. You should think carefully. Although Zhang Jia was shocked to learn that Lu Feng was the owner of the Tianlong Club, she knew she had caused trouble. But she could bring along Tong Dayuan not just by being arrogant and disrespectful. Lu Zhenming was stunned by the words, his brows furrowed. He almost forgot about this, but suddenly remembered. Star Entertainment? Lu Zhenming, what's going on? Lu Feng was also surprised. What did these two have to do with Star Entertainment? So, Lu Zhenming informed Lu Feng about the contract signed with Star Entertainment for venue rental and the plan to use Tong Dayuan as the lead actor in the live-action adaptation of Prince of Tennis. Oh, I see. Lu Feng nodded and immediately made another call. Hello, this is Lu Feng. Tell Wang Antai that someone named Tong Dayuan has behaved improperly, terminate the contract directly, and in the future, be more careful when collaborating with artists. After hanging up the phone, the onlookers were puzzled, and Zhang Jie's phone rang. Hello, Director Liu, what? Terminate the contract? Why? Is it an order from Mr. Wang? The other party then hung up the phone directly. No, you can't do this. This is a behind-the-scenes operation. Why do you terminate the contract? No, our Dayuan is a live streamer with 3 million fans on Shark platform. If you do this, I will expose you. Zhang Jie collapsed, shouting hysterically. Shark platform? Lu Feng's expression was extremely strange. A few days ago, the system listed a product with 100% ownership of Shark platform. He was puzzled at the time, wondering why he didn't get the ownership of Douyin, but got Shark platform's ownership instead. It turned out he was waiting for these two fools? As expected, no action, no death. So, he made another call. Chen Xiaojie, this is Lu Feng. When Zhang Jie heard Lu Feng making another call, she directly sat down on the ground. It's over, the sky is falling. Tong Dayuan was very anxious at this moment, feeling like he had hit a brick wall. Ding! A few seconds after Lu Feng hung up the phone, Tong Dayuan's phone received a message notification sound. Your account on Shark platform has been permanently banned due to violations. Crash! The phone fell to the ground, the screen shattered. But Tong Dayuan no longer cared about these things. The 3 million fans he had worked so hard to accumulate were all gone because of the ban. Lu, Mr. Lu, you are a big shot, spare me, please. It's my fault for not knowing my place. Please don't ban my account. Tong Dayuan experienced the feeling of going from heaven to hell. Mr. Lu, we know we were wrong, we will definitely mend our ways in the future, just treat us as if we were nothing, let us go. At this moment, Sister Zhang, who was sitting on the ground, crawled to Lu Feng's side, pleading bitterly. Lu Feng ignored them and just glanced at Lu Zhenming beside him. Take them out, Lu Zhenming signaled, and the subordinates who came along directly dragged the two wailing individuals out. Everyone present was extremely shocked, as each of Lu Feng's actions was reshaping their understanding. Especially for Su Fuling, her perception was more direct. She never expected that besides the energy he displayed at the previous party, Lu Feng actually owned the Tianlong Club, Starlight Entertainment, and even the Shark platform. Apart from the Tianlong Club, any of these could easily be worth over 100 billion. The key was the soft assets and the potential profits they could generate, which were immeasurable. The more she interacted with Lu Feng, the more she felt his depth was unfathomable. How many secrets did this man still have? However, the stronger Lu Feng became, she surprisingly felt happy for him. What was wrong with her? Could it be? At the thought, her cheeks couldn't help but blush. On the other side, Sun Dexing, who had been standing there, was already trembling all over. He never imagined that the man in front of him possessed such great power. Chairman Lu, I'm sorry, it was Sister Zhang who misled me. Please give me another chance, I promise such things will not happen again in the future. Seeing Lu Feng looking at him, Sun Dexing shuddered all over. It was his turn now, so he quickly spoke, trying to make a final struggle. Do you think I will believe you? Although this guy's on-the-spot change was timely, Lu Feng was not easily fooled. And that's just human nature, a leopard can't change its spots. Leaving such a person would only be like having a rat in the company. Mr. Lu, just fire this person directly. Saying this without looking at them, he pulled Su Fuling away. Behind them, came Sun Dexing's desperate cry. At his age, with the stigma of being fired, who would hire him? The miserable life ahead was self-evident. In the following days, Lu Feng lived leisurely, except for Lin Tiancheng coming over a few times to consult him on some acupuncture techniques. Whenever Lu Feng gave a little guidance, Lin Tiancheng quickly understood, which surprised Lu Feng. After all, Lin Tiancheng was a top expert in Xia country, with extraordinary knowledge and leadership in the medical field. Of course, Lu Feng was teaching a simplified version of the Xianlong acupuncture technique, mainly inspiring him with some uses of acupoints and meridians that couldn't be found in books. If he had taught the exact same way, even Lin Tiancheng, a natural talent, wouldn't have been able to learn it. He didn't have a system to guide him or the R-type intelligence potion to enhance his mental strength and broaden his mind. Nevertheless, Lin Tiancheng felt greatly benefited and more convinced of Lu Feng's methods. In these days, Lu Feng naturally had a new wave of gains, and what interested him was that the system seemed to have predictive abilities. Every time a product was refreshed, it foretold his future direction. Just after the system sent him the product Mighty Wind Capital, price, 1 yuan to be snapped up, Su Fuling invited him to go to the Magic City, saying that her parents had been pressuring her about Lu Feng's situation. If they pretended to be a couple, they might be forced into marriage or something by her parents later on. There was no choice but to take him back to act in a hard play. Lu Feng didn't refuse, as he believed in helping others to the end. After all, this girl had been serving him so well these days, treating him to meals, buying him clothes, and even dismissing the housekeeper recommended by the property manager, insisting on taking care of Lu Feng's housekeeping matters herself, making Lu Feng feel like she had taken the wrong medicine. But thinking about it, having a glamorous CEO of a nearly 100 billion company as your housekeeper seems like a good feeling. And this Xiongfeng Capital, headquartered in the Magic City, is a company that conducts large-scale venture capital investments in excellent industries across all fields. The enterprises it has invested in are among the top in the local and even national rankings, and can even compete globally. As a result, Xiongfeng Capital's market value has exceeded 400 billion, making it a true giant. In front of him, the previous NI family is completely insignificant. Upon acquiring this company, Lu Feng was also very emotional. He never expected that in about a month, his assets had already far exceeded 500 billion, and it seemed that it wouldn't be long before he broke through the trillion mark. Before leaving, Lu Feng sent another 1 million to his parents, which startled his mother Gao Xiaolan, who quickly called to inquire, "Son, what have you done? Is making money so easy now? Mom, haven't you heard of money making money? Didn't I tell you a while ago that I made money by partnering with friends in business? And then with the capital, there are more investment opportunities, plus your son has good luck. The few projects I invested in all made money." "Oh, I see. That's good, but since money can make money, you should keep it as capital. I'm fine here, you and Dad keep and use these, buy some good food and clothes, you two don't need to work anymore. Now that I'm doing well, making money, you both should enjoy life. By the way, I found a famous doctor for Dad's old leg problem. I'm going on a business trip to the Magic City for a while, and when I come back, I'll bring him over to get your dad treated." Lu Feng couldn't intervene with his parents for now, so he planned to bring Lin Tiancheng along later. With what the old Lin had learned, curing an old leg problem would be no problem. "Oh, that's great. Your dad feels uncomfortable when it's rainy and cloudy. It would be great if it could be cured. Don't tire yourself out outside, eat on time." The kid next door, Zhang, worked outside and ruined his health just to earn a few more bucks. "Don't be like that." "Don't worry, Mom." Just as Lu Feng was about to hang up, Gao Xiaolan spoke again. "You said you're going to the Magic City? If you have time, go visit your second uncle's family on our behalf. Okay, later send me the current address of Uncle Air. Remember not to go empty-handed. Back then your second uncle's family helped us a lot." "Got it, Mom." Just after hanging up, Su Fuling arrived. So, after a simple tidy-up, the two set off for the Magic City. The Magic City, one of the most prosperous cities in Xia country. Here, opportunities are everywhere, but it's also the biggest filter. It fully demonstrates the law of survival of the fittest, the law of the jungle. Ziyuan, one of the top 3 luxury villa areas in the Magic City, is located on the south side of Shisha Mountain. It adheres to the concept of international living and integrates multiple natural landscapes such as mountain views, water views, bird views, garden views, and forest views into one, providing residents with an extremely comfortable living environment. Inside Villa A03, facing Lu Feng at this moment, there were a man and a woman. The man was steady and reserved, while the woman was elegant and noble. These two were Su Fuling's father, Su Dawei, and mother, Lin Shi. "Xiaolu, when did you and Linger meet?" Lin Shi spoke first. "We've known each other for over a year, but we only contacted via text before." Before Lu Feng could speak, Su Fuling interjected. Lin Shi glared at Su Fuling, smiled at Lu Feng, and asked again, "You're in Jiangdu, and she's in the Magic City, how did you meet?" "We met at the seaside when we were traveling in Nanhai province." "It's quite a coincidence, he's Yao Anqi's classmate." Su Fuling interjected again. "Su Fuling, I'm asking him, not you, be quiet." Lin Shi directly reprimanded. Seeing that her mother seemed really angry, Su Fuling obediently closed her mouth and sat aside. However, she still gestured to Lu Feng, making Lu Feng unable to help but smile. "Xiaolu, do your parents know that you two are dating?" "What do your parents do?" "Currently, they don't know, Auntie. I come from a small county town. My parents are ordinary people, farming at home and doing odd jobs." Lu Feng said calmly, knowing that Su Fuling's parents must have investigated him, so there was no need to lie. "Xiaolu, don't take offense. Auntie and Uncle have a question to ask you, just to clarify, not to insult. Do you mind?" At this moment, Lin Shi looked at Lu Feng sincerely and asked. Seeing her expression, Lu Feng roughly guessed what she wanted to ask. So he directly said, "Auntie and Uncle, are you wondering how someone with an average family background like me could have acquired these industries?" Su's parents smiled apologetically and nodded. "I made some money from stock investments, then by chance got involved in some things, and gradually reached this point." As for the specifics, it's not convenient to say, but it's definitely legal income. Hearing Lu Feng's explanation, Su Fuling's parents exchanged a glance and didn't ask further. Everyone has their own secrets, and if someone doesn't want to talk about it, even if you continue to ask, the reasons they give may not be true. In fact, when they first found out about Su Fuling and Lu Feng, they had indeed investigated Lu Feng through various means, especially after the incident at the Hongda Hotel, which shocked them. A young man like him, with such extraordinary strength, coming from a truly ordinary background, even bordering on poverty. Starting from scratch and reaching this point in a short time was quite terrifying. During this meeting, they found that Lu Feng not only looked handsome but also exuded a masculine aura. He remained calm and composed in the face of their questions, speaking confidently and calmly. This kind of mentality was far superior to others his age, especially in the eyes of Su's mother, who was quite impressed. However, due to their status, they didn't show excessive enthusiasm. In their hearts, they had already approved of this son-in-law and wished their daughter would marry him soon. If Su Fuling knew Lin Shi's thoughts, she would be shocked. In her impression, her mother was a very strong-willed person, especially when it came to her finding a boyfriend. One of the reasons she could reject arranged marriages at will was because Su's mother opposed Ni Tianhao becoming her son-in-law. However, due to the many business ties between the two families, she couldn't refuse directly. But upon learning about Lu Feng's capabilities, she no longer had to worry. If her daughter really got together with Lu Feng, their family would benefit, and she could even climb higher socially. That's why she urgently summoned her daughter to bring Lu Feng over for a look. Now, it was the mother-in-law looking at her son-in-law, growing more pleased with each passing moment, especially seeing her daughter, who was always considerate of Lu Feng. Even her gaze towards him was different. Su Fuling had always been strong-willed and domineering, raised to admire strong individuals and have high standards. Many pursued her, whether they were handsome, talented, or skilled, but she remained uninterested because no one could match her. But now, it was clear that Lu Feng could. "Xiao Lu, our daughter has a bit of a temper, you might have a hard time in the future." "Mom, what are you talking about? Where am I bad-tempered?" Su Fuling retorted upon hearing her mother's words. Hey, getting anxious now, only Lanwind can handle you. I was planning to hand you and the company over to Lanwind, then plan with your dad where to travel for some private time." "What are you saying?" Su Fuling blushed and was extremely surprised. Her mother was a very picky person, rarely impressed by others. They just met today, and she already hit it off with Lanwind? Lanwind was also embarrassed by Su's mother's words. What was going on? Was she really entrusting her daughter to him? Was Su Fuling so unbearable that her mother wanted to get rid of her? "Humph. I knew you two were pretending. Didn't you say you were in love? When I agreed, you two hesitated. Are you acting for us?" Suddenly, Su's mother slammed the table and scolded them. This startled Lanwind and Su Fuling. "No, we're not pretending, we really like each other," Su Fuling said directly. "Yes, Auntie, we're not pretending," Lanwind echoed. "Oh, not pretending? Then why are you sitting so far apart? How distant are you?" Lin Shi narrowed her eyes and questioned. The two subconsciously sat closer together, with Lanwind even putting his arm around Su Fuling, and Su Fuling holding onto his waist. "Is this all? Do you have any other proof that you're really together? You said before that you wouldn't marry anyone else, and that Lanwind wouldn't marry anyone else but you." Lanwind was stunned by this and looked at Su Fuling, silently asking her. Su Fuling replied with her eyes, "Did I say that?" She didn't remember saying such a thing. "Since you two are so close, let me see you kiss." "What?" The sudden request from Su's mother left them dumbfounded. Should they kiss? Su's mother kept staring at them, making Lanwind and Su Fuling uncomfortable. Kiss or not? Ahem. Su's father couldn't bear it anymore. "Alright, stop embarrassing Lanwind like this. When they sleep together at night, are you afraid they won't kiss?" Hearing Su's father's words, they felt relieved at first, but then they were dumbfounded again. What's going on? Is this something a billionaire CEO should say? Are they going to be arranged to share a room? Dad, what are you saying? We have so many guest rooms at home. Guest rooms are for guests. Lanwind is my future son-in-law, he's family. Can he sleep in a guest room? What are you thinking? Su's mother interrupted Su Fuling. Lanwind finally understood that they were determined to make them sleep together. Alright, it's getting late, go rest early. We can talk about it tomorrow. Su's mother urged them to go upstairs and sleep. Lanwind looked at the still bright sky outside, speechless. Besides, they hadn't even had dinner yet. Was Su Fuling so unwelcome, or was he too welcome? Were they so eager to marry off their daughter? "Mom, we haven't had dinner yet," Su Fuling said helplessly. "Is that so? I forgot about that. Well, let's eat first, then go to bed early." Early to bed, early to rise. This meal made Su Fuling blush, and Lanwind was extremely embarrassed. No one would believe it if they told others what happened. During dinner, Su's parents brought out several bottles of alcohol, including ones made from bull, deer, and tiger parts, all said to enhance a man's performance. Lanwind was forced to drink them all. Finally, after dinner, Su's mother hurriedly pushed them into the room and closed the door. Looking at the big bed in the room, the atmosphere between the two suddenly became awkward. Lanwind, I'm sorry, I didn't expect my parents to be like this. They're not usually like this. Su Fuling said apologetically, I don't know where to put my hands. It's okay, just a bit eye-opening for me. So tonight, should I sleep on the floor? Lu Feng glanced around the room, which had nothing but a wardrobe, a large bed, and a sofa. How about we both sleep on the bed, each on one side? Su Fuling found it hard to speak for the first time, her voice getting lower and lower until she buried her head in her chest. Seeing that Su Fuling didn't mind, Lu Feng naturally didn't refuse. Just as they were about to sit down, the door suddenly opened with a bang, startling them both. These are 2 sets of pajamas. You can wear them after showering. Oh, Su Fuling blushed as she took the clothes. After seeing off Su Fu's mother, the two exchanged a glance. Su Fuling hurried into the bathroom. The sound of running water made Lu Feng restless. He wasn't a saint, it was impossible for him not to react at all. Hold it in. Half an hour later, Su Fuling finished washing up and came out in her pajamas. Her face was so red that it seemed like water could drip from it. Su Fu's mother had given her a semi-transparent lace-edged nightgown, revealing her graceful figure. Lu Feng's eyes almost popped out, stunned for a moment. Just as he felt a rush of heat in his nose, he quickly rushed into the bathroom. Phew, he took a deep breath inside to calm himself down. During dinner, he had been forced to drink a lot of strong liquor by Su Fu's father and almost couldn't control himself. Outside the bathroom, Su Fuling blushed but smiled. He kept staring at me just now. It seems I do have some charm. Previously, even when she dressed provocatively at Lu Feng's villa in Jiangdu, he seemed completely uninterested, making Su Fuling doubt her own charm. Today, it seemed otherwise. 15 minutes later, Lu Feng finished washing up and came out. The pajamas Su Fu's mother had prepared for him were also semi-transparent, leaving Lu Feng speechless. But men didn't care much, as they only wore swimming trunks when swimming, right? It was Su Fuling's first time being alone with a man in such a situation, especially after Lu Feng had gained perfect proportions through intense muscle training. His muscular body stimulated Su Fuling's eyes, making her heart race. Without saying a word, they got into bed, each taking one side of the large bed. Shall we sleep? After a moment of silence, Lu Feng broke the awkwardness. Su Fuling replied weakly. Bang! The door opened again, startling Su Fuling. Mom, what are you doing? Seeing it was Su Fu's mother again, Su Fuling was a bit angry. Haven't started yet? I'm just in a hurry. So Su Fu's mother had been eavesdropping on them all along? Get out! Su Fuling couldn't hold back anymore, feeling embarrassed that she hadn't realized her mother was like this before. Okay, I'm leaving. Good luck to you too. With that, Su Fuling threw a pillow at her mother, who quickly closed the door and left. Your mother is really cute. Looks like we won't be able to get past your parents' scrutiny tonight if we don't do something, Lu Feng said helplessly. Originally annoyed, Su Fuling froze when she heard Lu Feng's words. What did Lu Feng mean? Was this about to happen? Su Fuling looked shyly at Lu Feng as he approached her side, her breathing quickening. Will this be too fast? Su Fuling's voice was barely audible, her face as red as a cooked shrimp. What are you thinking? Get off the bed. In confusion, Su Fuling was pulled off the bed by Lu Feng. Then, I saw Lu Feng starting to push the bed. Bang, 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 the head of the bed rhythmically hit the wall, making a sound. Then the movements became faster and faster. At that moment, Su Fuling finally understood what Lu Feng was doing, and couldn't help but laugh. So she also stepped forward to help, and the two of them took turns working. In the next room, Sumu pressed her ear against the wall and listened closely. Suddenly, she heard the bang, bang, bang sound and burst into laughter. Husband, it's starting over there. If it's starting, let it start, don't bother, we can go to sleep. What's the rush? Let's listen a little longer. Sudaway rolled his eyes, his wife was sometimes so quirky, but that was also her charm. This son-in-law is not only handsome, has strong entrepreneurial abilities, but also strong in physical aspects. Having listened for a long time, the continuous banging sound was unexpected. The strength of this body was impressive, making Sumu even happier. Many people date without living together before marriage, only to find out after getting married that one aspect of their partner is lacking, leading to a dull and powerless married life. Seeing how strong her son-in-law was, as a mother-in-law, she naturally felt happy for her daughter's future sexual happiness. However, she didn't know that next door, Lu Feng and Su Feling were actually banging the bed seriously to deal with her. As they chatted while banging, they lost their sleepiness, and even chatted so well that they didn't realize they had chatted almost all night. So, the bed was banged almost all night, making Sumi suffer. It was almost dawn. Sumu, with 2 black circles under her eyes, looked at the drowsy Sadafu and suddenly worried, "Honey, is our son-in-law a bit too vigorous? It's been a whole night, isn't that too powerful?" The next day, at the dining table, the 4 of them ate breakfast with black circles under their eyes. "Xiaolu, this is your first time in the Magic City, let Linger take you around these days." Sumu broke the awkward atmosphere. "No need, Auntie, Linger just came back from Jiangdu recently, there are still many things to deal with in the company. I happen to need to go to my second uncle's house for something, after everything is done, we can go play together." Lu Feng smiled and refused. Su Feling had told him about the importance of the project on hand. Otherwise, he wouldn't have personally gone to Jiangdu to handle the Pangshi contract. Besides visiting his second uncle, he also planned to take some time to visit Xiongfen Capital and Tinglong Game Company these days. Just last night, the system updated its products and launched a new one, the Tinglong Securities, whose headquarters were also in the Magic City. Tinglong Securities was one of the top large securities trading companies in the Magic City, with many professional stock and fund investment managers. Due to its good reputation and strong capabilities, almost all stocks and funds entrusted to them were almost guaranteed to make a profit, and of course, they charged the highest commission rates in the industry. Despite the high service fees in the Magic City, there were still many wealthy bosses who would use their managers for investment and financial management. "Oh, I almost forgot about this, that's fine too, but if you need anything, remember to tell Linger or Uncle and Auntie at any time, don't be polite." Sumu nodded. "You really don't need me to accompany you?" At the subway station, Su Feling drove Lu Feng here at his request. "No need, you're busy, I'll explore on my own." "Okay, then contact me later." Su Feling was also straightforward, and the 2 of them exchanged a few words and went their separate ways. At this time, Lu Feng took out the address sent by his mother from his phone, and headed towards the subway station. Having been driving luxury cars and supercars for a while, experiencing the subway and buses occasionally was a different kind of feeling. Sitting on the subway, watching the bustling people hustling for their lives, Lu Feng felt even more deeply. Not long ago, he was also one of them. Minhang District, Xinzhuan Limei Second Village. Lu Feng stood here with a bunch of gifts in his hands, his brows slightly furrowed. This place could be described as dirty, messy, and poor, completely different from the environment near the Su Feling family. Walking along, it was evident that the most common establishments here were chess and card rooms, with various noises coming from inside. It even surprised him that in such a bustling city, there were still people using old-fashioned wooden toilets. Lu Feng, dressed in Armani, carrying bags of gifts, attracted the attention of countless passers-by. Unit 402, Building 4, Block C. If you don't pay the rent today, move out. At this moment, a fat aunt with curly hair rollers on her head and wearing a floral dress was yelling at the Lu Feng family. "Landlord, give us 2 more days. We were also deceived, our money was swindled," pleaded Lan Zhengyuan, with a look of fatigue and helplessness in his eyes. This Lan Zhengyuan is Lu Feng's second uncle. Recently, a good friend of his suddenly made a fortune and treated everyone to a luxurious meal. Since they had a good relationship, they found out that he had met a fund manager named Du Guo from Tinglong Securities. Through this manager, he invested the 200,000 he had saved and made 30,000 in a week. For them, who were working hard, this was undoubtedly a huge sum of money. Upon hearing this news, Lan Zhengyuan and others were also tempted and asked this friend to introduce them to Du Guo to invest as well. However, since it was their first time dealing with this and they were using their hard-earned savings, they naturally had some concerns. But this Du Guo was very persuasive, assuring them that he was operating conservative funds, even if they performed poorly, they would not lose money. Therefore, with a trial mentality, each person contributed 20 to 30,000 for an investment. As a result, they actually made money. This excited the friends, and they gradually increased their investment amounts. From the initial 20 to 30,000, it increased to 50,000, 100,000, and each time they received investment dividends in about a week. After several attempts, they saw that it was indeed safe and reliable as Du Guo had said. At a dinner where Du Guo was invited, they learned that a fund was likely to soar soon, and Du Guo suggested they make a big move. Upon hearing this news, the friends who had profited from previous collaborations were eager and prepared all their savings to invest. They all wanted to take a risk and turn their fortunes around. However, this investment left them dumbfounded, because 7 days later, they were informed that they had lost everything. This news struck the friends like lightning. Previously, it was said that even if they suffered losses, they could break even, but now it had turned out like this. So, they all wanted to confront him for an explanation. But the result was that even though they collectively sued later on, it had no effect. Because, in the contracts they had signed with Dugwa, it clearly stated that they would not bear the consequences of losses. As lower-class workers in society, they had little education and had signed the contract based on mutual trust, without understanding the terms and conditions. Furthermore, investments inherently carry risks, and gains and losses are normal, so they lost the case directly. Some friends even got beaten up for repeatedly seeking out Dugwa. Lan Zhengyuan was also one of those deceived. Now, they couldn't even pay the rent, owed a month's rent, and had already received an eviction notice from the landlady. Give you more time? I've already given you more than a month. I'm not a charity, I have to make a living too, the landlady said firmly. Her eyes scanned the room, finally settling on their television, washing machine, and refrigerator. If you really can't pay, then use your TV, fridge, and washing machine to cover the rent. The rent is only 1,200 per month in total. I only owe you 1 month, plus this month it's only 2,400. Any of these 3 items is worth more than this price, you are asking for too much. At this moment, a girl behind Lu Zhangmin shouted. She was Lu Feng's cousin, Lu Shuai. These were all newly acquired items when the family made money before, and they are now the only valuable things in the house. I'm asking for too much? How much can these things be sold for? I have to pay someone to move them, do you think I want them? Then you pay, if not, get out. You. Seeing the landlord so tough, Lu Shuai was angry. How much in total? I'll give it to you. A cold voice came from the door. Lu Feng? Brother? Seeing the newcomer, Lu Zhengyuan was surprised, while Lu Shuai was very happy. The siblings grew up together in their hometown, with a very good relationship. It was after Lu Feng passed the entrance exam and went to a prestigious university that Lu Zhengyuan brought his family to the city to work. The landlady saw a hint of doubt in Lu Feng's eyes. Even if she didn't recognize the brand of his clothes, she could tell they were expensive. Especially the gifts he was carrying, big or small, were not cheap. I didn't expect you to have such a wealthy relative. Why didn't you call him earlier? The landlady muttered as she saw that she couldn't take advantage of the new appliances to pressure Lu Zhengyuan into using them to pay the rent. I've already transferred 2,400 to you, and also, we won't rent this house next month. Ignoring the landlady's muttering, Lu Feng directly paid by scanning the code. Hey, Lu Feng, what are you saying? If we don't rent, where will we live? Lu Zhengyuan asked in confusion. Uncle, don't worry, we have a place to stay. Looking at the landlady, Lu Feng said, aren't you leaving? Oh, I'll leave, but if you don't rent next month, I won't refund the deposit. The landlady, upon hearing that Lu Feng said they wouldn't rent next month, immediately said so as if it were a matter of course. Why won't you refund? Our contract is signed annually, and this month happens to be the last month. Lu Feng's second aunt, Lu Huimei, became anxious and went forward to argue with the landlady. The deposit is equivalent to 1 month's rent. With their current situation, 1,200 can be very useful. I've just transferred the rent to you, my uncle hasn't violated the contract, you have to refund the deposit. If you're planning to be difficult, you'll bear the consequences, you can leave now. Lu Feng stopped his second aunt and said directly. There's no need to argue with such people, if they really don't give it back. His Jichuan law firm is not just for show, there are 1,000 ways to make the landlady regret it. Seeing Lu Feng's extraordinary demeanor and his expensive attire, the landlady didn't say much, muttering to herself as she left. Lu Feng, why are you here? You didn't even give me a call in advance, you made me look bad. It was only then that Lu Zhengyuan came forward and asked, with a hint of embarrassment on his face. I happened to be in the city on business, so I came to see you guys. Uncle, let's not talk about this for now, I'll make a call first, and then we'll go see the house. With that, he greeted his second aunt and cousin Lu Shuai, and called Su Fuling. What? You miss me already after just parting ways? Su Fuling teased on the phone. Don't be cheeky, in this city, where can you find a fully furnished house that you can move into today? Lu Feng asked directly. Why are you asking this? You can't think of living outside, you've only been away for a day, you can't leave. Su Fuling misunderstood, thinking that Lu Feng wanted to move out on his own, and for some reason, she became anxious. No, I bought it for my uncle and them, they have some trouble over there. Oh, then let your uncle live in one of my vacant villas, I have a few empty ones, I'll give you one. Su Fuling said generously. No need, they can't get used to living in a villa. Then why don't you go take a look at Tangchenipin? Okay. Hanging up the phone, Lu Feng directly took his uncle's family and hailed a taxi, heading straight to the Tangchenipin sales office. Inside the Tangchenipin sales office, Honey, this set looks good, shall we take this one? A heavily made-up woman, clinging to the man beside her, coquettishly said. Mrs. Luo, you have a good eye. This house is 525 square meters, located on the 15th floor with good lighting. And now there is a promotion. The discounted price for this set is only 140 million, which is very cost-effective in the whole building. The sales lady next to them introduced with a professional smile. The man couldn't help but roll his eyes at the word only, 140 million, and still considered cost-effective. Is there anything with even better cost-effectiveness? The man asked. Mr. Luo, this set is already the most cost-effective among the 525 square meters. If you want something cheaper, you can only choose the 434 square meters, the sales lady said apologetically. At this time, Lu Feng led his uncle's family into the sales office. Wow, the decoration here is so luxurious. Lu Yuyi was amazed by the decoration style as soon as she entered. Tangchenipin is indeed the top luxury residence in the city, so the specifications of the sales office are naturally higher. Lu Feng and his wife appeared very awkward, coming to such a high-end place for the first time, feeling a bit at a loss. Lu Feng, when you said you would arrange a place for us to stay, is it in this neighborhood? It's too high-end, we're not used to it. Lu Feng's uncle was an honest man from a humble background. Seeing that Lu Feng wanted to arrange accommodation here, he couldn't help but hesitate. What's there to get used to? You'll get used to it once you live here. Look how much Yui likes it here. Lu Feng said with a smile, feeling very grateful to his uncle's family. If it weren't for his uncle's family's support, he might not have been able to go to college. The money borrowed from his uncle for renovating the old house in his hometown had not incurred any interest over the years. They had been really good to his family. Now that he was doing well, he naturally wanted to repay their kindness, which couldn't be measured in terms of money. On the other side, seeing Lu Feng and his group coming in, especially noticing that Lu Feng's family was wearing patched clothes, Mr. Luo frowned. I say, how can you let such people into this high-end property, lowering the standard? Seeing this, the sales lady just maintained a professional smile to express her apology, without saying anything, but a hint of disgust flashed in her eyes. These couple had been here for a while, looking around all grandiosely, but started nitpicking as soon as the price was mentioned. Their manners were not very good, yet they were looking down on others. The sales office was located here, and the visitors were all guests. For people like them who had undergone high-end training, they naturally wouldn't judge people by their appearance. Lu Feng, shall we leave? Because Mr. Luo's voice was loud, Lu Feng and the others heard it. Lu Yuyuan felt a bit embarrassed at the words, but coming from a humble background, he naturally felt a bit inferior in such situations, so although he felt angry and embarrassed, his body involuntarily moved to leave. Humph, who do you think you are? Keep quiet if you have nothing to say. Lu Feng stepped forward, glaring angrily. Lu Feng's uncle's family were the closest people to him after his parents, so he couldn't let outsiders bully them. Hey, little brat, are you getting all worked up? Is this a place where you can come? Can you afford a house here? Mr. Luo originally saw Lu Yuyuan trying to leave and felt even more disdainful. After all, he was from the lower class, lacking in ambition. Unexpectedly, Lu Feng stepped forward. Is he a resident of this neighborhood? At this point, Lu Feng looked at the sales lady next to him and asked, Hello, sir, they have not purchased a house in our neighborhood yet, so not for now. The sales lady answered truthfully. Oh, so you mean they haven't bought the house they are looking at now? That's right, sir. Oh, I'll take that set, please swipe the card. After speaking, Lu Feng handed the card directly to the stunned sales lady beside him. In an instant, the entire sales office fell silent. The commotion naturally attracted the attention of other customers in the sales office. But at this moment, everyone felt dazzled by Lu Feng's actions. This is buying a house, not buying cabbages. He didn't even look at the house, didn't ask about the price, and just bought it directly? This was the thought of everyone present. Oh, sir, are you saying you want that unit 1501? If he looked at unit 1501, then it's 1501. Well, the price of this unit is 140 million. The sales lady tried to remind him. Oh, just swipe the card. Alright, sir. Seeing Lu Feng still insisting, the sales lady became excited. Humph, pretending to be a big shot. This is 140 million, not 140. Let's see how you swipe it later. Mr. Luo reacted from his shock. His first feeling was that this kid was teasing him. Who buys a house like this? He couldn't believe it. But not long after, the sales lady ran over, handed over the card with both hands, and said with a face full of joy and respect, Mr. Lu, please come with me to the VIP room to sign the contract. Okay. Lu Feng ignored the couple surnamed Luo and took his shocked uncle's family to the VIP room. How is this possible? Mr. Luo looked dazed as he watched Lufeng and the others leave. TSK, that young man is really rich. He swiped the card for over 100 million house without even looking at it. That's what being extravagant is. Look at that couple, they were here when we arrived, spent a long time picking and choosing, and still didn't make a move. Hee, maybe they just came to see, never intended to buy a house. It's quite possible, I even saw his wife taking pictures there the whole time, probably just taking photos to show off as losers. With that, the other customers in the sales office started discussing, looking at the couple surnamed Luo with disdain and mockery. In the end, the couple left dejectedly, feeling too embarrassed to stay. Since it was a ready-to-move-in unit, they received the keys on the same day after signing the contract, and the property deed would be handled by the sales office and handed over to the homeowner. As they opened the door, Uncle and his family were shocked by the luxurious interior and furnishings. The interior was decorated with top-tier building materials and international top-tier brand appliances. Especially the bed in the bedroom, lying on it was so comfortable that they didn't want to get up. Lasudi felt like she had come to heaven, exploring the room happily. Lufeng, this is too luxurious, isn't it inappropriate for us to live here? What's inappropriate about it? You are my uncle, if I say it's suitable, then it's suitable. Also, you and Auntie should quit your current jobs. Here's a card with 100,000 in it, use it first, I'll find you an easy job later. Knowing that Uncle and Auntie couldn't stay idle, Lufeng didn't say he would take care of all their expenses in the future, as it would create a sense of distance between them. I don't have much education, can't do much, can only do some physical work, I think I shouldn't change jobs. Lu Jinjuan politely declined, feeling that the gift Lufeng gave was already too much, and it would be embarrassing to ask him to change jobs for himself. Uncle, just listen to me, I happen to have 2 companies here, you can take a look later and decide where you want to go. Brother, you also have companies in the Magic City? You're amazing. After wandering around the house for a few laps, Lu Suyi ran over. It's okay, just Xiongfeng Capital and Tinglong Game Company. By the way, Shui, you studied post-production of film and television, right? Do you want to work at my Tinglong Game Company? Sometimes I'm not here, and if you're here, you can help me keep an eye on the company. Ha, Tinglong Game Company is yours? Upon hearing Lu Feng's words, Lu Shui was stunned. Previously, she and a few classmates had dreamed of joining Tinglong Game Company, but unfortunately, the company had strict recruitment criteria and they were not selected. Now, upon learning that the company belonged to her cousin, she was suddenly filled with excitement. Yes, it's mine. Do you want to go? Can I? Of course, as long as you want to, Lu Feng affirmed. Great, I've always dreamed of joining Tinglong. Thank you, brother. Without delay, Lu Feng called Tinglong Game Company and had the general manager, Wu Jichuan, personally arrange for Lu Shui to start working at the company. At Lu Sueki's request, she started from the grassroots level. For her, a recent graduate, taking on a high-level position right away would be beyond her capabilities. Lu Feng did not object, believing that one must hone their skills. At that moment, Lu Zhangyuan hesitantly spoke up, Xiaochen, is Xiongfeng Capital your business? Yes, Lu Feng nodded. Then, Uncle has something to tell you. Lu Zhangyuan then explained how he had been deceived. Hearing this, Lu Feng was annoyed that someone had deceived his own family. He immediately called the general manager of Xiongfeng Capital, Chu Zhanping. Boss, any instructions? Check if we have an employee named Dugua in our company. After investigating, it was found that there was no such person in their company, but there was a small company with a similar name that had a person named Dugua. Uncle, the person has been found, but he is not from our company. However, this company seems to be using the Xiongfeng name to deceive people. Can we hope to get the money back? Lu Zhangyuan, not having high hopes initially, decided to try after learning that Lu Feng was the owner of Xiongfeng Capital. Of course, if he doesn't give it back, humph. But now it's almost noon, let's have lunch first and then go get the money. Yay! Let's eat, I haven't had breakfast and I'm starving. Brother, where are we going to eat? Lu Shui, a food lover, happily grabbed Lu Feng's hand upon hearing about food. Let's find a place nearby to eat. After settling your father's matter, we can go to a nice restaurant for a meal. Okay. Xiongfeng Consulting Company. Dugua, you've made quite a profit this month, you have to treat us. Shang, it's just luck. I came across some naive workers and made a fortune. It's nothing compared to your stability, but treating you is a must. The two of them boasted to each other, a conversation that would shock anyone else, as it seemed like a scam company. Yes, this company used the Xiongfeng name to deceive people into making investments and earning profits without leaving any evidence behind. Each time they committed a crime, they were prepared with a backup plan. This made it impossible for victims to take legal action against them. The office door was kicked open, and two people walked in. Which one of you is Dugwa? Seeing the newcomers, the two men in the room were stunned. He is Dugwa, Lu Zhengyuan pointed to one of them. The two newcomers were Lu Feng and Lu Zhengyuan. Oh, it's old Lu. Haven't you had enough from the last lesson? Recognizing Lu Zhengyuan, Dugwa sneered. Hearing this, Lu Zhengyuan's face turned unnatural. He had been beaten up by Dugwa's men when he came with his co-workers to collect debts, leaving him somewhat traumatized. Take action, Lu Feng ordered coldly after glancing at Dugwa. As soon as the words fell, when Dugwa was puzzled about what Lu Feng meant by taking action, he saw two men in black rushing in from outside the door. One of them didn't say a word and directly took action. This person was Lu Feng's #1 bodyguard arranged by Weilong Security Company. He immediately kicked Dugwa down and then started beating him up. Who the hell are you? Bastard, Lu Zhengyuan, you're looking for death. Ouch. He's hitting someone. Ah help, Zhang Gu stop hitting, oh my. Dugwa, who was completely unresponsive, was beaten to the point of questioning his life. He went from being arrogant and cursing at the beginning of the beating to begging for mercy in the end. Zhang Gu, on the side, dared not move, being stared at by another man in black, #2. When Dugwa was beaten almost enough, Lu Feng waved his hand to stop #1. He then took a chair and sat in front of him. Do you know where you went wrong? Lu Feng looked down at Dugwa and asked. Daring to go against Xiong Feng, our boss won't let you off. Dugwa caught his breath and, although still fearful, shouted out. Xiong Feng? What a joke! Clap, clap, clap. Lu Feng clapped 3 times, and another man in black appeared at the door, the third bodyguard. This #3 was holding someone, and upon closer inspection, it was his boss, Sun Guiquan. Bang. Sun Guiquan was thrown in by the man in black and landed not far from Dugwa, letting out a cry of pain. Seeing this, it was clear that he had been educated before this. The boss? Dugwa trembled inexplicably upon seeing the newcomer. His boss was someone who had a foot in both the legal and illegal worlds, and the reason why they had been able to use Xiong Feng's name for so long without any trouble was because of the intricate relationship between his boss and Xiong Feng's deputy general manager. However, now his support had been thrown in like a little chicken. So it's you? Are you not afraid of offending Xiong Feng Capital by doing this? I am a man of Xiong Feng Capital, Vice General Manager Lu Jigang's man. Sun Guiquan also shouted angrily, his shock and anger evident. Just now, he had been chatting with his secretary about the essence of life in his office. Suddenly, someone barged in, beat him up without a word, and brought him here. Being brought here and seeing Dugwa, who had also been beaten up, and Lu Zhengyuan beside him, he roughly understood what was going on. After all, Dugwa was his errand boy, and he naturally knew about Lu Zhengyuan and his group. So he directly mentioned Xiong Feng Capital because in the city, Xiong Feng Capital was a true giant, a force to be reckoned with in both legal and illegal matters. With his relationship with Lu Jigang, they had easily resolved any issues before. Therefore, they would be even more reckless in their actions. Head, Lu Jigang? Lu Feng clapped his hands again, and several people appeared at the door. When he saw one of them, Sun Guiquan was stunned. Wasn't this his big supporter, Lu Jigang, Vice General Manager of Xiong Feng Capital? At this moment, he was being carried by another man in black, showing signs of having been beaten up. And the third person made Sun Guiquan even more shocked. This person was the helm of Xiong Feng Capital, Xu Zhanping, whom he had the privilege of meeting twice before. For him, Xu Zhanping was a legendary figure because of his rags to riches story, which was almost like a myth, and one of the reasons why both legal and illegal circles respected him. What happened next left him dumbfounded. Boss, I'm really sorry for making you witness this joke. At this moment, Sun Guiquan saw Xu Zhanping, the legendary figure who was now bowing and calling the young man in front of him boss. This sent a chill down his spine, and he realized things were not looking good. Lu Feng nodded and looked back at Dugwa. Do you now know where you went wrong? Before coming, Xu Zhanping had already figured out all the ins and outs of the matter and informed Lu Feng. So, Lu Feng had his #4 bodyguard go directly to Xiong Feng Capital to take down this Lu Jigang. He himself brought 3 other bodyguards to accompany his uncle here. I know I was wrong, I shouldn't have cheated old Lu's hard-earned money. At this moment, Dugwa, who was no longer arrogant. What should we do? What should we do? Dugwa looked directly at Sun Guiquan beside him. Sun Guiquan wished he could go up and slap him twice. He was usually so clever, how could he be so foolish now? So he quickly shouted, refund the money, we refund the money. Not only refund the money, but I also want to compensate old Lu for mental damages. Yes, we compensate. Dugwa also nodded vigorously. Then compensate. Sun Guiquan quickly got up, ran to the office, opened the safe, grabbed a box, and ran back, afraid of running slowly. Even Lu Jigang was brought over, accompanied by Chu Jianping, and he wouldn't dare to escape now even if he had 100 guts. He obediently placed the box on the table and opened it. There is 1 million here, all for Mr. Lu. With that, he pushed the box in front of Lu Zhengyuan. Lu Zhengyuan was a bit awkward at this moment, he had never seen such a scene before. Take it, uncle. At Lu Feng's signal, Lu Zhengyuan shyly accepted it. At this moment, Lu Feng looked at Chu Jianping and spoke again. Lu Jigang is fired. I don't want to see this person's company still bearing the name of our Xiong Feng, that's it. Yes, boss. Chu Jianping respectfully took the order. Hearing Lu Feng's words, Lu Jigang and Sun Guiquan were relieved, although one was fired and the company was definitely going to close. But apart from a little disappointment, they were more relieved. Otherwise, with Chu Jianping's methods, the consequences for these two would have been even more unbearable. Otherwise, how could Chu Jianping become a person feared by both sides of the law? Oh, right. Lu Feng suddenly stopped at the door, turned around and looked at Du Gua, scaring him almost to the point of losing control of his bladder. You hit my uncle's leg before, and he had to lie in the hospital for a week. I know what to do. Before Lu Feng could finish, Du Gua jumped up in one go. He picked up the chair leg next to him, gritted his teeth, and fiercely hit his right leg. Crack ah! The sound of bones breaking and his miserable cry rang out at the same time. Mr. Lu, are you satisfied with this? Even though it was painful, Du Gua endured and said, take care of yourself. Lu Feng said, then turned and left. Did you all hear the boss's words? Don't have any wishful thinking, don't think about revenge, otherwise. At this moment, Chu Jianping spoke up. We dare not, we dare not. The three of them almost said in unison. With a cold snort, Chu Jianping also left. Only then did the three of them sit down, smiling bitterly, feeling lucky to have survived the disaster. And Lu Feng's face made a lasting impression on them, all praying not to encounter this killing god in the future. After settling his uncle's major issue, Lu Feng noticed that Lu Zhengyuan seemed much more relaxed, a long-lost smile on his face. Lu Feng also felt a bit emotional, recalling his journey back to his hometown. After sending his uncle home, Lu Feng took Lu Shuai to the mall to buy some things. Brother, your Porsche 911 is really beautiful, when did you buy it? Oh, it was given to me by Chu Jianping, just using it for transportation. Brother, is Xiong Feng capital really yours? Is there any doubt? But you know about these, just don't tell my parents. Lu Feng reminded. I understand, you want to give uncle and aunt a surprise, right? He. But when I heard about this, I was really shocked. Brother, you are really amazing. The girl was talking while observing the Porsche 911, showing that she really liked the car. Like it? One of my classmates bought this car and took me for a ride. I liked it back then. Then this car is yours. Ha? What ha? You have a driver's license anyway, just having a license without driving is a waste, right? This is too expensive, I can't accept it. Besides, with my current salary, I can't afford to maintain this car. You earn your own gas money, maintenance and insurance, you don't have to worry about that. I'll talk to Lao Chu, he will take care of everything. You just need to drive the car to the designated place for annual inspection and maintenance. Also, you don't have to worry about your family's water, electricity, and property fees. Lao Chu will handle it, it will be paid by the company. Lu Feng smiled and said, since he decided to help his second uncle's family, he naturally wouldn't do it halfway. Making sure his family lives a good life, isn't that the ultimate goal of earning money? Is this, brother, does this count as me being kept by you? Lu Shuai's sudden words almost caused Lu Feng to crash. He quickly turned the steering wheel to stabilize the car. You silly girl, what are you thinking? He. Lu Shuai stuck out her tongue, mischievously smiling, her eyes filled with happiness. Balianban, the first department store in the Magic City. They came here because of the 1 yuan flash sale last night. So today, they brought Lu Shuai here to shop and buy some things for the house. Surprisingly, the products at Balianban were abundant, and the decoration was luxurious. Buying all the way made the little girl very happy. In her words, she finally satisfied her shopping addiction. Indeed, Lu Feng couldn't help but smile wryly as he watched her buy things big and small. It seemed that every woman had an inherent shopping addiction. Shopping and strolling around seemed to give them an infinite energy boost, making Lu Feng cry and laugh. All the daily necessities are bought, brother, shall we go back? Not yet, let me buy you some clothes. No need, I bought 2 pieces recently, enough to wear. Today, buying daily necessities here had already cost a lot, all paid by Lu Feng. She was already feeling embarrassed. How can that be? You are my precious little sister, now that your brother has money, how can I treat you unfairly? Besides, later you still have a task, pick some clothes for your parents, you know their sizes, right? Lu Feng didn't care, he directly took her to the brand clothing store. Lu Shui was touched by his actions, which was clearly visible in her eyes. Brother, if you weren't my cousin, I would definitely marry you. Can you stop thinking about these irrelevant things? Hearing the girl say these things again, Lu Feng directly tapped her head. Welcome. Oh, isn't this our poor school flower Lu Shui? How did you suddenly become rich? Coming to Chanel for shopping? Before the salesperson at the Chanel boutique could finish speaking, a sharp and sarcastic voice came from inside. This made everyone in the store look at Lu Shui and Lu Feng, and Lu Feng's brows furrowed. Jerry, can't I come here to shop? Seeing the person speaking, Lu Shui's anger was ignited. Jerry, her classmate from university, held a grudge against her because the person she liked pursued Lu Shui instead. Due to her poor family background at the time, Jerry's family owned a sizable company, making her a second-generation rich. So most of the time, she had to endure and avoid conflicts, until after graduation, she finally found peace. Unexpectedly, she met her here today, and what surprised Lu Shui even more was that the man carrying bags next to Jerry was the man who had previously confessed to her but was rejected by Jerry. Seeing the doubtful look in Lu Shui's eyes, Jerry couldn't help but feel uneasy. Don't you recognize him? Oh, I almost forgot, you two broke up a while ago, and now he's my boyfriend. Jerry looked at Lu Shui with a playful expression, her eyes filled with the joy of victory. Chen Hao, did you break up with her for her? Lu Shui finally exploded. Chen Hao, on the other hand, was somewhat evasive on the side, not daring to face her directly. Although the two of them did not have any substantial contact, they had made promises and decided to work together to create a better future. But not long ago, Chen Hao suddenly said he wanted to break up, which made Lu Shui sad for a while. Looking at the current situation, it seems that Chen Hao's breakup is related to Jerry. In the end, so-called love was defeated by corrupt money, and Lu Shui felt very uncomfortable. What? You wear my clothes, eat my food, and don't even say hello when you see an old friend? Seeing Chen Hao silent, Jerry was not going to let him off the hook. She had made a big fuss at school to pursue Chen Hao, but he ultimately chose Lu Shui. This made her feel very embarrassed, so she not only targeted Lu Shui but also constantly used sweet words to corrode Chen Hao. During their school days, everyone maintained a sense of innocence, perhaps still able to protect each other's pure love. But as they entered society, everything changed, involving oil, salt, sauce, rice, and learning about the hardships of making money. Under Jerry's continuous temptation, Chen Hao finally compromised and succumbed to reality. However, Jerry's feelings for him had long since faded, and it was just a form of revenge. So Chen Hao following her did not lead to a good life. It was like being at someone's beck and call. Finally meeting Lu Shui, she naturally wanted to show off. Shall we go? Lu Shui was feeling terrible at the moment, so she said to Lu Feng, Oh, caught another handsome guy? You really have no shame. Pursuing Chen Hao at school, just broke up and already found another one, but at least this one seems better than Chen Hao. Lu Shui wanted to ignore it, but someone didn't want her to have an easy time. Jerry's words were cutting. Clap applause rang out. Jerry looked at the man in front of her with shock and anger. How dare you hit me? You keep spouting nonsense. Who else should I hit if not you? Can you bully my sister? Lu Feng looked at Jerry with disgust, reprimanding her. Lu Shui covered her mouth in surprise, not expecting Lu Feng to suddenly take action. You wait, I'll make you pay. Jerry was burning with anger, being slapped for the first time in her life. She couldn't bear it. She quickly made a phone call. I've been hit. Get the security to Chanel's VIP room. Lu Shui, you two are finished today. Brother, let's go. Jerry's father is the vice president here. We can't afford to offend him. Lu Shui anxiously grabbed Lu Feng's hand and tried to drag him away. You want to leave now? It's too late. Chen Hao, stop them for me. Jerry shouted in frustration, and Chen Hao obediently walked to the door of Chanel's VIP room and made a blocking gesture. You, move aside. Seeing her ex-boyfriend acting like this, Lu Shui was furious. Shui, don't make things difficult for me. Chen Hao said in a low voice, showing no concern for their past relationship. I must have been blind before. How could I have liked you? They say first love is unforgettable, but Lu Shui had completely given up on him at this point. Lu Feng watched everything coldly, his eyes narrowed, a hint of coldness flashing in his eyes. Outside the door, a group of people rushed over, led by the vice president of 800 Partners, Jerry's father, Gu Mingtao. Upon receiving the call that his precious daughter had been bullied, even on his own turf, Gu Mingtao immediately brought a team of security guards down. Everyone move aside. Who dares to bully my daughter? Gu Mingtao. Gu Mingtao pushed aside the onlookers outside and rushed into the Chanel VIP room, shouting aggressively, Dad, whoa, I'm so pitiful. This couple of scoundrels hit me. Look, they've swollen my face. Seeing her father arrive, Gu Lily immediately ran over to play the victim. You bastards, you dare to hit the daughter of Gu Mingtao? I think you don't want to live. Chairman! Gu Mingtao was instantly enraged by the five-finger mark on his daughter's face, and he turned around to scold them. But when he saw Lu Feng standing there with his arms crossed in a cold gaze, he couldn't continue scolding, as if he had been shocked, trembling all over, and exclaimed, "Why is it you? You're here and didn't even inform me?" With a stiff upper lip, Gu Mingtao spoke again. At this moment, he cursed in his heart, "Damn it, this prodigal daughter of mine picked a fight with the newly appointed chairman, I'm done for." If he hadn't seen Lu Feng's photo and the information before, he would have been in big trouble if he had acted. Just this morning, he received the news of the change of ownership of Bye Bye Department Store, and he was surprised when he saw the information. Because Lu Feng was too young, and the suffix of the related information attached behind, the more he read, the more shocked he was. A series of corporate chairmanships, each one not inferior to the strength of Bye Bye Department Store, especially Xiangfeng Capital and Tinglong Gaming Company. He may not have heard of the other industries, but he knew very well how strong these two local companies were. "Do you recognize me?" Lu Feng looked at him and said in a deep voice. I do. Your information was sent to our management today." "Oh." Lu Feng nodded. "Dad, what are you doing?" "Beat him, he hit me." "You." Before Gu Mingtao's daughter could finish speaking, he slapped her, leaving another five-finger mark on the other side of Gu Lily's face. "Dad, are you crazy? Why hit me?" Gu Lily was stunned by the blow, crying out. "You still dare to cry? It's definitely because of your misbehavior that you provoked the chairman to act. Well done, you need discipline." "Chairman? He's still the chairman? He's just the brother of a poor classmate of mine, just a loser." Gu Lily couldn't believe that Lu Shui's brother could be the chairman of Bye Bye Department Store. Her father must have been mistaken. "Loser? You son of a b***tch. I won't kill you." Seeing that his daughter still hadn't realized the situation, Gu Mingtao felt like strangling her. How could he have such a stupid daughter? He should have shot her against the wall back then. Thinking about it, he started slapping his daughter left and right. He had to do it. Lu Feng was watching him all the time. If he couldn't get through this, he would be really finished. And so, the sound of continuous slaps and Gu Lily's cries filled the Chanel store. It wasn't until Gu Lily's face swelled up like a pig's head that Lu Feng's voice rang out. "That's enough. In the future, take care of your daughter, don't get into trouble, and also, your daughter has a really bad taste in boyfriends." After speaking, he looked at Lu Shui, who was still in a daze, and said with a smile, "Feeling relieved now? If you are, then leave." "Ha? Oh, let's go then." Lu Shui was still a bit slow to react. How did her cousin become the chairman of Bye Bye Department Store, and the once high and mighty Gu Mingtao had to bow and scrape to avoid being blamed by Lu Feng and crazily beat his precious daughter? This sudden change was too eye-opening, and she couldn't calm down for a long time. At the same time, she marveled at how amazing her cousin was. It was so satisfying just now. So, all the previous unpleasantness disappeared, and she continued shopping happily with Lu Feng. Inside the Chanel VIP room. "You, get out. Don't let me catch you interacting with my daughter again, or I'll beat you every time I see you." Gu Mingtao directly scolded Chen Hao. Gu Mingtao felt lucky to have shown his loyalty in time, otherwise he would have lost his job. "You, stay at home for a month and reflect on yourself. Also, stop provoking Lu Shui, you can't handle her." Looking at his precious daughter, Gu Mingtao felt a headache, realizing that his indulgence had caused her trouble. After buying things and having them delivered to his home, Lu Shui received a call from her best friend to join a dinner near the Bye Bye Mall. Meanwhile, Lu Feng drove back home alone. Just as he was about to turn out of the underground parking lot, a figure suddenly rushed out, startling Lu Feng. Thanks to his excellent driving skills, he managed to stop the car in time to avoid an accident. However, the figure seemed to be frightened and fell to the ground. "Are you trying to get yourself killed?" Lu Feng was a bit annoyed, scolding as he opened the car door to check on the situation. At that moment, the figure quickly got up from the ground and swiftly opened the passenger door, got in, and crouched down, as if hiding from something. Help me, someone is chasing me, please take me away." An anxious female voice came out, sounding quite pleasant. Lu Feng glanced in the direction the woman had just run from and saw a group of men in black suits and sunglasses rushing out. Without hesitation, he closed the car door, stepped on the gas, and drove away. It was only after driving a considerable distance that the woman sat up and looked around. Seeing no one following, she patted her chest in relief and thanked Lu Feng for his help. "Thank you, I'm Chu Zi, you've helped me a lot." She then removed the scarf, mask, and hat covering her head, smiling at Lu Feng. With just one glance, Lu Feng was amazed. This woman was too beautiful. Elegant and graceful, with natural beauty that could be compared to ancient beauties. This was the first impression Chu Zi left on Lu Feng, leaving him stunned for a few seconds. Chu Zi, on the other hand, noticed that the man didn't seem to recognize her. Feeling a bit disappointed but relieved, she said, "Ring ring." Lu Feng's phone rang. "Hello? Lu Chang? Okay, I'm nearby, was just about to have dinner, I'll come over now." Hanging up the phone, Lu Feng couldn't help but smile wryly. It turned out that Lu Chang was being pressured by his family to go on a blind date with a girl who happened to be in the city. Initially, he had refused the blind date, but when his family sent him a photo of the girl, he unexpectedly took a liking to her. So, he decided to come over. However, he was quite nervous as he had never been in a relationship before. Thinking that Lu Feng was in the city, he wanted to bring him along for support and advice. I'm almost there, you. Ending the call, Lu Feng said to Chu Zi, "You haven't told me your name yet, that's quite impolite." I'm Lu Feng." Chu Zi was surprised by the question and smiled. "Oh, Lu, Chen. I just heard you say you're going to accompany someone on a blind date? I've never seen what a blind date looks like, so why don't you take me along to see?" After repeating Lu Feng's name, Chu Zi said expectantly. "Ha?" Lu Feng was taken aback by the suggestion and looked at Chu Zi beside him with a strange expression. Just a moment ago, she was running away from someone, and now she wanted to follow a stranger like him to see someone else's blind date? And she looked so eager? How bold was this girl? "We've just met, aren't you afraid I might sell you off?" Lu Feng couldn't help but chuckle. "Familiarity breeds contempt, and I can tell you're not a bad person," Chu Zi said earnestly. Lu Feng couldn't help but roll his eyes, thanking her for being so trusting. However, this kind of unexpected fortune is not something most people would refuse. Besides, the girl didn't mind, so why would a grown man like him be afraid? So, Lu Feng did not refuse and brought her to the agreed location with Lu Chang. "Chen Ge, you're here. Who is this?" Lu Chang asked in surprise when he saw Lu Feng and the girl. "Oh, this is Chu Zi," Lu Feng introduced helplessly because as soon as they got out of the car, Chu Zi instantly armed herself. She claimed to be on the run and couldn't let others recognize her. So, she wore a hat, big sunglasses, a mask, and even wrapped a scarf around her neck. Lu Feng rolled his eyes at her. "Miss, it's early October now. Aren't you afraid of getting heat rash dressing like this? And walking on the street like this will attract even more attention, you know?" Chu Zi nodded at Lu Chang. "Hello, I'm Chu Zi." "Oh, hello," Lu Chang replied and turned to chat with Lu Feng. The group arrived at a nearby Western restaurant and reserved 2 tables as agreed outside. Lu Feng and Chu Zi sat at a table not far away, with a view of Lu Chang's table. "Since we're here, let's have something to eat. But can you take off your disguise? You're too conspicuous like this, and you might get exposed later," Lu Feng suggested. "Okay." Chu Zi seemed excited about what was to come. Even with her disguise on, Lu Feng could sense her excitement. Indeed, women love to be involved in gossip. Next moment, Lu Feng was speechless again as Chu Zi removed her disguise, which was just taking off the scarf. "Miss, are you planning to eat with the mask on later?" "Oh, right." Chu Zi seemed to realize it now and took off the mask. But she kept the hat and sunglasses on. Lu Feng didn't bother to say anything. He just handed her the menu to order. Chu Zi seemed eager and ordered a lot of food, appearing even happier. "What are you so happy about? And can you finish all this food?" Lu Feng was surprised by the amount of food Chu Zi ordered, almost enough for 10 people. He couldn't help but think to himself, "Miss, are you a bottomless pit? Ordering so much food, one would think you were a starving ghost reincarnated." "Oh, I usually can't eat these things because they're too high in calories. Today is a rare indulgence, so I want to savor it all. Don't worry, I'll treat you later." "Thank you for your help earlier," Chu Zi explained. Realizing she had ordered too much, she quickly offered to pay for the meal. Soon, the dishes arrived, and Chu Zi's eyes lit up. "Let's eat." What followed made Lu Feng realize how much a woman's stomach could hold. Although not eating like a wolf, her speed in finishing the dishes was impressive. The dishes on the table were visibly decreasing at a fast pace, leaving Lu Feng wondering where to start. But as they say, beauty is justice. This scene of her devouring the food would be an eyesore if it were an older woman, but on Chu Zi, it had a unique charm. At that moment, there was movement at Lu Chang's table. He stood up and smiled as a woman with beautiful features and a height of about 1.73 meters approached. With long black hair and a light-colored lace dress, her fair long legs were particularly eye-catching. "Hello, I'm Fang Yi. You must be Lu Chang?" Fang Yi introduced herself confidently and extended her right hand. "Ah, yes, I'm Lu Chang." Hello, Lu Chang replied nervously, his face blushing unexpectedly. Can I sit down?" Fang Yi asked somewhat shyly, looking at Lu Chang holding her hands tightly, her cheeks blushing. Sorry, please sit down, ha. Lu Chang woke up awkwardly retracting his hands, scratching his head apologetically. He didn't expect the real person to be more beautiful than the photo, pure and shy yet graceful in demeanor, with a particularly gentle voice. He was very satisfied with this. So, they both sat down and started chatting. From the initial shyness, both gradually became more natural, occasionally bursting into laughter. So this is what blind dates are like? This girl looks pretty good, seems like they have a chance, Chu Zi said while stuffing a chicken wing into her mouth. Lu Feng smiled at this, feeling happy for his brother. However, what happened next left them astonished. Watching Lu Chang and Fang Yi chatting happily, Lu Feng was also happy for his brother. But when he tried to grab a big shrimp, he found the plate was empty. Chu Zi, on the other side, burped at this moment, patting her slightly bloated belly. Uncomfortable, haven't eaten so freely in a long time. This made Lu Feng unable to help but hold his forehead, feeling both amused and exasperated. He couldn't help but sigh. How can this girl with such a well-proportioned figure eat so much? Ate too much. I'll go to the restroom. Chu Zi excused herself and got up. At this moment, Fang Yi also said goodbye to Lu Chang and headed towards the restroom. Bro, how is she? After Fang Yi left, Lu Cheng couldn't wait and hurried over to Lu Feng to ask. So far, she seems fine. How about you? How do you feel after chatting? Lu Feng asked with a smile. She asked some basic questions, about my income, if I have a house here, what job I do, what car I drive. Just these? Anything else? Not for now. She also mentioned about the marriage customs in their hometown, where the bride price is 800,000, and asked if I minded. Bro, she directly brought up the bride price. Does that mean she's very interested in me? Hearing this, Lu Feng furrowed his brows. Although his brother was not a big boss, he had a decent company in the city, with a branch in another city, making a good living. But when it came to blind dates, it was understandable to gather basic information up front. However, directly asking about the bride price on the first date seemed a bit forced. And lately, he had heard about women scamming men for their wealth through seemingly innocent activities like blind dates. You better get to know her more, don't rush to agree to anything, observe more. Lu Feng reminded him as Lu Chang seemed a bit too eager. Okay, I'll ask more later. With that, he checked the time and returned to his seat. In the restroom, Fang Yi took out a pack of cigarettes from her bag, lit one, and made a phone call. Hey, Xiaolu, how's it going on your end? Fang Yi asked. This old guy here runs a small processing factory, not much money, at most a few $100,000. What about you? A woman's voice came from the phone. It sounds good here. The person is relatively young, looks decent, has a car, a house, and 2 companies, registered in the city. I mentioned the bride price of 800,000, he doesn't seem to have much pressure. That's good. You can give it a try, a long-term meal ticket, better than mine. Just this and it's a long-term meal ticket? It's fun to play around a bit, it seems he's quite interested in me. I'll sweeten the deal later, see if I can get something first. My goal is to marry into a family worth over 100 million. Gotta go, have 2 more to meet in the afternoon, we'll decide then which one to focus on. You have so many businesses, I'll stick with this old guy for now, there's no comparison. Alright, the one in the afternoon is rumored to be worth millions. If you hit it off, I'll introduce you to him. Not to mention, there will be millions involved. Thank you in advance for what you said. After hanging up the phone, Fang Yi took 2 deep puffs of smoke, extinguished it, sprayed some mouth freshener, then some perfume, tidied up her makeup, and left the restroom. After she walked out, a door in the corner inside opened, and Chu Zi walked out with a shocked expression, turning off the phone's recording. Restaurant. I thought you fell into the toilet, you've been gone for so long, I was about to come and get you. Seeing Chu Zi rushing back, Lu Feng couldn't help but tease. Sure, let me play something for you. Without saying a word, Chu Zi plugged in her headphones, handed them to Lu Feng, and played the recording. The more Lu Feng listened, the more furrowed his brows became, and by the end, his eyes were almost shooting fire. Unexpectedly, everyone had misjudged. This seemingly quiet and polite Fang Yi was all an act. She even implicated her own brother. If he didn't know, it would be one thing, but now that he did, he couldn't ignore it. So, he secretly took a picture of Fang Yi and sent it to Chu Jianpeng. Find out everything about this woman for me. A message was sent instantly. Yes, boss. Please wait a moment. As soon as the message was sent, Chu Jianpeng's reply came back. As the former leader of Xiongfeng capital, Chu Jianpeng had connections in both the legal and illegal worlds, so naturally, uncovering someone's background was not a problem. Sure enough, not long after, sets of data were sent to Lu Feng's phone. Looking at the photos sent, Lu Feng was shocked. He didn't expect this woman's behavior to be so terrifying. This woman frequented various blind date venues year-round, paid high fees on a dating website, and registered as a premium member. The dating website specialized in matchmaking services, prioritizing high-quality single individuals for premium members. Fang Yi used her premium membership to target high-quality men who were of marriageable age and had a certain amount of wealth, deceiving them under the guise of dating and friendship to extract wealth, immediately breaking up after draining one target and moving on to the next. Based on the information sent, this woman had relations with at least 100 men. She was like a public boss. Send me your recording. Without waiting for Chu Zi's consent, Lu Feng scanned her QR code, added her, and forwarded the file. Chu Zi couldn't help but roll her eyes, thinking that Lu Feng was indeed impolite, not even asking if she wanted to be added. After all, many people outside wanted to add her on WeChat but couldn't. Considering he helped me and he's so handsome, I won't mind. Chu Zi comforted herself. Organize this information, enough to put this woman behind bars, any problem? Lu Feng sent another message to Chu Zhanpeng. No problem. The reply came quickly. Alright, I'll give you the address, then after you've organized everything, call the police directly, have the judicial bureau people come over. How long will it take? Lu Feng asked again, sending the address. It'll take 5 minutes to organize. With my connections, I'll inform the law enforcement bureau people. It might take another 10 minutes, so about 15 minutes in total. Glancing at Lu Cheng's table, it seemed they were discussing business, so Fang Yi was about to leave. Try to make sure they arrive within 10 minutes, that's it. Okay. Seeing Chu Zhanpeng's reply, Lu Feng looked at Chu Zi. Wait for me here. With that, he got up and walked towards Lu Cheng's table. Lu Cheng, nice to meet you. I have a class in the afternoon, so I'll leave first. I'll message you later. Don't find me annoying, okay? Fang Yi said with a light smile. How could I? I'll wait for your message. Lu Cheng seems very happy. Lu Cheng, what a coincidence, how come you're here? Suddenly, Lu Feng walked over, which caught Lu Cheng off guard. How did you come here? Lu Cheng asked with his eyes. Lu Feng smiled and didn't answer but looked at Fang Yi. Who is this beautiful lady? Hello, my name is Fang Yi. Seeing Lu Feng, Fang Yi's eyes also lit up. This young man is really handsome, with an excellent temperament, and that figure. 99 points. Especially in this Armani outfit, not cheap at all. Being in the circle of successful men all year round, she can naturally recognize brands at a glance. You have such a beautiful friend and didn't introduce her? Lu Feng glanced at Lu Cheng, who was confused, teasingly. Let me introduce myself. I'm Lu Feng, Lu Cheng's classmate, and Xiongfeng Capital is mine. Do you mind if I sit down and chat, beauty? With that, regardless of what Lu Cheng thought, he pushed him down to make room and sat down comfortably. Of course, I don't mind. Since Lu Cheng's classmate is here, let's chat together. Lu Cheng, you have such an impressive classmate. Hearing the word Xiongfeng Capital, Fang Yi's eyes showed a hint of surprise and excitement. She didn't expect much from Lu Cheng, but his classmate had this status. Almost everyone in the Magic City knows what Xiongfeng Capital represents, and she is no exception. Oh, well, my classmate is quite extraordinary. But, didn't you say you were going to class just now? Although Lu Cheng didn't know what game Lu Feng was playing, he still responded when Fang Yi asked. Inexperienced as he was, he felt it was the right time to be honest with Fang Yi. In his mind, he had been deeply engaged in conversation with Fang Yi earlier, even envisioning a future married life. So, he naturally wanted to introduce his good friend to this potential wife. Oh, it won't take long. How exactly is your classmate extraordinary? Fang Yi deflected, seemingly becoming interested. Seeing Fang Yi happy to stay, Lu Cheng also hoped to spend more time with her. He glanced at Lu Feng, who showed no objection, so he began to introduce. My classmate is a business genius. Xiongfeng Assets is just one of his industries. He is a big shot in Jiangdu City. Oh, hearing this, Fang Yi's excitement grew. And seeing Lu Feng smiling at her all along, she responded with a charming look. I don't know if you are familiar with Jiangdu, but he owns the Fu Hai restaurant there, the commercial Courtai Fu Plaza, bought a building in Hongyang Mansion directly, and even the largest building materials company, Pangshur Group, is his. Lu Cheng continued to praise Lu Feng here, as his achievements reflected on him as a brother. Fang Yi listened with increasing amazement, her eyes becoming more fiery, eager to win over Lu Feng. With a man like him, she wouldn't have to worry about food and clothing for generations. Why bother serving those men? Watching Lu Cheng talk enthusiastically, Fang Yi listened with relish, while Lu Feng showed no signs of stopping, just occasionally checking the time on his phone. So, you are so capable. It's an honor to be friends with you. Nice to meet you again, I'm Fang Yi. After listening to Lu Cheng's introduction, Fang Yi graciously reached out her right hand, wanting to shake hands with Lu Feng. Be friends with me? You are not worthy. The sudden turn of events left Fang Yi stunned, and Lu Cheng beside her also wondered if he misheard. What do you mean? Fang Yi frowned. Literally. Before Fang Yi could respond, a hurried footstep sound approached. In an instant, Fan Yi was grabbed by two female law enforcement officers. Fan Yi, you are now accused of multiple fraud offenses and are under arrest. You have the right to remain silent, but anything you say can be used against you in court. Take her away. What are you doing? Have you arrested the wrong person? I will sue you. I am innocent, Fan Yi shouted as she was detained. Lu Chang, save me. Seeing the law enforcement officers unmoved, Fan Yi began to plead for help from Lu Chang. Fan Yi. Suddenly, Lu Chang was completely dumbfounded. Seeing Fan Yi being captured, he was about to step forward in excitement, but was stopped by Lu Feng. Listen to this first. Lu Feng played a recording. Hearing the words in the recording, Lu Chang was stunned, then angrily looked at Fan Yi. Take a look at this. Lu Feng took out his phone and showed Lu Chang the information provided by Chu Zhanpeng. Seeing this, Lu Chang felt like his heart was bleeding. Fan Yi, who was still shouting, Lu Chang, save me, they must have made a mistake. Your friend is so powerful, he can definitely save me. Humph. You despicable person, I was blind to trust you. Finally, Lu Chang couldn't help but curse. Love can turn to hate, especially when one realizes that what seemed like love at first sight was just deception, which is unacceptable. Lu Feng waved his hand, and the law enforcement officers took Fan Yi away. She was facing imprisonment, which she rightfully deserved for deceiving Lu Feng's brother. Alright, learn from this experience, no need to be so discouraged. There are plenty of good women out there. It was just bad luck this time, fortunately you didn't fall into the trap. You should thank Chu Zi, it was her who unintentionally discovered the truth. Lu Feng patted Lu Chang's shoulder, comforting him. Thank you. Lu Chang sincerely thanked Chu Zi as she approached. Then he looked at Lu Feng, brother, thank you. Oh, you're so serious, I'm not used to it. Alright, I'll take you to the club tonight to have fun. I haven't been there yet, but tonight's the night. I'll accompany you. Lu Feng laughed heartily, being generous. Come on, it's like I've been there before. Alright, whether there are women or not, what matters is our brotherhood. Let's have a good time tonight, haha. Lu Chang also laughed. Chu Zi on the side rolled her eyes, two LSPs, going to that kind of place. She looked disgusted. The perfect image of Lu Feng collapsed instantly. At that moment, hurried footsteps approached. There you are, come back with me now. As the words fell, a group of black-clad people surrounded Chu Zi. The leader was a woman in an OL suit, wearing gold-rimmed glasses. She had a cold expression and said sternly, come with me. I don't want to, Chu Zi said, hiding behind Lu Feng. Take her away. Anticipating Chu Zi's response, the woman's expression remained unchanged. Get out of the way. With those words, a black-clad person moved forward to grab Chu Zi and shouted at Lu Feng. Get lost. Lu Feng immediately struck out with a punch at the black-clad person. Humph. The black-clad person showed disdain in his eyes and also threw a punch. Bang! The fists collided, and the black-clad person was pushed back 7 or 8 steps before stabilizing, showing surprise in his eyes. The leading woman's face also changed for the first time. It was known that the man who threw the punch was Mu Bai, a highly skilled individual they had paid a high price to hire. His strength was comparable to a king of soldiers, even surpassing elite members of top special forces units. But now, in a single exchange of punches, Mu Bai had lost? At that moment, Lu Feng's expression also turned serious. He had undergone intense muscle training, increasing his overall strength tenfold. Although he had managed to hold his ground in the exchange, the tingling pain in his hand made him realize the strength of the black-clad person. This is also the first time he has encountered such an opponent, so he took it seriously. However, he was more excited and expectant at this moment. Since his physical abilities have increased tenfold, he always felt that there was no room for improvement. Even if he is now a top warrior, he is not a match, let alone these ordinary people in the real world. Finally encountering someone who can be considered a decent opponent, he naturally didn't want to miss the opportunity. Let me try out the new move I just learned on you. Lu Feng's mouth curled up, his eyes filled with excitement. Before Mu Bai could react, Lu Feng made the first move this time. Seeing this, Mu Bai, who was puzzled, also became eager to fight back and shouted as he went forward. But the expected fist collision did not happen again. Just as the two fists were about to collide again, Lu Feng instantly turned his fist into a claw, twisting and pulling. Crack! With a bone-chilling sound of bones breaking, accompanied by Mu Bai's painful gasp, he dragged his already limp right arm back. Nice, turns out this dragon subduing hand technique is so effective. Lu Feng was extremely excited after defeating the enemy with one move. Indeed, the system's products are extraordinary. Recently, the system introduced the set of 99 moves of the dragon subduing hand technique. Lu Feng had been looking for a suitable opponent to practice with after learning it. Now, using it for the first time, the effect was surprisingly good. Stop! Seeing Mubai defeated, the woman's face turned unusually serious, and she quickly stopped the other black-clothed people from approaching. She knew very well how strong Mubai was, and his defeat in the previous fight had already surprised her. But the next moment's battle made her even more inexplicably fearful. The young and handsome man in front of her could easily win with just one move. Not only that, it seemed that Mubai had even lost his fighting power at this point. Mubai clenched his teeth, his face pale, his right arm hanging limp and even twisted abnormally. His whole body couldn't stop trembling, large beads of sweat constantly appearing on his forehead. All of this indicated how much pain Mubai was currently enduring. If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, who would believe it if she told someone? Chu Zi, look at what you've done. Despite being shocked, the woman could tell that Lu Feng was clearly protecting Chu Zi, so she directly stopped the further conflict between the two sides and sternly reprimanded Chu Zi, who was standing there in a daze. Xin Jia, it's not my fault. I rarely have 2 days off, but you didn't let me out to get some fresh air, so I had to sneak out on my own. At this point, Chu Zi also realized that if she didn't say anything, the misunderstanding would only grow. So, she cutely stuck out her tongue and made a face, walking towards them. This move left Lu Feng a bit puzzled. So the black-clothed people were chasing Chu Zi, not as he had thought? Thinking of this, Lu Feng couldn't help but be speechless. Sir, I'm really sorry. Our Zi is too mischievous, causing this misunderstanding. Blaring at Chu Zi, Xin Jia took 2 steps forward and sincerely apologized to Lu Feng. Oh, it's okay. Since the misunderstanding was cleared up and Lu Feng had no grudge against them, plus they were apologizing so sincerely, he naturally had no reason to be angry. However, a hint of regret flashed in his eyes. He had finally encountered some decent opponents, and he was itching to try out his moves, but he didn't expect to finish with just one move. Who would he try the remaining 80 moves on? Feeling a bit disappointed, he kept scanning Mubai and the other black-clothed people, making those who were scanned suddenly feel a chill. Big brother Mubai, I'm sorry, shall I take you to the hospital? Chu Zi, who now looked like a child who had done something wrong, came to Mubai with a face full of apology. No need, I'll do it. Lu Feng walked up at this moment, and under the curious gaze of everyone, he lifted Mubai's limp right arm and twisted it. Ah! This time, Mubai, who had a very high tolerance for pain, couldn't help but cry out in pain. However, his eyes were filled with shock. He shook his right arm, clenched his fist, looking incredulous. Thank you for your help, sir. Mubai respectfully bowed, looking at Lu Feng with a hint of admiration in his eyes. For people like them, they only worship the strong and are not easily impressed. But Lu Feng, who defeated him so easily, was unbelievably strong, something he had never seen before, naturally inspiring admiration. On the other hand, Chu Zi ran to Xin Jia's side and whispered a few words in her ear. Xin Jia was stunned for a moment, then glanced at Lu Feng and nodded, taking out a few tickets from her bag and giving them to her. Lu Feng, I have to go back, keep this, you can go and have fun later. As if she remembered something, she took out a small piece of paper from her waist bag and quickly wrote something on it. Here, this is my personal phone number. If you want to see me, you can call me, hee hee. After the series of interactions earlier, Chu Zi inexplicably had a good impression of Lu Feng, so she handed him her personal phone number. This scene made Xin Jia a little dissatisfied, but she soon let it go. Lu Feng's display just now made her realize that he was not an ordinary person, and she could see that his gaze towards Chu Zi was very clear, unlike those who had ulterior motives in approaching this girl in the past. Concert tickets? I don't watch these things. There are definitely too many people and it's annoying. Lu Feng said casually as he looked at the 3 concert tickets that were handed to him. This made Chu Zi roll her eyes, this big straight guy. Xin Jia behind her couldn't help but find it a bit funny. It seemed that Lu Feng didn't recognize who Chu Zi was, which actually made her have a slight fondness for Lu Feng. Forget it, you remember to come later. Chu Zi spat, then turned and ran to Xin Jia, holding her hand and making a funny face at Lu Feng. Oh, got it. Lu Feng responded. In his heart, he thought that his sister seemed to like these things, so he could take her to see them later. As for himself, he decided against it. If Chu Zi knew about his thoughts, she would probably be furious. Xin Jia and Mubai also respectfully bowed to Lu Feng before leaving with Chu Zi. Brother, this girl seems to have a special identity. Lu Chang, who also didn't pay much attention to the entertainment industry, approached and said, It seems so, let's forget about it. Shall we go to the club tonight? Sure, who's afraid of who? How about I call Zhang Hui and the others to join us? Zhang Hui and the others missed the last class reunion because of something, mainly because they didn't know you were going, so they didn't inform them in advance. They've been blaming me all along, they're all in the same city, why not go together? They really miss you. Lu Cheng suddenly had an idea and asked. Hearing this, Lu Feng was stunned for a moment, lost in thought. The people Lu Chang mentioned, Zhang Hui and the others, were Zhang Hui, Chen Tao, Yi Yang, and Sui Min. They were his roommates in college and had a very close relationship. After graduation, everyone went their separate ways, and they hadn't seen each other for a long time. Okay, let's go together. Lu Feng nodded happily. Which club should we go to at night? Lu Chang asked. Lu Feng was caught off guard by his question, as he had only heard that clubs were very luxurious and extravagant, but had never been to one. Just then, the system notification sounded. Ding, congratulations to the host for gaining the favor of the A-list celebrity Chuzi, rewarding a chance to purchase items at a discounted rate, now available. Ding, items have been listed, please decide whether to purchase them. Chuzi? A top celebrity? Besides being very satisfied with the system as always, the information about Chuzi made Lu Feng suddenly realize what had happened before and after. The identity of a top celebrity made him understand everything that had happened. No wonder I had to dress up before going out. It seems that even celebrities have a hard time, it's difficult to come out and have fun. Lu Feng couldn't help but sigh, then looked towards the mall. Product, Tiandi Hui Royal Entertainment Club, price, 1 yuan, notify them, we'll go to the Tiandi Hui Royal Entertainment Club tonight. So, Lu Feng said directly. What? Tiandi Hui Royal Entertainment Club? Wow, Lu Feng, that's great, it's worth spending money, I won't hold back, I've heard about this place many times, it's the top club in the whole city. Alright, let them know, we'll have dinner there too. Okay. Lu Chang happily started to inform those old classmates. At 6 o'clock in the evening, at the entrance of the Tiandi Hui Royal Entertainment Club. Chen Laoda, long time no see. Chen Laoda, you're not thoughtful enough, you made a fortune and didn't call us brothers to Jiangdu together. Zhang Hui and the others, after seeing Lu Feng, came up and punched him, laughing and scolding. They had known about the Fuhai restaurant incident in the university class group long ago. Besides admiring Lu Feng's achievements, they felt really good inside. Gao Xiongfeng, not just at odds with Lu Feng, but the whole dormitory brothers didn't like him. That was one of the main reasons they didn't want to go back then. Laughing and chatting, they entered the club. Welcome to the Tiandi Hui Royal Entertainment Club. As soon as they entered, the welcoming beauties dressed in beautiful cheongsams warmly welcomed them. At a glance, the beauty of each lady was definitely better than 85% of the women outside, very pleasing to the eye. This almost made the guys stare. After all, except for Lu Chang, the others were all working class, although their salaries were okay, they wouldn't come to such a place to spend money, it's too expensive. Just opening an ordinary private room here starts at 5,000, plus the minimum consumption of princesses, young masters, and drinks in each private room, it easily exceeds 10,000. Sir, do you have a reservation? At this time, the front desk manager ran over. No reservation, there are 6 of us, give us your best private room. Lu Feng said. They were good brothers, they had been young and reckless together in their student days, taking baths together, getting into fights together, and sharing a cigarette together was a common occurrence. Not to mention it was a life-changing friendship, but at least it was rare and sincere. Okay sir, my surname is Wang, I am the customer manager here. Our best private room is the Moon Hall, a supreme VIP private room, the room fee is 100,000, plus 1 princess and 1 young master totaling 10,000, drinks start from 3 boxes, 3,000, and the beauties are extra. If you have no problem, I can arrange the room for you now. Hearing that Lu Feng wanted to book the best private room, manager Wang's eyes lit up, quickly introduced himself and explained the basic consumption requirements of the Supreme Hall according to the procedure. If it was an ordinary room, there was no need for such an introduction. After all, the Supreme Hall had high consumption, with each item starting at least 1,000 yuan. So it was necessary to inform in detail before booking, otherwise, if the room was booked and the price was asked and couldn't be afforded, it would be embarrassing. No problem, go ahead. Lu Feng nodded. Okay, please follow me, I'll take you there. With confirmation, Manager Wang's attitude became even more enthusiastic. After all, once this private room was booked, his commission would increase significantly. Upon entering the private room, their eyes widened. It was indeed a supreme private room, with an indoor area of about 800 square meters. In addition to the luxurious KTV seating area, the private room also included dining tables, a mahjong room, a pool room, 2 bedrooms, and 2 separate bathrooms. The decoration style and color scheme of the entire private room exuded luxury everywhere, especially the 2 bathrooms, where you could even take a bath and had massage beds. The bathtub was big enough for 2 or 3 people to dance in. Everything opened the eyes of a few people. It was truly everything you could imagine. Help us prepare a dinner table. Okay sir, based on your number, you can choose from our set menus for 5 to 10 people. We have 3 dinner sets available today, namely set A for 5,888 yuan, set B for 18,888 yuan, and set C for 58,888 yuan. Which one would you like, sir? Let's go with set C, and bring 6 bottles of Maotai. Lu Feng thought for a moment and said directly, okay sir, the Maotai here is priced at 7,000 yuan per bottle, is that acceptable to you? Fine, bring it quickly. Okay sir. Manager Wang happily ran out to place the order and prepare the meal for Lu Feng and his group. Tonight, his commission would be quite substantial. Lu Feng, on the other hand, couldn't help but reflect that the Maotai priced at over 2,000 yuan outside was marked up 3 times here. This industry was indeed quite profitable. Soon, the dishes and drinks were served, consisting mainly of delicacies like shark fin, abalone, sea cucumber, and king crab. The presentation was more appealing, and the service more attentive. For instance, when you wanted to eat crab or shrimp, you didn't have to peel them yourself, as each guest was accompanied by a female server. They would peel all the shellfish for you before serving, and remove bones and thorns from other foods before placing them in front of you. Lu Feng didn't find the food particularly delicious, it was all about the ambience and service. Even the servers who peeled the crabs and shrimps were all very attractive and pleasing to the eye. After the meal, everyone moved to the KTV private room area to start their karaoke session. Of course, this was also the main moment for the club. The private room door opened, and the manager Wang came in with a smile. Respected guests, please choose your female companions for tonight. With a clap of his hands, dozens of exceptionally beautiful women in short skirts exclusive to royal entertainment walked in. The moment these women entered, the eyes of Zhang Hui and others widened, and their breaths became heavier. With an estimated height of around 175 centimeters, each of them was delicate and beautiful, exuding an air of grace and charm. It turns out that it's not that there are fewer beauties in the outside world, they have all come here. Seeing this group of beautiful women, Lu Chang and others couldn't help but sigh. With their looks, they could easily outshine those young models outside. Respected bosses, now let these beauties present you with an opening dance. After each of these beauties introduced themselves, Manager Wang spoke again. The opening dance was a program here. These beauties, dressed in ultra-short skirts, began the popular Black Ace dance, their perfect figures swaying to the rhythm of the music, leaving Zhang Hui and others feeling excited. After the dance, Lu Feng and his friends began to choose their female companions. These old classmates and roommates truly showed their skills in selecting their partners, each finding someone they clicked with, unsure of where to start. Hey guys, are you planning to choose all night? Finally, under Lu Feng's teasing, they reluctantly chose a more suitable female companion to sit beside them. Cheers to all the bosses, have a great time tonight. After everyone had chosen their companions, Manager Wang greeted them with a smile, then waved his hand and left with the remaining beauties. Boss, let me offer you a drink. Boss, what song would you like to hear? I'll request it for you. Boss, do you want to play dice? Shall we play poker or liar's dice? These beauties warmly greeted Lu Chang and his friends, making the newcomers feel elated and restless. With a few drinks down, the atmosphere reached a climax. Even Yi Yang and Sui Min were already dancing with their companions while Lu Chang was singing. As for Zhang Hui and Chen Tao, at this moment, both of their faces were marked with several red lip prints, looking very pleased with themselves. Bang! Just then, the private room door was violently kicked open, leaving everyone stunned. Young Master Lin, Lingling is still on duty, your behavior is not appropriate. Get lost, appropriate? I am the rule. With a loud bang, Manager Wang, who tried to stop young Master Lin and his group, was kicked and flew in, letting out a cry of pain. The woman next to Lu Chang, at that moment, suddenly tensed up, her face showing a hint of unnaturalness and mostly fear. She was the Lingling mentioned by Manager Wang earlier. Do you think you can escape from my grasp like this? The man known as young Master Lin completely ignored the group of people in the private room and walked straight towards Lingling. Young Master Lin, please let me go, I'm really just here to accompany and not to perform. It turned out that young Master Lin had taken a liking to this beauty named Lingling early on, and had come several times wanting to take her to perform. However, not every beauty would perform, many of them were in this line of work due to poverty or other reasons. After all, it was quick money. So if these people were not desperate, they would only accompany and not perform overnight. Lingling happened to be one of them. But young Master Lin didn't care about this. After being stood up by Lingling yesterday, he came looking for her again today. Hearing that Lingling had already been booked by someone else, he barged in without any regard, extremely domineering. And that's how the scene just happened. After a while, the group of people including Lu Feng roughly understood the situation and frowned. Lu Chang was even more angry, already feeling annoyed at meeting a girl during the day. His brother came at night to cheer him up, but ended up with this situation. Was he really this unlucky? So, he also got angry for a moment. Get lost, this is our private room, Can't you see that Lingling is my companion now? Seeing young Master Lin approaching, Lu Chang also stood up directly, shouting angrily, Gangzi, throw this idiot out. Young Master Lin completely ignored Lu Chang, shouted at the person behind him, and went straight to grab Lingling. Damn, are you looking for trouble? This time, not only Lu Chang exploded, but Zhang Hui and others also started fighting. In an instant, they all started fighting with the person who came forward. Lu Chang and his friends were quite fierce when it came to fighting in school, but now that they started, they found out that the opponent was not easy to deal with. Faced with the 5 people's attack, Gangzi seemed completely indifferent, even defending himself very easily. Although the 5 didn't suffer losses, they couldn't gain an advantage either, and were all held back by Gangzi alone. By this time, young Master Lin had already reached Lingling and was about to grab her. You bitch, how dare you stand me up? Do you even know who I am? Even Ni's former Ni Tianhao would call me brother when he saw me. Wait and see how I, Lin, will ravage you. Just as he was about to grab Lingling, a dark shadow flashed by, and then he felt a sudden pain in his chest, and his whole body flew out. Young master! Upon seeing the situation, Gangzi also shouted anxiously, pulling out a sharp knife from his waist, ready to attack Lu Chang and the others. Get lost! Suddenly, a deep voice scolded by his ear. Before he could see who it was, he was instantly kicked away. This move left everyone who came with Lin Xiao dumbfounded. In the blink of an eye, both Lin Xiao and Gangzi were kicked away. Especially Gangzi, who was kicked unconscious, his arm holding the knife bent irregularly. Obviously, that arm was now useless. Dare to threaten his brother with a knife, Lu Feng naturally wouldn't hold back. Bastard, who are you? Dare to lay a hand on me, do you know who I am? Lin Xiao struggled to get up, glanced at the already fainted Gangzi, shouted angrily, a hint of fear flashing in his eyes. But years of arrogance and tyranny made him lose his cool instantly. I don't care who you are, daring to disrespect our boss, you deserve to die. Someone, throw them out. As Lin Xiao's voice fell, a domineering voice sounded from behind. The person was the general manager of the Tiandi Hui Royal Entertainment Club, Hao Yulin. Boss, I'm late. Upon hearing the news, Hao Yulin rushed to Lu Feng's side, respectfully saluting. Then, he turned around and ordered, what are you waiting for? Throw them out for me. How dare you, do you know who I am? I am Lin Xiaotian of the Lin Group, my grandfather is a general, you touch me and see what happens? Today, I will make your Tiandi Hui Royal Entertainment Company shut down. Although Lin Xiaotian was used to being arrogant, he was not reckless. The owner of the Tiandi Hui Royal Entertainment Club was also a figure who straddled both sides of the law. So, he directly brought up his grandfather's name. Yes, his grandfather was the former commander of the Lin family in the southern region of Xiagua, Lin Xiaobei. In recent years, the Lin family has been able to thrive and surpass the Ni group, thanks to this banner. Hearing the Lin group, Hao Yulin's expression changed slightly, his brows furrowed. As the general manager of the top entertainment club in the Magic City, he naturally had some knowledge of the major corporate entities. The Lin group was powerful, especially with that figure behind them, not someone he could afford to provoke. He then looked worriedly at the new boss, seeking his opinion. Throw them out. However, Lu Feng paid no attention to what Lin Xiaotian said. Boss, behind this Lin family is a general, the people and the officials should not fight, we. Having read the information about the boss Lu Feng and knowing he was not a local of the Magic City, Hao Yulin was afraid Lu Feng did not know the background behind the Lin family, so he wanted to hint at it. I said, throw them out. Before Hao Yulin could finish, Lu Feng said again, looking at Hao Yulin with narrowed eyes. Yes. Under Lu Feng's gaze, Hao Yulin inexplicably felt a jump in his heart, cold sweat instantly beating on his forehead. His boss was too intimidating. Even though he had been in the business for a long time, he felt fearful under Lu Feng's gaze. Immediately, Hao Yulin waved his hand, and a group of security guards rushed up. Bastard, how dare you treat me like this, you're finished. Lin Xiaotian, looking at the other party's indifference, continued to curse angrily. But since the boss had spoken, these security guards didn't care who you were. They picked up Lin Xiaotian and his group and threw them out, including the already unconscious Gangzi. Boss, Lin Xiaotian probably won't let this go. It's okay, if he dares to come, I'll make sure he won't leave. Although Lu Feng had a good temper, he also understood a principle. A kind person is often bullied. He wouldn't actively seek trouble, but if trouble came, he would naturally deal with it directly. Outside the Tiandi Hui Royal Entertainment Club, Lin Xiaotian and his group were thrown out, falling to the ground. Damn it, you're dead. Lin Xiaotian, burning with anger, cursed as he climbed up from the ground and took out his phone directly. What director? I am Lin Xiaotian. I was beaten by the boss at the Royal Entertainment Club of Tiandi Hui. They are bullying customers. Are you going to handle this or not? What? This happened? Wait for me, I'll bring people over right away. The voice on the phone said directly, okay, I'll wait for you. Lin Xiaotian hung up the phone, his anger still lingering. He glanced at Gangzi, who was still lying on the ground, and kicked him a few times. Damn it, what's the use of keeping you? You're useless when it matters. Seeing this, the other henchman frowned, but out of respect for his status, they gritted their teeth and remained silent. Not long after, outside the Royal Entertainment Club of Tiandi Hui, a dozen cars arrived, and a group of uniformed personnel got out. Uncle Hua, you finally came. Lin Xiaotian saw the leader and went to greet him directly. Let's go, we're going in. With that, the leader led the way into the club. The security guards and staff of the club, seeing them in uniform, did not dare to stop them, but they immediately informed Hao Yulin. In the supreme box of the Moon Hall, Boss, Lin Xiaotian brought people here, and the director of the law enforcement department, Hua Tingxian, is here. Hearing the report at the door, Hao Yulin anxiously reported to Lufeng. Although he was well connected in both the legal and illegal circles, he was still a lower-level employee. Although he had some acquaintance with the head, it was hard to say how good their relationship was. Oh, Lufeng calmly took out his phone. I'm at the Royal Entertainment Club of Tiandi Hui. I need you to come and solve something. Okay, boss, I'm nearby. I'll be there in 5 minutes. A respectful voice came from the phone. Lufeng hung up, sat calmly on the sofa, and gestured for the somewhat flustered Lu Chang and others to sit down. When they heard that Lin Xiaotian had brought the director of the law enforcement department, they were not afraid. They were used to fighting, but it depended on the person. Some people were not to be messed with. However, at this point, Lu Chang and the others had made up their minds to stand by Lufeng's side. So, with determination, they sat down next to Lufeng, ready to face the situation together. Bang! The door of the box was violently pushed open again, and Hua Tingxian and Lin Xiaotian walked in, followed by their entourage, who immediately surrounded the people in the box. Are you the owner here? Hua Tingxian glanced at the people in the box and finally looked at Lufeng in the middle. It's me. Lufeng remained calm, sitting back on the sofa, nodding. With his increasing wealth and exposure to higher levels of society, Lufeng's mindset and vision had long surpassed his past self. Even though he now knew that the person standing opposite him was the director of the law enforcement department in the Magic City, he remained calm and composed. Someone reported that you were involved in a physical altercation here, even causing someone's hand bones to be crushed and fall into a coma. What do you have to say? Seeing Lufeng so calm, and his group entering without any change in expression or even a flicker in their eyes, Hua Tingxian frowned slightly. This person seemed extraordinary. So, he intensified his tone, unconsciously exerting pressure on Lufeng and the others. Yes, I did hit them, but don't you want to understand why I did it first? Lufeng picked up the tea he had prepared earlier, took a sip, and looked at Hua Tingxian with interest. I have already asked the victim. Your actions not only endangered public safety by bullying customers but also openly operated in the sex industry. Just based on these 2 points, your establishment should be shut down. You say shut down, and it will be shut down? Haha, victim? Is this how you act as a director? Are you even worthy of wearing that uniform? Lufeng, without any fear, looked at Hua Tingxian mockingly. How dare you? You are truly audacious. Take him and his accomplices away, check their IDs on the spot, and shut this place down. Being mocked by a young man who seemed to be a few years younger, Hua Tingxian, who had been in a high position for a long time, suddenly became furious. I dare anyone to touch our boss. Just then, a furious shout came from outside the door. Everyone turned to look in the direction of the voice, and their hearts skipped a beat. Chu Zhanpeng? Hua Tingxian exclaimed in surprise. In his position, he was naturally familiar with all the big shots in the city. But at this moment, he was deeply shocked because he seemed to have heard something unbelievable. Is this person your boss? Yes, let me introduce you. This is the real boss of my Xiongfeng capital, Mr. Lufeng, Chu Zhanping said as he walked to Lufeng's right side and stood still. At this moment, Hao Yulin was shocked and surprised. His own boss actually had this identity? No wonder he was so calm just now. Who in the city didn't know about Xiongfeng capital? Chu Zhanping was a remarkable figure who had a foot in both the black and white worlds. Compared to him, he was nothing, so he couldn't help but be more curious about the identity of this new boss. What kind of person could subdue Chu Zhanping? Except for Lu Chang and Zhang Hui, a few others were also surprised to learn for the first time that Lu Feng actually had this identity. They were all shocked but excited in their hearts. With such achievements by their brothers, they naturally felt proud. On the other hand, Hua Tingxuan's face was more embarrassed than shocked at this moment. Lin Xiaotian had just said that Lu Feng was the boss of Tiandi Hui Royal Entertainment, and he didn't even know that Lu Feng was also the boss of Xiongfeng Capital. If he had known, he would not have rushed over so recklessly to confront him. "Oh, Boss Lu, it's all a misunderstanding, we are all one family." Hua Tingxian quickly changed his expression and warmly said, "Uncle Hua, you. Shut up. Look at the trouble you've caused. Why don't you apologize to Boss Lu?" Seeing Lin Xiaotian still causing trouble, Hua Tingxian immediately stopped him and cursed him in his heart. No, it was his 17 generations of ancestors. He didn't dare to curse Lin Xiaotian's grandfather. If Lu Feng had only been the boss of Tiandihui Royal Entertainment before, Hua Tingxian would not have been so polite. Although Hao Yulin was well connected outside, he was still several levels below Hua Tingxian. But Chu Zhanping was completely different. Xiongfeng Capital was not only a big player in the city but also had a significant position in other provinces and even nationwide. Even though he was the director of the law enforcement department in the city, he had to give some face to Chu Zhanping. Apologize? Why should I? What's wrong with Xiongfeng Capital? As long as my grandfather says a word, Xiongfeng Capital is nothing. Lin Xiaotian was still arrogant and didn't care. In his opinion, there was nothing that his grandfather's status couldn't solve. "Oh, is that so? Who is your grandfather?" Lu Feng spoke up at this moment. "My grandfather is the former commander of the Lingnan region, General Lin Xiaobei, with the rank of Major General. You can't afford to offend him. Kid, I advise you to hand over Lingling to me, and the past can be forgotten." He naturally knew that Xiongfeng Capital was powerful, but his grandfather's status was there, and he was not afraid at all. But now that Uncle Hua seemed unwilling to escalate the situation, he decided to step back. As long as he got Lingling, which was his original goal, he felt that he had already given Lu Feng the greatest face. "Boss Lu, this child is spoiled for 3 generations and has been pampered since childhood. You are a big man, don't bother with him. Besides, it's unwise to offend Mr. Lin for a woman of the world," Hua Tingxian thought to himself. But since Lin Xiaotian's grandfather had helped him in the past, he could only bite the bullet and step forward. What's wrong with a woman of the world? Deserve to be unlucky? People are forced to do this line of work out of helplessness, and he himself forced Lingling to go on stage. Upon hearing this, Lu Feng finally frowned. But, Lin Xiaobei? Xiao General? Humph, such arrogance. Lu Feng sneered repeatedly and made a second phone call. "Hello? Chen buddy, are you looking to drink with the old man?" No, let's talk about drinking when I get back. Do you know Lin Xiaobei? Lin Xiaobei? Oh, I remember, the commander of the Lingnan military region, but he retired early. What's going on? Oh, his grandson Lin Xiaobei forced someone into prostitution. I couldn't stand by and beat him up. Now he's using his grandfather Lin Xiaobei to pressure me and make me submit, even threatening to shut down my business. What? Is this true? Wait, I'll call that grandson. After speaking, the call was directly hung up, leaving Lu Feng a bit speechless, as he hadn't finished speaking. However, Hua Tingxian standing beside him was sweating profusely, his face turning pale in an instant. Since Lu Feng didn't deliberately avoid his meaning, he heard the contents of the call clearly. Especially the voice, it made him inexplicably panicked. "Lu, Boss Lu, may I ask boldly? The Qin mentioned on the phone just now, is it Qin Tianlong Qin Lao? Oh, you know him?" "Oh my!" With Lu Feng's confirmation, Hua Tingxian exclaimed and almost collapsed to the ground. How could he not know, in the organization, who didn't know Qin Tianlong? He was a myth in Xia country, the only war god. In front of him, let alone a general, even a marshal would have to crouch like a grandson. He heard the call clearly. Qin Lao called the person in front of him his brother. The age gap between the two was something he couldn't understand, but their relationship was definitely not ordinary. Besides the title of war god, Qin Lao was also known as the wine god, addicted to alcohol. But he didn't easily drink with others. Anyone who could sit down and drink with him was someone he approved of. Thinking of this, Hua Tingxuan's legs trembled, wondering why he had encountered this great god today, and he cursed Lin Xiaotian in his heart. This troublemaker, always causing him problems, now it's over. All he could do now was pray, hoping that Lu Feng wouldn't involve him later. Maybe his change in attitude just now would help him avoid trouble? Qin Lao is the idol of all of us who have served in the military. I didn't expect you to know him, sir. Saying this, Hua Tingxian knelt down directly. Boss Lu, I was blinded by flattery before, listening to this kid's one-sided words. After all, his grandfather has shown me kindness. Please forgive me. I will make amends in the future. Please give me a chance. Hua Tingxian lowered himself to the lowest position, which made the onlookers admire him. This was the director of the Magic City Law Enforcement Bureau. In some provinces, it was equivalent to a high-ranking official. Nowadays, he actually knelt down to a young man in his 20s, with such a sincere attitude. This surprised everyone. Even Chu Zhanping, who had been through many trials and tribulations, showed a hint of doubt in his eyes. Hua Tingxian, you ungrateful wretch, Lin Xiaotian was about to scold when his phone rang. Seeing that it was his grandfather Lin Xiaobei calling, he was overjoyed. "My grandpa is calling, you guys are in trouble." After answering the call, a furious voice came from the phone. "You damn bastard, how did I, your father, raise such a beast like you?" Suddenly, an angry voice came from the phone. "Grandpa, did you take the wrong medicine?" After being scolded by Lin Xiaobei, Lin Xiaotian was left dumbfounded. "Stop messing around, quickly make reparations for your actions. Beg for forgiveness from Lu Feng, otherwise get out of the Lin family. I don't need a grandson as foolish as you." Lin Xiaobei's roar came from the phone again. This time, Lin Xiaotian panicked. As the third-generation sole heir of the Lin family, he was used to being obeyed at home. Everyone followed his lead. Because of this, he almost always walked around with arrogance. Over the years, he had caused quite a few troubles, but the family always cleaned up after him. But today, his usually doting grandfather, acting out of character, even mentioned cutting ties. "Brother Lu, Grandpa Lu, I was wrong, you are a big man, can you let me off the hook?" Although Lin Xiaotian didn't know the reason, he could tell from his grandfather's roar that the old man was truly angry. So, he immediately knelt in front of Lu Feng, continuously kowtowing and begging for mercy. The call was not disconnected, and upon hearing his grandson begging for mercy, Lu Feng seemed silent. Lin Xiaobei became anxious. "You brat, give the phone to Lu Feng." Lin Xiaotian did as told and handed over the phone. "Hello, this is Lin Xiaobei. The boss just called and scolded me. Brother Lu Feng, please forgive me for today's incident. This brat has been pampered since childhood, it's my fault for not teaching him well. I will discipline him properly at home. Please, Brother Lu Feng, speak on my behalf in front of the boss. Although I am retired, I still have some connections and influence. In the future, if you need anything, just say the word, my whole family will support you, no questions asked." "Hold on, Qin Lao is calling." At this moment, Qin Tianlong's call came in. "Alright, I'll wait, you talk to the boss first, I'll be waiting," Lin Xiaobei respectfully said. "Hello, little brother, I've called that old man, and I've understood the situation. It seems his grandson is causing trouble outside, taking advantage of his grandfather's reputation. The old man might not be aware of many things. If it weren't for the boss's sake, I would have let him off this time. This brat has been through thick and thin with me before, so I'll give him face for the boss's sake. Since you've spoken, there's no problem." Lu Feng chuckled. "Ha, you better come back soon after you're done there. It's boring without you to drink with me. Are you missing my bottles of wine?" "Ha, ha, you really understand me, little brother." Qin Lao laughed. "Okay, I'll come back after I'm done. I also need to visit my hometown later, so I have to prepare some things to bring back." "Alright, the old man is waiting for you to come back." After a few words, Lu Feng hung up the phone, then picked up Lin Xiaotian's phone again. "You heard Qin Lao's words, this matter is forgiven this time for his sake. But I hope you, as his grandson, will behave better in the future." Okay, thank you then." After hanging up the phone, Lin Xiaobei was drenched in sweat. Not long ago, he received a call from Qin Tianlong, which made him ecstatic. But as soon as he answered, he was scolded harshly, only to find out later that his grandson had caused trouble for Qin Tianlong's brother. What a mess! So after begging Qin Tianlong for forgiveness, Lin Xiaobei immediately called to scold his grandson. However, just now, he overheard the conversation between Qin Tianlong and Lu Feng through the still-connected phone. The relationship between Qin Lao and Lu Feng was not as simple as Qin Tianlong had described, and Lin Xiaobei could sense the deference Qin Lao showed towards Lu Feng. Who was this Qin Lao? The war god of Xia country, a proud and lofty figure. Apart from his own relatives and a few brothers who had been through life and death with him, who else could he respect? Even if he did, it wouldn't be in such a manner. This person called Lu Feng was definitely not simple, otherwise Qin Lao wouldn't treat him with such deference. Thinking of this, Lin Xiaobei immediately made a few phone calls to notify all members of the Lin family that they must not provoke this person in the future, and if they encounter any needs from Lu Feng, they must help. Lu Feng was unaware of these matters. At this moment, he watched Lin Xiaotian kneeling on the ground and handed him the phone. "Get up, your grandfather pleaded for you this time, so I'll let it go. But I hope there won't be a next time, otherwise. I promise, Brother Lu, rest assured, from now on, you are my big brother. I will always follow your lead." After being scolded by his own grandfather and hearing what his grandfather said on the phone, he naturally knew who the big brother in his grandfather's mouth was. That was the war god of Xia country. Could he afford to offend the war god's brother? He might be a second-generation rich kid, arrogant and domineering, but he wasn't stupid. In this situation, if he still couldn't figure it out, then he might as well die. He also knew that with his grandfather and the war god pleading for him, he had escaped a disaster this time. Perhaps this was also an opportunity to get to know each other. So, he immediately started to flatter. Seeing his sudden change in attitude, Lu Feng couldn't help but be speechless. Indeed, those who write novels are all liars. Not every second-generation rich kid is reckless and brainless. Lu Feng nodded without saying much, then looked at Hua Tingxian beside him. What instructions do you have, Mr. Lu? When Hua Tingxian saw Lu Feng looking at him, he trembled and asked nervously, I hope you can do what you should in this position and not disgrace this uniform. Yes, I will remember your words and will not make the same mistake again. Hearing this, Hua Tingxian was not angry but rather pleased, as it meant he had escaped a disaster. However, he couldn't help but feel amazed that a young man in his early 20s could speak to him in such a manner. It would be unbelievable if he told anyone. The whole farce was easily resolved, leaving Hao Yulin and Lu Chang stunned. The way they looked at Lu Feng now was like they were looking at a monster. Not to mention that even the director of the Magic City Law Enforcement Bureau was intimidated, and even the Major General Lin Xiaobei was so humble and submissive on the phone. The arrogant second-generation rich kid ended up groveling, wanting to be Lu Feng's follower. All of this was simply unbelievable. After the storm comes the calm, everyone played for a while and then happily dispersed. Mainly because Lu Feng had to stay at Su Fuling's place these days and couldn't return too late. When he arrived at the Su family, he received a super warm welcome from Su's mother, which made Lu Feng escape to his room to wash up and go to bed. Since Su Fuling was still working overtime and the system mall hadn't refreshed yet, Lu Feng lay on the bed, bored, and opened a novel app. Suddenly, he saw a recommended novel called Sorry, This Great Immortal Will Stop Streaming After Earning 200, and clicked on it. Wow, this is well written. He unexpectedly found that this novel was very well written, with a rich plot and satisfying face-slapping scenes, which suited his taste. So, he started to read it with great interest. At that moment, a system notification sounded. Ding! Ding! Today's items have been refreshed. Please decide whether to purchase. Host. Item. 60% equity of Hualuan Group. Price. 1 yuan. Oh my god. Seeing this, Lu Feng almost jumped out of bed. Hualuan Group was one of the top 4 financial conglomerates in Xia country, with total assets exceeding 10 trillion. It firmly held a position in the global top 100, even overshadowing the 4-star group of the Stick country. Its headquarters were in Fragrant River City, covering various industries such as electricity, medicine, and building materials. Its current CEO, Huang Shangmin, was also a legendary figure. Lu Feng was pleasantly surprised by the system offering such an item, as it instantly increased his net worth by tens of times. With the Hualuan Group, he truly stepped into the financial elite circle of Xia country. A message came through, and when Lu Feng opened it, it turned out to be from Xiao Wokai. Piao, are you still in the Magic City? I want to treat you to a meal tomorrow, are you free? The generous support Lu Feng had shown in the past few times had also brought her a windfall, and she had always wanted to treat him to a meal. During their chat these days, Xiao Wokai Wuing also learned that Lu Feng was in the Magic City, so she naturally wanted to show some hospitality. Okay, I'm free tomorrow, where should we eat? Lu Feng, in a good mood, thought that he had nothing much to do these days, and it would be nice to meet this streamer he had been watching for over a year, so he agreed directly. Then tomorrow at noon, I'll treat you to Tan's family dishes? It's the Tan family's official cuisine, over in Changning district. Wuing thought for a moment and proposed a plan. Tan's family dishes? No problem, see you tomorrow at noon. After sending the message, she put her phone aside, her cheeks slightly red. She was a relatively introverted girl, and she would blush when talking face-to-face with the opposite sex. It was easier for her to chat through the screen during live broadcasts, otherwise she might not be able to hold on. As for inviting Lu Feng to dinner, she had been conflicted all along. Out of gratitude, she felt that she should at least treat him to a meal to express her thanks. But the messy stories between big brothers and streamers online had made her hesitant. Although Lu Feng had been in her live broadcast room for over a year, they rarely chatted normally, just silently watching, rarely exchanging a few words. It was only recently that Lu Feng suddenly became generous and favored her, which made them more familiar. But what kind of person was Lu Feng really? Her best friend had always said that Lu Feng might be one of those welfare old men online, and if she met him and found out he was old enough to be her father, it would be extremely awkward. Wuing had been conflicted for a long time, thinking that if Lu Feng was really a welfare old man, his generosity towards her must have a purpose. But later on, she calmed down. As long as she stayed true to herself, reciprocating kindness was a simple matter, not like going on a blind date or finding a sugar daddy. There was no need to overthink it. If the other party had any bad intentions, in today's rule of law society, she could just leave. While Wuing was lost in thought, Su Fuling had already returned to her bedroom. She looked tired, feeling a bit listless. What's wrong? You look tired. Are you that busy? Seeing her like this, Lu Feng asked. Have a drink with me. Su Feling didn't explain, but went out and brought back 2 boxes of red wine to the room. My goodness, are you planning to drink all of this? Aren't you afraid of getting drunk? Seeing that she had brought 2 boxes of red wine, Lu Feng couldn't help but furrow his brow slightly. It was obvious that she wanted to get drunk, indicating that she had a lot on her mind. It's best to get drunk. Come on, let's drink. Su Feling opened 2 bottles, didn't even bother with glasses, just handed a bottle to Lu Feng, clinked the bottle next, and drank straight from the bottle. Oh my, are you treating red wine like beer? Lu Feng rolled his eyes and said nothing. Oh, I'm not feeling good, can't you just stop nagging and drink with me? By his side, she didn't bother to maintain the demeanor of a CEO, she was the bold, domineering, and carefree Su Feling. Lu Feng smiled and didn't say much, just drank a sip of red wine with her. At times like this, it was better to listen than to advise, giving her an outlet to vent. After 3 bottles, her cheeks flushed, and Su Feling started talking more. It turned out that she had been working on designing planning proposals for the previous Hong Kong project, but the other party kept finding faults and wouldn't approve the proposals. If it was because her design was inadequate or her work was not up to par, she had nothing to say. But all of this was because the person in charge of the project, Song Yuanxiang, had been coveting her beauty. She had rejected all his previous invitations, so he deliberately made things difficult. The Shenzhen project is a crucial milestone that the Su Group must conquer this time, playing a decisive role in Su's development over the next 10 years. She had been enduring it, knowing that if it were any other project, she wouldn't bother. But today, Song Yuanxiang gave her a final deadline. She must come up with a satisfactory solution within 3 days, or the cooperation would be cancelled. Unless she agreed to a date with him, then everything would be fine. Su Feling immediately refused and had a quarrel, tearing their faces. She understood that as long as she didn't agree to his unreasonable request, no matter how hard she worked on the project, it would probably be in vain. But in doing so, all her previous efforts would be in vain, and her parents might be disappointed. Moreover, once this news spread, it would have a significant impact on Su Group's stock price. Come on, let's drink. Su Feling picked up a bottle of red wine and started drinking heavily. Stop drinking, there must be a solution. Lu Feng grabbed the wine bottle and intervened. A solution? That's the Warring Group. Even though our Su Group has some weight in the Magic City, compared to them, we are nothing. It's already good if we can establish a relationship, but now, hearing about the Warring Group, Lu Feng couldn't help but smile. It seemed that the products on this emotional system were never random. Just when he gained absolute control over the Warring Group, this happened? Stop sighing, there must be a way. Besides, you can skip that Song Yuanxiang and contact their company's higher-ups directly. Higher-ups? The top management in the Magic City is this trash Song. It's impossible to bypass him. Who in the upper management would care about me? Give me the wine. Su Feling tried to grab the red wine from Lu Feng. However, having drunk more than 5 bottles of red wine, she was already quite drunk, and her whole body was limp. Staggering, she fell directly onto Lu Feng. Coincidentally, the two of them kissed. So soft. Drunk and blurry, Su Feling smiled and lightly touched Lu Feng's lips with her fingers, saying incoherently. Lu Feng was shocked by the sudden scene and didn't know how to react. Hey, Lu Feng? What are you doing here? Do you know that I was bullied by that Song dog? He has been bullying me, and I feel so sad. This girl was really drunk, starting to talk nonsense, which made Lu Feng sober up from the kiss just now. Lu Feng, do you know? I really like you. I want to give my first time to you. Su Feling rambled in a drunken state, shocking Lu Feng with each sentence. Did this girl really like him? Was it true? Just as Lu Feng was puzzled and amazed, Su Feling pounced on him. I dare not cross the line in reality, but why not in my dreams? Lu Feng, just accept me. Before Lu Feng could react, she pounced on him. In the early morning, the first rays of sunlight entered the bedroom. Good morning, Lu Feng. Su Feling, who opened her eyes in a daze, looked at Lu Feng, who was speechless beside her, and smiled softly. Stretching lazily, Su Feling sat up. The next moment, the air seemed to freeze, and Su Feling, who was still in a bad mood, suddenly woke up. Where are our clothes? Looking at the messy room, the scattered red wine bottles, Su Feling was confused. Our clothes? She pointed at herself, then at Lu Feng, who was rolling his eyes next to her, seeming to understand something. She screamed and shrank into the blanket. Seeing her startled reaction, Lu Feng couldn't help but laugh. Last night, it was an eye-opener for him. That girl was so fierce after drinking. If it wasn't confirmed that it was her first time, he would have doubted if she was an experienced expert. That night, he truly enjoyed a different kind of romance. It's all your fault. Now it's over, how can I explain to Angie? Suddenly, Su Fuling rode directly on top of him and started hitting him with her tender fists. How is it my fault? Clearly, I was the one forced by you, right? Lu Feng rolled his eyes and argued reasonably. I don't care, it's all your fault, who let you seduce me? Big sister, when did I ever seduce you? Your existence is a kind of seduction to me. No, it's settled, can't suffer losses. Su Fuling seemed to have gone crazy, suddenly saying this. Then, Lu Feng incredulously widened his eyes as Su Fuling pounced on him again. Bang 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 came the sound of intense collisions from Su's mother's bedroom wall. Honey, have these young couple gone too far? It's been all night. Just when it finally quieted down for a while, it started again? Su's mother, with 2 black circles under her eyes, asked somewhat speechlessly. Last night, hearing the noise next door, Su's mother naturally enjoyed another round of listening. But as time passed, this enjoyment made her extremely tired. Just when it finally quieted down at dawn, not long after, it started again. Young people, full of energy, just get used to it. Su's father said with a smile. How come you weren't so energetic when you were young? Su's mother suddenly said. Hey, you little demon, dare to criticize this king, enough is enough, come on. This sentence seemed to touch Su's father. How could a man be criticized so much by his own woman in this aspect? So, he, with black circles under his eyes, turned over and got on top. Ah, you ghost. So, the 2 rooms staged a wall-banging competition. Lu Feng, how do I tell Angie about this later? After the passion, Su Fuling leaned on Lu Feng, feeling worried. When you were so fierce just now, why didn't you think about this issue? Lu Feng couldn't help but tease, but he was also thinking about how to explain to Angie later. When I was a child, Angie told me that in the future, we should marry the same person, and she said she would be the younger one. I thought it was just a joke, but now, hearing this, Lu Feng was stunned for a moment. These 2 girls actually had such a history. According to Angie's personality, it was really possible. I've decided, when she comes back, I'll be honest with her. If she agrees, then I'll be the younger one. After all, she was your first woman. If she doesn't agree, then I won't seek a formal relationship, as long as she forgives me. Su Fuling said to herself on the side, making Lu Feng smile. Unexpectedly, the capable and domineering Su Fuling outside had such a side, so he couldn't help but hug her and kiss her on the forehead. Don't worry, no matter what the outcome, I will treat you both well. Oh my. It's so late, I have to hurry to the company. Try to figure out a solution in these 3 days. You're right, I can't just sit and wait. I have to see if I can bypass that surname song and go directly to the headquarters of Hualuan Group. No need, you rest well, you haven't slept well all night, leave this to me. Lu Feng said seriously, holding down Su Fuling who was about to get up. You? Lu Feng, that's Hualuan Group, although Chu Zhanpeng and the others are powerful. They are not enough in front of Hualuan. Su Fuling thought Lu Feng was going to handle things through Chu Zhanpeng, then shook her head. Not Chu Zhanpeng? Are you planning to go through Qin Lao? That's even worse, Grandpa Qin never cares about worldly matters, otherwise, with my relationship with him, he would help. Not him either. Oh, don't ask, you'll know later. Don't you trust me? Lu Feng stopped her from overthinking. Okay, then. Should I continue sleeping for a while? Looking at Lu Feng's serious expression, Su Fuling inexplicably trusted him. Go ahead and sleep. I'll go out to take care of some things later. You just rest at home, don't worry about Hualuan, you'll get a satisfactory answer the day after tomorrow. Okay. It's great to have you. Su Fuling was surprisingly obedient, nodded and gradually fell asleep. She had indeed been exhausted this night. Tan family's official residence, located in the Changning district of the Magic Sea. If you want to eat here, you have to make a reservation a couple of months in advance, otherwise you won't be able to enjoy the delicacies here on the same day. Wu Ying was able to make a reservation because her brother Wu Dong was working as a chef here. Originally her brother didn't have the qualifications to make a reservation. Fortunately, the head chef here, Zhang Daguang, took a liking to Wu Dong and accepted him as a closed-door disciple, which opened a back door and left a spot for him. So, Wu Ying came here early, waiting at the table for Lu Feng to arrive. She chose this place because it was her first time meeting Lu Feng, and in case of any accidents, her brother was here to take care of her. After all, gratitude is one thing, emotions and personal safety are another, so it's necessary to be cautious. You should know that many online influencers have encountered accidents after meeting big brothers offline. But as a homebody, besides live streaming, she only read novels about overbearing CEOs and princes. Therefore, she also fantasized that a Piao was a young and handsome guy. Her heart was somewhat excited at the moment, like winning a prize. As time passed bit by bit, there was only 1 minute left until the agreed time of 11:30. Wu Ying became even more nervous because the answer was about to be revealed. Hello, you must be little matchstick Wu-Wing. I'm Lu Feng. A hearty voice sounded, and a handsome figure appeared in front of her, making her eyes light up. Hello, I'm Wu-Wing. Nice to meet you. Lu Feng's appearance surprised Wu-Wing greatly. She didn't expect a Piao to be so handsome. While Wu-Wing was sizing up Lu Feng, he was also sizing her up. Judging by his 176 centimeters height, his physique was not just described as symmetrical, it was the absolute golden ratio. These lines indicated that she was either dancing or doing yoga, belonging to the type of goddess even in the dark. Lu Feng was also amazed by her appearance, as she naturally had good looks that could be admired for over a year. However, that was still through a screen, and live streaming apps had unbeatable beauty filters, who knew what she looked like without them. But now, Wu Ying's appearance far exceeded the effects of live streaming, to the point where Lu Feng felt that the beauty filter software had underestimated her looks. I didn't expect you to be even more beautiful in person than on screen. I almost thought I had entered the wrong private room just now. Lu Feng naturally praised her. You are even more than I imagined. Wu Ying, who already had social anxiety, didn't know what to say for a moment. I didn't expect you to really have some social anxiety. Seeing this, Lu Feng teased her. Earlier in the live stream, little matchstick Wu Ying had mentioned that she had social anxiety, because in live streaming, she didn't need to face players directly, just interact with the scrolling subtitles on the screen, which made her a bit more comfortable. Even so, during live streams, she mainly sang and rarely interacted. If her singing wasn't good and her looks weren't at least 90 plus, she might not have had so many fans staying with her. Of course, most of it was because of her laid-back attitude, unlike other streamers who constantly asked for gifts. But in the streaming industry, Lu Feng didn't think she was a qualified streamer. Yes, in terms of the industry, can a streamer who doesn't ask for gifts be considered a good streamer? Yes, I do have social anxiety, please don't mind. Wu Ying blushed and said softly, do you come to this restaurant often? It looks really nice. I just wonder why I didn't see a lobby when I came in. Are all the rooms private? Lu Feng was afraid that she would feel too embarrassed and make the atmosphere awkward, so he deliberately changed the topic. No, this is my first time eating here too. But this restaurant is very famous in the Magic City and even nationwide. You have to make a reservation a couple of months in advance to dine here, and they only have private rooms because they serve high-end dishes. As she talked about this, Wu Ying became more spirited and less shy. She even talked confidently about the origin of Tan family cuisine, which impressed Lu Feng. It turned out that Tan family official cuisine was created by Tan Zhongjuan and his son in the late Qing dynasty and early Republic of China, with a history of over 100 years. Tan family cuisine is one of the most famous private cuisines in Xia country, but it is not a folk private cuisine strictly speaking, it belongs to the Imperial Palace private cuisine. It can be loosely related to the Manchu Han Imperial Feast, but because commoners were not allowed to dine with the emperor, it was downgraded from the standards of the Manchu Han Imperial Feast and underwent some other changes, gradually evolving into the Tan family cuisine we know today. Tan family cuisine was highly esteemed by major official families at that time, especially for dishes like braised yellow fish fins and secret recipe abalone. The authentic Tan family cuisine uses Luzon yellow fish fins and purple abalone, maintaining a top-notch taste. You have to make a reservation a couple of months in advance? This place must be really popular, Lu Feng couldn't help but exclaim. So, what are we doing here today? Oh, my brother works here. He was fortunate enough to be accepted as an apprentice by the head chef here, so I managed to make a reservation through him. Seeing Lu Feng's confusion, Wu Ying explained. Oh, I see. So, we are enjoying this meal today thanks to your brother. Just as Lu Feng finished speaking, the door of the private room was pushed open, and the waiter brought in the dishes. Looking around, Lu Feng was dazzled. Braised yellow fish fins, secret recipe abalone, and the dim sum from the four beauties of the capital all caught his eye. Each dish was beautifully presented, fragrant, and the color and taste of the sauces were just right. Even with his abilities as the young master chef of China, after tasting the dishes here, he highly praised the color, fragrance, taste, and presentation of the dishes. If he had to point out a flaw, it might be that the cooking time was a bit off today, and the plating seemed a bit rushed. Of course, for regular diners, they wouldn't mind these details. Just then, a commotion was heard from outside. How dare you claim to serve authentic Tan family cuisine with this kind of quality? You are tarnishing the reputation of Tan family cuisine. With angry shouts, it seemed that a table outside was overturned, attracting the attention of all the diners. Lu Feng and Wu Ying opened the door of the private room and walked over. Sir, we have been in business for decades, and no one has ever said that our Tan family cuisine is not authentic. Please do not spread rumors and ruin the reputation of our restaurant, the restaurant manager said coldly, seeing that these people had overturned the table, and the two people sitting there were clearly the Korean nationals who had tried to forcibly acquire their restaurant a few days ago. Reputation? With your perfunctory attitude towards cooking, do you still have a reputation? It's ridiculous, the man leading the group sneered and taunted. Dong Tianhao, you shameless person, get out of here. We don't welcome you. At this moment, Zhang Daguang, the owner and head chef of Tan family official cuisine, came out and shouted angrily at the man. I'm not welcome? You used dirty tricks to take ownership of this place from the master, and you still have the nerve to talk to me here? Dong Tianhao became even more arrogant when he saw the real owner. I used dirty tricks? Fuck you. You traitor still have the face to speak? Wasn't it you who stole the recipe for the competition and sold it to the Koreans? Master lost to the Koreans in that competition, lost the main store in Kyoto? Made the old man unhappy and died with regret, and you still have the face to come back? I'll kill you. Zhang Daguan was about to beat Dong Tianhao, but was stopped by his assistant, obviously trying to provoke him to act first. If a fight really broke out, the law enforcement would definitely hold the one who struck first accountable, and who knows what conspiracy the Koreans have behind them. Tisk, it's his fault for choosing you as his successor. As for losing the competition, it's just because he's not skilled enough. Also, I'm here today to deliver a challenge. Korean culinary master Jin Shanjong challenges your Tan family cuisine. Dare to accept? Of course. Zhang Daguang, with a quick temper, easily got provoked and accepted the challenge. Very well, we'll have Yi Tianyu, known as the Golden Tongue, as the judge. 3 dishes will be presented, and if you lose, you must give up this shop and never call yourself a disciple of the Tan family cuisine again. If I lose, the Kyoto shop will be yours, and I will never set foot in this circle again. At this moment, Korean Jin Shanjong, who had been sitting in the back, stood up. Good. No. Just as Zhang Daguang agreed to the gambling match, an anxious voice interrupted. Seeing the newcomer, Wu Ying also covered her mouth in surprise because the person was her brother Wu Donglai. Master, you can't agree to them, your hand. Wu Donglai seemed to realize something and turned to glare angrily at Dong Tianhao and the others. It must be you. Master's hand was inexplicably injured by a car yesterday, and today you come to challenge, have you no shame? With these words, the onlookers also blared angrily. Really shameless, to do such a thing. They are indeed Koreans, shameless, always saying that some of our heroes are from their country. Not just Koreans, look at Dong Tianhao, a traitor, seeking fame by betraying his master, he will get his retribution sooner or later. Faced with the accusations and anger of the crowd, Dong Tianhao and Jin Shanjong remained indifferent. Kid, you need evidence to speak, otherwise it's defamation and rumor mongering. Can you provide evidence? Someone, call the law enforcement and take this kid away. Dong Tianhao said disdainfully, ready to report first. Stop, you just want to force me into a gambling match, right? I agree. Zhang Daguang shouted angrily. Master, how can you compete with your hand like this? Don't be fooled. Yeah, you are too much, knowing that Master's hand is not well, and still challenging his cooking skills? I know why the soup and dishes taste a bit off today, it must be because Master Zhang is injured, so the apprentice took over, resulting in some discrepancies, and these people are taking advantage of it. Damn, it's true, so shameless. The truth dawned on everyone, as everything seemed too coincidental, clearly premeditated. If your hand is injured, you can find someone else to help, it doesn't have to be you personally. If you dare not, just admit defeat, but don't forget you already agreed to the match. Jin Shanjong stood confidently, with a playful smile on his face. With one word, all became clear, making Wu Donglai furious. No wonder today the eldest senior brother and second senior brother didn't come, you picked the right time to come. Didn't come? Sorry, forgot to tell you, your so-called eldest senior brother and second senior brother have already signed with us and will serve our Tan family cuisine in the future. Ha ha. With that, he clapped his hands, and 2 men slowly walked in from outside. They were Wu Donglai's eldest senior brother Li Xiaowei and second senior brother Huang Xiaodong. Eldest senior brother, second senior brother, how could you do this? Seeing the two, Wu Donglai shouted in disbelief. Humph, it's all because of you. We followed the old man for so many years, and as soon as you came, he taught all his skills only to you, even wanting you to inherit his mantle. Why? Unexpectedly, the 2 of them showed no shame, but instead angrily confronted Wu Donglai, expressing great dissatisfaction towards Zhang Daguang. Traitors, I was blind. It's unfortunate for our sect. Zhang Daguang was also overwhelmed with sorrow at this moment. He never expected that his master's generation had a traitor like Dong Tianhao, and his own generation had 2 traitors, Li Xiaowei and Huang Xiaodong. Don't waste time. Master Yi, please come out and preside over the competition. Dong Tianhao couldn't be bothered with Zhang Dagwang and directly invited the skilled chef Yi Tianyu. This time, with both parties' consent, the final ownership of the Tan family's culinary heritage will be decided through a cooking competition. The competition will consist of braised fish maw, secret braised abalone, and knife skills. These two dishes are the foundation of the Tan family cuisine, and the other is knife skills. Wait! Zhang Dagwang suddenly interrupted Yi Tianyu. Our secret recipes must have been stolen. To be fair, let's choose two dishes to compete in cooking skills. I have no objection to the knife skills. When Dong Tianhao betrayed them, he took away part of the braised fish maw recipe. This time, having turned his two disciples against him, he probably also got his hands on the secret braised abalone recipe. Otherwise, he wouldn't have come to challenge them in such a grand manner. The main issue was that when they started cooking in the morning, they found that the secret sauce and some ingredients they had prepared had been severely damaged. This resulted in the subpar quality of today's dishes. These were makeshift sauces, but fortunately, they were customized, and the number of tables served daily was not too high. They always aimed for quality over quantity to barely manage. Therefore, in this situation, the knife skills category was not favorable due to his injury. Wu Donglai had not studied with him for long, and although he was good at cooking in daily life, he was not ready for a competition in knife skills. As for the competition in the other two dishes, the secret recipes could not be replicated quickly, and they had run out of ingredients in the restaurant. He wouldn't have time to restock, indicating that this step was also part of Jin Shanzhong's plan. So, if they agreed to compete with other selected dishes, they might still have a chance to win. Ha, what a joke. How can a Tan family cuisine competition not feature Tan family dishes? People from your Xia country are really ridiculous. At this moment, Jin Shanzhong couldn't help but mock them. How could he let him escape easily from the trap he set? Who said Tan family cuisine is limited to just these two dishes? The culinary culture of Xia country is vast and profound, something a stick like you can't comprehend. Nonsense. When it comes to cuisine, my stick country is not inferior to your Xia country. The cooking methods for fish maw and abalone are the essence of Tan family cuisine. I disagree with changing to other ingredients. The two argued stubbornly, unwilling to compromise. Alright, in that case, braised fish maw and knife skills must compete, while the other dish can only use abalone as the main ingredient. Yi Tianyu spoke up at this point. In the end, both sides agreed and began preparing the ingredients. In the first round, they competed in braised fish maw. This dish not only required a precise ratio of broth and ingredients and the right cooking time but also demanded strict handling of the ingredients. However, with Zhang Dagwang's hands severely injured, he could only guide Wu Donglai from the side. Due to his limited learning time and the immense pressure of this competition, he made a mistake midway. As expected, Jin Shanzhong's side emerged victorious. Master, Wu Donglai felt guilty and wanted to cry, blaming his own incompetence for the disastrous loss in the first round. It's not your fault. They had set a trap long ago, and I was impulsive to agree to the competition. Sigh. In that moment, Zhang Dagwang seemed to have aged significantly. The so-called authentic Tan family dishes made by the descendants are so subpar, even the thickened soup still has a fishy taste. It's ridiculous. It seems that the Tan family dishes still need our country to flourish, haha. Jin Shanzhong laughed loudly at this moment, causing the people present to glare angrily. This stick is too arrogant. Even Yi Tianyu, who was invited, frowned and showed a look of disgust on his face. So, Yi Tianyu quickly announced the results of the first round and started the second round of the competition. Wait, I'll take this round. At this time, Lu Feng crossed the crowd and walked out. Who are you? Jin Shanzhong frowned and looked at Lu Feng. Brother! Wu Ying also ran to Wu Donglai's side. Ik? Is that your friend? Wu Donglai asked. Yes, he is the Piao brother I told you about before, Lu Feng. Wu Ying nodded and said, You don't care who I am, I'll compete in this round. Lu Feng said directly. What qualifications do you have to participate in this competition? Are you worthy to compete with me? Jin Shanzhong couldn't help but mock. Lu Feng ignored what the stick said and came to Zhang Dagwang's side. Master Zhang, this competition is about knife skills. Your hand should not be able to compete. As for your disciple, I see his current state and level. He probably can't win against the stick on the other side. After all, they came prepared. And from what you said before, it seems that they have also mastered the recipe of your Tan family dishes. To win, the last resort can only be to surprise. For you and your disciple, leaving aside whether the Tan family dishes can match the secret braised abalone dish, I think you are not sure. So why not leave it to me? Try a desperate measure. Originally, with Lu Feng's mysterious dragon needle technique, Zhang Dagwang's injured hand could have been healed by himself. However, after watching for a while, he decisively gave up this idea. Even if Zhang Dogwang's hand is healed now, the most skilled Tan family dish recipe has long been in the hands of the other party. Since they dare to come challenge and gamble, they must be confident of winning, even if Zhang Dogwang's hand is as good as new. Without confidence, Jin Shanzhong and others would not have invited Yi Tianyu, the Golden Tongue, nor would they have contacted so many media outlets to pretend to be diners, waiting early here for the live broadcast of this competition. Moreover, the stick on the other side is too arrogant. Xiaogui is a great country, how can it tolerate such shameless scoundrels acting recklessly here? So, he decided to take action himself. Lu Feng, first of all, thank you very much for helping my sister and for standing up at this moment. But cooking is a skill that not everyone can do, it requires years of accumulation, so don't mess around. Wu Donglai stepped forward to dissuade. In his view, Lu Feng must be well off, a rich man, otherwise he wouldn't have spent so much money on his sister. When Wu Ying told him at the time, he was shocked for a long time. 2 times of gifting, let Wu Ying easily earn millions. At the same time, he was also worried whether Lu Feng had any ulterior motives towards his sister. A tycoon who could instantly spend millions, if he had any bad intentions towards his sister, there would be no room for resistance on his side. But through the short text exchanges between Wu Ying and Lu Feng, to today when Lu Feng kept the appointment, Wu Donglai actually saw it all. Lu Feng is a gentleman, so he also let go of his worries. And Lu Feng standing up at this moment indicates that he didn't misjudge him. But now, it's about cooking. He didn't expect Lu Feng to have any extraordinary cooking skills. Perhaps rich people like to study delicious food and drinks at home, but compared to the real heritage of culinary skills, it's completely different levels. Zhang Dogwang also felt the same way, although what Lu Feng said was not wrong, but comparing cooking is not child's play, not just anyone can participate. And this is related to the store inherited by his master. Even if he loses, he wants to lose in his own hands. Just as he was about to refuse, a noisy sound came from outside. Make way, don't block the road. Everyone turned around and saw a young man dressed in flashy clothes but with a domineering face leading a group of obviously bodyguards, making way for them to enter. Hey, boss, I just saw you on the live stream and came to see if you need help. The young man leading the group came in and immediately spotted Lu Feng, running over with a fawning smile on his face. Lin Xiaotian? Lu Feng was somewhat surprised. This guy had been sticking to him like glue ever since he was educated last time, wanting to be his little brother. Lu Feng had not agreed to this, but this guy was determined to be his boss, leaving him speechless. After all, if someone doesn't offend you, why hit them? What kind of people are you? Get out of here and don't disturb our match. At this moment, Dong Tianhao shouted, wanting a good match to fulfill decades of wishes, but now these people showed up. Oh my god, I thought I was arrogant enough but I didn't expect an old fart like you to dare to yell at me? Hey, someone, drag him out and beat him. Seeing this guy pointing and cursing at Lu Feng, Lin Xiaotian immediately got angry. How dare you insult someone who has begged for mercy in front of you? Who do you think you are? I'll beat you up. To the shock of everyone, Dong Tianhao was directly dragged out by Lin Xiaotian's bodyguards and beaten up, screaming in pain. Before long, Dong Tianhao, with a swollen head from the beating, was dragged back in and thrown on the ground. I'm here, you all better be quiet and stop acting like idiots looking for death. Being a playboy for many years, Lin Xiaotian was good at bullying the weak. Even Zhang Dogwang, who wanted to refuse, kept his mouth shut. This surprised Lu Feng a bit. Sometimes using force was more effective than arguing. Well done. Thinking this, Lu Feng praised Lin Xiaotian. Boss, let me tell you, I may not be good at other things, but I'm good at this. This praise made Lin Xiaotian very happy, and he started bragging again. Alright, shut up. Are you trying to fly to the sky? Sort out the situation here first. Okay boss, hee. Although scolded by Lu Feng, Lin Xiaotian was happy. Seeing Lu Feng not refuse when he called him boss, it seemed his efforts were not in vain. Lu Feng's relationship with Qin Lao, as his grandfather had told him, surprised him. Qin Tianlong, even as a playboy, worshipped him like a god. Knowing that Lu Feng and Qin Tianlong were like brothers, Lin Xiaotian was determined to become Lu Feng's little brother. If he succeeded, he would be on the same level as his grandfather. Grandfather was Qin Tianlong's little brother, and he would be Lu Feng's little brother. Just thinking about it made him happy. Master Zhang, what do you think of my suggestion? Lu Feng looked at Zhang Dogwang again. Just as he was about to refuse, he saw Lin Xiaotian's fierce eyes beside him and swallowed his words. As the owner of Tanjia Kai, he knew better than to mess with them. I agree. So, he had to reluctantly agree. Yi Lao, since Mr. Zhang agreed, I'll take care of the next 2 matches. Yi Tianyu looked at Zhang Dogwang, then at Lin Xiaotian, and reluctantly nodded. He had only taken the money to be a referee and didn't want any trouble. As for Jin Shanzhong, seeing how domineering Lin Xiaotian was, he didn't dare to say much. Didn't he see Dong Tianhao being beaten like a dead dog on the ground? Being ruthless doesn't mean you can cook, and losing would still have the same result. He observed this Lu Feng for a while and didn't think he was a master chef, so he tacitly agreed. Alright, since both sides agree, then for the next match, Zhang Daguang's side will be represented by Mr. Lu. This second round will test knife skills, and it starts now. As Yi Tianyu's voice fell, someone pushed in two materials from outside, one being a large winter melon and the other a block of tofu. It seemed that these were prepared in advance by Jin Shanzhong and his group. Carving, that was the challenge for this round, which tested a chef's knife skills more than just slicing and dicing. You can use a coin toss to decide who chooses the material first, and within 30 minutes, create your product. So, both sides chose one side of the coin, Lu Feng chose the character side, and Jin Shanzhong chose the head side. Yi Tianyu tossed the coin up, caught it with the back of his hand, and upon opening it, Jin Shanzhong smiled. It was the head side, so he decisively chose the winter melon. With his exceptional skills, he chose the easier to carve winter melon over the tofu. Everyone knew that carving on tofu was much more difficult than on a winter melon, and a slight mistake could cause the tofu to crumble, ruining all previous efforts. Seeing Lu Feng choosing the tofu to carve, everyone's expressions turned sour. After all, even if Zhang Daguang hadn't been injured, carving tofu would still be very challenging for him. What bad luck! It would have been better if he had chosen the winter melon. Exactly, this stick got lucky this time. I can already imagine the smug look on this stick's face later, so frustrating. Seeing this result, all the onlookers were indignant, especially because this stick kept insulting the culture of Xia country. They didn't have the lawless background like Lin Xiaobei, or else they would have already gone up and taught this foolish stick a lesson. Kid, let's see how you lose later, you. Jin Shanzhong, who had wanted to taunt a few more words, immediately fell silent when he saw Lin Xiaobei's unfriendly gaze. If Lu Feng hadn't signaled for Lin Xiaobei to hold back for now, he would have already beaten this stick until he couldn't recognize his own parents. Jin Shanzhong had already started carving, daring to come challenge the bet. Naturally, he had some skills. He kept carving on the winter melon with the carving knife, and in no time, two vivid auspicious dragons were already carved. Only the final dragon ball was left to complete this piece of two dragons playing with a pearl. At this moment, the exclamations and praises from the onlookers also rang out, making Jin Shanzhong's mouth curl up in a smile. But when he looked up, he was dumbfounded. At this moment, all the onlookers were looking towards Lu Feng's direction. As for the previous exclamations and praises, it was obviously not because of himself, but because of Lu Feng. He couldn't help but stop the carving knife in his hand, stretched his neck, and looked towards Lu Feng. At this moment, Lu Feng was holding a piece of tofu in one hand, placing it in salt water, and with the other hand, he picked up the carving knife and started carving with just a slight pause. The carving knife at this moment was like a divine brush, flowing smoothly on the tofu and the water as Lu Feng wielded it. That, pick, stab, draw, the entire carving process seemed to have a divine charm as the carving knife in Lu Feng's hand moved, as if giving birth to a life. As time passed, 15 minutes later, Lu Feng stopped the carving knife in his hand. Everyone stared at it, and the tofu in the water still maintained its original shape, showing no change. Ha, you've been working on it like embroidering flowers. Turns out it's just a silver spearhead, all show and no substance. Ridiculous, you. Seeing this, Jin Shanzhong immediately started mocking, but before he could finish his sentence, he suddenly fell silent, his pupils widening. Lu Feng, holding the tofu, slightly shook it in the water, and in that instant, the blocky tofu miraculously transformed. The tofu crumbs kept falling off with the shaking, revealing a vivid Buddha statue in front of everyone. Wow, is this the descending dragon Arhat? Exactly, it's really the descending dragon Arhat, amazing. Incredible skill, tofu can actually be carved like this? Quite eye-opening. Oh my, while the Korean carved the twin dragons playing with a pearl, this handsome guy carves a descending dragon? Not only superior in technique, but the resulting artwork is also superior. Ha, yes, when encountering the descending dragon Arhat, even dragons have to bow down, so impressive. With this, the whole scene erupted, everyone looking excited. Needless to say, in this knife chapter competition, Lu Feng won. They not only witnessed this extraordinary knife skill, but also saw people from their Xia country crushing the Koreans, naturally making them happier. Who let this guy be so annoying? Always belittling Xia country's culture, now he must be dumbfounded, right? Serves him right. It's impossible, how can tofu be carved like this? Jin Shanzhong looked at Lu Feng's descending dragon Arhat in disbelief and exclaimed. But due to being too shocked, he exerted force and directly destroyed his previous twin dragons playing with a pearl artwork. In the second round, Mr. Lu wins. Impressive, Mr. Lu, Mr. Yi has tasted various delicacies from all over the country. Such extraordinary knife skills are truly mind-blowing, admirable. After announcing the result of the second round of the competition, Yi Tianyu, the eloquent one, couldn't help but praise him in person. There are always people beyond people. Xia country's culinary culture is profound and extensive. How can it be trampled by some outsiders? Lu Feng continued Yi Lao's words, bluntly retorting Jin Shanzhong, but never once looked at him. You, oof, it's just 1:1, in the next round of cooking abalone, let's see how arrogant you can be. Jin Shanzhong's heart was burning with anger at this moment, not expecting to be overshadowed by this kid. But in the upcoming competition, he was full of confidence. Tan family's cuisine could last for 100 years, relying on the secret recipes of fish maw and abalone, not only in Xia country, but also globally. It was a unique classic. After flipping Dong Tianhao last time, he obtained the recipe and had been practicing and improving it continuously over the years, surpassing the original taste of Tan family's cuisine. As for this Lu Feng, even if his knife skills were superb, when it came to cooking abalone, he definitely wouldn't be his match. Alright, the current score is tied at 1-1. The final round is cooking, using purple abalone as the ingredient. After Yi Lao finished speaking, someone brought out 2 plates again, each containing a purple abalone. Abalone is a dried seafood, and the color of purple abalone is purplish brown, about 7 to 8 inches thick, about 2 inches long, oval-shaped, and about over an inch wide at the widest point. Purple abalone is also the only choice for Tan family's secret recipe of tender abalone. Usually, the purple abalone is soaked in warm water, then placed between the fire mouth and the soup pot mouth on the large stove, for about 4 hours until it expands to about 4 inches long, then it can be cooked, similar to the method of braising pork, simmered over low heat. These 4 purple abalones were prepared in advance for the competition. Upon receiving the purple abalone, Jin Shanzhong directly followed Tan family's method and began cooking step by step. Oomph! Let's see how you lose later. Jin Shanzhong was full of confidence. This kid definitely wouldn't make it in cooking abalone. But at this moment, the onlookers once again exclaimed. Lu Feng at this moment once again demonstrated his extraordinary knife skills. The knife in his hand kept spinning, continuously piercing the 2 purple abalones. But surprisingly, although the blade seemed to cut into the abalone, there was no visible scratch on the surface. Of course, having witnessed the miraculous carving of tofu in water before, they naturally knew that there would be a new miracle coming up. Therefore, everyone was filled with anticipation, watching without blinking for the upcoming changes. Then Lu Feng said a few words to Wu Donglai, and he ran into the kitchen. In no time, he came out pushing some equipment, and everyone carefully looked. It turned out to be liquid nitrogen. What? What is he going to do? Using liquid nitrogen definitely involves low temperature treatment, but will abalone taste good after being treated with liquid nitrogen? Won't it affect the delicious taste of abalone? Lu Feng was seen using a special needle to inject liquid nitrogen into the interior of the purple abalone, and it was visible to the naked eye that the entire purple abalone was starting to freeze from the inside out. TSK, using liquid nitrogen to treat purple abalone completely affects the freshness of the abalone. You've already lost, said Jin Shanzhong. Previously, Jin Shanzhong was worried when he saw Lu Feng's knife skills, thinking he was going to create some magical dish. However, upon seeing the liquid nitrogen, he completely relaxed. The essence of eating abalone lies in its own freshness, and the secret sauce is meant to enhance its flavor, not to overshadow the natural taste of the abalone. That's why those who cook abalone outside are always adjusting the sauce, but no one can match the unique secret of Tan's family's tender abalone. This time, Jin Shanzhong was the first to complete the tender abalone, which he presented to Yi Tianyu. After tasting it, Yi Tianyu closed his eyes, carefully savoring the flavor. Slowly, a satisfied smile appeared on his face. It had to be said that Jin Shanzhong had perfectly mastered the essence of the tender abalone, even surpassing it slightly. No wonder this Korean dared to come challenge and gamble. He had some skills. Seeing Yi Tianyu's expression, Jin Shanzhong smiled, confident of his victory. Kid, no need to waste time. Using liquid nitrogen means you've already lost. Go back and practice for a few more years, haha, he mocked without reservation. Lu Feng didn't even bother to look up, focusing on preparing his own sauce. Seeing that the other party didn't respond, and even the attention of others wasn't on him, Jin Shanzhong felt bored. Standing there with a disdainful expression, he waited to criticize Lu Feng after he finished. What is he doing? Adding high-proof liquor to the soup? What is he trying to do? Amidst everyone's confusion, Lu Feng quickly removed the needle of liquid nitrogen, poured the freshly made soup directly over the abalone, and ignited it with a special lighter. Whoosh! The soup was instantly ignited, quickly enveloping the purple abalone and penetrating inside. At that moment, the purple abalone, previously frozen by liquid nitrogen, rapidly melted and bloomed like a lotus. Wow! What a skill! This is a bit like the Buddha's Fury Lotus? Oh my, have we watched too much Dolawa Continent? But it really does look like it. Watching the lotus-like purple abalone enveloped in flames, everyone exclaimed. Zhang Diguan was already so shocked that he didn't know what to say. The previous knife competition had already made him look at Lu Feng with admiration. That kind of knife skill was simply incredible, and he knew he wouldn't be a match. So, he was also looking forward to this round of competition. However, even though his expectations of Lu Feng were already high, he realized he was wrong at this moment. He had underestimated this young man before him. The method of making this dish was unheard of, broadening his horizons. Please taste it, Yi Lao, Lu Feng said calmly. Yi Lao looked at the exquisite lotus-like purple abalone in front of him, feeling reluctant to take a bite as it was like a beautiful piece of art. Eat it while it's hot, Lu Feng urged again. Oh, alright. Yi Lao, still reluctant, had to taste it for judging purposes, so he carefully took a bite. Hiss! With just one bite, before even chewing, the delicious taste of the abalone filled his entire mouth. How is this possible? Was his first thought. These abalones were all dried goods, and although rehydrated or cooked in oil with a unique sauce, they could indeed bring out the original flavor of the abalone, but there was always a slight difference compared to freshly caught live abalone. Yet now, he could taste a flavor even better than live abalone, as if he were eating fresh sashimi. Suppressing his disbelief, he started chewing. Hiss! Another bite, and Yi Lao's eyes widened in amazement. This texture. He didn't finish his sentence and continued to chew incessantly. Each chew brought a collision of ice and fire, and the depth of this collision became more intriguing with each bite. The sensation was extremely wonderful, completely indescribable in words. It could be said that this was the most magical dish he had eaten in decades. A small purple abalone unexpectedly delivered a multi-layered taste stimulation in one bite, truly a culinary marvel. Especially with the soft exterior enclosing the crispy sweetness at the center, paired with the perfectly balanced sauce, it elevated one's taste buds to the extreme. Mr. Lu, this dish is the most delicious dish I have ever tasted in my life. Therefore, I declare Mr. Lu as the winner of this competition. Mr. Yi announced excitedly. Impossible. Mr. Jean directly grabbed another purple abalone and took a bite. Hiss! At that moment, his taste buds also experienced a great impact, filled with an indescribable sense of satisfaction and happiness. How is this possible? Abalone can achieve this? He murmured, looking incredulous and completely defeated. With this bite, he knew he had lost completely. Even though he was confident in his culinary skills, even though he was a top culinary expert in Korea and had numerous victories in Xia country, in front of this purple abalone, he knew he had lost. He lost completely, acknowledging his defeat wholeheartedly. Even though he mastered the secret recipe for tender abalone and was highly skilled, compared to the purple abalone made by Mr. Lu Feng, it was like night and day, not even in the same league. Mr. Lu, may I ask the name of this dish? At this moment, he set aside all his arrogance and asked in a bewildered manner. 9 layers of ice and fire abalone. 9 layers of ice and fire abalone? What a great name. The culinary culture of Xia country is indeed profound. I admit defeat and hand over the property deed. Mr. Jean decisively took out the property deed and related documents of the main branch of Kyoto Tan's family cuisine, handing them to Mr. Lu Feng without acknowledging Mr. Zhang Dogwang. He was a very arrogant person, and even though he lost this time, he only acknowledged Mr. Lu Feng, not bowing to Mr. Zhang Dogwang. Remember, Xia country is full of talents, not everyone can step in. With that, he turned and walked out. Lin Xiaobei eagerly took the property deed and other documents from Mr. Jean, then said to him, "My boss doesn't bother to talk to you. Don't think this matter is over." As he spoke, he gestured, and a group of bodyguards surrounded Mr. Jean and started beating him. "Ah, what are you doing?" Mr. Jean cried out in pain. "Humph, you insulted my boss before, so a beating is cheap for you. Ha, even the insignificant country of Korea dares to look down on Xia country. Let's see if you dare to do so in the future." Lin Xiaotian spat out, cursing as he chased after Mr. Lu Feng. I dare not anymore. Please spare me." Mr. Jin's pleading voice came from behind. "You are amazing." At this moment, Wu Ying walked over, her eyes sparkling as she looked at Mr. Lu Feng. A talented man can attract a woman's love even more. In the 2 rounds of competition just now, Mr. Lu Feng had shocked her numerous times, causing a hint of affection to sprout in her heart. "Thank you." Zhang Daguang stepped forward at this time and bowed deeply to Mr. Lu Feng. The Tan family cuisine was passed down to his master's generation, but due to his disciples' betrayal, they lost the main branch in Kyoto, causing his master to die in deep sorrow. Reclaiming the main branch had become a mountain in Zhang Daguang's heart, but Mr. Jin's culinary skills were truly formidable, so he had not found a suitable opportunity to make a move. Instead, Mr. Jin came knocking on his door, almost taking away this last shop. Fortunately, today Mr. Lu Feng intervened, not only saving the loss of the store in the Magic City but also reclaiming the main branch in Kyoto, leaving him deeply moved. Keep the property deed and documents safe. The skills of our ancestors must be preserved by you. Lu Feng handed the house deed documents given by Lin Xiaotian to Zhang Daguang and said seriously, I will work hard to improve my skills and protect our ancestors' legacy. However, Mr. Lu, this was taken back by you, so the property rights should belong to you. Well, I don't have time to deal with this. Besides, I only intervened because I couldn't stand the insults to our Xia country by the Koreans, not just for you. Lu Feng directly refused upon seeing Zhang Daguang's persistence. With the system, his wealth was unlimited, and although the business of the Tan family's dishes generated considerable profits each year, compared to the properties he currently held, it was a world of difference. Even if he took it over, he wouldn't have time to manage it. But, no buts. I have many enterprises in my hands, none of which you can imagine. Since the boss said it's for you, just take it. At this moment, Lin Xiaotian interrupted Zhang Daguang. The profits of the Tan family's dishes might be considerable in the eyes of ordinary people, but in Lin Xiaobei's eyes, they were nothing, let alone in Lu Feng's eyes. Well, in that case, I will transfer 60% of our profits to Mr. Lu every month, Zhang Daguang insisted. Fine. Seeing Zhang Daguang's single-mindedness, Lu Feng couldn't be bothered to argue and simply agreed. We've finished eating. How about going out for a walk? Lu Feng then looked at Wu Ying. Wu Ying shyly nodded. Oh, is this the sister-in-law? The boss has a good eye, she's pretty and well-proportioned. Ouch, why are you hitting me, boss? Lin Xiaobei saw Wu Ying and immediately started flattering her, but Lu Feng gave him a big slap. What are you saying? Are you so free? Lu Feng rolled his eyes and said, why are you calling her sister-in-law when you just met? But unexpectedly, seeing Wu Ying blushing and shy, her head lowered to her chest, seemed to be quite enjoying it, which made Lu Feng feel a little moved. This handsome man was also a kind of trouble. Look, this girl probably fell for him again. No, well, boss, I'll leave first, so as not to disturb your date with the sister-in-law. Lin Xiaobei laughed and ran off before Lu Feng could give him another slap. You brat! Watching him run off, Lu Feng laughed and scolded. However, after this incident, he felt that this kid was quite good at handling trivial matters. So, Lu Feng left with Wu Ying. At the ticket office of the Magic City Olympic Sports Center. Shuei, the concert tickets are sold out. What should we do? It's all your fault, you should have left earlier, you slowpoke. Now we can't buy them, right? Looking at her best friend Zhang Xian, Lu Shuei scolded. The two had agreed to come to the Olympic Sports Center early to queue up and buy tickets for Chu Zi's concert. They were both die-hard fans of Chu Zi and hardly ever missed any of her concerts. But due to the trouble at Lu Shui's home before, they had missed 2 concerts, and at first, she thought she wouldn't be able to attend today's concert either. Today's concert was Chu Zi's last concert in Magic City, and she heard that she would be going to Hong Kong for a while. Just as Lu Feng's appearance had revitalized Lu Shui's life and she had extra money in hand after sorting out everything at home in the past few days, she checked the last day of ticket sales and made an appointment to come early in the morning to queue up. However, maybe because the recent troubles were suddenly resolved, she was too relaxed, overslept, and encountered a forever unreliable best friend. So, the two of them perfectly missed the ticket purchase time. Okay, I know I was wrong. Let's think of a way to get tickets now. This is the last concert. I just checked around, even the scalpers are sold out. Do we really have to miss it? Zhang Qian lamented helplessly. Let me ask my brother. Your brother? Can he get tickets? I don't know either, but my brother is amazing. It was thanks to him that I could get into Tinglong Game Company, so maybe he can help. Lu Shuei spoke proudly of her brother, Lu Feng. Oh, then ask him quickly. If you can get tickets, ask for 2 more and invite Lin Yunqi and Wang Peipei too, Zhang Qian said with anticipation. Lin Yunqi and Wang Peipei were their dormitory mates and good friends from university. Shuei, why do you have time to call me? Lu Feng, who was chatting with Wu Ying in a coffee shop, received a call from his sister and asked with a smile. Brother, do you have any connections to get tickets for Chu Zi's concert tonight? Chu Zi? Lu Feng was taken aback at first, but then remembered the figure of that girl from before. You want to go to her concert? So, he continued to ask. Yes, me and a few of my good friends are her diehard fans, but she's so popular that concert tickets are hard to come by. We were planning to line up early today to buy tickets, but we overslept. Brother, can you help me figure something out? How many tickets do you need? Lu Feng asked directly. Me, Zhang Qian, plus Lin Yunqi and Wang Peipei, a total of 4 people. It would be best to get 4 tickets, but if not, 2 will do. Upon hearing Lu Feng's question, Lu Shui felt hopeful. But after all, Chu Zi was a top-tier celebrity, and tickets were indeed hard to come by. Asking for 4 tickets at once, she was afraid Lu Feng might have difficulty getting them, so she said 2 would be fine. You want 4 tickets? Let me make a call and ask her for you. She gave me a few tickets last time, but only 3, 1 short. Lu Feng casually said. What? You said Chu Zi personally gave you 3 tickets? Do you have her number? Suddenly, Lu Shui's scream came through the phone, startling Lu Feng. You really know Chu Zi? Ignoring Lu Feng's questioning, Lu Shui asked excitedly. Yes, I know her. I'll ask for you. Lu Feng hung up the phone and looked directly at Wu Ying. Do you have plans tonight? If not, want to go to the concert together? Sure. Wu Ying accepted gladly, so Lu Feng flipped through his phone and dialed Chu Zi's number. On the other side, Lu Shui had a smile on her face as she looked at Zhang Qian. It seems like my brother really knows Chu Zi. What? Really? Wow, your brother is amazing. He can even get in touch with Chu Zi. This sudden unexpected surprise made the 2 girls excited, holding their phones and waiting for Lu Feng's response. At the Waldorf Astoria Hotel on the Bund in the Magic City, in the presidential suite, an elegant phone rang on the coffee table. Chu Zi dragged her lazy body over to the table. When she saw the caller ID, she quickly picked up the phone. Hello? Chu Zi? It's Lu Feng. You finally remembered to call me? Chu Zi said reproachfully, causing Lu Feng to be slightly stunned. After they parted last time, Chu Zi had waited by the phone for days, but this guy didn't even send a text message. Even she began to doubt if she had any charm left, and as a woman, she thought she shouldn't be too proactive, so she just waited and waited until this guy finally called. Well, last time you gave me 3 tickets, I wanted to ask if you have any more tickets left. My sister and her classmates want to go to your concert. So, you finally know who I am? Upon hearing Lu Feng's words, Chu Zi didn't answer but instead asked back. As a top-tier star and singer, she could be considered the dream goddess of all men in the world, yet there were still people who didn't know her. Even Lu Feng's friend Lu Cheng seemed not to recognize her. At that time, it was a bit of a blow to her. And when Lu Feng heard this, he couldn't help but roll his eyes. Please translate into English language. Please, your focus seems to be a bit different. Later I found out, I don't usually watch variety shows, so I didn't recognize it, sorry. That ticket. Lu Feng apologized. What ticket do you need? When you arrive at the door, I'll have Qin Jie pick you up. The tickets I got for you are VIP seats. Usually there are a few extra seats left. I'll ask the organizers to reserve a few for you. How many people are you? If we remove 3 tickets, we still need 3 more, Lu Feng calculated. You are coming too? Yes, including me, Lu Feng answered truthfully. Alright, it's on me. Give me a call when you arrive, see you tonight. Chu Zi quickly agreed and hung up the phone. For some reason, upon hearing that Lu Feng would also be there, her heart suddenly raced and her face flushed. After calming down for a while, Chu Zi shook off her laziness, hummed a tune, and happily walked to the dressing room to get ready. Hey, Shui, I told Chu Zi. She said someone will pick us up at the door tonight. What? She's picking us up? That's great. Are you going too, bro? Yes, a friend will also be there. Let's meet at the door tonight. Okay. Thanks, bro, love you. Lu Shui happily hung up the phone and made a victory sign to Zhang Qian, who was eagerly waiting beside her. My brother arranged it. He will come with us tonight, and Chu Zi will have Qin Jie escort us in. Qin Jie? Chu Zi's personal manager? Yes, that's her. Wow. Does that mean we might get Chu Zi's autograph tonight? Yes, maybe even a photo together. Wow, that's great. I have to inform Wang Peipei and the others. The 2 girls were ecstatic and immediately shared the news with Lin Yunqi and Wang Peipei, which naturally led to cheers from the 2. 7 p.m. Olympic Sports Center. Lu Feng and Wu Ying had already arrived here, and after spending the day together, their relationship had grown closer. Especially when they curiously asked why Lin Xiaotian recognized Lu Feng as the boss, they were even more admiring and shocked by Lu Feng. Even though she was a homebody, she knew about the Lin Group in the Magic City, a huge entity. And the fact that the heir of such a group was willing to be Lu Feng's follower showed how remarkable Lu Feng's identity was. No wonder when Lu Feng gave her gifts, she didn't even blink. That was true power. Some so-called big shots online might seem generous and extravagant, but some were just using guild tickets to create hype and stimulate consumption. And another part of them were just borrowing money everywhere to pretend to be big shots, when in reality, they were in debt. Who knows what these people's mentality is, vanity? Or do they have a purpose? Anyway, she couldn't agree with them. Shaking her head, Wu Ying was now both excited and nervous. Because Lu Feng's sister was coming later, does this mean she was meeting the family? How exciting. I wonder if Lu Feng's sister will like me when she sees me later. So nervous. A homebody loves to fantasize, and Wu Ying was no exception. Just as she was lost in her thoughts, Lu Shui and her group arrived. Brother! Lu Shui shouted when she saw Lu Feng from afar, then ran over with Zhang Qian and the others. Hello, Chen Gu. Zhang Qian and the others greeted politely, but their eyes were filled with surprise. It was their first time meeting Lu Feng, and they didn't expect Lu Shui's brother to be so handsome, even more so than the popular young idols. Is everyone here? This is my friend Wu Ying, this is my sister Lu Shui, and her classmate and best friend. Lu Feng introduced them to each other. Wu Jiejie, you are so beautiful. After seeing Wu Ying, Lu Shui took a good look at her. It must be said that Wu Ying is truly a stunning beauty, even Lu Shui found her breathtaking. She considered herself a campus beauty, but Wu Ying's looks and figure were no less than hers, even surpassing her, and she also carried a kind of tranquility that is hard to find in girls nowadays. Shui, you're so beautiful. If I were a guy, I would definitely pursue you. Wu Ying surprisingly praised, which made Lu Feng take notice. Since he met her, he had never seen her praise anyone. The meeting between Wu Ying and Lu Shui went surprisingly smoothly. It seemed that Lu Shui was very easy to get along with, which relieved Wu Ying's anxiety. Soon, the women started chatting together harmoniously. Alright, it's time. Let's go to the VIP entrance. I just called Chu Zi, and she said Qin Jia will come out to meet us soon. At this moment, Lu Feng said, and amidst everyone's cheers and expectations, he walked towards the VIP entrance. Lu Shui? Zhang Qian? Wang Peipei? Lin Yunxi? Oh, how come you four are here? Suddenly, a sharp and sarcastic voice came from the side, and everyone looked over to see Lu Shui and the others frowning. Wang Jinglei? Humph, if you can come here, why can't we? Wang Jinglei, Lu Shui's university classmate, looked down on them a bit because her family was newly rich, and she despised a few poor students like them. She had reportedly hooked up with a rich guy after graduation, and was quite arrogant. Oh, did you save a few years of meal money to buy tickets to see Chu Zi's concert? Wang Jinglei sneered again. However, the blonde man next to her seemed to be her rumored boyfriend. At this moment, the man's eyes kept scanning Lu Shui and the others, especially when he saw Lu Shui and Wu Ying. A glint appeared in his eyes. Lele, aren't you going to introduce them? The blonde man spoke up. Hui Ji, what's there to introduce about these few? Just a bunch of poor losers, knowing them would lower your status. Wang Jinglei said disdainfully. Hey, you guys? It seems like you didn't get tickets? Do you want to go in with me? I just need to say a word, and I can bring a few people in. Ignoring Wang Jinglei's taunts, the blonde man smiled at Lu Shui and the others. He said this because those with tickets were already at the ticket gate, and only those with VIP passes would enter from this entrance. Judging from their appearance, they didn't seem to have the qualifications to enter from here, so the only explanation was that they didn't have tickets but wanted to see their idol, so they had to wait here to see if they were lucky enough to catch a glimpse of their idol when they left through this exit. No need, we have tickets. Lu Feng took out 3 tickets and waved them. Just 3 tickets, and you want so many people to go in? Who do you think you are? Seeing Lu Feng take out 3 VIP tickets, he was surprised for a moment. They were indeed VIP exclusive tickets. But when he saw there were only 3, he couldn't help but laugh again. However, everyone looked at the blonde man as if he were an idiot. Since Lu Feng could produce 3 VIP tickets and bring everyone here, those with a bit of brains knew that he must have another way to get them all in together. Or were they just here for nothing? But the blonde man seemed completely oblivious to their disdainful looks, and he walked towards Lu Shui, reaching out to grab her. Get lost. Lu Feng reached out and grabbed the blonde man's hand, throwing him out. A scream rang out as the blonde man was thrown out and fell down. Bastard, how dare you lay a hand on Hui Xiao? Are you all freeloaders? You see Hui Xiao being hit and don't do anything? The sudden scene took Wang Jinglei and others half a day to react. Then Wang Jinglei exclaimed and hurried to help Huang Mao, shouting at the bodyguard behind him. Damn it, get him, kill this kid. Huang Mao, who was thrown out, was angry. However, as several bodyguards rushed up, they were kicked away by Lu Feng in just a few breaths, lying on the ground howling, completely losing their combat effectiveness. Lu Feng, on the other hand, was unscathed, slowly walking towards Huang Mao, who was still sitting on the ground. This made Huang Mao hesitate. What are you going to do? Do you know who I am? I follow Lin Xiaotian of the Lin Group. If you dare to touch me, you're dead. Lin Xiaotian? Upon hearing this name, Lu Feng paused, his face turning strange. Seeing this, Huang Mao became spirited. Although his family did business in the Magic City and had some status, it was only in the middle level, and his name might not be well known. But his boss was different. Lin Xiaotian was the prince of the Lin Group, with a grandfather who was a senior general behind him, not someone ordinary could offend. Even some top business tycoons in the Magic City had to give Lin's family some face. Fortunately, he had met Lin Xiaotian at a chance gathering, and they hit it off, playing together. So, he waved this big flag and it worked every time. Now, he mentioned Lin Xiaobei's name again, and sure enough, Lu Feng stopped in his tracks. Scared, huh? Lin Xiaotian is my big brother. You can fight, but in front of Lin Xiao, you're nothing. So think about it, be smart, apologize, and let those 2 girls with you accompany me for a night. That will settle the matter. Otherwise, think carefully about offending Lin Xiao. At this moment, Huang Mao suddenly jumped up, regaining his arrogance. But what followed was a slap that made Huang Mao do a 360-degree spin and fall to the ground again. This time, he was completely stunned. Waving the big flag repeatedly, it failed this time. He must not know who Lin Xiaotian is, that must be it. Huang Mao could only give himself this answer. Lin Xiaotian would come to see the concert later, and then he would deal with Lu Feng. So, he decisively covered his face and shut his mouth. A hero doesn't suffer immediate losses. Let's go. Seeing Huang Mao settled, Lu Feng didn't bother with such small characters. He directly led Wu Ying and others, turning around and heading towards the VIP channel. However, Zhang Qian and others were uneasy, as they had also heard of Lin Xiaotian, the prince of a top financial group. In the Magic City, he was a powerful figure, and Lu Feng had just hit his little brother, which might bring bad luck in the future. Lu Shuai also looked at Lu Feng with some concern. Others might not know, but she knew her brother had the Xiangfeng Group and Tenglong Game Company, with strength not inferior to the Lin Group, even surpassing many. But Lin Xiaotian had a strong background, and there was a saying in the Magic City, better to offend Yan Wang Chu Jianping than to offend the crazy young Lin Xiaotian. Sensing Lu Shui's worry, Lu Feng patted her shoulder and gave her a reassuring look, which made Lu Shui feel relieved. Since childhood, Lu Shui had an inexplicable trust in Lu Feng. If he said it was okay, then it must be okay. So, Lu Shui regained her happy smile. Among the group, only Wu Ying knew that Lu Feng would be fine. After all, Lin Xiaobei had followed Lu Feng and called him boss with a straight face before. Hey, Hui Zi, why are you sitting on the ground? A familiar voice sounded from behind, like heavenly music to Huang Mao's ears. The person who came was Lin Xiaotian. Lin Xiao, you're here. I was bullied, you have to help me. Huang Mao got up with a swish, pointing to his swollen face and complaining to Lin Xiaotian. How dare someone hit my people? Didn't they know who I am? Lin Xiaobei frowned. They did, but that person completely disregarded you and hit harder after hearing your name, Huang Mao said. Yes, Lin Xia, Huiga mentioned that his big brother is you, but that person said you were nothing and would beat you up if you came, Wang Jinglei added. Huang Mao gave her an approving look. Well done, she knows how to handle things. This is outrageous, who is the jerk? I'll make him pay. Lin Xiaotian was furious, not willing to be disrespected in the city. Those big shots, including Hui Zi, were all known to him and wouldn't provoke him. The ones who could provoke him must be newcomers. Lin Xia, it's them, the one who hit me is that leader kid. Huang Mao pointed to Landwind and others not far away. Ha! Lin Xiaotian was surprised when he looked in the direction Huang Mao pointed. Why did this background look so familiar? Just then, the person turned his face and spoke to Lan Shui, which shocked him. Landwind. It's a good thing he didn't impulsively rush over. If he did, all the relationship he had built with Landwind would be ruined. Thinking of this, Lin Xiaotian looked at Huang Mao beside him, anger rising. Lin Xia, quick, they're about to go in, let's stop them and teach them a lesson. Huang Mao, still unaware, urgently shouted as he saw Landwind approaching the entrance. Smack! A big slap landed on Huang Mao's face. Lin Xia, what are you doing? Huang Mao was confused, why was Lin Xia hitting him? Damn it, are you trying to kill me? Another slap from Lin Xiaotian. Lin Xia, why are you hitting me? I thought we were going to take down that kid. Huang Mao shouted in confusion, almost in tears. What's going on? Weren't we supposed to deal with Landwind? Why is Lin Xia suddenly attacking me like a madman? Do you know who he is? Lin Xiaotian shouted in anger. Who? Huang Mao asked nervously, feeling a sense of foreboding. He's my boss, Landwind. Even my grandpa has to give him face. You want me to go after him? Are you trying to get me killed? Damn it, someone, beat him to death. Ha! Hearing Lin Xiaotian's words, Huang Mao was at a loss. Before he could plead for mercy, Lin Xiaotian's men rushed forward and started beating him, with cries for mercy filling the air. Lin Xiaotian was still not satisfied, so he joined in and kicked the guy a few times. Almost got killed by this jerk. Looks like I need to show my men a picture of the boss so they don't mess up again, or I'll have nowhere to complain. Thinking this, he kicked Huang Mao in pain. The commotion caught the attention of Lan Wind and his group, who looked over. Seeing this, Lin Xiaotian quickly ran over. Boss, are you and your wife here to watch the concert? Who are these? Lin Xiaotian's words made Wu Ying blush. Lan Shui looked at her in confusion. Wife? Does that mean brother? Seeing Wu Ying's shy demeanor, her brother didn't seem to object, and Lan Shui seemed to understand something, a smile playing on her lips. From their interaction just now, Wu Ying's gentle and elegant demeanor made Lan Shui very comfortable, and she was also pleasing to the eye. As her brother's girlfriend, they were a good match. This is my sister, and these are her friends from school, Lan Wind introduced. Ah, so you are the young lady. I've heard so much about you. My name is Lin Xiaotian. If you ever need anything and can't reach the boss, just find me. In this city of magic, I still have some influence. After hearing Lu Feng's words, Lin Xiaotian immediately started flattering Lu Shui. In his eyes, Lu Feng seemed to dote on this sister because his gaze towards Lu Shui was filled with indulgence. Lu Feng was difficult to deal with, so handling this little sister should be easy, right? As long as he took good care of Lu Shui, dealing with Lu Feng would be a breeze. However, his actions shocked Lu Shui and her friends. You are Lin Xiaotian? Yes. The young master of the Lin group, Lin Xiaotian? Lu Shui asked in disbelief. That's me, young lady. Have you heard of me? It's my honor, ha. Lin Xiaotian laughed. You just called me brother, boss? That's right, Shen Ji is my boss. From now on, you are my young lady. He self-proclaimed it, but if I'm not around, you can find him or Chu Jianpeng. Lu Feng instructed, but Lin Xiaotian was delighted and unfazed. Although Lu Feng didn't explicitly admit to being his little brother, he didn't refuse either. There's hope. Lu Shui and her friends were stunned. Just a moment ago, they were worried about Lin Xiaotian, but now they realized he was Lu Shui's brother. It seemed like Lu Feng even looked down on him a bit. What was even more shocking was that despite being looked down upon, Lin Xiaotian eagerly flattered Lu Shui, making her happy. Lu Feng spoke again, glancing at the nearby Huang Mao who was barely conscious. Got it, boss. I'll make sure to clean up the mess and won't let you down. Lin Xiaotian was first surprised by Lu Feng's words, then ecstatic. Did Lu Feng just acknowledge him as his little brother? How happy he was. He could go back later and show off to his old man. Lu Feng, over here. At that moment, a melodious voice like a nightingale rang out. Everyone looked towards the entrance, where a woman wearing a duckbill cap and mask was waving towards Lu Feng. Lu Shui and the others were the first to recognize her. It's Chu Zi. Wow. Chu Zi personally came to pick us up. The girls were excited and even more in awe of Lu Feng. Lin Xiaotian treated him like a god, and now the superstar Chu Zi came personally. All of this showcased Lu Feng's extraordinary status. Your brother is amazing. Yes, even Lin Xiaotian is trying to flatter him. Chu Zi came to pick us up. I wish I had a brother like that. Who wouldn't? If it weren't for Sister Wu being so beautiful, I would want to be your sister-in-law. Same here. But let's forget about it. We don't stand a chance. But Shui, do you think Chu Zi wants to be your sister-in-law too? The girls whispered excitedly. Lu Shui felt proud to hear her friends praise her brother, but she was also surprised by the possibility of Chu Zi becoming her sister-in-law. She looked at Lu Feng, realizing how much he had changed over the years, constantly challenging her perception. As they walked over, led by Chu Zi, they passed through the VIP security checkpoint and arrived at her exclusive dressing room. Even Lin Xiaobei, who came along, was amazed after confirming Chu Zi's identity. This national goddess was a coveted target for many business tycoons, but she never accepted their individual invitations apart from business collaborations. Even when dealing with those big shots with bad intentions, she doesn't give them a good face. This has made her journey difficult and full of challenges, being targeted everywhere. However, she is not afraid, facing difficulties head-on, and has made a breakthrough. Because of this, she has gained the support of the masses and became an overnight sensation. Traffic is wealth, it's bargaining chips. After Chu Zi became popular, these big shots no longer dared to target her openly. Of course, there are many who envy her and think she is arrogant, but Chu Zi doesn't care at all. But for such a goddess, she is surprisingly polite to Lu Feng now. Even Lin Xiaotian feels that Chu Zi's look towards Lu Feng is different, with a hint of admiration. This thought made Lin Xiaotian even more amazed by Lu Feng. As the young master of the Magic City, he naturally had thoughts about this girl, but his grandfather is both his support and his shackle. Fighting, bullying some softies, harmless things, his grandfather wouldn't interfere. But if he were to do something coercive to Chuzi, he would probably be beaten to death by his grandfather. So after being rejected several times, he didn't think about it anymore. At most, he fantasized about it in his dreams. After all, she is a national goddess, who wouldn't fantasize about her, right? However, Lu Feng can actually make Chuzi treat him like this. It's simply unbelievable. Even after knowing that Lu Shuai is Lu Feng's sister, the enthusiasm made Lin Xiaotian wonder if this was a different person. Chuzi usually has an icy face towards outsiders. When has she been seen smiling all the time? Lu Shuai and the others were also pleasantly surprised and extremely excited, being able to have such close contact with their idol. They couldn't believe it. Surprisingly, when she saw Wu Ying, there was a hint of vigilance and opposition in Chuzi's eyes. It was strange that Wu Ying, who looked very gentle, seemed a bit like an angry cat, showing a hint of hostility towards Chuzi. This scene made Lin Xiaotian even more admiring of Lu Feng. Look, this is their boss. The two goddesses haven't even confirmed their identities yet, and they are already jealous. On the other hand, Lu Feng, after coming in, sat on the sofa playing with his phone, occasionally looking up, completely unaware of the tension between the two goddesses. In fact, Lu Feng was looking at the system mall at this time. Just now, the system prompt sounded. Ding, congratulations to the host for gaining a loyal little brother. Reward, 1 chance to buy out the mall. Ding, the reward item has been put on the shelves. Please decide whether to purchase it. Item, Divine Level Musician, price, 1 yuan. Ha! Is this to let me play music? Lu Feng smiled bitterly and immediately bought it. With so many skills, and since the system's products can be instantly mastered, there is no need to spend time learning, naturally accepting whatever comes. In a corner backstage of the Olympic Sports Center. Is everything done? Don't worry, it's all taken care of. Very well, Chuzi, I'll see how you embarrass yourself later. With that, the two shadows disappeared on the spot. Backstage, Chuzi's dressing room. Shuai, this is my number. You can find me to play anytime. We can get closer. Chuzi and Shuai exchanged phone numbers, smiling. You are a big star. With such a busy schedule, you shouldn't have time to accompany Shuai, right? I'm relatively free, Shuai. In the future, sister will take you out to play. Just call me. Wu Ying boldly approached, holding Shuai's hand, surprisingly bold. Even if my schedule is full, it won't affect the fun time with Shuai. I can cancel some unimportant commercial activities. Shuai is definitely more important. Chuzi also didn't back down, holding Lu Shuai's other hand. This scene made the onlookers envious, but also made Lu Shuai a little embarrassed. Two people are obviously interested in their own brother, and they both like each other. What should they do? Thinking about this, she looked at Lu Feng, only to find that he was sitting on the side seemingly completely unaware of the situation here. This made her unable to help but support her forehead. Her own brother was really clueless. Just at this moment, the door was opened, and Qin Jie ran up anxiously. Something's wrong, the pianist for tonight suddenly can't be reached. The concert is about to start. Where can we find a replacement at this last minute? What? Did Tony and Effie contact them? Hearing Qin Jie's words, Chuzi frowned. They all contacted, not just them, all the alternative pianists are unreachable. It seems that someone wants to sabotage your concert this time, otherwise all the pianists wouldn't inexplicably be out of reach. This time, there is a segment in the concert which is Chuzi's new song release conference, all requiring piano solo to accompany the performance. They were also planning to use these songs as a stepping stone to enter the Hong Kong market, making their debut at this concert. But now, without the pianist, it's like the songs are missing their soul, which is troublesome. How about I give it a try? Everyone turned to look at Lu Feng sitting on the sofa. You can play the piano? Chuzi asked in surprise. Even Lu Shuai looked stunned. Never heard that her brother could play the piano? A little bit, it's passable. Show me the music score. Lu Feng shrugged. Chuzi looked at Qin Jie. Qin Jie looked at Lu Feng with a furrowed brow, then turned around and took out the music score from the workbench and handed it over. With all the pianists they could contact suddenly unreachable, they had no choice but to make the best of a bad situation. Lu Feng, with his extraordinary playing skills, understood the music just by glancing at the score. How about it? Can you do it? Chuzi looked at Lu Feng hopefully. Should be no problem. Lu Feng nodded and smiled. Really? Okay, Qin Jie, when it's time for the new song promotion, arrange for Lu Feng to perform on stage. Chuzi gritted her teeth, determined. But, how about we just add more other songs to complete this concert, and save the new song promotion for later? Qin Jie was not very reassured. After all, they didn't know how good Lu Feng's piano skills were. What if he messed up? The media has already announced that this time will be a new song release. If we remove this part, although we can temporarily get through it, the aftermath is not optimistic. Obviously, someone is targeting me this time. Instead of that, let's take a risk. I believe in Lu Feng. For some reason, Chu Zi just inexplicably believed in Lu Feng. And in her opinion, over the years, only Lu Feng made her feel safe. Qin Jia, do you have a piano room here? Why don't I just play a bit to see if it works? Interrupting Qin Jia, who was about to speak again, Lu Feng said directly. Yes, there is a piano room here, just listen to it and you'll know if it works. Qin Jia was also in a panic, not thinking about this for a moment. Whether the technique is good or not, just play a bit and you'll know, right? So, everyone moved to a piano room backstage. Lu Feng walked slowly to the piano, sat down, then looked at the worried Chu Zi and others, smiled, turned his head, and slowly placed his hands on the keys. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Miss Chu Zi's concert. This time you will be able to hear her new song debut. I believe everyone is looking forward to it, right? So, without further ado, the concert starts now. After the host's opening remarks, colorful fireworks lit up around the stage, the pre-dance team entered, and the opening dance began. Then, the moving song started playing, slowly rising on the central lift of the stage. Chu Zi, dressed in a purple gown, appeared in the center of the stage like a fairy. Wow, goddess, I love you. Chu Zi, we love you. In an instant, the whole venue erupted in cheers, and everyone looked at Chu Zi on stage and began shouting. The glow sticks in the audience swayed and waved continuously with the melodious song, creating an ocean of light swirling around the brightest star in the center of the stage. Let's see how you end up later. Has the media been informed? Yes, everything is arranged. As long as she doesn't release a new song or embarrass herself, tomorrow's headlines will be enough for her. Amidst the cheering crowd, only two people were watching Chu Zi on stage with cold eyes. The concert proceeded fervently, and the atmosphere in the venue reached its peak. Thank you all for coming to my concert. It's because of you that I am who I am today. You are an indispensable part of my life. Next, I will perform my new song Countless Stars Can't Compare to You, as a sincere expression of my gratitude to you all. Thank you. Chu Zi on stage calmly finished speaking and bowed deeply towards the audience. A spotlight suddenly lit up, shining on the grand piano on stage. At that moment, Lu Feng, dressed in a white tailcoat, slowly walked onto the stage and sat at the piano. Wasn't the pianist for this new song release supposed to be Master Hoffel? Why is there a young man instead? Who is this person? He looks unfamiliar. Is he also a piano master? I don't know him, but if he can accompany Chu Zi, he must be talented, right? I don't know if he's talented, but this young man is so handsome. Yes, so handsome. How can someone be this handsome, and wearing a white tailcoat, like a Prince Charming? Look, Chu Zi is smiling at him. Strange? She was just smiling at us earlier. Are you blind? There's more to the smile, think about it, there's something going on. Lu Feng's appearance sparked discussions among the audience. Who is this person? Why haven't we seen him before? I know him. He seems to be a friend of Chu Zi. I saw Chu Zi wearing a mask personally welcoming them at the VIP entrance earlier. Oh, a friend? Don't worry, even if her friend can play the piano, he definitely can't compare to Master Hoffel. There are some big shots from Shangjiang Dinghui Entertainment here this time, with sharp ears. Ordinary piano performances won't pass muster. If they think it's perfunctory, Chu Zi will be in trouble too. While these two were discussing, the venue suddenly quieted down. Lu Feng's slender fingers gently touched the piano keys, and after smiling lightly at Chu Zi, the prelude began. The melodious piano music started, each note like an elf, continuously plucking at the heartstrings of everyone present. In an instant, everyone was captivated, swaying with the highs and lows of the music. In the evening breeze, how many spirits are hidden? And at that moment, Chu Zi's voice, like a celestial sound, began. At that moment, everyone was enchanted, immersed in the harmonious scene, unable to extricate themselves. The twists of the piano, the ups and downs of the singing, led everyone on a journey to a world of pure and innocent love. Here, they saw countless spirits dancing, stars rising and falling, and beautiful love. As the song ended, the whole venue fell silent, you could hear a pin drop, everyone still immersed in the beautiful atmosphere just now. After a while, applause erupted from every corner of the concert venue. Amazing! This is the first time I've seen such a high level of harmony between piano and voice. Goddess Z's singing is unquestionable, but this young man's piano playing is simply eye-opening, so amazing. Yes, I felt like I was in another world just now. That world was so beautiful. This young man is incredible, I'm going to be his fan from now on. Compared to him, Hoffel is nothing. No wonder Hoffel didn't show up. It seems that our goddess Z has found a more powerful master. Excellent. The crowd below cheered, praising Lu Feng and Chuziai. Even the two big shots from Shangjiang Dinghui Entertainment who came over this time seemed to have discovered a treasure, constantly looking at the elegant Lu Feng on stage, their eyes shining. At this moment, Chuziai slowly walked to Lu Feng's side. Today is my lucky day. God has brought me an unexpected surprise, and I am grateful. As everyone watched in shock, Chuziai directly kissed Lu Feng on the lips. Oh my god, they kissed, my goddess. Although I'm jealous, they are a good match. Who is that lucky guy? The audience was in chaos, as their goddess had just kissed a man in public. Who is that guy? Check. At this moment, some wealthy businessmen and media personnel who came to the concert started to move. The goddess took the initiative to give her first on-screen kiss, which was big news that the media wouldn't miss. The wealthy businessmen who had thoughts about Chuziai wouldn't miss this lucky guy, as he was the woman they wanted. Wooing in the audience felt like something had grabbed her heart, while Le Sui and others covered their mouths in disbelief. Wow, your brother is amazing. That's Chuziai's on-screen first kiss. I think many people's hearts will be broken now. Yes, I feel like I'm dreaming. The goddess's first kiss. Le Sui's friends were shocked. Qin Jie also covered her forehead at this moment, smiling bitterly. Her PR team would be busy again, as many media outlets were already calling. On stage, Lu Feng stared wide-eyed at Chuziai kissing him, unsure of what to do. This girl, is she this bold? It all happened so suddenly, catching him off guard. As their lips parted, Chuziai blushed slightly and smiled shyly at Lu Feng. You're pushing me into the spotlight. Lu Feng glanced at the audience and couldn't help but smile bitterly. I couldn't help it. Chuziai stuck out her cute tongue. At this point, Qin Jie had already brought people up to escort Chuziai off the stage. She took the microphone and said to the audience, "We will give you a satisfactory answer at tomorrow's press conference. Thank you for your support for Z. Don't leave, please explain first. Who is that man?" The audience was not ready to let Qin Jie go, as the scene had happened too suddenly, and they wouldn't be able to sleep without knowing the details. Everyone, please be patient. We will explain the situation at the press conference. But I can reveal one thing, this gentleman is Chuziai's current boyfriend. After some thought, Qin Jie dropped a bombshell and then pulled Lu Feng off the stage. Boyfriend? Chuziai actually has a boyfriend. Indeed, a boyfriend. Otherwise, how could our Z be so casual? Ah, my heart is broken. The goddess has finally been taken. Pfft, big brother, comparing yourself to others, who is the pig after all? Pig? You really think highly of pigs. Do you know who this person is? Who? I just found out. This person is Lu Feng, the real boss of Xiongfeng Capital and the CEO of Tinglong Game Company. He also has many industries in Jiangdu, a true big shot. Wow, so impressive? No wonder he has won the favor of the goddess. Indeed, the evil of capital, even the goddess couldn't resist the temptation of wealth and eventually succumbed. Just add some drama, his piano skills were outstanding just now, even Master Hoffel would have to eat dust behind him. With such talent and good looks, even if he's broke, I think most women would want to be his girlfriend, right? Exactly, talented, wealthy, and handsome, a rare find. Only someone like him could catch the eye of my goddess, a perfect match. A stone stirs 1,000 ripples, and among them are those well-informed, uncovering Lu Feng's identity. Originally disgruntled fans, at this moment, suddenly shifted their support towards Lu Feng and Chu Zi's relationship. There's no way around it. Who made Lu Feng so outstanding? Even if they feel jealous, they have to admit that Lu Feng is more than suitable for Chu Zi. Damn, how could this happen? This girl is so lucky, she actually got someone like him. In the audience, the two shadows were grinding their teeth, their eyes filled with resentment and envy. They never expected that all their carefully planned schemes would come to nothing, and even cause such a big scandal for Chu Zi. Obviously, Chu Zi would once again become the focus of tomorrow. Although the pianist's strategy was disrupted just now, seeing Chu Zi actually kiss Lu Feng, they were quite pleased. They never expected Chu Zi to create such a topic for herself, which would surely ruin her reputation. However, upon learning Lu Feng's identity, they fell silent. If Chu Zi had just randomly picked a handsome guy to create a buzz, the focus might have turned into a scandal, even if this Lu Feng was an excellent pianist. However, with Lu Feng's various identities revealed, any one of them could easily overshadow everyone else. Trying to use this against Chu Zi at this point would only be a dead end. And just as the two were contemplating how to respond, several law enforcement officers arrived behind them. Lu Feifei, Lu Lei, we are from the Law Enforcement Bureau. You are suspected of kidnapping and endangering the safety, reputation, and interests of others. Please come with us. Without giving the two a chance to explain, the law enforcement officers immediately took them into custody and led them away. This scene once again drew the attention of the crowd. Lu Feifei? Lu Lei? Aren't these two also celebrities? Yes, what's going on? I don't know, but these two are not good people. They've always been at odds with our goddess. It seems that Hoffel didn't show up. It might be related to these two. Oh, how so? Think about it, the promotional flyer clearly stated that the internationally renowned pianist Hoffel would perform at this new song release event, but suddenly there's a change. And the law enforcement officers just said they are suspected of kidnapping, endangering the safety, reputation, and interests of others. In this situation, these two are acting suspiciously. It must be related to Chu Zi's matter. Besides, would you come to your enemy's concert? That makes sense, I see. Things inside are not simple. Who cares, as long as they have ill intentions towards our goddess, they deserve their misfortune. As the crowd discussed fervently, Lu Feng and others had already arrived at the backstage lounge. And at this moment, Lu Feng's phone rang. Hello? Okay, I got it. Thank you very much, Director Hoffel. Hanging up the phone, Lu Feng nodded to Chu Zi and Qin Jia. It's settled, it was Lu Feifei and Lu Lei. They have been taken away by the Law Enforcement Bureau. It's really them, humph. They are despicable. Qin Jia said indignantly. When Hoffel and others suddenly lost contact, it was obvious that someone was up to no good, and Qin Jia had also thought of them. These two are artists from the same company as Chu Zi, and seeing Chu Zi's success, they were consumed with jealousy. Instead of thinking about how to improve their own abilities, they constantly looked for opportunities to criticize and set traps for Chu Zi. So, they had always been at odds. But due to the sudden turn of events and lack of evidence, there was nothing they could do for the time being. After knowing about this matter, Lu Feng immediately called Hua Tingxian and briefly explained the situation, asking him to handle it. Upon receiving Lu Feng's call, Hua Tingxian was full of energy. He was just worried that he didn't have a chance to make up for the last incident, so he naturally had to perform well this time. Therefore, Hua Tingxian mustered up his strength and personally led the team to investigate. As someone who could sit in the position of a director, he indeed had real skills. It didn't take long for him to find clues and directly locate Hua Feier and others who were deceived and detained. From them, he learned that the mastermind behind all this was Lu Feifei and Lu Lei. So, he quickly arranged for people to capture these two. This matter has come to a conclusion. I think these two will also receive the punishment they deserve. Let's think about your press conference tomorrow, shall we? Lu Feng looked at Lu Shui and others who were gossiping beside him, speechless. From the moment they left the stage to this lounge, Lu Shui had been gossiping about whether she and Chu Zi were boyfriend and girlfriend, even saying she didn't mind being in a relationship with Chu Zi, but what about Sister Wu Ying? Should they all be together? Seeing this girl babbling, Lu Feng felt a headache. What's so difficult about this? Qin Jia will handle it tomorrow. Chu Zi, on the other hand, didn't care at all. She cheerfully pulled Lu Shui along, talking and laughing. Qin Jia rolled her eyes in silence but slowly spoke, Mr. Lu, this matter is not difficult to handle. We can use Lu Feifei's arrest as a reason. Just tell the fans that you stepped forward at this time, and then confirm your relationship with Z as boyfriend and girlfriend. Z is known for her talent, and it's not forbidden to have a boyfriend. Society is progressing, and not many people stick to old rules. With a protective and extraordinary boyfriend like you, fans will naturally accept it. Qin Jia couldn't help but feel emotional. Chu Zi was really lucky to meet such a high-quality man even when she was on vacation. When she first received information about Lu Feng, she was shocked to find out that Xiongfeng Capital, a commercial giant in the Magic City, was his industry. What shocked her even more was that Starlight Entertainment, on the same level as Tanya Media where she worked, was also owned by Lu Feng. This was why she wasn't worried about how the company would handle Chu Zi's situation this time. If things didn't work out, with Chu Zi's relationship with Lu Feng, she could easily transfer to Lu Feng's Starlight Entertainment. Some people in her company had ulterior motives, always trying to please capitalists by using Chu Zi as a bargaining chip. Oh, I see. Well, it's getting late, so I'll head back now. Glancing at the time, Lu Feng stood up, reluctantly taking Lu Shui with him to leave. You're leaving so soon? I'm going to Hong Kong in a couple of days. Chu Zi said somewhat plaintively. Hey, miss, we're just pretending to be boyfriend and girlfriend for now. Don't make it seem so real. Lu Feng couldn't help but laugh at Chu Zi's reaction. So what if it's real? Are you going to reject me? Besides, you're the man who took my first kiss, so you have to take responsibility for me, right? Lu Feng rolled his eyes. Who took whose kiss? You were the one who initiated it, right? That's right, brother. A girl's first kiss is important, so you have to take responsibility. Chu Zi pushed Lu Shui, who immediately chimed in. After all, she was Chu Zi's little fangirl. Taking photos and getting autographs earlier, she had already won her over. This girl, I have a girlfriend, and it's Angel's sister. Lu Feng sighed and shook his head at Lu Shui. Oh, then why are you still living with Sister Lingling? You scumbag! Lu Shui argued, holding her head in pain and shouting. At this moment, everyone's gaze towards Lu Feng changed, as if they were truly looking at a scumbag. Cough, well, it's getting late, hurry home and sleep, Uncle Air will scold me later. Lu Feng pulled Lu Shui without saying a word, who knows what this girl will blurt out later. Watching Lu Feng's departing figure, Chu Ziyi's lips curved into a charming smile. When she heard Lu Feng say he had a girlfriend, there was indeed a hint of disappointment in her eyes just now. But thinking about it, how could such an outstanding man not have a girlfriend? However, when she heard Lu Shui's words, she seemed to see a glimmer of hope for herself. At this moment, she couldn't understand why she had such thoughts. In the past, she would never have such thoughts, as it was equivalent to being a mistress, which she naturally despised. But now, she felt a hint of self-satisfaction. Qin Jia accompanied Chu Ziyi all the way and naturally understood her thoughts. Seeing her expression at this moment, she couldn't help but smile bitterly. This girl seemed to have fallen. But thinking about it, such an outstanding man, if she were 10 years younger, she might also compete. Outstanding men never lack women, nor will they have only one woman, especially when you have terrifying wealth and power. Along the way, Lu Shui kept chattering excitedly, and her girlfriends were equally excited. Alright, hurry home, I'll take Wu Ying back. Oh big brother, being too handsome can also be a nuisance sometimes. At this moment, Lu Shui remembered Wu Ying who had been silently following them all along, and she raised her heels to pat Lu Feng's shoulder, saying in an old-fashioned manner, "Get lost. He Wu Ying, you have to hold on tight, so many people are eyeing my brother, I'm rooting for you." Before Lu Feng could react, Lu Shui ran off like a bird, waving goodbye to Wu Ying. This brat! Lu Feng looked helplessly at the retreating Lu Shui, feeling speechless. On the other hand, Wu Ying's eyes were constantly shining, and the flowing light finally solidified. At that moment, she seemed to have made a decision. Wu Ying, don't listen to this girl's nonsense, Lu Feng was about to break the awkwardness of his sister's words when suddenly, his mouth was covered by a soft fragrance. At that moment, his pupils dilated suddenly, his mind went blank. Was he kissed again? The awkward kiss lasted for a few seconds before they separated. Wu Ying's cheeks were crimson, as if about to bleed. I like you. At that moment, Wu Ying seemed to have used all her strength to shout at Lu Feng. Having known Lu Feng for over a year through live broadcasts, although they didn't chat much, his silent companionship made her consider Lu Feng as family. The previous few times when Lu Feng took action, not only did he help her regain her dignity, but he also brought prosperity into her life. And today's interaction all day long made her sincerely admire Lu Feng, causing even a homebody like her to act recklessly now. She thought they could take it slow, but just now, even the national goddess Chu Ziyi made a move. Although she was crowned a goddess in the entertainment industry, she couldn't compare to Chu Ziyi, and she felt anxious. When Lu Feng mentioned having a girlfriend named Yao Anqi, and Lu Shui mentioned a Su Fuling, she couldn't remain calm. The strong sense of urgency made her feel that she had to do something, or she would definitely miss this encounter, miss this man. So, she gathered her courage and confessed to Lu Feng. I like you, please be my boyfriend. This. Lu Feng was caught off guard by Wu Ying's sudden move, not knowing what to say. You don't have to answer me right away, I just heard you say you have a girlfriend. I'm not trying to break you up, I can do without a label, I just want to be by your side. Having a little place in your heart is enough for me. Wu Ying lowered her head at this moment, not daring to look at him. All her words showed her humility. She didn't know why she did it, but she just felt like it. Why do you have to make yourself so miserable? Lu Feng shook his head and smiled bitterly. I don't feel miserable, but I feel like I'm not good enough for you. Thinking that Lu Feng was rejecting her, Wu Ying's voice choked up. Shoo, it's not true, don't think like that, you are beautiful, I like you too. Lu Feng hugged Wu Ying and gently pressed his finger against her lips, saying softly. As the words fell, he lowered his head, their lips met, and this time Lu Feng took the initiative to kiss her. Wu Ying's body stiffened, her eyes went from the previous sadness to instant surprise, slowly embracing Lu Feng with her hands, actively responding, tears of happiness falling at that moment. After a while, their lips parted, they looked at each other and both smiled. After sending Wu Ying home, Lu Feng returned to Su Fu Ling's villa. As soon as he entered, he was dumbfounded to see Yao Anqi sitting in the living room, looking at him with a stern face. Anqi, when did you come back? Why didn't you tell me? I could have picked you up. Lu Feng said somewhat nervously. It seems like you had a great time while I was away. Yao Anqi, who was known for being gentle and good-tempered, seemed to be on the verge of anger, her voice filled with a dangerous tone. I didn't. Lu Feng thought to himself that things were not looking good. After the system made him instantly rich, it seemed to have also led him down the path of the Sea King, with too many beautiful women appearing around him. Thinking about it, Lu Feng also suspiciously realized that there were too many coincidences. He hadn't noticed so many beautiful women around him before, but now they were all coming together. But since he had done something wrong, he felt guilty facing Anqi. Just as he was at a loss on how to explain, Anqi suddenly burst out laughing, leaving Lu Feng looking bewildered. Hee, scared you, didn't I? Let's see if you dare not be honest in the future. Ling Ling already confessed to me, and you didn't see that you're also a big flirt. Ah, Su Fu Ling told you everything? Lu Feng looked shocked. Since they both knew, why were they so happy? Did he enter the wrong set? Ling Ling and I made a childhood vow to marry the same man in the future, and it seems to have come true, Anqi said with a smile, showing no sign of concern. Watching Anqi, who didn't seem to be joking, left Lu Feng extremely surprised. Don't be silly, I already confessed our mistake to Anqi, and she forgave us. Of course, the roles have changed from what we said as kids. Anqi is the elder, and I am the younger one. At this moment, Su Fu Ling walked out from the side, smiling. That's not right, before. Why not? You and Lu Feng were the first to confirm your relationship, I'm the second. Su Fu Ling interrupted Anqi directly, reaffirming her thoughts. Lu Feng didn't know what to say. Anqi didn't blame him when she returned, but instead, she and Su Fu Ling were discussing who should take the lead. Was he dreaming? Don't be like that, acting all macho. What's wrong with a successful man having multiple wives and concubines? Your auntie has no objections. At this moment, Su's mother, who didn't care much about the matter, also came out. Honey, that's not fair. Why can Lu Feng have multiple wives and concubines, but I can't? This time, Su's father couldn't take it. Oh, you have the nerve? You've been lagging behind Lu Feng for 2 rounds, and your career is not even half as successful as his, and you still dare to have multiple wives and concubines? Su's mother grabbed Su's father's ear and scolded him. I protest, this is double standards. Su's father wailed. Cut it out, your protest is invalid. Go back to the room and see how I deal with you. Su's mother said, dragging Su's father by the ear back to the room, looking back at the astonished Lu Feng and saying, Lu Feng, it's fine for our Ling to be the younger one, but you have to treat her well, or I won't spare you. With that, she took the wailing Su's father back to the room. Watching Su Mu and Su Fu leaving, Angel and Ling Ling giggling on the side, Lu Feng felt confused. Do successful men really have such privileges? Was the problem that had been bothering him solved so easily? Lu Feng couldn't help but pinch his thigh. Ouch. That hurts. It seemed like he wasn't dreaming, and this made him extremely happy. How many men don't like beautiful women? How many don't wish to live a life like an emperor with 3 palaces and 6 courtyards? Some people might say, not me, I am faithful. Lu Feng would only reply, you're talking nonsense. Are you faithful only when the conditions and policies allow it? Who would believe that? According to statistics, the more someone claims to be faithful, the more likely they are to cheat after marriage. Don't ask me why, that's just how it is. Setting aside his thoughts, Lu Feng felt this was a good opportunity. Since they were being honest, why not be completely honest? Angel, do you really not mind me being with Ling Ling like this? Why should I mind? We are good friends, and we even talked about sharing a husband when we were kids. Besides, Auntie said it's normal for successful men to have 3 wives and 4 concubines, as long as you have me in your heart. Angel said with a smile. Do you think the same way? Lu Feng looked at Su Fu Ling Ling beside him. Of course, come on, those bosses of big corporations, young masters, how many of them don't have 3 wives and 4 concubines? It's just that they don't talk about it openly. There are plenty of illegitimate children out there, what's so surprising about it? Su Fu Ling Ling said indifferently. Well, what if I meet a few more confidants in the future? Lu Feng stared at Angel nervously, his palms slightly sweaty due to nervousness. Sure, it seems like you'll have more than just me as a mistress. At this moment, before Angel could say anything, Su Fu Ling Ling jumped up. Hearing this, Lu Feng, who was tense, couldn't help but roll his eyes. Did she just call herself a mistress? Lu Feng, Ling Ling has told me a lot about you, many things I didn't know before. You are a successful man, having 3 wives and 4 concubines doesn't bother me, but I'll say it again, you must have me in your heart. Angel spoke seriously at this moment, with a hint of sadness in her eyes. What's this about? Lu Feng, catching this moment, asked with a frown. Oh, Angel has had a tough life. She is actually the illegitimate daughter of the chairman of Jinling Taishan Group. What? Shocked by this news, Lu Feng was stunned. He only knew that Angel and her mother depended on each other, but they seemed to live comfortably without worries. Even a few years ago, when his father was hospitalized, she quietly paid the medical expenses anonymously, which inadvertently led to his relationship with Fang Zixuan. Then, after Su Fu Ling Ling's narration, Lu Feng finally understood the whole story. It turned out that Angel's mother, Li Xinyan, had fallen in love with Yao Chuanji, the chairman of Jinling's Taishan Group. At that time, Yao Chuanji had not yet become the chairman. Li Xinyan's family, the Li family, was also a prestigious family in Jinling, and the two families were considered a good match. They were in love, so they quickly got engaged. However, Wang Qinling from Nanguang suddenly appeared and Yao Chuanji fell in love with her at first sight. The Wang family was a wealthy family with assets of over 100 billion, much stronger than the Li family and the Yao family at the time. As a result, the Yao family forcibly separated Angel's parents, and Wang Qinling even threatened Yao's father with Li Xinyan's life to force him to break off the engagement. In the end, Yao Chuanji had no choice but to comply. By then, Li Xinyan was already pregnant with Angel, and the Li family, losing face due to the broken engagement, demanded that she have an abortion. Yao's mother refused to do so, and if it weren't for the intervention of the Li family's matriarch, Yao's father would have almost beaten Yao's mother to death with a stick. In the end, feeling ashamed, they expelled her from the Li family. Over the years, thanks to the secret financial support from the Li family's matriarch and Yao's father, the mother and daughter were able to live a carefree life. Now that uncle is already the chairman of Taishan Group, can't she control her own destiny? Lu Feng couldn't help but ask upon hearing such a melodramatic story. It's not that simple. Angel's father is the chairman on the surface, but the real power is in Wang Qinling's hands. She knows that her uncle has been secretly supporting Angel and her mother, but as long as her uncle and aunt don't meet, she never interferes. But that's also her cleverness. As long as she holds this key, her uncle won't dare to make any big moves, Su Fuling said helplessly. Oh, I see. So, as long as her uncle takes control, Angel's parents can reunite? Well, theoretically, that's the idea. But in practice, it's very difficult. The Wang family is no longer the same as it was many years ago. Now they are cooperating with Mr. Lu from Hong Kong, and their assets have already exceeded 5 trillion. You better not mess with them, Su Fuling advised, sensing that Lu Feng was willing to help. She didn't know that Lu Feng now had absolute control over the Hualuan Group, a company with a market value exceeding 10 trillion. 5 trillion was nothing in front of Lu Feng. Let's not talk about this. Actually, what troubles Angel is that her grandmother is about to turn 60 and she misses her daughter and granddaughter. She hopes they can come back to see her because her grandmother seems to have health issues, and she's afraid. But if they go back, they will definitely be insulted and discriminated against by the Li family. Now that her grandmother's health is not good, she may not be able to protect them, Su Fuling expressed Angel's concerns. Don't worry, this time I'll accompany you and your aunt back. It's been a long time since I've seen your aunt, Lu Feng comforted Angel, patting her head. At the same time, he remembered the warm appearance of Yao's mother when he visited Angel's home in his childhood, a perfect example of a good wife and mother. Really? But if you go with me, you may also face their bullying and humiliation. Angel's eyes lit up with joy, but then dimmed again. She was happy that Lu Feng could accompany her, but she was afraid that Lu Feng would be bullied because of her, which was more unacceptable to her than being bullied herself. Ha, silly girl, don't worry. They don't have the ability to do that. I'll make sure to stand up for you when the time comes, Lu Feng teased Angel's cute little nose and laughed. Lu Feng, don't boast. Even though you have the industries in Jiangdu and the industries like Moda Xiongfeng, and you may not fear the Wang family in terms of market value, but behind the Wang family, there is Mr. Lu from Hong Kong, who is not easy to deal with. You keep mentioning this Mr. Lu. Who is he exactly? Lu Feng frowned upon hearing Su Fuling's words. Su Fuling had a fearless personality. Even if negotiations with the Hualuan Group were not going well, she wouldn't be afraid. But she kept mentioning this Mr. Lu, and it seemed taboo, which piqued Lu Feng's curiosity. And Tianhao still remembers, right? Given my parents' favoritism towards me, they would never agree to such a second-generation rich kid being with me. That's true. But why is that? Is it related to this Mr. Lu? Lu Feng was taken aback by Su Fuling's words. Indeed, he had been puzzled before, and after meeting Su Fuling's parents, he wondered why Su's parents didn't oppose the Ni family's marriage proposal, clearly pushing their daughter into a pit. That's right. Mr. Lu is a businessman in Hong Kong on the surface, with assets reaching billions. But the most important thing is not wealth, but the strange and extraordinary people around him. Anyone who opposes him mysteriously disappears. Although everyone knows it's Mr. Lu's doing, there is no evidence. The Ni family has been cooperating with Mr. Lu. Although they haven't truly climbed up this branch, they are considered one of Mr. Lu's underlings. That's why my parents are wary. But fortunately, with the presence of Grandpa Qin, the Ni family dare not use force. Grandpa Qin also said that the people around him, even he himself, are not easy to deal with. Of course, he said that when he was still recovering from his injuries, so it's hard to say now. Extraordinary people? Old man Qin? Lu Feng frowned, realizing that things were not as simple as he had imagined. Especially when he remembered old man Qin telling him before that the world is not as simple as it seems. At that time, Lu Feng didn't think much about it, but now it seemed that he might come into contact with another side of this world. However, he didn't dwell on it and thought that since he had a system now, he could accept any strange things that might happen in this world. He decided to take it step by step, regardless of extraordinary people, and vowed to protect his woman himself. If Mr. Lu was a dragon, he would still have to bow down to himself. With the system in hand, he felt confident that he could handle anything. Thinking this way, he felt relieved. Don't worry, I've got everything under control. Besides, they are just in a cooperative relationship. If Mr. Lu doesn't get involved, we can all go our separate ways. But if he dares to interfere and bully my woman, he will not have a good ending. As he said this, Lu Feng exuded a supernatural aura of dominance, leaving the two girls beside him stunned. It's getting late. How about we continue this conversation in the bedroom? Without waiting for the girls to react, Lu Feng took Angel and Su Fuling directly into the bedroom. The next day, the warm sunlight shone into the room. Looking at Angel and Su Fuling sleeping beside him, Lu Feng smiled. After a night of passion, he felt even more energetic and not the least bit tired. Recalling the previous night's activities, he felt exhilarated. Ding, the system mall has been refreshed, and new items are available for purchase. Items, Jinling Pharmaceutical Group, price, 1 yuan. Items, Gathering Pill, price, 1 yuan. Ha! System, why are there 2 items available? Lu Feng was slightly surprised to see 2 items in the mall. To congratulate the host on last night's breakthrough in pleasure, a special item has been awarded. Wow, is that even possible? Lu Feng couldn't help but chuckle. According to this logic, would there be additional rewards for 3 or 4 people next time? Why did he feel like the system was guiding him towards the ultimate path of the Sea King? Regardless, he had to commend the system for its thoughtfulness. It seemed that the system realized he was busy last night, as the mall was supposed to refresh at 12 o'clock but only did so when he woke up this morning. Putting aside these thoughts, Lu Feng looked at the 2 items available for purchase today. Jinling Pharmaceutical Group was one of the top 10 pharmaceutical companies in Xia country, with a market value of around 300 billion, mainly focusing on cancer research. This is good. The system recently gave me a book called Compendium of 10,000 Medicines, which contains many formulas for treating various difficult diseases. I can easily create a simple formula and generate substantial income with this pharmaceutical group. Lu Feng thought to himself, smiling. He didn't have a pharmaceutical factory before, and he was too lazy to make one even with the formulas. But now with Jinling Pharmaceutical Group, he could give it a try. Coincidentally, Angel had also studied medicine in college and now worked for a pharmaceutical company in Jiangdu. Seeing her constantly traveling for academic research forums and investment meetings, he thought he could have her manage this pharmaceutical group for him. Lu Feng then looked at the next item. Gathering Pill, a disposable item, a miraculous pill that can instantly gather powerful spiritual energy from the surroundings, enhancing oneself for 5 minutes with no side effects. After watching this, Lu Feng was somewhat shocked, as if this thing was very powerful. However, he asked the system how powerful it could be, and the answer he got was that there would be surprises when using it. So, Lu Feng rolled his eyes and put it into the system space, as he didn't need it for the time being. At this moment, Su Fuling's alarm clock rang. Swoosh, she sat up straight as if by reflex. Oh no! I'm going to be late for today's negotiation. Today was the day of the final negotiation with Song Yuanxiang, the director of the Magic City Council of the Hualuan Group, which was crucial for determining whether the cooperation could be achieved. Don't worry, I'll accompany you, Lu Feng said with a smile, looking at Su Fuling's anxious appearance. After settling Angel, Lu Feng accompanied Su Fuling to the Su's group. It's already 9:15. Does your President Su still want to negotiate cooperation? In the meeting room, Song Yuanxiang slammed the table and roared at Su Fuling's assistant. Sorry, our President Su is already on the way, please wait a moment, Shi Yang replied somewhat anxiously. If you look closely, you will find that this assistant, Shi Yang, was the young man who accompanied Su Fuling in the street racing on the Mitsui overpass. He never expected Su Fuling, who was always meticulous in her work, to encounter such a situation, especially in such an important negotiation. Humph. I don't think she has any sincerity. Song Yuanxiang continued to speak angrily. Director Song, sorry for the delay due to traffic on the way. The door of the meeting room was pushed open, and Su Fuling walked in. Who is this? Upon hearing Su Fuling's voice, Song Yuanxiang's eyes lit up with joy. But when he saw a handsome young man next to her, his expression turned cold again. This time, he felt confident that he could control Su Fuling in the negotiation. Su's group needed this cooperation to undergo transformation, and this opportunity was crucial. He believed that Su Fuling would eventually yield to his authority. However, the sudden appearance of the young man made him feel uneasy. Who is this? I'm her boyfriend. Without waiting for Su Fuling to finish, Lu Feng said directly. Then, under Su Fuling's reproachful gaze, he calmly sat on the side of the main seat. Boyfriend? Song Yuanxiang was first stunned, then seemed to realize something and burst into laughter. You are the Lu Feng who killed Ni Tianhao? Su Fuling, do you think bringing him to the negotiation will increase your chances of success? Although he does have some strength, he is only slightly better than the Ni family and your Su family. In front of our Hualuan, he is nothing. Besides, the Ni family's silence doesn't mean they are safe. Ni Xiaotian might be seeking Mr. Lu's help. Although we are not afraid of Mr. Lu, he is not someone we want to provoke easily. President Su, you dare to be with him. I don't know if I should admire you or call you foolish. You don't need to worry about these things. Let's get back to the point. This cooperation. Su Fuling frowned slightly, still feeling somewhat worried. Song Yuanxiang's words were exactly what she was concerned about. After Ni Tianhao's incident, Ni Xiaotian had not made any moves, which was unusual and likely not a good sign. However, before she could finish her sentence, she was interrupted by Song Yuanxiang again. Regarding the cooperation, I have already mentioned before. If you can agree to my terms, everything will go smoothly. Otherwise, we don't need to risk opposing Mr. Lu. Director Song, please respect yourself. Do you think I will agree to your conditions? And aren't you afraid of the consequences if I report this to the Hualuan headquarters? What will be the outcome of your actions? Seeing Song Yuanxiang determined to force her, Su Fuling was also angry. Threatening me? I just told you, I have the final say here. You can go report to the Warren headquarters if you want. Do you think they will believe you? And Vice President Song Yuanming is my brother. Even if it's Huang Shangming, he has to give him some face. What can you do to me? Hearing Su Fuling's words, Song Yuanxiang sneered arrogantly. To be able to hold a position in Xiaoguanei's geography affairs, he must have some background, otherwise how could he have gotten this lucrative position? Clap clap clap, well said. Did you all hear that? At this moment, Lu Feng raised his hand and inexplicably said, Kid, what are you thinking? Just because you have some industry in Jiangdu, you think you're invincible? In front of us at Warren, you are nothing. Squashing you is like squashing an ant. Song Yuanxiang already considered Su Fuling as his possession, and now suddenly a boyfriend appeared, which made him very unhappy. Seeing Lu Feng like this, he was even more furious. Is that so? Huang Shangmin, did you all hear that? This idiot said squashing me is like squashing an ant. You deal with it. Lu Feng shook his head, looked at Song Yuanxiang as if he were an idiot, and sneered repeatedly. Huang Shangmin? Kid, who are you trying to fool? With your little ability, do you even know him? Ignoring Song Yuanxiang's words, Lu Feng put his phone on the table and turned on the speakerphone. Song Yuanxiang, you bastard, you've caused trouble for me. At this moment, an angry roar came from the phone, shocking Song Yuanxiang so much that he fell off his chair. This was not Huang Shangmin's voice, it was clearly his brother Song Yuanming's voice. Damn it, what the hell have you been up to behind my back? Have I ever mistreated you? You dared to make a move on the chairman's woman, do you want to die? Why didn't our old man shoot you against the wall back then? The roaring voice continued to come out, leaving Song Yuanxiang sitting on the ground in a panic, looking at Lu Feng in horror. Chairman? Although he was in charge of domestic affairs, there was no need to inform him of the top personnel changes. Especially since this happened in the past few days, so he was still unaware. If someone else had said this, he wouldn't believe it, but coming from his own brother, he had to believe it. Chairman, brother, I didn't know. How would I know that Sue was the chairman's woman? Even if you gave me 10,000 guts, I wouldn't dare. At this moment, Song Yuanxiang panicked, not knowing whether to complain to the chairman or to his brother. Obviously, he was in trouble. Even with the identity of a vice president, his own brother probably couldn't help him. Chairman, I'm sorry, I didn't teach my brother well, but I swear, I had no knowledge of this matter. I have always been dedicated to our group, never daring to make any principled mistakes. You can ask General Huang, this beast must have been messing around behind my back. Please Chairman, spare me. Chairman, Song Yuanming is right, he has indeed made many contributions to our group, and has not done anything detrimental or out of line. This should be Song Yuanxiang's personal behavior. After Song Yuanming's explanation, the former chairman Huang Shangmin also objectively gave his evaluation. In a large group like Warren, with tens of thousands of employees, there are bound to be oversights. Well, I understand. Song Yuan Ming, considering your dedication to the group, I won't punish you. But your brother, from now on, he will not be hired, and let him go back, never appear in front of me and my woman again. Lu Feng was not unreasonable, rewarding merit and punishing mistakes, seeking revenge but not involving the innocent. Furthermore, he also understood that this Song Yuanming was completely different from his younger brother. He was outstanding in ability, meticulous in his work, and a loyal person to the Hualuan group. It could be said that without him, the Hualuan group wouldn't be where it is today. Therefore, he had no intention of punishing his brother along with him. Thank you, Chairman, I know what to do. I will make sure to keep an eye on this scum and prevent him from causing any embarrassment. Song Yuanming did not expect Lu Feng to be so enlightened. Initially, when he saw the photo of the new chairman, he thought that such a young person who could take over the Hualuan group must be a prince protected by ancestral spirits. However, today's events made him realize that the chairman was someone who could distinguish right from wrong and would not act impulsively due to personal emotions. This made him, an old servant of Hualuan, feel relieved and vowed to protect the Hualuan group well. Did you hear that? You're fired, now, get out. Lu Feng pointed to the phone and said calmly. Also, what's your name? What's your position? Lu Feng pointed to a person next to Song Yuanxiang and asked, Chairman, my name is Zheng Qian, and I am the manager of the marketing department here. Making money? Lu Feng was surprised by the name. It's you then. You will temporarily take over the position of agent. You will be in charge of signing the contract with the Su family this time. A probation period of 3 months. If you do well, the position of director will be yours. If not, be prepared for headquarters to select someone else. Manager Huang, Manager Song, do you have any objections? No objections, Zheng Qian is capable enough to handle this position. Lu Feng made the decision directly, and Huang Shengmin and Song Yuanming had no objections to Zheng Qian's appointment. And so, the matter was settled. Song Yuanshan left dejectedly, filled with endless regret, realizing that he had led himself to a dead end. His promising future had been completely ruined in an instant. For Lu Feng, this was just a minor incident. Song Yuanxiang's fate had been sealed long before he arrived. However, this series of actions left Su Fuling and Qi Yang dumbfounded. Are you still the chairman of the Hualuan group? Su Fuling looked at Lu Feng in disbelief, shocked by the news. Previously, each of Lu Feng's identities being exposed had already surprised her. But all of that combined, even with the addition of Xiongfeng Capital and Xingyou Entertainment, paled in comparison to his identity as the chairman of the Hualuan group. This was a group with a market value exceeding 10 trillion. She was amazed by how easily he had sealed the deal with just a few words. It all felt so unreal to her. Darling, what other identities do you have that I don't know about? Su Fuling couldn't help but wrap her arms around Lu Feng's neck, sitting on his lap, and asked playfully. I can't tell you that. Everyone needs to have a little secret, right? But how are you going to repay me for today? Lu Feng affectionately kissed Su Fuling and chuckled. Whatever you want tonight. Seeing Lu Feng's aggressive gaze, Su Fuling's face instantly turned red. Hee, but I think you're helping me with something else. What is it? Hearing this, Su Fuling looked at Lu Feng with confusion. Promise me first that you will help me. Another kiss followed. Okay, I promise. Unable to resist Lu Feng's passionate kisses, Su Fuling surrendered. So, Lu Feng told her about the matters concerning Wu Ying, Xu Zi, and Li Shuatong. Oh, so you have so many lovers outside. You're in trouble. Hearing this, Su Fuling was not pleased. She was willing to share with Anqi because their relationship had been special since childhood, and they had both vowed to marry the same man in the future. But these 3 sudden additions made Su Fuling feel a bit sour. You promised to help, so you can't go back on your word. Alright, having more sisters is good too. Otherwise, you are so strong that Anqi and I can't handle it. But you can't be biased just because you have a new love. Su Fuling suddenly thought of last night's craziness. Lu Feng was really too fierce, and the two of them couldn't resist at all. It seems that having more sisters to share the burden is not a bad idea. Of course, you are all my treasures, I won't be biased. Last night was supposed to take the opportunity to talk about this, but because of suddenly mentioning Anqi's background, Lu Feng didn't feel right to bring it up at that time, so it was delayed. Now that Su Fuling has agreed to help, and with Anqi's personality, Lu Feng feels that things are settled. Anyway, internal affairs must be settled first in order to continue being happy. Next, it's time to help Anqi and her mother regain their dignity and status. Lu Feng looked into the distance, squinting his eyes. Yao family, Li family, are you ready? Xiaochen, this time we need you to send us back to Jinling, thank you so much. Yao's mother Li Xinyan smiled, but there was a hint of sadness in her eyes. If it weren't for her mother's deteriorating health, she wouldn't want to go back to that home. Auntie, you are too polite. Anchi is my girlfriend, so it's only right for me to send you back, right? Lu Feng smiled in response. You two have to get along well in the future. When we arrive in Jinling later, Xiaochen, you have to take good care of us. My home. Sigh. Yao's mother's eyes dimmed as she spoke, sighing. Mom, don't think about unhappy things. We are going back to see Grandma, not to compete with them. They can't say anything to us. Anchi comforted her mother, speaking gently. Recently, Grandma's health has been deteriorating. Gathering everyone together for her 60th birthday celebration is not just about celebrating a birthday. Perhaps Grandma has her own arrangements, such as dividing the family property. Although the head of the Li family is Li Fengyan, Anchi's grandfather, without Grandma, the Li family would not be as prosperous as it is now. It is for this reason that under Grandma's protection, Li Fengyan only drove Li Xinyan and her daughter out, without causing further trouble. Even when Grandma Su Xiulan occasionally helped Anchi and her mother, Li Fengyan turned a blind eye. Because Grandma also owns more than 30% of the Li family's assets, it's not easy to confront her. But now that Grandma's health is failing, Li Fengyan and Yao's mother's siblings will naturally take action. Therefore, the treatment they will receive when they return this time is unknown. In Jinling's Li family, the place is decorated with red lanterns and festive decorations. However, the atmosphere among the Li family's descendants is tense, not at all like a birthday celebration, but rather with a sense of confrontation. They know that today Grandma may distribute her share in the Li family among the descendants, so they are all prepared early. Eldest brother, is Grandma's birthday gift ready? Li Zili, the eldest son of the Li family, asked. Dad, don't worry, everything is ready. Li Xinan pushed his glasses and smiled. Well, you know Grandma's situation. This time we must take the lead. Your second uncle, third uncle, they are all ready, don't take it lightly. I know, the more support we have this time, the greater the advantage. I have invited several reputable companies to come and congratulate later. Dad, just wait and see. Good. Nodding in satisfaction, Li Zili's face lit up with a smile. Similar scenes could be seen throughout the Li family. This birthday celebration is a competition of their strength. Approaching noon, the Li family was filled with distinguished guests, and visitors kept coming. Being dominant in Jinling, their strength should not be underestimated. At the main seat, the matriarch Su Xiulan was dressed in a red ceremonial gown, sitting upright. Although she had a smile on her face, it was clear at a glance that her health was not good, with a pale complexion. Facing the congratulations from the people below the hall, she politely nodded and smiled in response one by one. However, upon closer inspection, it was not difficult to notice that she seemed to be looking for something inside the hall. It seemed that she did not find the person she wanted to see, a hint of sadness crossing her eyes. At the entrance of the Li family's house, Lu Feng parked the car and walked over with Angel and her mother. Please show the invitation. The security guard at the entrance stopped these unfamiliar faces, but because he saw Lu Feng driving a Bentley, he still smiled and said, coming this time with Angel and her mother, and also bringing some gifts, it was naturally impossible to drive his Pagani over. And Angel and her mother had not returned to the Li family for many years, and the security guard at the entrance was obviously not from the previous batch, so naturally, he did not recognize them. I am the fourth Miss Li Xinyan of the Li family, here to wish my mother a happy birthday, Yao's mother said as she stepped forward. Fourth Miss? The security guard raised his eyebrows upon hearing this, then whispered a few words to another security guard beside him, who then turned and ran inside. How come I didn't know that the Li family has a fourth miss? Without an invitation, you cannot enter. The security guard's face suddenly turned cold, completely different from before. Why do I need an invitation to visit my grandmother's house? If you don't believe me, you can go and inquire. At this point, Angel was a bit annoyed and stepped forward to say, Inquire? I have been at the Li family for so long and only know that there are uncles, second uncles, and third uncles in the Li family. I have never heard of a fourth miss. Go, don't stand here and talk nonsense. The security guard impatiently waved them away. Click. The sound of bones breaking rang out, accompanied by a scream. The security guard's face instantly turned pale. How dare a watchdog act so arrogantly? Get lost. Lu Feng saw the security guard change his attitude so quickly, and after whispering to the security guard beside him, it was obvious that he was not unaware of the existence of the fourth miss of the Li family, but was definitely acting under someone's instructions to dare to act like this. So, he directly went up and broke the right hand of the security guard who was pointing at Angel and her mother, and kicked him away. This time he came to support Angel and her mother. How could he tolerate such small fries pointing fingers here? Who is this? So fierce? He's so impulsive to start a fight at the Li family's gate, he might regret it later. Yeah, too impulsive. Didn't you hear that woman say she is the fourth miss of the Li family? Fourth miss? The one who was rejected by the Yao family of the Taishan group? Exactly, she was said to have been expelled from the Li family before, and now she's back. It looks like there's going to be a show today. The guests on the side began to discuss. Some of them were knowledgeable about the past of the Li family. Bastard, how dare you act recklessly at the Li residence? What are you all waiting for? Get him. The injured security guard, who seemed to be the leader of their team, shouted angrily, and several other security guards rushed up. Humph. Lu Feng showed no mercy, using his martial arts skills directly. These lackeys needed to be dealt with ruthlessly, or they wouldn't know their own strength. Bang bang bang. In just a few seconds, all the security guards who rushed up were instantly knocked down. The sound of bones breaking continued, each one holding their already twisted joints, howling and rolling on the ground. Watching this scene, the onlookers couldn't help but shudder. Damn, he's really strong. Did he break their limbs? This is going to escalate things. The guests at the entrance all stepped back, to avoid being accidentally injured, watching the miserable scene in front of them, their hair standing on end. Nonsense, who dares to act recklessly at the Li family? A shout came, and a middle-aged man with a group of Li family guards walked out. Ha, it's you? You still have the face to come back? Seeing Yao's mother, the man raised his eyebrows, and anger instantly filled his face. Second uncle, you are too much. Why can't we come back to see our grandmother? Besides, it was grandmother who said she missed my mother and wanted her to come back. The man was none other than the second son of the Li family, Li Fenghan, also Angel's second uncle. Humph, who is your second uncle? You have long been expelled from the Li family, don't try to claim relations. Alright, you are not welcome here, leave. Li Fenghan waved his hand impatiently, about to dismiss them. Whether to leave or not is not up to you. Lu Feng stepped forward, staring at Li Fenghan, squinting his eyes and showing a dangerous look. Who are you? Did you do all this? Li Fenghan pointed at the security guards lying on the ground, raising his eyebrows coldly. I am Angel's boyfriend. These people don't know their place, so I'll take the liberty to teach them how to behave, Lu Feng said lightly. Impudent, young people don't know their place, thinking they're invincible after knocking down a few security guards? At this moment, a sturdy man walked out from beside Li Fenghan, with a physique that clearly showed he was skilled in martial arts, his muscles well proportioned and restrained. With just one glance, it was clear that this person was not easy to deal with. This is Master Wu. It is said that he has unbeatable martial arts skills in Jinling. Is Master Wu going to take action? Then this kid is in trouble. Of course, the Li family's strength is not just talk. It is necessary to gather some talented individuals, and Master Wu is one of them. He has stopped many people with ill intentions towards the Li family. Ah, this kid is too impulsive. Master Wu is not someone these security guards can compare to. The crowd started discussing again when Master Wu appeared. Second brother, why do you have to be like this? Mother just wanted me to come back and see her for a moment. We can talk and then I'll leave, it won't bother you. Yao's mother also started to worry. She knew Master Wu, a formidable figure, and quickly spoke up. Humph. You, fourth sister? Why did you come now? Mother has been waiting for you for a long time. Just as second brother Li Fenghan was about to speak, a voice interrupted him, furrowing his brows. Third brother. Uncle. Seeing the newcomer, Yao's mother and Angel both smiled. The person was Li Fengrui, the third son of the Li family and the only one besides the main mother who treated Angel and her mother well. The gifts and relief from the main mother were also delivered to them through Uncle. Why don't you come with me to see mother? Uncle Li Fengrui gestured, then led Yao's mother and the others inside. Second brother? Master Wu looked at Li Fenghan. Let them go. They won't cause any trouble, and besides, Big brother is not to be trifled with. Let them go and stir things up. Li Fenghan touched his nose, saying indifferently, Humph, that kid got lucky. Master Wu glanced at Lu Feng's back, a hint of resentment in his eyes. The person who spoke among the security guards was his apprentice, now with a broken right hand, which was a blow to his reputation. When Li Xinin and her daughter entered, the main mother Su Xiulan sitting at the head immediately brightened up, a smile instantly appearing on her face. Yen Yen, you finally came. Mother! Yao's mother saw her own mother and tears welled up in her eyes instantly, running over to embrace her. This scene made old Master Li Fengyan frown, while the other guests had various expressions on their faces, most of them gossiping. Many of them had been doing business with the Li family for years and were well aware of some of the family's past events. Today, ostensibly celebrating the main mother's birthday, was actually about dividing her inheritance, and everyone was clear about it. So when Li Xinin and her daughter appeared at this critical moment, everyone felt like they were in for a show. Father. After separating from her mother, Li Xinin weakly greeted her father on the side. Humph. Li Fengyan snorted non-committally, not even looking at her directly. Ignore him. Come, Yen Yen, sit beside me. Is this Angel? You've grown so big, and so handsome, he he he. The old lady glared at the old man beside her, then directly called Yao's mother and Angel over. Grandmother, I wish you a long life and 100 years, as enduring as the southern mountains. At this moment, Angel also took a step forward, sweetly speaking. Okay, my good granddaughter, here, I'll give you a big red envelope. Su Xiulan's eyes were smiling happily like crescent moons, then she took out a big red envelope and handed it over. Thank you, Grandma. Oh, this is my boyfriend, Lu Feng. He came with me this time to see you and wish you a long life. Grandma, I wish you good health and all your wishes come true. Lu Feng also smiled and stepped forward to bow. Oh, both have boyfriends now? Good, good, good. Su Xiulan was extremely happy to hear this and immediately looked at Lu Feng, carefully examining him. Well, this boy is really handsome. What a perfect match you two make. Here, Grandma will also give you a red envelope as a gift. Su Xiulan was even more satisfied after seeing Lu Feng and handed him a big red envelope. Tisk, shameless. It's one thing to come by yourself, but bringing a tag along just to get red envelopes, not even bringing a gift and still calling it a birthday wish. Quite an eye-opener. Ha ha ha. Li Xinyan's words caused laughter throughout the room. Humph. Su Xiulan suddenly became unhappy and snorted in anger, putting an end to the laughter. Don't mind them. Today is my birthday, so I make the rules. All of you sit here with me and chat with Grandma. Su Xiulan, after all, controlled more than 30% of the wealth of the Li family, so others didn't say much. After chatting for a while, it was time for the gift presentation. Second Master Li Fenghan, accompanied by Boss Su from Shanyue Pavilion, presents a pair of dragon and phoenix gold bracelets. Second Master Li Fenghan, accompanied by Boss Chui from Qianghui Trading, presents. The first gifts were from the second master's side, followed by the eldest master's side, and finally the third master's side and some other guests. In fact, everyone knew that this gift presentation was not just about gifts, but about power. Through the gifts, one could see how strong the connections of the Li family's sons were. It could be said that apart from some top financial groups in Jinling, almost all the companies that could come to the event had sent representatives to congratulate. This indirectly reflected the overall strength of the Li family, and the entire gift-giving process made Li Fengyan, who lived in the house, feel ecstatic. On the other hand, the main mother Su Xiulan was not so concerned, just politely returning each gift. She knew very well that these were just for show, and these sons were just trying to secure a larger share in the upcoming division. After about an hour, the gift presentation finally ended, making the guests present once again marvel at the power of the Li family. Singing gifts continuously for an hour, it was evident how many connections were involved. Ahem, thank you all for coming to celebrate my birthday. I believe you all know that this time it's just a birthday celebration, as I am suffering from a stubborn illness and may not have much time left. Mother! Mom, don't say pessimistic things. You'll get better. At this point, the third son of the Li family and Li Xinyan both spoke up. Alright, I know my own body. I called you all here today to bear witness. I plan to distribute more than 30% of the Li family shares under my name to my 4 children today. Upon hearing this, except for the third son who didn't see anything wrong, the old master Li Fengyan, the eldest master, and the second master all frowned. Mom, Li Xinyan is no longer part of our Li family. Is it appropriate to give her a share? At this point, the eldest son Li Zili spoke up. Humph, I decide on my wealth. Xinyan is my daughter and naturally has the right to a share. But rest assured, 1/5 of my share will be evenly distributed among you 4, and the remaining 4/5 will depend on your individual abilities. I have said that whoever shows the strongest strength at this birthday banquet, and whose gift pleases me the most, will receive the largest share. At this point, the main mother introduced the theme of the birthday banquet. Alright, then I'll go first. At this point, Li Xinyan confidently walked out. All eyes followed Li Xinyan as he walked to the center of the hall, smiling as he took out a contract. This is a procurement contract for next year from the Jinling Pharmaceutical Group. 20% of their medicinal materials will be purchased from our Li family next year. What? With Li Xinyan throwing out this contract, the whole scene was in an uproar. The Li family mainly deals in medicinal herbs, and the Jinling Pharmaceutical Group is the largest pharmaceutical group in the area with a huge demand. There are countless merchants who want to cooperate with the Jinling Pharmaceutical Group, and the competition is fierce, so it is not easy to secure the contract. Don't underestimate the 20%, the profit is already considerable, and this volume is enough to double the Li family's medicinal herb business. Amazing, with this, the Li family's income will reach a new level. Indeed, the Jinling Pharmaceutical Group, it's not easy to secure their business, they must have paid a high price. Li Daxiao is truly capable. This time the Li family's main mother is looking at their capabilities. Whoever can manage the Li family better, once this contract is secured, it should be stable. Yes, no wonder Li Daxiao is so confident. With that, everyone couldn't help but praise, making Li Xingyan look even more proud as he glanced towards the second and third uncles. As for Yao Anqi, he didn't even look. Only Lu Feng, when he saw Li Xingyan showing off this 20% medicinal herb procurement contract, was stunned. His thoughts were, is this something worth showing off? However, at this moment, Li Shiku, the second uncle's son, walked out. Big brother is indeed amazing, to be able to secure the contract with the Jinling Pharmaceutical Group, admirable. However, in my opinion, nothing is more important than grandma's health, no matter the size of the business. With that, Li Shiku took out an exquisite jade box, circled around it, and slowly opened the lid amidst everyone's confusion. Inside was a bright green pill, a medicinal fragrance instantly spreading out. Anyone who took a whiff would feel a wave of relief, fatigue disappearing. What is this? Just by smelling it from a distance, I feel all my fatigue is gone. Yes, me too. Not only that, I feel my bloated stomach has eased a lot. Miracle medicine, I wonder what this is. With this, the whole scene was once again in an uproar, while the brows of Li Xingyan and his son furrowed. They also felt the extraordinary nature of this medicine, and probably understood Li Shika's intentions. No matter how big the business is, what use is it if it doesn't bring satisfaction to grandma's health? One needs to be alive to have everything. If one dies, what use is even millions in wealth? This medicine is called rejuvenation. I managed to obtain it through many connections from the great master of Xia country. After the introduction, Li Shika held the rejuvenation pill and approached his grandmother, handing it over with both hands. Grandma, according to a friend, this medicine is very miraculous. No matter what stubborn illness or severe condition, it can extend life by at least 3 months. What? Extend life by 3 months? Indeed, the great master's hand, this medicine is too powerful. The powerful one is the second young master. Not everyone can meet the great master Lin Tiansheng, let alone obtain such a miraculous medicine from him. Yes, it seems this time the second young master is the big winner. After hearing about the effects and origin of the rejuvenation pill, the whole place exploded. Everyone was amazed. Li Zili and his son felt like they were facing a formidable enemy, and Li Xingyan's previous confidence was completely gone. They never expected that the second brother would actually find such a miraculous medicine, extending life by 3 months. Although 3 months pass in the blink of an eye, often this short period can change many things. Good, Kur, you have a good heart. Even the main mother Su Xiulan couldn't help but show surprise in her eyes and praised. Everyone fears death, and Su Xiulan is no exception. Living one more day is naturally better, especially extending life by 3 months. Only Lu Feng's expression became more and more strange, never expecting that the pill he casually taught Lin Tiansheng before would be treated as a treasure by them, making him smile. The eldest and second sons have already presented their gifts, and now everyone is looking towards the third uncle. The young uncle Li Fengrui smiled awkwardly and gestured to his son beside him. So, Li Shiqiang handed over a red rectangular gift box containing a ginseng. Grandma, I am incompetent, and I could only find this wild ginseng that is 100 years old as a gift. It's okay, it's the thought that counts. Su Xiulan did not show any disdain or blame, she accepted it with a smile. It's not easy to find 100-year-old wild ginseng, it's a good thing. That's right, but compared to the gifts from eldest young master and second young master, it does seem a bit lacking. Yes, it seems third master is out of the game. There are many ginsengs in the market, claiming to be 100 years old or even 500 years old, but true wild mountain ginseng is rare, especially one that has reached 100 years. Normally, such a gift would be considered very valuable, especially for health purposes. However, compared to the gifts from eldest young master and second young master, it did seem underwhelming. However, third master Li Fengrui and his son Li Shiqiang did not show much change in their expressions. Apparently they were not the type to compete aggressively. At this moment, second master Li Fenghan, who felt confident, spoke up. Li Shinin, you said you came back this time to celebrate mom's birthday, so where is your gift? You didn't come back empty-handed to claim your share of the family property, did you? That's quite impressive to come back empty-handed. Exactly, Li Shinin, at least you should have taken a share, to show some respect. It would also broaden our horizons. Li Zili also joined in with sarcasm, expressing his dissatisfaction with being left behind. Yao's mother blushed, feeling at a loss. She did bring a gift, but they were just those nutritional supplements commonly found in the market. Although expensive, they paled in comparison to any of their gifts. At this moment, she was unsure whether to present the gift or not, feeling very embarrassed. On the other hand, Lu Feng walked out indifferently, carrying bags of gifts from the car's trunk and walked back in. Grandma, I heard that your health is not good, so we bought some easily digestible and tasty nutritional supplements for you to enjoy more often. Good, Lu Feng, you are considerate. Su Xiulan happily accepted all the gifts, showing no dissatisfaction. The fact that Angel and her daughter came to see her already made her very happy. Is this it? You can buy this kind of junk anywhere on the way, and you dare to bring it as a gift? Xining, your son-in-law is really out of line. But Li Zili and Li Fenghan couldn't stand it and started mocking. The guests also started teasing and discussing, casting mocking glances. Who said this is a gift? This is just a snack for Grandma. As for the gift, Grandma, do you think I can secure the entire procurement quota for Jingling Group's medicinal herbs next year? Can your Li family handle it? Lu Feng glanced at Li Zili and Li Fenghan, astonishingly saying, What? The entire quota? This time, everyone felt like their ears were playing tricks on them and exclaimed, Are you kidding? Can he, of all people, secure the annual procurement contract for Jingling Pharmaceutical Group? I say, Li Xining, is your son-in-law out of his mind? Making claims without any basis? Who does he think he is? The chairman of Jingling Pharmaceutical Group? Ha ha ha. Upon hearing Lu Feng's words, Li Zili and Li Fenghan directly burst into laughter, causing the guests to laugh along. Old Master Li Fengyan even snorted disdainfully, not bothering to look at him. Even the main mother Su Xiulan's smile froze on her face, with a slight frown. Lu Feng's words were just too unrealistic. The annual procurement volume of Jingling Pharmaceutical Group was astronomical. Although the Li family was huge, they had no capability to fulfill their entire annual order. To put it bluntly, the annual procurement volume of Jingling Pharmaceutical Group could easily support 8 to 9 families like the Li family. Because of this, Li Xinyan had already won the envy of everyone by securing a 20% stake in the contract. Lu Feng. Yao's mother also tugged at his sleeve, hesitating to speak. Grandma, I just want to ask you, can you eat it? Lu Feng ignored what others were saying and looked directly at Su Xiulan again. The Li family really can't handle it. 40% is already the limit. Although she thought it was absurd, Su Xiulan reluctantly agreed to consider Angel's mother and daughter. Oh, 40%? Then 40 it is. Lu Feng touched his chin and nodded. Wow, you're really getting into it, talking nonsense so seriously. At this point, Li Xinyan couldn't help but sneer. It took countless manpower, financial resources, and many connections to secure this 20% contract. Now this Lu Feng was talking as if the share contract of Jingling Pharmaceutical Company was just a cabbage on the side of the road. Want as much as you want? Oh, what if I get it? Lu Feng looked at Li Xinyan with interest. If you can get it, it's up to you. Okay, if I get it, you and your son will hand over the management of the Li family company to Angel, and give up the inheritance rights of the Li family property. Lu Feng said directly. Ha, you have quite an appetite. But what if you don't get it? If I don't get it, it's up to you guys. Lu Feng shrugged. I don't see you having much to lose either. How about this? I'll be generous. If you lose, Angel and her mother will never appear in front of our Li family again, and you will also give up all inheritance rights to the Li family property. At this point, Li Xinyan exchanged a glance with his father Li Zili after a moment of silence. Alright, I promise for her. Looking back at Angel, he found that she did not show any signs of wavering because of his words. So Lu Feng smiled, and agreed. Absurd, I disagree. Su Xiulan spoke up to stop it, as she had left a portion of her property to Angel and her mother. Even if it was just a fifth of it, it was still a considerable wealth for them. Grandma, please trust Lu Feng. At this moment, Angel stood firmly by Lu Feng's side, fully believing in him, because she believed that Lu Feng would not act recklessly and never do anything without certainty. But, Mom, look, Angel said so. She is an adult now, with the ability to make her own judgments. Since she believes so firmly, you don't need to stop her. Li Zili interrupted Su Xiulan's attempt to persuade, and said directly. Su Xiulan shook her head, didn't say anything more, but was a little disappointed in Lu Feng and her granddaughter. They were still too young, too stubborn, and too concerned about face. How could such a thing be possible? Even she and the old master of the Li family, Li Fengyan, had some connections with the management of Jingling Pharmaceutical Group, but it was impossible to secure such a large stake. Please. Seeing Su Xiulan no longer objecting, Li Xinyan sneered at Lu Feng. I'm Lu Feng. Prepare a 40% share of next year's medicinal herb procurement contract, sign with the Li family of Jingling. I'm at the old Li family mansion now, about 20 minutes away, right? I remember you're not far from here. Lu Feng didn't respond to Li Xinyan, but made a phone call directly. Wait 15 minutes, Xinyan said he'll be here soon. Hanging up the phone, Lu Feng said directly. You really put in some effort, knowing their chairman is called Xinyan. Okay, we'll wait for you for 15 minutes. Li Xinyan sneered, full of disdain. Just now, Lu Feng's tone was completely commanding. Who was the chairman of Jinling Pharmaceutical Group, Chen Yan? Could someone like you order him around? Most of the guests on the side shook their heads and sneered, not believing it at all. They are all entrepreneurs who have been in Jinling for N years. Naturally they have some understanding of Jinling Pharmaceutical Group. Even the head of the Li family and the main mother have to bow their heads to Chen Yan. How dare you, a young man, speak to Chen Yan in this tone? Too fake. As time passed by, the ridicule on the faces of the Li family and the guests became more intense, and Su Shilan frowned so much that water could almost be wrung out. Only Lu Feng and Qi were talking and laughing, completely unconcerned. 15 minutes have passed. Where is the person you mentioned, Director Chen Yan? If you don't have the ability, don't brag. What's wrong with learning something good at a young age? Why learn to brag? Seeing that the time had come, Li Xinyan and others began to directly attack Lu Feng. Sorry, there was traffic on the way, I'm late. Just then, a slightly wealthy middle-aged man rushed in, sweating profusely, obviously in a hurry. Chairman Chen? Seeing the newcomer, everyone was stunned. Isn't this the chairman of Jinling Pharmaceutical Group, Chen Yan? Oh, Chairman Chen, your visit really makes our Li family shine. At this time, Li Zili directly greeted him. Even the old man of the Li family, Li Fengyan, stood up, his face full of wrinkles filled with smiles. Chen Yan, this big shot, is someone they couldn't invite. Seeing him arrive, everyone was not only stunned but also delighted, but they would never have thought that Chen Yan was actually called by Lu Feng, because the two had no connection at all. Chairman, I'm sorry for being late. But Chen Yan seemed not to see the Li family who came to greet him, and went straight to Lu Feng with a very respectful attitude. What? Chairman Chen called that kid chairman? I seem to have heard him call Lu Feng chairman, am I wrong? At that moment, everyone was stunned, looking at the scene in front of them in disbelief. Well, did you bring the contract? I brought it. I have stamped our company seal, just need the Li family to sign and stamp. Chen Yan respectfully handed the contract to Lu Feng, not even wiping the sweat from his forehead. Seeing the contract handed over by Lu Feng, Su Shilan just glanced at it, her face full of shock. The contract was real. Li Zili and others also instantly surrounded them, looking at the contents of the contract. Oh my, is it really a 40% contract? This time, they were all dumbfounded, their faces swollen directly. Impossible, this is absolutely impossible. Li Zili and his son completely did not believe everything they saw in front of them. This is too ridiculous. Just finding a son-in-law makes him the chairman of Jinling Pharmaceutical Group? You must be acting. At this moment, Li Xinyan seemed to be greatly stimulated and shouted out. However, this time, the guests did not agree with him anymore, but instead mocked him. Acting? Is this young master out of his mind? Exactly. What is Chen Yan's identity? Coming here to act? It's amazing he can think of that. People always can't face their own failures. This time, the father and son are in trouble. They have to hand over power. Not just hand over power, they have lost the inheritance right. Isn't it a futile effort, and in the end, it benefits the fourth misli? Impulsiveness is the devil. Without understanding the son-in-law's details, he is shouting here, who will be unlucky if not him. At this moment, when the wall fell, everyone pushed. All kinds of sarcastic words attack Li Zili and his son. Are you really the chairman of Jinling Pharmaceutical Group? Even Su Shilan, at this moment, felt that everything in front of her was like a dream. Yes, Director Lu is the current chairman of our Jinling Pharmaceutical Group. Before Lu Feng could speak, Chen Yan smiled and said, Grandma, as mentioned before, the management of the Li family will be handled by Qi in the future. This contract can be established. Lu Feng looked at Su Shilan, waiting for her reply. Wait, the management of the Li family company is not decided by just the eldest brother. At this time, Li Fenghan walked out. Oh, how do you want to proceed? Lu Feng looked at him with interest. I admit, I underestimated you before. Our Li family's current financial strength indeed cannot compare to your Jinling Pharmaceutical Group. But let's be frank, with the Li family's heritage, how extensive are our connections? Even if we don't do business with you, we won't starve. At this point, Li Fengyan changed the topic. Furthermore, even if your wealth is extraordinary, is life not precious? If you can produce something surpassing the revival pill, then I will truly admire you. That's right, and I can tell you some news. The national expert Lin Tiansheng has already granted us, the Li family, exclusive rights to produce the revival pill. So, whether Jinling Pharmaceutical Group accepts our business is not that important. At this moment, Li Shika dropped another bombshell. What? Everyone exclaimed. So this is the second young master's trump card? Indeed, the second young master is impressive. But why didn't he reveal it earlier? Are you silly? Just that revival pill alone is enough to overshadow the eldest young master's family. There's no need to reveal this trump card. Exactly, if it weren't for Lu Feng exposing his identity as the chairman of Jinling Pharmaceutical Group, he wouldn't need to reveal this trump card at all. Incredible, if the revival pill really comes out, its market potential is undeniable. Yes, in this case, whether Jinling Pharmaceutical Group accepts the contract or not doesn't matter. With this revival pill, the Li family's wealth and status in the future will definitely surpass Jinling Pharmaceutical Group. Everyone now leaned towards Li Fenghan and his son. Even the old man Li Fengyan, who had been silent, showed a gleam in his eyes and laughed heartily. Good, with you, Kur, my Li family is truly fortunate. Ha, I entrust the future of my Li family to you. Old man, you. Seeing Li Fengyan making a direct decision, Su Xiulan exclaimed. Although she was amazed by her grandson's abilities, it was not wise to directly confront Jinling Pharmaceutical Group like this. Old woman, you don't need to say much. Setting aside the fact that the revival pill will bring a revolutionary leap for the Li family, its medicinal effects alone are crucial for you now. Since it's a win-win situation, why care about anything else? Although he had been shocked and delighted when Lu Feng presented the contract of Jinling Pharmaceutical Group earlier, he still felt a bit uncomfortable accepting gifts from the abandoned daughter's family. But now, with his grandson throwing such a bombshell, he naturally supported it without hesitation. In fact, the future benefits and prestige that the revival pill would bring to the Li family were definitely higher. Just because of this revival pill, you are so proud? Lu Feng sneered, looking disdainful. Oh, such arrogance. Can you show me something better than this revival pill? Li Shika immediately mocked. If I can, will you and your son give up the Li family's management rights? Renounce the inheritance of the Li family's assets? Lu Feng picked up his wineglass, looked at Li Fenghan and his son with interest. No problem, as long as you can produce it, we will give up our management and inheritance rights. But if you can't, then get out of the Li family immediately. Li Fenghan agreed directly at this point. It was a sure-win situation. This was a creation of the national expert Lin Tiansheng. In the field of medicine, who could surpass him? Moreover, the unheard-of effects of the revival pill had left him speechless when he first learned about it. Although Lu Feng seemed mysterious with his young age as the chairman of Jinling Pharmaceutical Group, he was definitely not simple. No matter how strong your financial background is, medicine is not something that money alone can solve. Therefore, Li Fenghan was completely confident. Then watch closely. With Li Fenghan's agreement, Lu Feng stood up directly. He also took out a jade box from his pocket and placed it in front of Su Xiulan. This pill, also named Rejuvenation, is an advanced version of your grandson's Rejuvenation pill. Its medicinal effect is slightly stronger, capable of directly curing some stubborn illnesses. Even those currently deemed incurable by medical science can live pain-free for an additional 3 years. As his jade box opened, a green light far more dazzling than the previous Rejuvenation pill suddenly appeared. In just an instant, a rich scent of medicine filled the entire Li residence. Upon closer inspection of this Rejuvenation pill, it seemed to have an auspicious dragon swimming on its surface, appearing and disappearing intermittently. Miraculous medicine. This Rejuvenation pill seems to be much stronger than second young master's Rejuvenation pill. Just by smelling it, I feel no pain in my protruding lumbar disc. Yes, my old cold legs seem to be nimble now. This is just by smelling it. What if we take it? At this point, everyone's eyes lit up. While the previous Rejuvenation pill was indeed powerful, Li Shika also mentioned that the medicine was only able to extend the lifespan of critically ill patients by 3 months, without mentioning its ability to cure some difficult diseases and stubborn illnesses. This pill, on the other hand, not only can cure some stubborn illnesses but also extend the life of critically ill patients by 3 years, all while living pain-free. This difference is significant, and everyone knows which medicine is more powerful. Impossible, this is absolutely impossible. How could you have such a medicine? Li Fenghan widened his eyes, completely unable to accept this fact. Because the Rejuvenation pill you brought out has the formula I gave to Lin Tiansheng. What? Lu Feng's casual remark stirred up a storm, leaving everyone present shocked. The formula for the Rejuvenation pill was actually given by him to Master Lin? No way. How old is he? How old is Master Lin? Age has nothing to do with it, right? Otherwise, how do you explain this more powerful Rejuvenation pill in his hands? I still don't believe it. Master Lin is a great figure. Could Lu Feng be even more powerful than him? It might not be him personally, maybe someone behind him provided the prescription? Even so, that's quite impressive, right? That's a great figure, even more powerful than a great figure. It must be a terrifying existence. With that in mind, everyone's gaze towards Lu Feng changed. Impossible, who is Master Lin? How could you have given him the formula? Li Shika shouted hysterically at this point. Believe it or not. Just as Li Fenghan was about to say something, the phone rang. Hello? Master Lin. Alright, I'll be waiting for your arrival. Hanging up the phone, Li Fenghan smiled. Humph. Words are just words. Besides, no one knows the effectiveness of this medicine. Master Lin is coming over soon, and the truth will be revealed then. What? Master Lin is coming over? This news excited Li Fengyan and Su Xiulan as well. Master Lin is not only a great figure but also a general of the Xia kingdom. His visit to the Li family naturally made them feel honored and excited. Lu Feng just smiled and sat down calmly. Humph, let's see how long you can keep pretending. For the Li father and son, they would never believe that Lu Feng gave the formula for the rejuvenation pill to Lin Tiancheng. Although the pill Lu Feng presented indeed seemed stronger than their own rejuvenation pill, it was only superficial. No one knew the actual effectiveness of the medicine. When they first obtained the rejuvenation pill, if Lin Tiancheng hadn't said so, even if the appearance was good, they wouldn't have believed it. After all, who would believe such medicinal effects? It's like doing commercial advertising or endorsements. It requires a public figure with authority to make people believe. So when Lu Feng talks about how good his pill is, they won't believe it. Anyway, when Master Lin arrives, this lie will surely be exposed. During the wait for Master Lin's arrival, the atmosphere at the Li residence's banquet was somewhat tense. The guests on the side seemed to have taken a roller coaster ride today, with constant twists and turns leaving them a bit dizzy. Of course, such events also gave them something to talk about. Walking out of here, today's events would likely become a topic of discussion for them in the future. Master Lin is here. At this moment, the greeter at the door shouted, and everyone stood up and looked towards the door, except for Lu Feng, who remained seated there calmly sipping his wine. Master Lin, your presence truly brings radiance to this humble abode. The host Li Fengyan welcomed him with Su Xiulan by his side. While they might not stand up to greet others, Lin Tianqing's status naturally warranted a different treatment. Master Li is too kind. I have some matters to discuss with Li Fenghan, and I heard today is Master Li's mother's birthday, so I came to offer my congratulations. After all, we have future collaborations. Lin Tianqing said cheerfully. He had come this time to follow up on the delegation of making the rejuvenation pills by the Li family, and to clarify some details. Yes, we will rely on Master Lin's guidance in the future. Li Fengyan, upon hearing about collaboration, also smiled happily and laughed heartily. I dare not claim to guide you. Since I have entrusted the production and sale of these rejuvenation pills to your Li family, I hope you will not disappoint my expectations. The purpose of this medicine is to benefit the people, so I hope the pricing will not be too exorbitant. In fact, Lin Tianqing's visit was to address this matter. He did not want this good medicine to become unaffordable for most people due to high prices, which would deviate greatly from his original intention. Master Lin, rest assured, we will only add necessary labor costs to the production, and the profit will not exceed 20%, as promised earlier. This medicine is mainly intended to benefit the people, Li Fenghan assured him, patting his chest. Well, that's good. Lin Tiancheng nodded in agreement. He could accept a 20% profit, as businesses also needed to make money. By the way, Master Lin, there is something I would like to confirm with you. Li Fenghan spoke up. Oh, what is it? I heard that the formula for these rejuvenation pills was given to you by a young man named Lu Feng? How dare you speak like that? Upon hearing Li Fenghan's words, Lin Tiancheng was immediately angered. Sure enough, this kid is talking nonsense and has angered Master Lin. This will be interesting. Lying and implicating Master Lin, Lu Feng is in big trouble now. I didn't expect Lu Feng to be like this, truly ignorant of the situation. At this moment, everyone thought Lu Feng was in big trouble. Li Fenghan and his son were particularly delighted, thinking, see, you bragged to me, and now that Master Lin is angry, you're done for? Yao's mother and Su Xiulan, on the other hand, were worried, thinking, oh no, we've offended Master Lin now. Just as everyone was speculating, a slap landed directly on Li Fenghan's face. You scoundrel! Lin Tiancheng scolded him. Master Lin, please calm down. I didn't say that. It was that kid Lu Feng who claimed to have given you the prescription. I just wanted to confirm it with you. Li Fenghan cried out in grievance. How dare you speak so recklessly? Lu Feng is my master. How dare you address him in such a disrespectful manner? You scoundrel! With that, another slap followed. Li Fenghan cried out in pain, spinning in place from the force of the slap. Although Lin Tiancheng had been involved in medical matters, he was also a senior officer and had some skills. His angry strike was not something Li Fenghan could bear. After 2 slaps, his left cheek was already swollen, but the pain was no longer his concern. He looked in horror at Lu Feng, who was still sitting there, with Lin Tianqing's words echoing in his mind. Lu Feng is my master. Master? Oh my god, how could this be possible? Li Fengnian wanted to curse in his heart. What the hell is going on? The young Lu Feng first transformed into a director of the Jinling Pharmaceutical Group, defeating Li Zili's family. Now he suddenly became Lin Tianqing's master? Is he still not awake? But the pain on his face made him realize that this was not a dream. Humph. Just because of your disrespect towards my master, this cooperation is cancelled this time. Lin Tianqiang also had a stubborn temper. After becoming his apprentice, he consulted Lu Feng several times on medical skills, making him admire Lu Feng even more. The stunning techniques and formulas overwhelmed him, and Lu Feng showed him a whole new world of medicine. Because he admired Lu Feng so much, hearing someone else call him a master's kid, naturally made him furious and didn't want to cooperate anymore. The master's enemy is naturally his opponent. Ah, Master Lin, calm down. When he heard that the cooperation was to be cancelled, Li Fengnian couldn't sit still and begged for mercy directly. Humph. Offending my master is offending me, Lin Tianqiang. There's no need for cooperation. Lin Tianqing's expression changed rapidly, completely different from when he first entered. At this moment, he exuded a domineering aura, causing everyone to gasp in surprise. Alright, Tianqiang, this is the home of my future wife. At this moment, a calm voice sounded, and Lu Feng slowly stood up. Master? Hearing Lu Feng's voice, Lin Tianqing turned his head with a look of surprise. Indeed, it was Lu Feng. Master, what are you doing here? I came with my girlfriend Anqi. This is her mother, Li Xining, her grandmother Su Xiulan, and this is her uncle Li Fengrui and his son Li Shiqiang. Lu Feng introduced Anqi and the others, but what surprised everyone was that he even introduced Anqi's uncle and cousin. Lin Tianqiang, being shrewd, immediately understood the relationships involved. It seemed that the main mother and uncle in the Li family were on his side. Hello, master's wife, the eldest sister, let's discuss the rest separately. Lin Tianqiang respectfully bowed to Anqi, but he couldn't bring himself to call Anqi's mother and grandmother. After all, he was a senior martial artist of a certain age, how could he address them? He managed to call Su Xiulan eldest sister since they were similar in age. This scene left everyone stunned, even making Anqi blush. Being able to call someone who could be his grandfather master's wife felt. You can imagine it. Damn, is it true? Master Lin is Lu Feng's disciple? Why does this feel like a fantasy? Is it really that exaggerated? I've thought of a million scenarios, but I never expected Lu Feng to be Master Lin's master. My goodness. Exactly, with Jinling Pharmaceutical Group and Master Lin as the two big mountains pressing down, what waves can the second young master make now? He's in trouble. This scene left all the guests in shock, unable to predict such a result. The dramatic scene made Li Fengnian's expression extremely strange. At this moment, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He never expected that a mother and daughter he had abandoned would find such a son-in-law. Jinling Pharmaceutical Group and Lin Tianqing's master, neither of which his Li family could bear. It seems that I'll have to be more cautious in the future. Li Fengnian couldn't help but think. Xining, please take Master Lin inside to sit, don't just stand there. Thinking about it, the old man approached with a smile. Okay. Seeing Li Fengnian suddenly so enthusiastic towards her, Yao mother Li Xining was a bit at a loss. Wait. Lu Feng said a word and then turned to look at Li Zili and Li Fenghan and his son. We had an agreement before, and all the guests present saw it. I, Lu Feng, won twice. So, the four of you can leave. In the future, the Lis and the Li family have nothing to do with you. Su Xiulan hesitated to speak, and Yao's mother was the same because Lu Feng's eyes told them that their persuasion was useless. Lu Feng, we know we were wrong. Please spare us, considering that Xin Yan and I are siblings, and Anqi is my niece. At this moment, Li Zili was the first to beg for mercy, forced to bow to the situation. If I had known this day would come, why bother in the first place? Get out. What? My master's words don't matter? Seeing that the head of the Li family did not react, Lin Tianqing frowned and was about to lose his temper. They matter. Guards, kick them out for me. From now on, they are no longer part of the Li family. At that moment, the head of the family once again showed his style of disowning relatives for the sake of reputation and interests. As the words fell, the Li family's guards directly kicked the four out. Dad, you can't do this, I am your son. A miserable cry came, but the old man Li Fengnian just twitched his eyebrows, showing no intention of keeping them. Lu Feng couldn't help shaking his head at this scene. In the eyes of this old man, perhaps only the reputation and interests of the Li family remained. Initially, he could drive Anqi's mother away for the sake of reputation, and now he could easily disown his two sons for profit and power. However, Lu Feng didn't care about all this, he just wanted Angie to live well, nothing else. Swish! Be careful! Lu Feng pushed Yao's mother aside, caught a flying knife in his hand. Nonsense! Get him! Lin Tiancheng was furious that someone dared to attack under his nose. Several guards followed suit. The person who threw the knife flashed and disappeared. Aunt, do you have any grudges with Wu Huyuan? Lu Feng furrowed his brows, looking at the startled Yao's mother, Li Xinyan. It was obvious that the flying knife was not aimed at him but at Li Xinyan. I don't know. Wu Huyuan was just recruited when I was expelled from the Li family. We only met a few times, and there was no hatred. Li Xinyan recalled slowly. Oh, Lu Feng thought for a while but couldn't figure out why this person wanted to assassinate Yao's mother. Uncle, grandmother, do you have any clues? At this moment, Lu Feng looked at Su Shilan and Li Fengrui. Both shook their heads, but Li Fengyan spoke up. Wu Huyuan applied to be our guard himself. I hired him after observing him a few times, as he used to run a martial arts school in Nanfoshan in Nanguan. Nanguan? Lu Feng's eyes lit up, forming a conjecture in his mind. Humph. It seems someone can't wait, afraid that Aunt will turn things around. Are you saying Wu Huyuan is working for Wang Qinling? Hearing Lu Feng's words, everyone was shocked. If what Lu Feng said was true, Wang Qinling was terrifying for infiltrating the Li family for so long. It seemed normal usually, but today, seeing the powerful son-in-law Li Xinyan brought, he was ready to assassinate directly to prevent future troubles? Thinking this way, things seemed to make sense. Nanguan's Wang Qinling? You mean the wife of Yao Chuanji, the chairman of Taishan Group? Lin Tiancheng asked unexpectedly. Oh, you know too? Yao Chuanji is Angie's biological father, and Wang Qinling is the one who separated her parents. Lu Feng stated directly. Is that so? But this Wang Qinling seems to have some connection with Mr. Lu from Hong Kong. This person is very mysterious. Master, you better not act rashly for now. Lin Tiancheng seemed to have something unspeakable, glanced around, and gave Lu Feng a meaningful look. I understand, but since she has taken action, regardless of who this Mr. Lu behind her is, Wang Qinling must also pay the price. Since Lin Tiancheng mentioned this Mr. Lu in a hesitant manner, he was naturally not an ordinary person. Lu Feng was not reckless and would not forget his place just because he had a system. At least for now, he had not reached the level of being invincible. So, he temporarily suppressed his anger and began to arrange matters for the Li family. Under Lu Feng's arrangement, Yao's mother took charge of the Li family, assisted by her nephew Li Fengrui and his son. Anqi directly took over the Golden Collar Pharmaceutical Group, assisted by Qingyan. The old master Li Fengyan was sidelined, but he did not resist and instead accepted it willingly. For him, as long as the Li family developed in a positive direction, he had no objections. The old stubborn man had his own persistence, which made Lu Feng admire him. Since he was cooperative, Lu Feng naturally did not make things difficult for him. As for Su Shilan, Lu Feng did not let her take the revival pill, but personally intervened. Lin Tiancheng once again widened his eyes, witnessing the profound dragon needle technique, completely captivated. In the end, Su Shilan's stubborn illness was naturally cured, and she regained her vitality. This made Anqi and her daughter very happy, and even the old man Li Fengyan began to sincerely admire Lu Feng. With such a nephew-in-law, how could the Li family not prosper? Lu Feng gave the revival pill to Yao's mother as a backup. He himself was preparing to go back to Jiangdu with Lin Tiancheng to find old Master Qin. Before leaving, he naturally had a tender moment with Anqi, and during that time, he also mentioned a few other women. Due to the groundwork laid by Su Fuling earlier, this time it naturally fell into place, and Anqi also accepted these other women. To be honest, Lu Feng's physique was different from ordinary people, and she felt that she alone could not satisfy him, so having a few more sisters to share the burden was a good thing. Lin Tiancheng used his connections to arrange some guards around Anqi and her mother. Lu Feng left all his 1 to 4 bodyguards who had been secretly following him to Anqi and her mother. With everything arranged, the production of the revival pill was put on the agenda by Anqi and her mother, and mass production began. Lu Feng and Lin Tiancheng then set off directly for Jiangdu. Miss Li Xinyan has returned, and she brought back a son-in-law with an extraordinary background. It seems that the Li family is going to be controlled by them this time. Moreover, this son-in-law is the chairman of the Jinling Yiyao Group, and Lin Tiancheng even calls him master. In an office on the top floor of the Taishan Group, a security guard was respectfully reporting to a woman with outstanding charm. I didn't expect her to have a chance to turn things around. If I had known earlier, I should have eradicated her completely, the woman said viciously. This person was Wang Qinling, who had separated Anqi's parents. Miss, it's my fault this time. I exposed myself by acting rashly. I never expected Lu Feng's skills to be so agile, the security guard said regretfully. He had timed his attack well before. At that time, when Lu Feng and the others were dealing with the Li family's troubles, everyone was relaxed and off guard. He had made a bold move, thinking he would succeed, but he didn't expect Lu Feng's reaction to be so timely, saving Yao's mother. In the end, as long as Yao's mother died and he found another opportunity to kill Anqi, even if Yao Chuanji knew the truth later, it would just be a minor issue. If people were dead, what else could he do? But now, by exposing himself, it wouldn't be so easy to make a move again. You should go into hiding in Hong Kong. As long as you are not around, they have no evidence to prove that you are associated with me. Speculation is just speculation, and they can't do anything to me. After all, I am Mr. Lu's person, and even Lin Tiancheng won't act recklessly. Wang Qinling thought for a moment and gave the order. Miss, should I go and secretly take care of Lu Feng first? As long as he is dead, the mother and daughter of Li Xinyan are actually not worth mentioning. Li Xinyan and her daughter can turn things around, it's all because of Lu Feng. Once Lu Feng is taken care of, there will be no worries. Not for now, they must have taken precautions, and since Lin Tiancheng called him master, this matter is not simple. Don't forget, Lin Tiancheng has a close friend, even Mr. Lu would have to be cautious. Are you saying, Xin? At this point, a hint of fear appeared on Wu's face. Yes, alright, no time to waste, go to Hong Kong now, be careful on the way, don't let them catch you. Wang Qinling nodded. Yes. Wu got up and left directly, without any delay. Humph. Li Xinyan, if you had stayed in Jiangdu, maybe you could have lived a little longer. Since you insist on coming back, then it's your own fault. Looking out the window, Wang Qinling's eyes flashed with a hint of killing intent, then snapped her fingers. And at that moment, two figures appeared behind her instantly, one in black and one in white robes. Miss, what do you need us to do? A deep voice sounded, and the person in white robes spoke. Black and white impermanence, you heard just now, that Lu Feng, I leave it to you, make sure to do it cleanly. No problem. With that, the two disappeared on the spot. If Wu were here, he would be shocked, as Black and White Impermanents are top 10 assassins in the world's Phantom Assassin organization. They come and go without a trace, their strength is unfathomable. So far, apart from the failed assassination of Qin Tianlong, they have had no failures. Jiangdu, Villa No. 3 of Zirwei Mansion. Mr. Lu from Hong Kong? After listening to Lu Feng's account, old Qin frowned. Once it involves him, it's not that simple. What? Does this Mr. Lu have 3 heads and 6 arms? Lu Feng asked in confusion. Lin Tiancheng didn't say much along the way, but once they arrived at old Qin's place, they would naturally know. 3 heads and 6 arms? Heh, Lu Feng, you see this world too simply. The Lu family has a grandmaster among them. Qin Tianlong smiled and explained. Grandmaster? Not like those grandmasters in fantasy dramas, right? Lu Feng had heard about Qin Tianlong being called the war god grandmaster of Xia country in the past, but didn't pay much attention. Now hearing about grandmasters again, he couldn't help but be curious. Under Qin Tianlong's introduction, he finally learned something. Besides the mundane world, there are many hidden families and clans, similar to the hidden families in novels. They rarely appear and possess combat power beyond ordinary people's reach. Grandmaster is a title for those whose combat power has reached its peak. Below the Grandmaster are external and internal martial artists, divided into 4 stages: entry, small achievement, great achievement, and peak. Only by breaking through the peak of internal martial arts can one enter the realm of Grandmaster. Grandmasters are like dragons, elusive, and it's rare to see one in the present world. Qin Tianlong, due to severe injuries in his early years and unable to find a cure, resulting in a significant decline in strength and a short life expectancy, came to the mundane world to spend his remaining years quietly. However, it was because of this that he met Lu Feng, who ended up curing Qin's illness. This turned out to be a blessing in disguise, as his physical quality improved, and his state of mind also had a breakthrough. Now, Qin Tianlong is on the verge of breaking through the final barrier of Grandmaster and reaching the realm of Great Grandmaster. Lu Feng listened with great interest. Which man wouldn't look forward to a world of martial arts cultivation filled with hot-blooded adventures? I had only seen it in novels before, but now I actually discovered that there are such people in the world where I live, and I was naturally moved. Brother Qin, can I also cultivate? Lu Feng asked eagerly. Your physical strength is enough. Even those martial artists with a little external strength, their physical strength may not be as strong as yours. But to cultivate, it depends on your comprehension, old Qin said, patting Lu Feng on the shoulder and throwing a booklet at him. This is the cultivation method I practiced. See if you can grasp it. If you can grasp it within 10 days, then you can cultivate. Oh, muscle changing classic. Lu Feng took the booklet and couldn't help but roll his eyes. It was just one word off from the muscle-changing classic, almost mistaking Old Qin for someone from Shaolin. Old Qin pretended not to notice, just as he did when he received this cultivation method from his master. Lu Feng directly opened the booklet and started reading, starting with the body forging section. For external strength martial artists, body forging is the main focus, making oneself as tough as steel, surpassing the hardness of iron. Achieving a little external strength is comparable to a king of soldiers. Those who achieve great external strength can dodge bullets under full exertion. As for reaching the peak of external strength, ordinary bullets and blades cannot harm them. Just reading this made Lu Feng excited. Being fearless of blades and bullets at the peak of external strength is like having an immortal body. Except for large bombs and nuclear weapons, he would be invincible. As for what comes next, he didn't look directly, as it's important to progress step by step. So, he earnestly started reading the body forging section. This made Old Qin nod in approval. Knowing when to advance and retreat, and being able to position oneself accurately is a sign of talent. The body forging section mainly teaches basic training methods and chi gathering techniques. The training methods involve using weights and applying force throughout the body correctly. The most crucial part is the chi gathering technique, which lays the foundation for advancing to internal strength martial artists. It explains how to sense chi, draw it into the body to improve one's physical strength and combat power. Lu Feng tried to imitate and practice while reading. Ding, the host has touched on cultivation-related matters, unlocking a new world, rewarding 3 chances for instant purchase of items. Ding, store items have been listed, please confirm if you wish to purchase. At that moment, the system prompt startled Lu Feng. He quickly opened the store with his mind. Item, Ancient Xianyuan Technique Part 1, Divine Grade, Price, 1 Yuan. Item, 16 Styles of God-Slaying, Divine Grade, Price, 1 Yuan. Item, Enlightenment Pill, Royal Grade, Price, 1 Yuan. Seeing the items inside, Lu Feng was almost jumping with excitement. Ancient Xianyuan Technique Part 1, a divine grade cultivation method, divided into 9 levels, each level representing a realm: Qi cultivation, foundation building, golden core, nascent soul, divine transformation, void refinement, unity, tribulation crossing, and great vehicle. According to the introduction, each level is divided into minor achievement, major achievement, and perfection. The minor achievement of Qi cultivation corresponds to what Old Qin mentioned as the peak of external strength. The major achievement of foundation building corresponds to the peak of internal strength. If one reaches the perfection of foundation building, it's equivalent to stepping into the peak of Grandmaster realm directly. Seeing this, Lu Feng exclaimed in amazement. Completing the first level of the ancient Xianyuan technique would make him a Grandmaster. What about the subsequent levels like foundation building and golden core? If one masters them, what would they become? Old Qin, a Grandmaster, would become a war god in Xia country. Although Old Qin said this was only on the surface, there were some old undying powers in Xia country much stronger than him. But these people were the foundation of the country or some hidden old monsters from certain families, and they would never show themselves unless absolutely necessary. So, on the surface, reaching the Grandmaster realm meant being a godlike existence. Thinking of this, Lu Feng was extremely excited. The system's products were indeed different. This level was many times stronger than the muscle-changing classic that Old Qin gave him, not to mention that this was labeled as Part 1. If Part 1 was this powerful, what about Part 2? Suppressing the excitement in his heart, Lu Feng continued to look at the next item. 16 Styles of Deicide, Divine Martial Arts, mastering all 16 styles, able to kill gods and Buddhas, capable of destroying all things. Damn! Lu Feng couldn't help but curse in his heart. So powerful, just look at this introduction. Capable of destroying all things, invincible. Enlightenment Pill, Royal Grade Pill. After taking it, the speed of enlightenment cultivation will increase by 10,000 times within 2 hours. 10,000 times? This means that his cultivation results in the next 2 hours will be equivalent to 20,000 hours, over 2 years of time. And this is the Enlightenment Pill, as the name suggests, the speed of comprehension must be amazing. No time to waste, Lu Feng directly greeted Qin Lao and Lin Tianshan, hurriedly ran back to his villa, ready to cultivate immediately. He didn't want to swallow the Enlightenment Pill in front of Qin Lao and the others. Back at his home, Lu Feng immediately calmed his mind, then took out the Enlightenment Pill and swallowed it directly. The pill melted in his mouth. Before Lu Feng could even taste it, it turned into a cool sensation that swept through his body. At that moment, he felt exceptionally clear-headed, as if his brain was constantly running at high speed like an inexhaustible supermotor. He immediately took out the ancient Xianyuan technique and started reading it. This time, it was completely different from before. The obscure words suddenly became clear to him. Lu Feng's whole aura changed, entering a deep state of meditation. Slowly, his surroundings began to distort and blur, as the airflow was continuously gathered and absorbed, creating a scene. After a dozen breaths, Lu Feng seemed to hear a pop in his ears, as if a thin film had been pierced. At that moment, he directly entered the stage of qi cultivation. Too fast. Lu Feng was excited in his heart, but he knew it was not the time to be happy. The enlightenment pill only lasted for 2 hours, and the further he progressed, the slower the upgrade would be. He had to make good use of the time. Who knew when the system would restock the enlightenment pill next time? What if it ran out? So, he suppressed his excitement and continued to cultivate. Time passed by second, half an hour passed in the blink of an eye, and he heard the sound of the thin film being pierced again in his ears. Achieved Qi Mastery. At that moment, Lu Feng directly broke through to Qi Mastery, reaching the peak of internal strength as Qin Lao had mentioned. At this point, he felt an unprecedented power, his body filled with Qi, as if he could move mountains and split rocks with a wave of his hand. Continue. Lu Feng gritted his teeth and entered meditation again. Time waits for no one, and this time entering Qi Mastery took several times longer than entering Qi Mastery, so he couldn't afford to delay. An hour and a half later. Boom! A loud noise rang out, and the airflow above the purple Roy mansion underwent a drastic change. All the air rushed madly towards Villano, one as if being strongly summoned. What's happening? Hearing the strange sound, Lin Tiancheng looked at Qin Lao in surprise. But Qin Tianlong beside him looked as if he had seen a ghost, his eyes widened, his mouth almost big enough to fit an egg. Damn, is this kid a monster? After a while, he shouted in shock, instantly got up and rushed towards Villano. 1. At this moment, the airflow around Lu Feng had turned milky white and was pouring into his body frantically. His face was flushed, and strands of white mist appeared on his head. Ah! Suddenly, a long roar erupted. The continuous sound of crackling echoed around, followed by a moment of vacuum. After about 2 breaths, everything returned to normal. Lu Feng opened his eyes, a glint of light flashing through them. Is this the power of a grandmaster? Lu Feng clenched his fists, feeling the changes in his whole body. With the enlightenment pill's 2-hour blessing, he had directly reached the stage of Qi Mastery, the pinnacle of what the secular world called a grandmaster. He could feel the explosive power throughout his body, and his control over his body had reached a subtle level. What surprised him even more was that with a single thought, the surrounding airflow seemed to move along with it, obedient to his control. He slowly began to float up. Interesting. Lu Feng laughed, reaching the realm of Grandmaster as Qin Tianlong had said, able to control the air. So this is what it feels like to control the air. He slowly manipulated his body, floating and moving in the space of the room, starting off awkwardly but gradually increasing speed, flying joyfully. It was then that he noticed Qin Tianlong, who had appeared in his house at some point. Qin Tianlong at that moment was dumbfounded, like a statue, gaping with his mouth wide open, staring at himself in disbelief. Damn! 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 For a while, Qin cursed continuously. His heart was not only shocked but also on the verge of collapse. What did controlling the air signify? The realm of Grandmaster. It was his exceptional talent that allowed him to reach this realm in his 40s. It was only because of an assassination attempt that he managed to break through between life and death, otherwise, it would have taken a long time to reach the realm of Grandmaster. But Lu Feng, how long had it been? In the short time they had spent together, the old man naturally knew that Lu Feng had extraordinary physical strength, but it was only physical strength, a far cry from true cultivation. However, now, in just over 2 hours, this guy had become a Grandmaster directly? And he could feel Lu Feng's momentum, not inferior to his own Grandmaster peak. This situation made him feel incredulous. Kid, are you a reincarnation of some old monster? Qin Tianlong couldn't help but ask, his shocked expression lingering on his face. Do I look like an old monster to you? Maybe cultivation is simpler? Lu Feng said with a smile. Simple? The old man's eyes widened. If cultivation were simple, the secular world would have been full of martial artists long ago. But he couldn't figure it out either. Perhaps this kid really had extraordinary talent? Shaking his head, he didn't bother thinking too much about it. Good kid, I didn't expect you to be a cultivation genius. Now you're even more powerful than the old man. Qin Tianlong praised. At that moment, Lin Tiancheng ran over and, seeing Lu Feng still floating in midair, couldn't help but exclaim, damn. Indeed, Lu Feng's shock to them was the same, inhuman. Qin brother, can I go solve the matter with Wang Qinling now? Lu Feng asked. Dealing with her is enough. A grandmaster like a dragon must not be humiliated. With your current strength, the secular restrictions are no longer a constraint on you. But you must not harm others without reason because above the grandmaster level, there are the great grandmasters, the kings. However, these old monsters won't appear unless absolutely necessary. So if you have a reason to deal with Wang Qinling, you can boldly do so. Mr. Lu behind her won't offend a grandmaster for her, but as for Mr. Lu, you shouldn't provoke him easily, at least not now. Qin Tianlong thought for a moment and said, "Oh, is Mr. Lu very strong?" Lu Feng asked in surprise. At this point, he had already reached the peak of the Grandmaster realm, and Qin, the old man, was still cautioning him not to clash with Mr. Lu. He's just a half-step Grandmaster, which is impressive in the secular world but means nothing to you and me. The problem is the existence behind him, surpassing the Grandmaster level, but there's no need to fear. In this way, when the time comes, I'll report to the higher-ups. With your current strength, it won't be difficult to get an official position in name. With this title, they won't dare to act recklessly. Hearing Qin Tianlong's words, Lu Feng thought for a moment and nodded in agreement. After all, it was just a nominal position, not affecting his freedom and benefiting him. Why not? The group chatted for a while longer, and finally, Qin Tianlong couldn't resist the urge to spar with Lu Feng. Naturally, Lu Feng agreed, wanting to see how strong he was now. Since it was late at night, the two of them flew directly to an open space outside and had a match. About half an hour later, they returned to the villa. Lu Feng looked depressed, while Old Man Qin had a relaxed expression on his face. However, upon closer inspection, a hint of shock still lingered in his eyes. This made Lin Tiansheng, who had been waiting here for half a day, feel itchy in his heart. The two of them went out to fight, leaving him behind. He was not a grandmaster, nor could he fly, so he could only wait. After asking around for a long time, he found out that Lu Feng had lost half-handedly in the fight. The reason was simple. Although Lu Feng was actually stronger, he lacked combat experience and martial skills, making him no match for Qin Tianlong in the end. Lu Feng could only rely on his own strength to resist and confront head-on, while Old Man Qin continuously unleashed his agility and martial skills, leading to an obvious outcome. This made Lu Feng realize his shortcomings. It seems I need to hurry up and learn the Shirshan 16 forms martial arts. Old Man Qin also felt waves of shock in his heart. Although he won this time, it was a narrow victory by half a move. He was an experienced grandmaster, and it was only by a narrow margin that he won due to his advantage in martial skills, agility, and combat experience. If Lu Feng were to improve his agility and martial skills, wouldn't he be unbeatable? The more he thought about it, the more alarmed he became, deciding that he must never compete with Lu Feng again in the future, as he might lose next time. He must preserve this victorious outcome, otherwise, he wouldn't be able to face himself. After all, he was a war god, right? With this in mind, Old Man Qin took on the role of a mentor, starting to teach Lu Feng, emphasizing the need to hone his combat experience and learn martial skills. He knew that he had to be careful not to show off too much, as he might end up being embarrassed by this young man next time. After chatting for a while, Old Man Qin took Lin Tiansheng back. Lu Feng picked up the phone and made a call. "Hello, Lao Chu, it's me. Starting tomorrow, go all out to acquire shares of the Wangshe Group in Nanguang. I want to control the Wangshe Group within 3 days. Okay, boss." Although surprised, the person on the other end didn't ask further questions and simply followed the order. After hanging up, Lu Feng looked out at the sky. "Wang Qinling, we'll take it step by step. I will reclaim all the pain you inflicted on Angel and her daughter." Ding! At this moment, a notification sound from the system store refresh sounded. Ding! The store has been refreshed. New items have been added. Ding! The host can decide whether to make a purchase. Item, Heavenly Array Record, price, 1 yuan, Heavenly Array Record, contains methods to set up and decipher various formations and materials for understanding array basics. Great stuff! Lu Feng was delighted to see this. He had felt a blockage in his chest during his breakthrough. After discussing with Qin Tianlong, he learned that due to the current depletion of spiritual energy in the secular world, cultivation had become very difficult. The Zirwei mansion happened to be located near mountains and water, with slightly more spiritual energy compared to other places. It was fortunate, or else Lu Feng's breakthrough this time wouldn't have been so smooth. However, the gathered spiritual energy here was only enough for Lu Feng to break through to the peak of the Grandmaster level. Beyond that, the spiritual energy here would not be sufficient. This made Lu Feng feel very regretful. If there were abundant spiritual energy, the effect of the Wudao Dan for 2 hours might have doubled. But now, with this Heavenly Array Record, Lu Feng could create a perfect place for cultivation. With the guidance of the Spirit Gathering Array and the Spirit Attraction Array inside, he could quickly gather ample spiritual energy here for his breakthrough. As for the fear of others noticing anything unusual, he only needed to set up an illusion array outside. This way, even if someone passed by the door, they wouldn't notice anything. Looking at the materials needed for these 3 major arrays, which were spiritual stones and some unfamiliar items, Lu Feng frowned. These things might be hard to find. Without the array materials, how could he set up the formations? But to Lu Feng's delight, he found a note on the next page stating that these items could be replaced with various precious stones and rare woods. Century-old trees, sheep-fat jade, diamonds. Lu Feng noted down the alternative materials listed inside one by one. Since stepping into the world of cultivation, he also knew that reaching the peak of Grandmaster was not the end, and he needed to accelerate his growth. Building the Grand Array was naturally urgent. He felt deep down that he and Mr. Lu's group would collide sooner or later. After flipping through the heavenly array chart for a while, Lu Feng once again took out the 16 styles of godslaying to study. After breaking through to the peak of Grandmaster, Lu Feng felt even more energetic, not tired at all in the late night, and even felt that he didn't mind staying awake for days and nights. Most importantly, he seemed to have truly achieved a clear mind, never forgetting what he saw. This was much more powerful than the previous R-type wisdom potion. After this breakthrough to Grandmaster, Lu Feng's brain development increased several times. Just by looking at the heavenly array chart and the 16 styles of godslaying once, all the content was directly engraved in his mind. Even when Lu Feng rested, it seemed like his mind was constantly analyzing techniques and array formations. Is this the feeling of leveling up while lying down? Lu Feng thought to himself and couldn't help but smile. Having a system was awesome, truly stepping onto the peak of life. Everything was under control. Miss, something bad has happened. Someone is secretly eating away at our Wang Group's shares, and now they have acquired 38%. In the vice president's office of the Taishan Group, a female assistant in an OL suit said anxiously. What? Wang Qinling, who was originally lying down, suddenly stood up, a hint of anger flashing in her eyes. The Wang Group itself only holds 42% of the shares, and now someone quietly acquired 38%. What a situation. If they acquire a few more points, the control of Wang Group will change hands. Investigate who is behind targeting our Wang Group. Also, quickly notify everyone to aggressively purchase external shares. We must reach 51% first. Wang Qinling ordered directly. Yes, miss. Bang, the office door was opened at this moment. Something bad happened, miss. Our external shares have been acquired 44%, and there is news that Director Hua's 5% shares will be sold this afternoon. At this moment, another subordinate rushed in, reporting anxiously. What? Prepare the car immediately. I will personally go to see Director Hua. Wang Qinling couldn't stay still this time, immediately got up and rushed out. General Yao, Heibai Wuchang seems to be heading to Jiangdu. In addition, the wine group from Madame's family seems to be maliciously acquired, and she just rushed out. In the president's office of the Taishan Group, Yao Chuanji's personal secretary was reporting respectfully. Oh, someone is targeting the Wang family? A hint of hatred flashed in his eyes because of Wang Qinling. He was forced to leave his beloved woman. Unable to personally go to see his daughter born, he could only look at photos of the mother and daughter through some means to console his longing. For more than 20 years, he has been enduring, for the safety of the mother and daughter. The deeper he got involved with Wang Qinling, the more helpless and frightened he became of the power behind the Wang family. Not to mention Mr. Lu from Hong Kong, who was at towering peak pressing down on him, making him not dare to make any mistakes. Even the mysterious shadows around Wang Qinling made him not dare to act rashly. Especially the Heibai Wuchang, a top 10 killer in the world's phantom organization, ruthless and almost never missed. Over the years, he has witnessed Wang Qinling's methods, and all the businesses that opposed her inexplicably disappeared from this world. So over the years, he has been walking on thin ice, constantly pleasing this woman, in order for the mother and daughter to survive peacefully until now. Just the day before yesterday, when he learned that Angel and her mother had returned to the Li family, he suddenly took control of the Li family, which shocked and pleased him. However, worries followed. Even though he knew that his unseen son-in-law Lu Feng seemed very powerful, and even knew people like Lin Tianchang. However, still hesitant and uneasy, afraid that they might act impulsively and turn against him. That would definitely incur the destructive blow from Wang Qinling. After taking down the Li family, Lu Feng and Anqi mother and daughter did not take any further action, which relieved him. However, upon learning that Heibai Wuchang had left 2 days ago, he became nervous again. Just now, he learned that Heibai Wuchang had gone to Jiangdu, which meant that Wang Qinling was going to make a move against Lu Feng, as Lu Feng had returned to Jiangdu. Unexpectedly, someone had directly made a move against the Wang family. Who could it be? Quickly find a way to inform Lu Feng, tell him that Heibai Wuchang may be targeting him, and at the same time, inform Lin Shensheng and Linya. Yao Chuanji did not want anything to happen to Lu Feng. Although he had not met Lu Feng, since he was the son-in-law favored by his daughter and lover, he naturally had to help. Also, find out who made a move against the Wang family. Yao Chuanji told his assistant. Mr. Yao, the people below have already found out. It's Chu Xianping from Xiongfeng Capital. If Wang Qinling were to witness this scene, she would be greatly surprised. A puppet husband who had been suppressed by her for years actually had more information channels than her. She still hadn't found out who had made a move, while Yao Chuanji's side had already found out. So, the reason she had chosen Yao Chuanji was not just because he was handsome, but mainly because he was a business genius. Over the years, although Yao Chuanji had helped Wang Qinling integrate many resources in the business world, leading to significant progress for Taishan Group and the Wang family, it was not voluntary. Xiongfeng Capital? Lu Feng, did he really make a move? Yao Chuanji furrowed his brows, constantly calculating in his mind. To achieve such a level at a young age, he must not be reckless. His calm demeanor when he took down the Li family 2 days ago showed that he was not simple. Although he was not present, his information network was very efficient. He was well aware of everything that had happened at the Li family. However, could Xiongfeng Capital really swallow the Wang family? Yao Chuanji felt it was not that simple. Over the years, the Wang family's assets had exceeded 500 billion, combined with the fact that Taishan Group was essentially under her control. Together, their assets were close to 800 billion. Xiongfeng Capital, with assets of at most 400 billion, would find it difficult to take over the Wang family alone. Could it be that this young man was too impulsive? However, there seems to be a shadow of Huoluan Group in this. At this moment, the assistant received another text message and, looking at it, said incredulously, Huoluan Group in Hong Kong? How is that possible? Could this kid have some connection with Huoluan Group? This surprised Yao Chuanji as well. If Huoluan Group made a move, it would be a different story. With a market value of 10 trillion, Huoluan was not something the Wang family could handle. They would be crushed instantly. Immediately use our secret agents to cut off all the Wang Qinling's minions in our group. Yao Chuanji made a decisive decision and gave a direct order. Boss, is this too risky? What if? There is no what if, there is no time, this is the best opportunity. If we miss it, we may never have another chance. If they waited any longer, Wang Qinling's influence would only grow, and if they failed this time, he would have to accept his fate. This set the entire Taishan Group in motion, with many people being replaced instantly, and Yao Chuanji quietly regained control of the Taishan Group. However, Wang Qinling was still unaware of all this, as she had just met with Cui Dong. I'm sorry, Miss Wang, you're late. The shares in my hand have already been transferred. Cui Dong apologized. What? Cui Dong, you knew that someone was maliciously acquiring shares of our Wang family, and you transferred them to someone else without informing me. Aren't you afraid that my Wang family will come after you? Seeing that the shares had already been transferred, Wang Qinling was completely enraged. Oh, Miss Wang, your Wang family is powerful, but compared to Huoluan, it's nothing. Even Mr. Lu behind you, I don't think he would offend Huoluan for your Wang family, right? Since the face has been torn apart, Cui Dong naturally no longer cares, and directly mocks. When Huoluan Group takes action, those with discerning eyes know how to choose. Your Wang family may be powerful, but it relies on Mr. Lu's deterrence. It's nothing in front of Huoluan. What? Huoluan Group? How could this be? Wang Qinling was shocked. The Wang family and Huoluan Group do not interfere with each other, nor do they have overlapping business interests. Why would they take action? By the way, considering our cooperation for so many years, I'll give you a tip. Give up. Not only me, but it seems that the 5% in Lao Huang's hands has also fallen into Huoluan's hands. What? Upon hearing this news, Wang Qinling slumped in her chair, her eyes blank. The other party had already acquired 44% of the shares, and with Huadong's 5%, it was already 49% ownership. Now, if the 5% in Huang Dong's hands is also acquired, it will be 54% ownership, meaning the control of the Wang Group has changed hands. Sure enough, at this moment, her phone rang. Hello? You brat, why did you offend Huoluan Group? Now, the Wang Group has changed hands. They just called. There will be a shareholders meeting tomorrow to reorganize the management structure of the Wang Group. As soon as the call was connected, Wang Xiaoyu's roar came from the other end, who happened to be Wang Qinling's father. I don't know. I haven't offended Huoluan Group at all. At this moment, Wang Qinling was completely confused, not knowing what she had done wrong. You don't know? When I asked them, they asked me to ask my daughter what good deed she had done. Chow, you hurry back. After a few roars from the other end, the call was hung up, and Wang Qinling still had no idea how she had offended Huoluan Group. Good deeds come to an end. Let me remind you, the chairman of Huoluan Group is named Lu Feng. Take care of yourself. Huadong on the side said with glee, then turned and left. Lu Feng? Lu Feng! I curse you to die a horrible death. At this moment, Wang Qinling finally realized, and instantly became furious. She wished she could tear Lu Feng apart. Miss, it's not good. After you left, Yao Chuanji directly cleaned up the Taishan group. The people you left behind have all been eliminated, and now Taishan group is completely controlled by Yao Chuanji. What? Overwhelmed with anger, Wang Qinling couldn't hold back and spat out a mouthful of blood, her eyes unfocused. Yao Chuanji, you're good. I've loved you so much for over 20 years, and you still treat me like this, you're so cruel. At this moment, Wang Qinling's eyes gradually turned cold and malicious, completely losing her sanity. In just one day, the Wang family was taken over. Yao Chuanji rebelled, making her unable to accept it all at once. Hey, you two, go kill Lu Feng immediately, chop him up for me. Then come back and kill Yao Chuanji, Li Xinyan, mother and daughter. She dialed the number of Heibai Wuchang directly, shouting loudly. Since I can't have it, then all of you go to hell. Wang Qinling collapsed directly. At this moment, she was like a vengeful ghost, blood dripping from the corners of her mouth, hair disheveled, sending chills down anyone's spine. Lao Bai, should we wait until tonight? After hanging up the phone, Hei Wuchang, who had been waiting outside the Zirwei Haofu, asked, Didn't the young lady say it? Immediately, right away. Let's go in now and deal with that kid. Lao Bai showed a smile uglier than crying. Swish, two shadows rushed into the Zirwei Haofu, and the security guard at the door only felt a blur in front of his eyes. Upon closer inspection, he didn't notice anything unusual. So he scratched his head, looked around in confusion, and continued to stand guard. Inside Villa No. 1 of Zirwei Haofu. Oh my, this is truly a divine martial art. Without the enhancement of the enlightenment pill, it's really not easy to cultivate. At this moment, Lu Feng spent 2 days and finally mastered the first move of the 16 styles of god killing, feeling a mix of emotions and some joy. Ha! Suddenly, his eyes narrowed as he looked towards the window. At this moment, there were 2 more figures there, one black and one white, exuding a cold aura. Who are you? Lu Feng frowned and asked. We are the top assassins of the Phantom Organization, Black and White Impermanence. Lu Feng, prepare to die. With that, the man in black robe disappeared directly and pounced towards Lu Feng. As Black Impermanence attacked, a chilling wind suddenly rose. He instantly appeared where Lu Feng was, showing a cruel smile, his fingers turning into claws aiming for Lu Feng's forehead. Ha! But the next moment, he froze. This claw was empty. Where is he? Just as Black Impermanence was puzzled, his body hair stood on end, quickly retreating. The disappeared Lu Feng appeared where he had stood just now, smiling at himself. White Impermanence, who had been standing by, also suddenly became serious, showing infinite surprise. Both of them did not notice how Lu Feng had disappeared earlier, finding it strange. Being able to hold the position of the top assassin in the world's top 10 killer guild, the Phantom Organization, their experience and intuition were very sharp. They did not think this was an accident. Lu Feng had just happened to evade their attack. They knew they had encountered a tough opponent this time. Retreat! Missing their attacks and unable to figure out how the opponent had evaded, the two immediately had the intention to retreat. Someone who could easily dodge attacks right under their noses without revealing how was definitely not someone they could deal with. Trying to escape? Too late. Lu Feng sneered, and before they knew it, he had appeared in front of Black and White Impermanence, blocking their way. Earlier, Lu Feng had received a call from Yao Chuanji, informing him that Wang Qinling had sent Black and White Impermanence to Jiangdu. Obviously, they were here for him, but he didn't expect them to show up so soon after the call. If it had been before, he wouldn't have been able to handle them. He had seen that these two had reached the peak of internal energy. No wonder the old man Qin had said they had almost assassinated him before. But it was because of Black and White Impermanence that the old man Qin had broken through to Grandmaster in a crisis. However, he didn't expect that after so many years, these two were still stuck at the peak of internal energy, so weak. If the old man Qin knew what Lu Feng was thinking, he would probably smile bitterly again. He would definitely say, "Do you think Grandmasters are all cabbages? So easy to break through?" It's worth noting that many people spend their whole lives unable to reach the Grandmaster level, so reaching the peak of internal energy is already a rare talent. In the secular world, they were completely invincible, which is why Wang Qinling could thrive until now. Without a Grandmaster, these two were completely unbeatable. Seeing their retreat path blocked, Black and White Impermanence immediately retreated, taking defensive positions, ready for a fight. At this moment, their hearts were like raging waves, cursing their luck. They had come to kill a kid casually, only to encounter a Grandmaster? How was that possible? They weren't fools. Being able to easily dodge attacks from someone at the peak of internal energy meant the opponent was a Grandmaster. But how old was this kid? A Grandmaster at such a young age, unheard of. But the fact was right in front of them. which was the reason for their horror. Black and white impermanence exchanged a glance, a hint of ruthlessness in their eyes. To escape under a grandmaster's hand, they would have to be grandmasters themselves or possess special skills and abilities. Obviously, they had neither, so they had to give it their all. They didn't naively think Lu Feng would let them off the hook. Let's go for it. The two attacked first, one aiming for Lu Feng's face, the other targeting his lower body, both attacking vital points with extremely cunning angles. As a gold medal killer and longtime partner, they cooperated seamlessly. Good, I'll use you to test my new move. Seeing this, Lu Feng was not surprised but delighted, and his whole aura suddenly changed. He took a step back, turned his fist into a palm, and with a twist of his wrist, he pushed out a palm towards the two. First move, Mountain Force. As the words fell, the air around Lu Feng suddenly surged wildly with the movement of his palm. With a bang, Heibai Uncommon directly exploded out of thin air, leaving no room for resistance, disappearing without a trace. Even Lu Feng himself remained in a palm-striking posture, stunned on the spot. He understood the power of this move very well and had considered countless scenarios after striking, but he never expected it to be this strong. With one strike, the two were reduced to nothing, as if they had never existed. Wow, so powerful. Even Lu Feng couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. This strike was like crushing dry weeds and decaying wood, directly evaporating the two, leaving no trace of blood. At this moment, due to the noise and air disturbance, Qin Tianlong also appeared here. What's going on? Seeing Lu Feng still standing there, he couldn't help but ask in confusion. Lu Feng wryly smiled and recounted what had just happened to Qin Tianlong. Damn! After hearing everything, Qin Tianlong was inexplicably shocked. He had dealt with Heibai Uncommon before, and if he hadn't broken through in a crisis before, he would have fallen into their hands. Even now, killing them was not a problem, but being defeated in one move was not an exaggeration. However, as the peak of internal strength, and with two partners who were in perfect harmony and capable of combining attacks, it was impossible for him to blast them into nothing with one strike. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but look at Lu Feng in even more shock, as if he was looking at a monster. Brother Qin, is the peak of internal strength really that weak? Lu Feng couldn't help but ask, earning a series of eye rolls from Qin Tianlong. Weak? Are you kidding me? The peak of internal strength is a top combat force even in those ancient martial arts families. Qin Tianlong felt 1,000 mmP in his heart, unsure whether to say it or not. Ahem, the peak of internal strength is indeed not comparable to you now. After all, we are both peak grandmasters. It's simple to defeat them in one move, but if it were another grandmaster, it wouldn't be so easy. To ease his own shock, Qin Tianlong said seriously. He was feeling a mix of emotions, having trained for decades, while Lu Feng seemed to have just started cultivating in the past few days. Being able to obliterate two peak internal strength experts with one strike, leaving nothing behind, how powerful must he be? Fortunately, when they sparred a few days ago, this kid didn't use this move, or he would have been in big trouble. If that were the case, where could he reason with him? Is that so? I knew they weren't just ordinary fighters. Brother Qin, do you have time later? I feel like I didn't even unleash half of my power with that strike just now. I want to hit you with all my might later to see how powerful it really is, so I can have an idea for next time. After listening to Qin Tianlong, Lu Feng nodded thoughtfully. Just as he took out his gourd to drink some wine and calm Qin Tianlong down, he sprayed the wine out with a puff. I have an appointment later. You can test your move in an open space against a boulder to see. I'll practice with you when I have time later. Since you're fine, I'll leave now. Can't keep people waiting. With that, old Qin left in a flash. Joking around, asking him to practice with him? Isn't that asking for trouble? Being able to obliterate two peak internal strength experts with one strike, leaving nothing behind, and not even unleashing half of his power, if he used his full strength, he wouldn't be able to handle it either, he would be blasted to pieces. Jinling, Taishan Group President's Office. Yao Chuanji, are you capable? Are you so eager to rebel? Have I treated you badly these years? Wang Qinling sat on the chair, watching Yao Chuanji being knocked down by his subordinates, filled with anger in his heart. Cough. Humph. Are you good to me? Ha, everyone knows what's going on between us. Now your Wang family is finished. Coughing up blood, Yao Chuanji laughed wildly. He had received the news that the Wang group had been directly taken over by the warring group. Humph. Am I finished? Don't forget that Mr. Lu is behind my Wang family. Mr. Lu, it's the warring group that made the move. Mr. Lu is indeed powerful, but would he offend Warren for you? Ha ha ha. Although Yao Chuanji was knocked down, he felt extremely happy inside. It had been more than 20 years, and he had never been so happy before. Laugh, since you are so heartless, then don't blame me. I will make your heart reunite with you later, ha ha. At this moment, Wang Qinling also laughed hysterically, her eyes filled with even more hatred. You despicable woman, come at me if you dare. Hearing that Wang Qinling was going to attack Angel and her daughter, Yao Chuanji's eyes instantly turned red, and he roared, Li family and Jinling. Several bodies lay scattered in the hall, all of them Li family guards. Angel and her daughter, along with the main mother of the Li family, looked at the three masked men in horror, constantly retreating. These three men in black, with a red ghost emblem embroidered on their chests, represented members of the Shadow Organization. The few guards left by Lin Tianshang were also seriously injured at this time, struggling to protect Angel and the others. Are you Shadow trying to openly start a war with my Xia country? The leading guard Wang Weibin, with blood at the corner of his mouth, angrily rebuked. Hee, you are too full of yourself. Kill all of you, who will know it was us? One of the men in black sneered. To provoke Xia country, even though Shadow was one of the top 10 killer organizations in the world, they dared not. But this time, the order was to take Angel and her daughter away and kill all other people here. Without survivors, without evidence, Xia country naturally could not do anything to them. Stop talking nonsense, lest there be trouble, attack. Another man in black seemed to be the leader of the three, said in a deep voice and made a move. Lao Zhang, Dinyo, hold them off with me. Huzi, take Miss Angel and the others and leave quickly. Seeing that the other side was determined to kill everyone here, Wang Weibin shouted and rushed up with Dinyo and Lao Zhang. Humph, overestimating your abilities. The man in black disdainfully snorted. Bang! 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 With just one confrontation, Wang Weibin and the others were directly pushed back, their faces instantly pale, their clothes stained red with blood, their injuries worsening. Let's fight! Wang Weibin and his men had been on the battlefield and seen bloodshed. Although they were no match for the three in front of them, their determination was unmatched. They gritted their teeth to block, hoping for reinforcements to arrive. When they first discovered these three, Wang Weibin had already informed Lin Tianshang. The reply he received was that reinforcements had already set off before this, and they must protect Angel and her daughter at all costs, holding on for half an hour. This made them a bit confused. Was General Lin clairvoyant? But as soon as they started, they knew they were in trouble. The three in front of them turned out to be members of the Shadow Organization. With outstanding skills, they were no match at all. Able to hold on until now, it was entirely due to their superior physical fitness and willpower. But now, after just over 15 minutes, they were close to exhaustion. They bravely rushed up again, but the result was being knocked down once more. This time, the three men fell to the ground, blood continuously flowing from their mouths, no longer able to fight. I'm sorry, General Lin, we are incompetent. Wang Weibin struggled to move his body, trying to stand up again, but it was in vain. At this moment, he couldn't muster any strength, his body completely exhausted. Lao Zhang and Dinyo were lying on the ground, blood coming out of their mouths, breathing heavily. Humph, insignificant ants, wasting my time, a man in black scolded angrily. If it weren't for Wang Weibin and his companions' persistent pursuit, they would have completed their mission long ago. He raised his right hand and slapped Wang Weibin on the forehead. Bang! A dull sound made Wang Weibin, who was already desperate, widen his eyes in disbelief. A tall figure appeared before him. The man in black who had just tried to harm Wang Weibin was knocked down by this figure with a single palm, now lying on the ground convulsing, breathing out more than in. After a few convulsions, he stopped moving. Third brother, the other two exclaimed, instantly on guard against this sudden arrival. Who are you? The lead man in black asked solemnly. Dare to touch my woman without even knowing who I am? The newcomer replied coldly, devoid of any emotion in his voice. Lu Feng? The lead man in black was visibly stunned at the mention of the name. He was filled with confusion. Didn't black and white impermanence kill Lu Feng in the past? How could he appear here? And why was Lu Feng suddenly so powerful? He easily defeated his third brother, who was also a skilled martial artist. Wait, how did Lu Feng appear just now? Why didn't he notice at all? While he was pondering these questions, Lu Feng wasted no time and attacked. Bang bang! Two more black-clad men fell to the ground before they could say a word. Too much nonsense! Lu Feng sneered, then turned to look at Wang Weibin and the others on the ground. Although the three of them were severely injured and weak, they witnessed the scene just now. The shock in their hearts was beyond words. Although they were not as strong as the military king, they were close. Otherwise, they wouldn't qualify as guards for Lin Tianshang, the national champion. Facing the Phantom and his men, they knew they had encountered legendary martial artists. Even if the military king arrived, they might not be able to defeat them. But now, this young Lu Feng effortlessly took down the three men who had almost killed them moments ago. Could he also be a martial artist? Especially witnessing all this firsthand, they were even more shocked. Lu Feng! Seeing him, Angel and the others who were retreating stopped. After seeing Lu Feng easily deal with the assassins, everyone was equally shocked. Angel went from fear and worry to joy, and she rushed over. Sorry for being late, but everything is fine now. Lu Feng comforted Angel with a smile as he patted her head. Yes, I'm fine, thanks to Brother Wang and the others protecting us with their lives. But now they... Angel nodded, then looked worriedly at Wang Weibin and the others lying nearby, barely breathing. It's okay, I'm here, Lu Feng said as he walked over. After glancing at the three, he knew what to do. He pointed his fingers at them a few times from a distance, then gave each of them a pill he had prepared earlier. In the next moment, to everyone's amazement, Wang Weibin and the others jumped up from the ground. Holy crap! Seeing Wang Weibin and the others who were on the brink of death a moment ago now bouncing around as if nothing happened, everyone cursed in shock. If it weren't for the bloodstains still on them, no one would believe that these three had almost died a few seconds ago. Wang Weibin and the others were also extremely shocked. No wonder Lin Lao always praised Lu Feng, saying how amazing he was. How amazing was he? He almost scared them to death. Lu Feng's methods were beyond their comprehension. With this, their eyes towards Lu Feng changed, filled with admiration, worship, and gratitude. Yao Anqi looked at Lu Feng with stars in her eyes. Her man was so outstanding, how could she not be proud? As for the old master of the Li family, Li Fengyan, at this moment, he had completely lost all other thoughts. Previously, he had to admit defeat to Lu Feng due to his financial power and the background he had imagined for himself. After all, the Li family couldn't compete. These past 2 days, finding out that Lu Feng was behind the Shangjian Hualuan group was even more shocking. Today, Lu Feng descended from the sky and effortlessly dealt with those three people who even the powerful Wang Weibin couldn't handle, once again astonishing him. Just now, Lu Feng easily healed 3 people who were on the brink of death, making him feel like he had never heard of such a thing. At this moment, he had no bad intentions at all. With a nephew-in-law like this, as long as he held onto his thigh tightly, how could the Li family not prosper? I'm going to the Taishan group. Lu Feng, seeing that everything was fine here, said to Anqi as he was about to leave. Lu Feng, you be careful. Hearing that Lu Feng was going to the Taishan group, both Anqi and her mother trembled, knowing that Lu Feng was going to deal with Yao Chuanji. Don't worry, you will be able to reunite with your family soon. Auntie, prepare a sumptuous dinner, let's have a good drink tonight. Lu Feng patted Anqi's head and said with a smile. Okay. Anqi replied tearfully, her eyes filled with happiness. She didn't expect the day she had been looking forward to would come so soon, and all of this was brought to her by Lu Feng. Lu Feng's figure moved, disappearing in an instant, once again causing the people present to exclaim in amazement. Mr. Lu is truly amazing. Yes, my life was saved by Mr. Lu. I must repay him well in the future. Ha, you don't have to worry. With Mr. Lu's abilities, what can you do to repay him? Well, you can help Mr. Lu with errands and odd jobs. Several security guards were now joking around, making Li Fengyan and others once again sigh. The Li family had encountered a dragon. Even these soldiers who were as strong as kings were happy to run errands for Lu Feng. Jiling Taishan Group, CEO's office. Why haven't the old Yu brothers returned yet? Wang Qinling felt annoyed at this moment, feeling that something was wrong. They should be back soon. A subordinate said. You despicable woman, you will have a bad death. At this moment, Yao Chuanji was still roaring in anger. I don't know if I will have a bad death, but later I will make sure your family suffers. My subordinates haven't smelled blood in a long time, I don't know if those mother and daughter can satisfy them, ha ha. Wang Qinling's malicious laughter, like a devil from hell, continued to provoke Yao Chuanji. You dare, even if I become a ghost, I won't let you go. Yao Chuanji's eyes were about to burst, shouting madly. Humph, don't worry, after you personally witness this performance, I will let your family reunite. Also, your son-in-law who hasn't married into the family should already be waiting for you downstairs. Love runs deep, hatred runs deep, and now Wang Qinling only wanted to torture Yao Chuanji and his family. Only in this way could she relieve her deep-seated hatred. Oh, you will be disappointed. Suddenly, a sneer sounded. Everyone in the office was surprised. Looking towards the sound, they saw a handsome young man leaning against the window, looking at Wang Qinling with a playful smile. Lu Feng? Wang Qinling looked at the man in surprise. That's right, it's me. How is that possible? Seeing Lu Feng appearing here out of nowhere, Wang Qinling was very surprised. She had sent black and white impermanence to kill him, did she miss it? It couldn't be. If that were the case, black and white impermanence would have definitely informed her. You step back. Just as she was puzzled, an elegant old man who had always been behind her suddenly appeared in front of her, blocking her. Sunbua, this is. The sudden scene puzzled Wang Qinling. He is a grandmaster. Sunbo stared at Lu Feng solemnly, not daring to be negligent. What? How is that possible? Wang Qinling, unlike Yao Chuanji and others in the secular world, had always had dealings with Mr. Lu and naturally knew some information about ancient martial arts. The Grandmaster is like a dragon, inviolable. This is the most common saying Mr. Lu has heard. But she never expected that Lu Feng would turn out to be a Grandmaster. However, after Sunbo pointed it out, she realized that Lu Feng seemed to have come in from outside the window. This is the 33rd floor. How could an ordinary person enter from outside the 33rd floor? Only a Grandmaster could explain it. Once you reach the Grandmaster level, you can travel through the air and easily fly in from outside the 33rd floor. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but feel scared, but seeing Sunbo, she felt relieved. Sunbo was a peak-level Grandmaster arranged by Mr. Lu by her side, and also her biggest trump card. Master Lu, Heibai Wuchang. Sunbo looked calmly at Lu Feng, addressing him respectfully. Once you become a Grandmaster, you must be addressed as a Master or Grandmaster, even if you are a Grandmaster at the peak level yourself. This is the rule of ancient martial arts. Dead. Lu Feng replied indifferently. Whether Sunbo had already guessed the answer or not, he couldn't help but frown. He knew the strength of Heibai Wuchang, and he could naturally kill them himself, but he was a Grandmaster at the peak level. Looking at Lu Feng in front of him, he could only see that he was a Grandmaster. As for reaching the peak Grandmaster level, he had never thought about it. He had never heard of this Lu Feng before. Even if he was a monster trained by some old monster, reaching the Grandmaster level at this age must have involved using a lot of treasures for cultivation. But reaching the peak Grandmaster level was not that simple, unless it was one of those descendants of hidden families. However, there was a long-standing rule that the descendants of hidden families could not easily reveal themselves. But even so, he didn't want to stir up trouble unnecessarily. Who knows if there might be any accidents, and some old monster might disregard these rules. This matter ends here. What do you think? So, Sunbo spoke first. Sunbo. Hearing him say this, Wang Qinling became anxious. Shut up. It's not your turn to speak here. At this moment, Sunbo's demeanor changed from elegant to stern. Wang Qinling was shocked and immediately fell silent, but her gaze towards Lu Feng was still full of malice. Master Lu, people of our status don't need to fight to the death over these trivial matters of the secular world. I suggest we settle this matter here and now. Sunbo spoke again. Oh, fine, as long as she is spared. Lu Feng smiled and pointed at Wang Qinling. That's not possible, she belongs to the master. Hearing this, Sunbo frowned. Then there's no room for negotiation. Lu Feng shrugged. I see that it's not easy for you to become a Grandmaster at such a young age. That's why I wanted to let this matter go, but don't push your luck. Sunbo's face showed anger. If you want to fight, let's fight, no need for so much nonsense. Letting Lu Feng spare Wang Qinling? How could that be possible? She had sent people to assassinate him, an angel mother and daughter, so naturally he couldn't let her go. Seeking death. With that, Sunbo was directly provoked and made a move.